Could a blind date lead to unexpected consequences? In Greenvine City, at the height of spring when cherry blossoms bloomed, Fang Zheng nervously paused at the grand entrance of a fashionable hotel. He was wearing a strict suit that emphasized his seriousness. Today was a special day. He was going to meet the daughter of his mother's dance friend, and it promised to be far from an ordinary date. Little did he realize that this meeting would be the beginning of a chain of events that would change his life forever.
"Are you here for a date?" The waitress gave him a friendly smile.
"Yes, in room 503, he replied, pointing to his cell phone with a message from his mother.
"Room 503 is under renovation. You might have the wrong room."
Fang looked at the phone screen doubtfully, but the number was listed correctly. He resolutely headed towards room 502, where the waitress suggested his companion might be. When he knocked on the door, a cold female voice came from behind it.
"Come in."
When he opened the door, he froze in surprise. A surprisingly beautiful woman was sitting in front of him. He didn't expect such beauty and was slightly stunned.
"Hello, I'm Fang Zheng. Are you probably Aunt Zhang's daughter?"
The woman raised an eyebrow, looking at him in surprise.
"A date? With me?" She shook her head perplexedly. "You clearly have the wrong door."
Before he could answer anything, there was a knock on the door, and the waitress, blushing embarrassed, announced,
"Excuse me, sir. Your companion is in room 501.
He felt awkward. He looked apologetically at the woman, but she only smiled.
"That's okay," she said, winking slightly. "Good luck on your date."
Blushing with embarrassment, he walked out and headed towards room 501. It was hard for him to concentrate after such an encounter, but he knocked on the door. Behind it was a young girl, modestly dressed, but with a cute smile.
"Hello, I'm Fang Zheng. You must be Aunt Zhang's daughter?"
"Yes, I'm Dongqian," the girl replied, smiling embarrassedly.
"Are you from Auntie Flora?" Fang Zheng is relieved. His mother's name is indeed Hua. This time it will be correct. Right, Fang Zheng walked over and pulled out the bench. But this time, before he could sit down, the door suddenly opened. Outside the door stood the same beautiful sister that I had just seen when I walked into the wrong house. Just this time in the beautiful sister side, there are two men, looking at the big and thick, strong body, but also wearing black sunglasses. Does not look like what good people. Who is this woman? Do you ever get halfway through a blind date and then switch to another person to continue the date? Come with me, Founder Ha. Zhang Ziao stared at Fang Zheng and moved her head. Then the two big men walked into the room and made a gesture of please. Mr. Fang, please. Fang Zheng looked at the pretty big sister standing at the doorway, and then looked at the blind date girl not far away in a dumbfounded manner. Although the incident happened a bit suddenly, Fang Zheng knew that the girl on the other side was originally unwilling to kiss him. He said that he was in the wrong room, but he flirted with him for no reason, and said that if he didn't like what he saw, he would go back to his own house. It may have been a misunderstanding, but it was clear that the older sister didn't want to let it go. Fang Zheng looked at the blind date, who was sitting at the dinner table, without any understanding of the cause and effect. Well, as you can see, I might not be able to make it, so I'll see you again sometime. You see, I didn't run away on purpose. I was taken away, now because of this special situation. The two people go back to their own homes, but is good. Just hope that later this beautiful sister will not be on their own how to do it. As if being escorted out of the hotel entrance. A Bentley pulls up to the curb. Zhang Ziao opened the car door and took the lead into the back seat as she glanced at Fang Zheng. Come in. The two big hands were still standing behind Founder, as if they were afraid that he would suddenly run away. When Fang Zheng saw this car, he thoroughly understood that this woman's status must not be low. Otherwise, this nearly $10 million of luxury cars cannot be afforded by ordinary people. With an apologetic face, he said, Sis, I really did accidentally take a wrong turn just now. I didn't mean to flirt with you on purpose. Jiang Zi, Yao glared at the two bodyguards. Then they forced Fang Zheng into the back seat. Jiang Zi, Yao heard the sound of the car door closing and saw Fang Zheng, who was forced to sit with her, and said to the driver in front of her, drive to the usual place. Mr. Founder, the old place. What old place? Where does this woman want to take herself? How about being my boyfriend? The car was speeding along the asphalt road, and although Fang was escorted to the car, he did not do anything untoward to himself afterwards. And when the Founder asked her where she was taking him, he didn't say anything, until the Bentley pulls up to a huge underground parking lot that looks like a private parking lot. with a very young staff member guarding the entrance, after the car stopped. The driver got out and closed the door, leaving only Jiang Ziyao inside the car. Let's get acquainted first. My name is Chiang Ziyao. I'm the owner of a small company. Small company? The owner of a small company drives a 10 million Bentley. Fang Zheng. How about being my boyfriend? Anyway, you just went on a blind date. So there should be no difference between talking to that girl and talking to me. The founder was dumbfounded. He thought what the other party wanted to bring him here for. The first thing that came out of his mouth was a lightning strike. Sis, are you kidding me? Don't make fun of me. Okay, I didn't do it on purpose. That waitress was just screwing with me. Jiang Ziyao's cold as ice eyes scrutinized Fang Zheng. How old are you? The founder answered truthfully. 24, Jiang Ziyao nodded. I'm 28. We're basically the same age. What do you do, 28? Same age. This woman is shameless. Sis, I'm not good at math. But I don't think we're the same age. Are we? You think I'm old? Let me tell you something. If you don't answer my questions, I'm going to have a hard time letting you go home without a hitch. And this is my turf. Fang Zheng had no choice but to let out a long breath. I just graduated. How can I have any job? I'm going to apply for a job as a school teacher this afternoon. Is that a job? Jiang Ziyao raised her eyebrows. Teacher, do you get paid well? It's not high. I haven't even started yet. It's said that the internship period is 15,000 a month. Fang Zheng replied. Jiang Ziyao gave Fang Zheng a strange look, as if she thought he was talking nonsense. You're so young. Do you have a car? Fang Zheng shook his head. Jiang Ziyao pointed her finger at a red Porsche in the parking lot. How about this car? If you promise to be my boyfriend, I'll give it to you. Fang Zheng turned his head to look at the luxury car that he had only seen in TV dramas before. Dumbfounded, do you have a room? The woman asked again when he didn't say anything. Founder shook his head again. Jiang Ziyao took out her cell phone, as if searching for something in a software program, and when she found it, she clicked on the picture and turned her cell phone to face the square. I in the province a few days ago just bought a set of 200 or 300 square feet of small villa. Originally intended to be a personal small warehouse use. You have to promise to be my boyfriend. I also send you. Fang Zheng stared at the mobile phone on the 200, 300 square feet of small villa. This villa is at least $30 million. Right, according to my teacher's salary. I guess I can't afford to buy it, even if I have been working since the Qing dynasty. But what does this woman mean? She's showing off her wealth to herself. Even if Fang Zheng is brain dead, he doesn't think that he will really have a rich woman looking at him if he simply walks into the wrong house. Jiang Ziyao then said, Do you still think I'm old now? We should be the same age. Right, boyfriend? Fang Zheng slapped his forehead. He was now tempted to speak out of his mouth. Being rich is a big deal. Old is old, but in the end. Looking at the other side of the rich and powerful, and the face of the closed moon shy flower did not spit out these words. Everyone wants to be with a rich woman, but only if you really can't do anything about it. That's called a step up. But you have a system now. Wait until you go to the school and to the job. The system will be issued with their own tasks. And then complete the rewards. And then these what luxury car villa is not hand to hand. Although Fang Zheng didn't know exactly what his system would give him. But weren't all the systems in other novels like this? You're going to give yourself $5 billion or something like that to start the game. So Fang Zheng leaned against the back seat, looking at the parking lot of luxury cars, calmed down a bit. A serious said, Sis, I don't care about this. I just simply walked into the wrong room. Can I apologize to you again? I'm really sorry. I still have to start work this afternoon. I have to go. Bye. Fang Zheng opened the door and got out of the car. Originally, Jiang Ziyao, whose temperament has always been oppressive to Fang Zheng, really didn't think that there would be any other young boys who would be able to refuse these luxury cars and villas. She didn't know any young men like that. But if this boy doesn't want money, what else can he give her? Are you really just going to leave? Jiang Ziyao's tone softened a bit, and then she saw Fang Zheng's footsteps stop. Fang Zheng turned back, also felt that the tone of the other party's sentence just now had become a bit different. So this sister can still speak well, when Jiang Ziyao, who had lived in the workplace for years, saw Fang Zheng's expression. An idea popped into her head. So this boy is a softie, huh? Then I have a solution for myself, sis. Is there anything else? I really have to go, as much as possible. Jiangzi. Yao put aside her usual attitude towards her staff and said calmly, I may not have made it clear just now. I want you to be my boyfriend, in fact. Not really do. Just pretend a little bit. The family urges this matter, urges me very urgently. You since today is to go on a blind date. You should also be able to understand my bitter feelings. Pretending to be a boyfriend, Zhang Ziyao said, sit back, okay? If you want to go to school later, I can have someone drive you. It's faster than taking a taxi. A female boss wants to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. That sounds a little magical. However, when he saw Zhang Zi, Yao's slightly lowered eyebrow expression, which contrasted greatly with the proud face he had just worn, Fang Zheng actually sat back down by magic. I can't help it. It's not because the other party has money. It's just that the woman is really good-looking. As soon as Fang Zheng sat back down, Zhang Zi, Yao suddenly didn't hold back her laughter and pursed her lips, staring at him curiously. You're a softy, not a hardy, boyfriend. Fang Zheng felt that he had been set up by this woman. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't know if you're playing with me, but I'm just like you. My family is rushing for a blind date. If you're serious, I can agree, but you can't refuse when I need you. For example, if my mom wants you to answer the phone. And if you need me, I'll definitely help you out. How is it going to be, Jiang Zi? Yao looked a bit more serious. Sounds like I'm at a disadvantage. Not only did I give you a car and a house, but I have to be at your beck and call from now on. I didn't say I wanted any car or house from you, and I don't need one. Just the boyfriend-girlfriend aspect. Jiang Zi, Yao thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, let's just say it's a good idea to exchange cell phone numbers. I should be contacting you soon. Fang Zheng took out his cell phone and exchanged cell phone numbers, and we chat numbers with Jiang Ziyao. After finishing this, Jiang Zi, Yao habitually tried to shake Fang Zheng's hand, her tone returning to indifference. I hope we have a good cooperation. Fang Zheng's eyes filled with a trace of dissimilarity. Helplessly stretched out his hand and shook it. Can you change this kind of tone you use to speak to people? No one has said that you will appear serious like this. Jiang Zi, Yao's hand froze there, and without noticing, she habitually assumed the posture of a client. Nodding, he withdrew his arm. It's a bit of a habit. I'll try to change it. I'll have someone drop you off in the car and we'll be in touch. Middle school 3rd grade 4 classroom teachers reconnect. That's it. It's really like doing business. When it's done, we go our separate ways. He's a real tool. Fang Zheng got out of the car and stood by the side. He saw Jiang Zi. It was Bentley driving slowly from the underground parking lot. At the same time, an Audi drove by. The driver got out of the car and came to Fang Zheng's side. Mr. Fang, Generalissimo Chiang said he wanted me to see you off. It was a relatively young driver with a very humble demeanor. Fang Zheng looked at the time, 10:30. Last night, in accordance with the system, selected school. Deliberately early to call the school. The interview time is scheduled for today at 12 noon. Time is still abundant. Founder, please take me to Tulip Middle School. Thank you. The driver opened the door for Fang Zheng and said respectfully, Yes, sir. Please get in. The boss is treated differently, with a special car. Someone to help open the door. And watch him put his hand on the roof of the car to prevent himself from hitting his head. Fang Zheng has seen this kind of etiquette on TV dramas. Along the way, the young driver chatted with Founder without saying a word. But seeing that Founder's answer was not positive, the driver, who knew how to read the eyes, did not say anything else, but just drove the car more steadily. Hoping to make a good impression on his boss's friend, Fang Zheng got off the bus at the entrance of Tulip High School. This school has been investigated in detail, since Founder received a system alert that he was going to be a teacher here, and he has investigated the background of this school in detail. Tulip High School is a private school, and the students' families are basically above the middle class, and there are very few masters who lack money. But because of this, although the school has all the facilities and the treatment environment, accommodation and cafeteria are very good. But the students inside are not easy to control. In particular, last night when Fang Zheng searched for valid information about this school on the internet, he also saw that there was a particularly famous class in the school. 3rd grade class 4 is known as the class of death on the internet. It is said that this class has had more than 10 different homeroom teachers. 7 of whom resigned on their own initiative because they couldn't handle the students. 2 others were inexplicably hospitalized. 2 were eventually driven into stress disorder by students. 1 is still undergoing rehabilitation in a psychiatric hospital. And the list goes on and on of strange reasons for leaving. In this class, it is rumored that many teachers are afraid to go into the classroom. And even if they do, the students in the classroom are all asleep, or they will be absent from class en masse. When Fang Zheng saw the post of this dead class that night, a bad feeling inexplicably emerged in his heart. The system won't let you be the teacher of this class. Will it? By the time Fang Zheng apprehensively called the school's phone number, the interviewer turned out to be the principal of this school. Go to the office, found that it is a 50-year-old middle-aged woman. Age is a little older, but the body is still well maintained. The eyes appear very elegant, and the ordinary teacher, then it is easy to see the difference in temperament. The principal sat in a leather chair in his office, staring at the founders are some graduate degree. Freshman, also won the top 3 of the city essay contest in college. Good. But Mr. Fang, your teaching certificate test down. Fang Zheng replied truthfully, I'm applying for the examination, and I guess it won't take more than a few months to come down. The principal puts the resume on the table and examines founder's makeup and grooming. Teacher's license should be able to apply for the examination during the university. It seems that you did not intend to participate in the teacher's profession at the beginning. Can I ask you, why did you suddenly have the idea of becoming a teacher after graduation? Fang Zheng pursed his lips. Do you believe me when I say that I came here for the system reward? Fang Zheng said, I think the teacher's profession is very honorable. Teaching and educating people, cultivating a generation of elite society. I also want to try to contribute to the new generation of flowers of the motherland. The principal nodded her head. Very good. Completely polite words. But Fang Zheng has this academic qualification. She is still relatively assured. Very well. Our school very much welcomes Mr. Fang's joining. Only there is one thing I need to negotiate with you in advance. Ding detected that the host has successfully completed the activation pre-task. The super teacher system has been officially activated. Newbie quests are being released. Please ask the host to choose the 3rd grade class 4 in the next choice of the principal. After successful selection, you will get the mysterious foundation reward. The foundation reward will make your career more smooth, founder. And he guessed, but what's the mystery base reward? Founder also read a lot of novels when he was in school. The system is never a miserly master. The principal said this school is actually vacant only 2 positions. One is the 3rd grade art teacher and logistics management, because the art teacher less classes. So weekdays also have to manage the school's material management. Mr. Fang can understand it, right? Fang Zheng on the surface is a teacher, but in reality is a warehouse manager. It is not difficult to understand, the principal continued. Then another position is the language teacher of the 3rd grade class 4. That is, their class teacher, because the class teacher of the last class of the 3rd grade class 4 has some special reasons now hospitalized. So the position is vacant. Well, the 2 positions compared to it is definitely the class teacher's salary package is higher. But Fang Zheng suddenly interrupted. No need to, but the principal. I understand some of the situation of that class. I'll choose the class teacher, don't worry, no matter what difficulties lie ahead. I'm sure I'll be able to do the job. The principal froze for a moment and nodded with a smile. Okay, I like energetic young people. Then you should report to the 3rd grade's head teacher first, and then meet with the students in the afternoon. No problem, principal. I'll go then. Founder nodded his head and left the principal's office. Good thing Founder was well prepared, since he knew there was such a thing as a system. What's the meaning of death class? Now that I have the system, I have nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, no matter how naughty those kids are, they are just students, and I have been there before. So I know some of the ways to scare people very well. He went to the office of the head teacher on the 3rd floor. The so-called head teacher was a middle-aged male who was older than the principal. He wears glasses and has a Mediterranean Sea on top of his head, a symbol of wisdom. It seems that many school directors have this hairstyle. The other party was surprised to hear that Fang Zheng had applied for the position of classroom teacher of the 4th class of the 3rd grade. Even the other 3 teachers in the office looked impressed and shocked. The director of instruction gave Fang Zheng a desk and said that if he was sure, he wanted to continue with the job after meeting with the students this afternoon. He would continue to assign other teacher supplies such as lunch cards, pens, and paper to Fang Zheng. Without delay, after talking to the head teacher, Fang Zheng immediately wanted to go and see what the rumored death class was like. Gifts from students come to the 3rd floor, according to the class number on the door, searching one by one. System mission has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward insect body. Your body will receive 10 times the antibodies, 10 times the defense, and 10 times the increase in physical quality. New assignment issued. Please build up a strong image of a classroom teacher in the minds of your students as soon as possible. And be sure to officially start your language program within 3 days, or else the assignment will fail and the system will recycle the rewards. Hidden quests have been released, the penalty mechanism will disappear, and rewards will no longer be recovered upon completion. Hidden mission with no time limit. Mission tip: the importance of teacher-student relationship as soon as the system's words left his mouth. Fang Zheng felt a strange sensation from his body in the corridor. Originally last night, because he stayed up late searching for information, he was still a little sleepy. The result of the body of the insect, Fang Zheng obviously feel not only sleepy and tired feeling disappeared. The strength and speed of his limbs have also increased, and he is now like IP man possessed. I wanted to yell on the spot. I want to play 10, just strange. Why the system to their own rewards? Why is to enhance the physical quality? To be fair, Fang Zheng previously read the novel. Complete the system mission reward should not be luxury cars, luxury homes, money, assets, and so on. And there's something wrong with the second mission. A language course in 3 days. That doesn't sound too hard. I feel like I've finished saying hello to the students this afternoon. Tomorrow the mission will be accomplished again. As for the hidden missions, well, I feel that this is the most important thing. And I have to do it quickly. While Fang Zheng was thinking about this, suddenly he felt the chaos in his ears, and the noisy voices became more and more intense. There was no such noise in any of the other classes, but it grew louder and louder in the 3rd grade class near the end of the corridor. Fang Zheng carefully looked through the window and saw the scenery in the class. And finally, he roughly understood the reason for the 4 words death class. The crowded, upscale classrooms were filled with smoke and excitement. There were a few boys playing a game on their laptops in the classroom, shouting 5 kills at the top of their lungs. There were girls sitting around a hot pot from nowhere, using chopsticks to hold shabu-shabu shrimp sliders inside. There are also those who play poker in the classroom, those who do yoga, those who sleep, and even those who play ping pong. All in all, it's a mess, except for the study. What else is there? Fang Zheng was just about to go to the classroom to say hello to these lovely students, when he saw a ping pong ball flying straight towards Fang Zheng's face. However, Founder did not show any panic. The ping pong ball, although fast, failed to break the glass of the classroom. Only the sphere hit the glass with a thud and a muffled sound. The students playing table tennis in the classroom were surprised to see that the male teacher, staring at them from outside the classroom, was not afraid. This teacher is a bit interesting. He doesn't even hide. I think he's scared out of his wits. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Don't worry about the teacher. If I win this round, you'll owe me $500. Chi, can I lose you again? Fang Zheng fixed his mind, but it is also good that he investigated this school last night, deliberately studied this 3rd grade class 4. Because of the problem of naughty students, this classroom glass, wooden doors are basically custom made. Because students play, worry about breakage need to be replaced often. Fang Zheng had imagined what it would be like to be a student with no one in charge. But to be able to play ping pong and shabu-shabu in the classroom with no one caring about it was an eye-opener for him. Walking to the door of the classroom, Fang was about to push the door open when something suddenly occurred to him. Could there be something placed on the door? I saw a basin full of flour sitting on top of it. These students are obviously waiting for themselves to be given a headache when they open the door. It's a good thing I came prepared. I haven't been a student for nothing for so many years. Fang Zheng took down the basin on top with his hand and pushed the door open to enter the classroom. Some people in the classroom saw Founder dodge the first mechanism, but still no one cared about him. Keep shabu-shabuing and playing games. Fang Zheng observed the ground. to make sure that there is no banana peel lubricant and other things, and then walked towards the lectern, who knew that suddenly there is a blackboard eraser out of nowhere towards the face of Fang Zheng, speed smashed. But with the reward of the system, a man's body is now more responsive than ever. The only sound heard was a slap. The blackboard eraser was caught by Fang Zheng when it was about to hit the man's face, and he slowly walked to the podium with the blackboard eraser. The students who were secretly throwing blackboard erasers from below were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves that this person had such quick reflexes. There was nothing special on the podium, just a stool sitting there. Apart from the chalk box, there are also 3 gift boxes with cartoon designs on the desk. It should be because these students know that a new homeroom teacher is coming today. So I prepared a little gift for myself. Fang Zheng picked up the chalk and wrote his name generously on the blackboard, then said in a loud voice, "Hello, classmates of 3rd grade 4. I am your future homeroom teacher, Fang Zheng. Let's all get to know each other this afternoon." No one is talking to them. Fang Zheng frowned, kicked the chair under the seat with his foot. This chair is definitely a problem. It is estimated that it is coated with glue or something like that. There's nothing left. The chair was kicked aside by Founder, and he stood in the center of the lectern, his hands very carefully opening the first gift that his classmates had prepared for him. Then the Founder's frown tightened. The box is not something else, surprisingly. It is a dense pile of small white worms. Those white bugs with their bodies bowed in a knot. On top of the bug was a wiggly piece of paper. "Teacher, this is a small snack that the classmates have specially prepared for you. Please taste it." Fang Zheng suddenly laughed out. Just a small trick. He lifted his head and said to the noisy classroom, "You guys got snacks for the teacher." "Thank you." He then grabbed a few bugs with his hands. Although the students in the classroom were always busy with their own business, their eyes were always watching Fang Zheng's reaction. Seeing that Fang Zheng had grabbed a few bugs in his hand, all of them quieted down and looked at Fang Zheng closely. "There's something different about this teacher." Fang Zheng explained, "You give me this kind of bug is the larvae of Coleoptera, in the wild specializing in eating rotting wood for a living. Students should be bought from the internet, right? Worm protein is 6 times that of beef. Remove the head can be eaten." He pinched the worms out of his head in front of the public and slowly put them into his mouth. Some of the girls in the classroom have covered their mouths, and the hot pot on the table doesn't smell good anymore. Instead, Fang Zheng chewed generously and unapologetically said to the crowd, "Crunchy texture, chicken flavor. I won't eat all of it, so you can try it yourselves later if you want to." He swallowed the worm and proceeded to open the second gift box. The classroom had long since quieted down after seeing him eat the worm. The second gift, Fang Zheng thought, was not as exciting as the first gift. It was a small green snake tied with its mouth. Once the box was opened, the snake's body instantly entangled Fang Zheng's palm. However, Fang Zheng didn't panic. Instead, he tied the snake as if it were a watch and wrapped it around his wrist. The students were dumbfounded. Fang Zheng said, "It seems that the students are still concerned about the teacher, although the small green snake is not poisonous. But you for the teacher, or it deliberately tied the mouth. Very thoughtful. Thank you for sending me a small pet." Fang Zheng opened the third box, who knew that the last box had nothing special, only a dozen photos. Founder flipped through it. What are these pictures in the classroom? Suddenly a male student sitting at the end of the room with studs in his ears said, "Teacher, these are the 13 homeroom teachers who were in charge of us before. Look at the back of the picture. It's written the reason for their departure." Fang Zheng turned the photos over, and sure enough, there were a few small words at the back of each photo. Jumped off a building and injured his right leg. Left with a personal photo posted on the blackboard. Left with a sudden heart attack. Fang Zheng lifted his head. Should all these teachers end up? The boy replied, "It's okay. It just leaves a little shadow in my heart. Teacher, I advise you not to be our homeroom teacher, or you may have to become a picture in a box." Fang Zheng looked at the classmate and said with a leathery smile, "Oh yeah, thank you for reminding this student, but I'm not afraid. Please students pack up the computers on their desks. Hot pot, let's go to class. Super teacher, this teacher is a bit of a bad influence." The boy with the studs was leaning on the table with his legs folded, and one of his arms resting on the table behind him like a big brother. The boy looked at the right side of the classmates, because the Tulip High School classroom are single table. So there is no such thing as a table. Each student is independent of the separate. Orient, fuck him. Next to the boy who is called Dongfang by the stud's full name is called Shang Dongfang. Wearing glasses. Wearing a flat head. Looks like a very honest person. Hearing the voice beside him. Shang Dongfang glanced with some fear at the small green snake wrapped around Fang Zheng's wrist on the podium, and shrunk his neck and said in a timid voice, Brother Bill, "No, no. What if something happens?" The studded man smashed his tongue and kicked Shang Dongfang's ass with his foot. "Shady bastard, what are you afraid of? I'll be there in case of trouble. Just listen to me, do it." Shang Dongfang looked at the studded man's frightened expression and took out a small button-like thing from his bag. He mumbled something in his heart, as if praying for Fang Zheng, and at the same time when the button was pressed, the metal band on Fang Zheng's wrist that tied the mouth of the little green snake opened. The little green snake was free. Maybe it has been locked up for a long time, but now it has opened its mouth, and it looks like it is attacking. "Teacher, teacher," the snake opened its mouth. When some of the less daring students in the classroom saw this scene, they were so scared that they didn't care what kind of mischief they were doing. After all, the little green snake has already opened its mouth to bite. But who knows just when the snake head bites on the wrist of Founder? This barbaric little animal froze for a moment, because the bite went down. It gnawed until its teeth ached. The tiny teeth in its entire mouth trembled, and the snake retracted its mouth trembling. Fang Zheng glanced at his wrist. Broken skin but no blood. Only a few small red spots on his wrist. Apparently, the subcutaneous tissues have become invulnerable after the system has been enhanced. "Old master, you've been bitten by a snake. Fang precisely know that he is fine. The snake itself is not poisonous. Nibble and Nibble cannot move himself, but in the eyes of the students, he seems to be bitten hard like." He pretended to pinch the snake's head and held his head up. "Do any of you have a bottle? I'll bottle up this snake to prevent it from biting again." The Founder looked around, but unfortunately, the students in the classroom had long been frozen there, and not a single one of them had spoken. Fang Zheng saw the front row of students on the table. There is a large plastic bottle filled with water. So he went down, one hand pulling, that has long since given up the struggle, has not yet slowed down the small green snake. One hand unscrewed the bottle cap, the snake stuffed into. He let out a long breath. Afterward, students should joke in moderation. Although the green snake is non-venomous, if people are bitten in the future like me, they still need to go to the hospital to have their wounds bandaged. Founder's hands are placed behind his back to make it as friendly as possible, okay? Because the teacher is now going to the hospital. So this afternoon I will not give you a lesson. You can continue to eat hot pot, play table tennis, But from tomorrow onwards, these things are not allowed to bring to the classroom, or else I will see a piece of the future did not receive a piece of it. Are not clear? The classroom was silent. Fang Zheng nodded his head in satisfaction, thinking that he should have been able to calm these students down by mistake. Right? He glanced at the still toothy snake in the bottle and smiled at everyone. Teacher's gone. See you all tomorrow. Class, with that, Fang Zheng walked out of the classroom unhurriedly. The students in the classroom looked at me. I looked at you like the prelude to a storm, and after the quiet, it was like thunder. Oh my God, did you all just see that? Who can't see this? This teacher is not a human being. He was bitten by a snake and didn't do anything. And he had the nerve to eat worms, something so disgusting. Is this teacher going to be okay? This is sick. If this teacher comes back tomorrow, what are we going to do? Do we still have to screw him? After Fang Zheng left the classroom, he originally planned to go back to his office and organize the information. He hadn't planned to take a formal class this afternoon after all. He was new to the job and had a lot of school details to learn about in addition to teaching. It's just that Fang Zheng forgot the fact that he was holding a small green snake in his hand, resulting in the fact that he just walked into the office. A female teacher saw the bottle in Founder's hand and scared him so much that he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. "Mr. Fang, what's in your bottle?" Fang Zheng picked up the bottle and shook it, replying, "A small snake is all. The student scared me for fun." "Don't be afraid, student." The female teacher's face was pale, and she obviously wanted to stay away from Fang Zheng. Inadvertently, the other party saw Fang Zheng's wrist and realized that there were 2 red spots on Fang Zheng's skin, similar to those bitten by poisonous snakes. And she covered her mouth at once. Mr. Fang, you were bitten by a snake. Fang Zheng frowned and awed. To say that such things as colleagues, at certain times, are very caring, especially female colleagues. See, Fang Zheng was bitten. That is, immediately took out the cell phone, wants to call the medical office. Luckily, Founder was quick to stop it, and said that he was planning to go to the hospital right now. So he didn't need to bother the teacher in the medical office, although the purpose of saying this is mainly for not letting others know the changes in his body. But Fang Zheng actually do want to go to the hospital to see. The system gave himself an insect body, said to be able to immunize against toxins and diseases, and strengthen the body, but after all, the system is such a vague thing. Or to go to the hospital to check once to rest assured. Leaving the school, the small snake casually found an excuse to hand over the relevant departments. Then went to the hospital. After a series of checks, the doctor told Founder that he was healthy. Wrist is almost just hang broken, a little skin. The man only then breathed out a breath of air. The system is still very reliable. The cell phone shows a WeChat message. Sent by the sister in the morning. Aoki kidnapping her big sister got a minute. Call me now if you have time. Kenkyu kidnapping her big sister. I told my family about me talking about my boyfriend. My mom wants to see you tomorrow. Do you have time to come out early today to discuss the countermeasures? Purchases. The Founder looked confused. I called the number I added this morning, and it was answered pretty quickly. Fang Zhenghei's sister. Are you kidding me? You told your family about us so quickly. Your mom? No. Auntie even believed it, and said she wanted to see me. Jiangzi, Yao's cold voice came out. The phone said it was inconvenient. Do you have time to come out? Fang Zheng stood at the entrance of the hospital, thinking that anyway. He was out in the name of visiting the doctor, so he shouldn't have to go back to school in the afternoon. I do have time. Chiang Zui, where's the location? I'm going to look for you now. Fang Zheng looked back at the name of the hospital. Green Vine Second People's Hospital. If you don't say that businessmen are fast, or maybe it's because Jiangzi, Yao herself, is not far from Fang Zheng. It didn't take 15 minutes from the time she made the phone call to the time she met with Fang Zheng. With a red Porsche parked at the entrance of the hospital, pedestrians on the road have thrown envious and surprised eyes. Beauty and luxury car fusion together. There is no way not to attract people's attention. Jiangzi, Yao looked at Fang Zheng standing there and said flatly, Get in the car. I'll take you somewhere first. Fang Zheng got into the beautiful woman's luxury car, worth nearly $10 million, wearing clothes, worth about $100, in full view of the public. Why do you make yourself look like a soft drinker? Damn system. Although the first reward to the body enhancement is not bad. But you have to give a little bit of money, or else I talk to this sister how to have the courage. Fang Zheng was sitting on the passenger side. Jiangzi, Yao waited until Fang Zheng put on his seatbelt, and looked at his face, which was not too excited. Jiangzi, Yao asked curiously, Why are you in the hospital? You got hurt on your first day of work. Fang Zheng glanced at his right arm and replied, accidentally bitten by a snake. Nothing serious. Jiangzi, Yao stepped on the gas, with a curious look on her face. How can you get bitten by a snake in school? Great, I may have to waste a lot of your time this afternoon. So you should ask the school for a vacation in advance. Founder's sister. Do you always talk to people like this? Chiangzi. Yao drives a Porsche through the traffic. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with what I'm saying? Taking a look at the woman's exquisite side face. Fang Zheng shook his head and sighed that God was really unfair. Good-looking and rich family with a good figure. All concentrated in one piece. The woman's face is so delicate. Fang Zheng shook his head, sighing that God is really unfair. Fang Zheng thought about his hand. It's not a big problem. It's just that I feel that your words are always a bit cold. Jiangzi, Yao's pretty eyes moved. I'm in a bit of a bad mood from giving the staff a meeting this morning. I'll pay attention. Sorry. Fang Zheng realizes that Jiangzi Yao has one advantage. He doesn't bring his emotions from work into his personal life. At the very least, they are taking the initiative to avoid emotional flooding, which is a rare ability in social interactions. Where are we going now? The founder asked. Go to the mall. I'll pick out some clothes for you to wear to my house tomorrow night. You don't look good in this now, founder. The president's sister is so tactful. The two of them drove to an upscale shopping mall, where Jiangzi, Yao led Fang Zheng straight to a men's clothing store on the third floor. The woman used her highly commercialized vision to pick out a few men's suits for Fang Zheng, as well as short-sleeved summer jackets for Fang Zheng to change into and try on. Fang Zheng feels that his looks are actually quite good. But apparently men do not have a correct perception of their own face value, especially after changing into those high-end suits and short-sleeved. Jiang Zi, Yao's eyes lit up, thinking that this man's foundation was really good, and he looked handsome in everything he wore. There were 6 or 7 sets of clothes in total. Jiang Zi, Yao thought that each set matched quite well, and planned to buy them all for Fang Zheng. In the process of buying clothes, perhaps because Fang Zheng's face value really exceeded his own imagination, the female sales clerks seemed to be very enthusiastic towards Fang Zheng, keep recommending him some new arrivals of clothes and shoes. Of course, it could also be that Jiang Ziao and Fang Zheng didn't look like a couple at all, and didn't talk about anything other than their clothes. So the other people didn't think of them as a couple at all. People think they are brother and sister. Fang Zheng listened to the sales clerk and changed into a few sets. Jiang Zi, Yao thought it was also very good, but found that the other people were staring at it like a flower girl. I was a little angry for no reason. After all, tomorrow the two are going to see the parents. Nominally, Hao is also their boyfriend. Jiang Zi, Yao not bad. Let's buy all these sets, but except for tomorrow when we go to my house to wear them. We are not allowed to wear them for the rest of the day. She pulled her black card out of her purse and went to the counter, where the waitresses all looked embarrassed as they realized what was going on. Jiang Ziyao said, "My boyfriend wore these. Wrap them up for me." Swipe the card. Male and female friends from the moment the clerk heard the word boy friend come out of Jiang Ziyao's mouth. She immediately realized that they were too enthusiastic about Fang Zheng, which might have annoyed the woman a bit. So the shopkeeper immediately made a deal for Jiang Ziyao. The shopkeeper even helped to deliver the stuff to Jiang Ziyao's car. Jiang Ziyao accepted the gift, but she will never come back to this store again. After leaving the store, Jiang Ziyao took Fang Zheng to a beauty store on the 4th floor, which she often went to, so that the hairdresser could give Fang Zheng a good cleanup. The modern world needs to add a hair and eyebrow styling to the mix, after the finishing touches. Even the male barber at the beauty salon said that this gentleman is really a bit handsome and eye-catching. Also busy asking Jiang Ziyao, and this handsome man is not a boyfriend and girlfriend. The woman's mood was only a little better, and left the beauty salon charged 20,000 members as a gesture, when Fang Zheng heard the sound of silver running down the river. He really felt that the two of them were not in the same world. "Sis, you're so generous. Can you spend all the $20,000 a year on a membership?" Jiang Ziyao finished swiping her card and walked over to Fang Zheng. Her high heels under the text black silk made a clippity-clopping sound that snapped people's hearts. She replied, "Money is not a problem, but mainly the shopkeepers here will look at the eyes. I came here to spend money." Not to be aggravated, taken offense, Fang Zheng thought it was a bit exaggerated, even though Jiang Ziyao looked a bit unhappy just now. But the shopkeepers who sell the clothes don't do anything bad, except being enthusiastic about themselves. This woman seems to be a bit sensitive. Jiang Ziyao put the bank card away and looked at Fang Zheng as if she remembered something. "By the way, I'll take those clothes as a gift for you, but you can't wear them in private, except when you're with me." Fang Zheng shrugged his shoulders. "You bought the clothes, you say. So I've finished my hairstyle and bought the clothes. What are we going to do next?" Jiang Ziyao took out her cell phone and looked at the time. In fact, she had an important meeting to attend this afternoon. However, in order to discuss with Fang Zheng about meeting the parents tomorrow, Jiang Ziyao purposely put off that important meeting. "Find a place to discuss what we're going to do tomorrow night. At least we need to get to know each other's past a little bit, or our relationship will definitely show when my mom asks for details tomorrow." Fang Zheng nodded okay. "Anyway, it's not too early now. Let's just find a place to eat and talk while we eat." Jiang Ziyao, "Yes, you pick the place. I'll pay the bill." Fang Zheng smiled helplessly. How to make himself as if he really become a soft rice. "Sis, you've been shopping all afternoon. I'll buy you this time. You pick the place." Jiang Ziyao looked around. "This mall is different from other places. A meal is at least $4,000 or $5,000 to start with. Are you sure you can afford me? 4,000 or 5,000? Fang Zheng didn't hesitate. "I'm sure there's another one. On the way here, I saw a hot pot restaurant. How about we make hot pot tonight? Hot pot? Jiangzi Yao's brows were a bit hesitant. But after a moment she still nodded. That's fine. You can drive. Otherwise I'll have to change my shoes again to drive. Jiangzi, Yao threw the keys of the Porsche to Fang Zheng. This is the first time for Fang Zheng to get his hands on a luxury car that costs tens of millions of dollars. Don't tell me he can't drive. After the two of them returned to the parking lot, Jiangzi, Yao also sat in the passenger seat and guided Fang Zheng for a while. And only then did the man appear to be familiar with the car. Seeing Fang Zheng's excitement, Jiangzi Yao suggested, "In the future, you can drive both of us when we go out. It's more convenient for me to sit in the passenger seat." The roar of the sports car's engine did make Fang Zheng a little uptight. "Okay, sis. Remember to pay my driver's salary at the end of the month." Jiangzi, Yao immediately pulled out a bank card from her bag. $500,000. Is that enough? Fang Zheng smiled awkwardly and slowly pushed the bank card away. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't pull out your money without moving, or I'll always get the wrong impression that you're my boss. I'm a boyfriend now, and boyfriends are creatures that can't be bought with money. Okay, Jiangzi. Yao's hand froze for a moment as she held the bank card before putting it away. Although it was the first day she had met Fang Zheng, this boy was really different from those she had met before. To put it nicely, he was a familiar face. To put it bluntly, she has a big personality. But it's kind of amazing that she doesn't make herself angry. Driving the Porsche out of the rich neighborhood, the two of them came to the street of a food court, where Founder parked the car on the side of the road. Just now, in the high-class shopping mall, Jiangzi Yao's movements were not too conspicuous. But it was only after arriving at this kind of ordinary place that Fang Zheng realized how out of place Jiangzi Yao was with the hot pot restaurant. A beautiful CEO in high heels and a beautiful body with a black silk and white shirt walks into a bustling hot pot restaurant. It's like Sable Cicada running into a modern battlefield, carrying a machine gun and charging. It's hard not to catch people's eyes. The two of them found a corner and sat down. But Jiangzi Yao's unique presidential aura was so conspicuous that the waiter who came to pour the water looked a bit dumbfounded. After looking at Fang Zheng for a few moments, he looked at Jiangzi Yao for a few moments. I wonder what kind of faces these two guests have. Did the goddess of mercy really think when she made them? Two guests, clear soup, spicy soup, bone soup. Which one do you want? Fang Zheng looked at Jiangzi Yao. Can you eat spicy food, Jiangzi? Yao shook her head and looked at the waitress. Just give me a vegetable salad and a glass of plain water. Founder winked. Then I'll have a vegetable salad too. And some fruit with plain water. The waiter froze with the menu and the pen. Don't you want to order hot pot? Fang Zheng turned his head to look at the waiter and smiled. You serve the vegetable salad first. We'll think about the hot pot. Please, the waiter HMM'd. Okay, you two wait. The waiter was scratching his head as he turned around, thinking that rich people are different, coming to a hot pot restaurant to eat salad. What kind of brain circuits are there? After the waiter left, Jiangzi Yao asked Fang Zheng, Aren't you hungry? Why don't you order hot pot? Fang Zheng answered the question and laughed. You have such a good figure and still lose weight. Can other women still live? Jiangzi Yao froze for a moment. This man is so smart. She relaxed and laughed. It's not just about losing weight. Hot pot is too greasy and bad for your skin. And a thinner woman is also pleasing to men. And it's easier to negotiate company projects. The skin is not good. Fang Zheng reacted to the woman in front of me. Seems to have been 28 years old. And then 2 years is to run 3 years of age. On the skin and body of this piece of indeed, more concerned than the little girl. Jiangzi Yao said, What about you? You haven't answered the question I just asked. Fang Zheng leaned back and looked out the window. I'm not too hungry. And am I not your boyfriend now? The hot pot tastes so slow, I can't let you wait for me all the time. I have to consider my girlfriend's mood. The corners of Jiangzi Yao's mouth twitched, her mind wondering what she was thinking. Fang Zheng turned his body to stare at Jiangzi Yao's delicate face and frowned. By the way, Mr. Jiang, although you've never talked about love, you're still very good at pinning down men, aren't you, Jiangzi? Yao was not shy about it and smiled. There are so many men in the business circle. If I don't know a little bit about men's preferences, I can't make the company so big. Just the more men I come into contact with, the more I realize that men are not reliable at all. And you guys are too superficial, Fang Zheng said sternly. That's because you haven't met any good people. Some men don't represent the whole society. Like me, it's very different. Jiangzi. Oh, what's the difference? You don't like pretty women. Fang Zheng flattened his arm on the table and stared at Zhang Ziao. For example, I'm willing to eat vegetable salad with you now because I'm your boyfriend. Before I broke up with you, I wouldn't do that to any other woman sitting across from me. Founder said, doesn't it feel like a boyfriend? Zhang Zi, Yao frowned. I don't know if I have any feelings, but after an afternoon of contact, I kind of get it. You're probably a scumbag, Gift's founder. Women in the workplace are different from girls in school. Especially this woman in front of me. The level is not generally high. He straightened up and sighed. Say something else. I'll see my aunt tomorrow. Odds are she'll ask me something. Zhang Zi. Yo thought for a moment.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video.
It should be about your family background. I've never brought a boy home, so I'm not too sure. Fang Zheng had his arms around his chest. He was not different from Zhang Ziao in this aspect. He had never brought the opposite sex back to his home either. However, when a daughter-in-law meets her parents, she will probably just ask about her family's conditions. What else can she ask? Fang Zheng said. There are only 2 people in my family, my mom and I. My dad used to be a soldier and then died due to an accident. And there is only 1 set of old age house in the family assets. And you should be able to see that the rest of it is not as valuable as a hair on your head compared to Mr. Jiang's, my entire family assets. Jiangzi, Yao was a bit curious. You were raised by your aunt alone. Fang Zheng nodded. Although my father left a sum of money for the family, he died early, and my mom was the one who took care of me all these years. Jiangzi, Yao's eyes had a strange light in them. In that case, the 2 of us are really quite compatible. There are only my mother and I in my family, and this company under my hand was originally owned by my father. Really, in other words, it turns out that you are a rich second-generation Fang Zheng spoke out of his mouth. But after saying that, he immediately laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. Although I don't lack of money. But Auntie is quite hard to support you alone. Right? Zhang Zi Yao memmed and said, aren't we all the same? She continued anyway. My mom is usually quite a good talker and respects my wishes. So as long as she thinks I'm serious about my relationship with you, she shouldn't have any objections, so just say whatever you're asked. No need to lie. Fang Zheng's heart is a little relaxed. But good, according to Zhang Zi, Yao's description. This aunt should be different from those luxury mother-in-law on TV. Quite amiable. Otherwise his boyfriend's role would be too difficult to play. A short while later, the waiter brought 2 plates of vegetable salad and a fruit to the table. Fang Zheng and Zhang Zi Yao talked a little more. It's mostly about the details of a 2-person household. It wasn't until the salad was finished that the sensitive issue was brought out by Zhang Ziao. You're going to my house tomorrow, after all, as my boyfriend. So you can hold my hand then. It'll look more intimate. The founder picked up a slice of apple and stuffed it into his mouth. What about other than holding hands? Is it okay to hug you? Zhang Zi. Yao paused in her water drinking. What do you think? We're not really boyfriend and girlfriend. Fang Zheng nodded his head vigorously. I see. Except for holding hands, nothing else will do. Right. After saying this, Fang Zheng deliberately muttered in a small voice. Auntie is not blind. Zhang Ziao of course heard this and gave him a blank look. Depends on the situation. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can only hold hands. And tomorrow, don't call me anything like Sister Jiang. Just call me Zi, Yao, from now on. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'll say something that slips out of your mouth. Fang Zheng swallowed the apple in his mouth. How can he feel that he has been at a disadvantage from the beginning to the end? He did not use her at all, but she arranged for him to meet his parents directly. And also this and that rules. Okay, Yue Yao-san, all at your service, Zhang Zi. Yao sipped her water. Go get the check. I have to go back to the office to take care of something after I drop you off. Fang Zheng raised his eyebrows. Aren't you all off work? Still going to the company? Off duty is for the employees. The boss does not say off duty. This afternoon in order to see you. I have already put off a lot of things. The founder said casually, I'm so touched. Zhang Zi. Yao wiped her mouth with a napkin. The tone is too fake, boyfriend. Fang Zheng shrugged his shoulders indifferently, then went to the front desk to settle the bill. 2 salads and a fruit. Totaling less than $100, it's not expensive, It's not cheap. It's not fucking cheap. The two walked out of the store side by side. And on the way, Fang Zheng took a look at Jiangzi. Yao's amazingly beautiful thighs and sighed at how this woman could have such a good body. I said, Yao, do you always wear high heels when you go out? Chiang Zi. Yao gave a gracious voice. Mr. Fang asked, don't you feel tired? At first I felt tired, but I got used to wearing them every day. Besides, in my house, apart from high heels, there are slippers, so I don't have the chance to wear other shoes even if I buy them. And what kind of shoes do you wear when you drive? It's also a kind of high heel. Only the heel on that pair is less pronounced and more comfortable for driving. The founder is speechless. The man looked around and found a ladies' shoe store next to him, which should be able to catch Zhang Ziyou's eye. I'll go with you to buy a pair of normal shoes, so you can wear them when you meet me alone in the future. Wearing high heels all the time isn't good for your feet. Zhang Zi. Yao glanced at Fang Zheng strangely, but the man had already turned away in the blink of an eye. She had no choice but to follow. Although on the way, she still said that there was no need to buy other shoes, and that high heels were quite comfortable. However, Fang Zheng's tone appeared to be very firm. Consider it as a gift for my girlfriend to meet her. Didn't you also give me clothes when they arrive at the store? The clerk sees the couple and leans over to them. Fang Zheng originally planned to buy Zhang Zi a pair of sneakers, but she didn't seem to like them. The main reason was that his femininity didn't go well with these sneakers, so he had to ask the store clerk if there were any shoes that matched Chiang Ziyou's. Except for the high heels, the clerk was in a dilemma and thought about it. How about boots? They're a lot more comfortable to wear than heels. And they don't rub your feet. The founder reported in the affirmative. Just the boots. Find a pair that fits her. The sales clerk scrutinized Zhang Ziyou and said with a smile, your girlfriend is so good looking, so I guess any kind is suitable. I'll pick a better pair for you to try in any shopping mall. The attendants will promote products according to the clothes the customers are wearing. Fang Zheng is wearing a set of clothes that Zhang Ziyou just bought for him at the mall. A set of nearly $6,000. Zhang Ziyou's outfit is even more expensive, especially the treasure in her hand, LV. The price is not known, but at a glance, one can see that this woman is definitely a rich wife. So the shopkeeper took a pair of designer boots, worth more than $3,000, according to the needs of the two of them. Yellow color, Zhang Ziyou tried it on, but it was really comfortable, and the style was also quite good-looking. When Fang Zheng saw that Zhang Ziyou was quite happy, he also paid for it, and shivered as he pulled out the money. Deng, WeChat paid 499 yuan. You have $134.33 left. Fang Zheng took a meaty look at the text message and put away his cell phone. Zhang Ziyou took the gift and got into the car. Thank you. I'll transfer the money to you. Fang Zheng waved his hand. No need. Just dress comfortably when you meet with me in the future. I'm not just talking about shoes. After all, I'm not a big boss. There's no need to be so serious. He pressed the starter button, home. As the car sped by, the scenery on both sides of the car kept receding from my side, on the way. Zhang Ziyou looked at the gift bag at her feet. This was the first time a guy had ever given her something like this. Not the kind of cigarettes, alcohol, tea, and artwork that corporate bosses give to each other. It was just a pair of ordinary boots, but the gift gave Zhang Ziyou a very different feeling. Founder, on the other hand, didn't say a word on the way home this time, for he had no tears in his heart. Why moms, $3,500. I only pay $200 for a pair of shoes. I can't buy shoes for 3 years for that much. It's true that women only bring misfortune. It's good that it's a fake couple, but if it's real, he'll have to eat soft rice for the rest of his life. I can't afford it. Catching the thief before the king, when she arrived at the entrance of Fang Zheng's neighborhood. Zhang Ziyou changed into the short high heels for driving in the passenger car. Founder, I'll call you tomorrow afternoon. Call if anything happens. He got out of the car and saw the doorman's dumbfounded expression. After all, a suite in Fang Zheng's neighborhood is only about $1 million, but the Porsche that Zhang Ziyou drove was worth $10 million. And the fact that this luxury car was here was a rarity in itself. Got it. See you tomorrow. Zhang Ziyou nodded, and the vehicle left in a hurry. The doorman came out in a thin white undershirt and looked in the direction of the limousine Zhao Fang. Is the boss of your company the one who was driving on the passenger side. Why did he come to see you off? Fang Zheng, no, not the boss, just a friend. Don't think too much. The gatekeeper froze for a long time. Friend, girlfriend. Fang Zheng curved the corners of his mouth and smiled perfunctorily, smiling without saying anything. The gatekeeper looked at Fang Zheng's back, a face of envy. He was also a handsome boy when he was young. How can he not have this kind of luck? Into the neighborhood. Because the floor where the founder's house is located is exactly the southeast corner of the neighborhood. So there are still a few minutes to walk. Every time this happens, he instinctively takes out his cell phone to look at the messages or the news push on his phone. Maybe because just driving the wind is too loud. Open the phone. Click on WeChat. There really is a small red dot on the screen, conspicuously bright. It's the principal of Tulip High School, Mr. Fong. I heard that you were bitten by a poisonous snake this afternoon. Are you all right? The students in Class 4 were too naughty, and this happened on the first day. As the principal, I am really sorry. Tulip High School principal, I can understand if you have the idea of resignation or change of post. After all, the school situation is like this. We very much respect your wishes. There are ideas you can contact me in time. The two messages were not sent consecutively. The middle of the display was about 5 minutes apart. Apparently the first message sent by the principal, thinking that Fong was in the hospital in bad condition, so that the idea of really cannot be replaced. Needless to say, although the students at this school are naughty, the principal is not bad. There is something she is really apologizing for. Fang Zheng walked while replying to the message, "Thank you for your concern. You can rest assured. The doctor said I went to the right time and nothing happened. As for the change of post or resignation, I have not yet considered this, or want to try again." As soon as the message was sent out, the other side replied, as if the principal had been right in front of the cell phone waiting for Fang Zheng to reply. After all, being bitten by a student releasing a poisonous snake is also considered a work injury, and this is not something to be joked about. Principal of Tulip High School, I'm glad you're okay. You didn't come back to school all afternoon. You really scared me. But since you have this determination, it's hard for me not to support Mr. Fang's idea. I'll send you a copy of the student information later. It's labeled with a few particularly naughty students in 3rd grade Class 4. You can start with these students first. Founder, thank you. Principal, with a ding. A copy of the student information was sent over. Fang Zheng immediately opened it. The student information recorded on it was actually not much, just a dozen or so, but the descriptions were all very bad. He read the information on the date, line by line, his expression getting more and more twisted. Yang Yibi, I was truant from school. Lai Yuk Quan, who is a fighter and often bullies his classmates and teachers, violating school discipline. Deng Peng, the culprit who forced out 13 homeroom teachers, tends to take the lead in the classroom and has a bad demeanor. There are still a lot of people behind the student information, but the rest of the Fang Zheng roughly glance are just some small problems. The class is the main, or these three look like a big brother of the students in the trouble. However, in terms of students, the school is not investigated very clearly. Why not get rid of this kind of students? Never mind. I don't want to think about the reason behind. Anyway, from tomorrow onwards, we will first explore the details of these three people. To catch the thief first, the saying never fails. Fang Zheng put away his cell phone. His stomach was already hungry and rumbling. Teachers also need to go home to eat. But who knew that when Fang Zheng lifted his head and found a familiar figure standing in his own downstairs? The other party had short hair, pinched her waist, and was a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes. The middle-aged woman looked angry and disdainful. Fang Zheng detected a sense of crisis in the other party's gaze. His voice trembled. Mom, you do not go home. What are you doing here? Mother's murderous gaze glared at Fang Zheng. I asked you to go on a blind date this morning. What have you done? The woman walks towards Founder as she speaks, like a tiger descending from a mountain. Mom is afraid of disturbing your date with a young girl. All day a phone also dare not give you call. You good, I'm still at home waiting for your good news it. The result has just been the parents called me to say. Your morning blind date, even with another woman, ran away. The actual woman's daughter has been left behind. Fang Zheng frowned. Mom, listen to me explain. It was an accident. The mother didn't give Fang Zheng a chance to live. I don't care what accident or not. I just want to know who is the woman who took you away in the morning. If you already have a girlfriend, why don't you tell me? Why did you not tell me if you had a girlfriend already? Huh? Founder froze. Mother let out a long breath and stared with wide eyes as she pointed her finger at Fang Zheng. Dao, you are my ass. Don't pretend to be stupid. Since graduation, you have been busy looking for a job. This period of time has never contacted another girl. Tell me the truth, the one who took you away in the morning. Is it the girl? And you talked about in school? Mom's expression changed from anger to anticipation, but there was some apprehension in her brows. Founder's expression smiled, nodding slowly like a robot. Ah, yes, Mom, you were right. I do have a girlfriend that I talked about when I was in school that I never told you about. Jiang Ziyao, I'm not really screwing you over. After all, we agreed that whoever needs the other can use each other as a shield. It's about time you came in handy. The old mother looks happy. Laughed, it seems to really let me guess correctly. I said it. My son charms so big, handsome, tall. How could be kissed 4 or 5 times to yellow? It is already talking about a girlfriend. Quickly, go upstairs and tell Mom about it. The speed with which women change their faces is one of the 10 greatest miracles in the world. Being urged by her mother to enter the house, the woman couldn't wait to push Fang Zheng onto the sofa with the intention of starting the interrogation, and then also poured a glass of water for Fang Zheng. This was the first time the founder had been treated like this at home. The woman leans forward and sits on the couch next to her with a look of anticipation on her face. Tell me the name of the girl. Where she comes from, how tall she is she pretty? How did you two meet? How long have you been talking? The founder blinked. Mom, you're asking a lot of questions. Her name is Jiang Ziyao. She's from the same province as us. I didn't ask where she lives. She's about 5'7" and quite pretty. Old Mom smashed her mouth. You child. How come you don't even know where your girlfriend lives? How long have you two been talking? And why have you been hiding it from me? Fang Zheng smiled. She intended to learn from wise Xiaobao. Talking nonsense in terms of major events, but meticulous in terms of details. Mom, I'll be honest with you. She's not my classmate. She's a bit older. And I've been hiding it from you because I'm afraid you won't approve. Is a son not better than a daughter-in-law? A little older. The mother's face was even more worried. She guessed, according to the reasoning, that her son would never hide anything from her. Not to mention a good thing like a date. If he's hiding something from himself, there must be something he can't talk about. And it's probably not a good thing. The mother worries. This one is a bit older. Is it a bit older than you? Or a bit older than me? It's not an aunt in her 60s, is it, son? Mom is not trying to hinder your happiness. But you still have to deliberate on this matter. Mom, what are you talking about? How can she be older than you? Mother couldn't help herself. How old is she? Tell me exactly. You're so dilly-dallying. Fang Zheng sweated. 28, 4 years older than me. The woman's suspended heart immediately swallowed down her throat, covering her chest, and smilingly said, what ah? Only 28, which is called big ah. You said this year is 24, plus the virtual age of 25, in fact. You're 24 this year, plus you're actually 25 in the virtual age. She leaned over to her son, a light in her eyes. How long have you two been talking? Do you have any pictures on your cell phone? Let Mom see. Fang Zheng opened his eyes and said, we've been talking for more than a year. I don't have any pictures of her. She doesn't like to take pictures. The mother gave a loud voice, not big photo ah. Nowadays, the internet is so advanced there are still do not love to take pictures of the girl. Son, anyway, this matter has come to this. You turn on the video. I want to chat with my daughter-in-law. Huh, Mom, please stop. I'm hungry. Let's eat, okay? The mother slapped Fang Zheng hard with her hand. Eat. Eat what to eat? I'm not going to say a few words to my daughter-in-law today. I can't let go of this heart. Listen to my playing video. I'm not sure what I'm afraid to video my own daughter-in-law. Can you avoid me when you two get married in the future? Fang Zheng looked at his mother's determination and took out his cell phone, thinking that Jiang Ziyao should have returned to the office by now, and wondered if she was busy. Fight, what are you staring at the phone for? Mother prodded some more. Got it, don't rush. Fang Zheng dialed. The phone beeped and beeped. Not a moment later, the other side really answered. Jiang Ziyao's pleasant voice with a hint of coldness immediately came out. Hey, founder, what's wrong with the phone call? Hearing her own daughter-in-law's voice, The woman felt that she had already imagined the other side of the voice. So beautiful voice people cannot be ugly, ecstatic. Founder, there's nothing else. It's just that my mom wants to make a video with you. Is it convenient for you now? Chiangzi, Yao froze briefly. Is Auntie here now? Fang Zheng Hmed. She's more than in. Once she heard that I had a girlfriend, her eyes were glowing. Mother immediately glared at Founder. Jiangzi, Yao didn't know why she laughed a little. Good. Then turn the video anyway. I'm alone in the company. The Founder redirected the video, and the other side picked up rather quickly. On the screen, Zhang Ziao was still the same as she was during the day. Her delicate melon face matched with those peach blossom eyes that were so beautiful that the woman curiously skimmed her head. Where's Auntie? Fang Zheng said it's right beside me. I'll give her my cell phone then. You too. Don't talk too much. The corner of Chiangzi, Yao's mouth looked like a smile. I know. I have my measure. The mother took the cell phone in Fang Zheng's hand. And during Fang Zheng's conversation just now, she even took the time to do something with her collar and hair, fearing that she would not be able to leave a good impression in front of her daughter-in-law. Now that the two women have met via video, they both immediately burst out laughing. The mother covered her mouth and said, Aya, my daughter-in-law is so pretty. She looks like she came out of a painting. Jiangzi, Yao's tone of voice is different from her own when she talks to her elders, and she appears to be much softer. Is this the natural skill of women in the workplace? Auntie, you are joking. You look good. My name is Jiangzi Yao. How are you? The mother nodded. Her mouth curved into a crescent moon all hello. I'm Fang Zheng's mother. You say this child talked about a girlfriend and did not tell me. I have been urging her to find an object these days. Really can't help you that you are now in the company. Why aren't you off work yet? Jiangzi, Yo Auntie. I'm at the company. There's a lot of work to do, and it'll take me a while to get off work. Auntie, have you eaten yet? The mother smiled and said, I haven't eaten yet. Tonight my family made braised pork ribs. When will you come to Auntie's place some other day? Auntie's cooking is very good. Fang Zheng sat on one side, listening to these two women chatting without a word. Very enthusiastic, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for decades, and he could not intervene at all. Mom, I'm kind of hungry. I'm going to go to the kitchen and bring out the food first. So don't talk too long, you two. Mother, how tall are you, Yui? You look so slim. Unlike Auntie, you are old, Jiangzi. Yo, Auntie is not old. You look very young. Fang Zheng even told me about you quite a few times, saying that you are good-tempered and good at taking care of people. And I've always wanted to meet you, but I'm just too old to find the time. Founder, Mom, did you hear me? I'm going to get the rice first, or it will get cold. The mother looked at Fang Zheng for a moment and gave a gentle ah, indicating that she had not heard. Fang Zheng could only repeat that he was going to serve the meal. Before the mother waved her hand, eat by yourself. You eat by yourself. I'm going to talk to my Zi. Oh, some more. Fang Zheng was speechless, as if she saw Jiangzi. Oh, more than her own son. It's just that the founder has neglected the ability of women to communicate with each other. From the time he went to the kitchen to bring the food to the table, he waited a little longer and realized that his mother was still pulling some nonsense with Jiangzi Yao. When I was so hungry, I had to eat the rice and the food first, one bite at a time in the end. The two women not only did not want to end, but also seemed to be getting more and more enthusiastic. Yao, let me tell you, when Fang Zheng was young, he was afraid of people. Once when his uncle came to our house, Fang Zheng hid in his room and held his urine for a long time. But he didn't dare to come out of the room. So he finally found a bottle and hid it in the cupboard. It was only when we moved that I realized that the urine was dark inside the bottle. The kid peed himself and forgot to return it. Jiangzi, Yao covered her mouth and laughed in the video. Founder is still like this when he was a kid. I thought he was very familiar with himself since he was a kid. The mother laughed. He's not familiar with anything. And what's more, the boy played with fire when he was a child, and once. Fang Zheng's face turned green. Mom, we're almost done. My mom hasn't eaten yet. Don't talk to her. Let's talk about it next time. Okay, overtime, although Jiangzi. Yao couldn't see Fang Zheng's expression at the moment. She could still imagine what it would be like for an embarrassing childhood story, to be told by an elder to an outsider. Jiangzi, Yao Auntie, you haven't eaten yet. Let's eat first and we'll talk later. Mother nodded. Okay. Xiao Yao, when you're done with the company, go home. It's not safe for a girl to be out at night. Why don't I ask Fang Zheng to pick you up? Fang Zheng lifted his head sharply when he heard this. Jiangzi, Yao laughed. No, auntie. He's been busy all day today, too. Let him rest at home for a while. See you later, auntie. See you again, Yui Yao. I'll ask Founder to bring you home for dinner sometime. Yes, the mother and daughter waved goodbye to the screen. And Fang Zheng was finally out of danger. It's just that an old mother's residual charm and care always catches you off guard after a phone call. Another bunch of questions came out. How did they meet? What's the situation at Yui's house? There are several people in your family. So be nice to the girls in the future, or something like that. The party answers questions and responds to instructions. Luckily, he asked Jiangzi a lot of questions about her family this afternoon. And even though there were a lot of questions, he didn't reveal anything. The mother hummed a little song on her lips, picked up her chopsticks, and pinched the food into her mouth one bite at a time. Don't say, this little Yao is quite good at chatting. I really like it. If you had told me that you have such a girlfriend. Why do you need Mom to be busy all day long for the matter of your boyfriend? You're such an unkind, white-eyed wolf. Founder, Mom, the food is getting cold. Why don't I go heat it up for you? The mother waved her hand and said happily. No, 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 with a daughter-in-law. The food will be hot no matter how you eat it. It's delicious. I've just made a deal with Xiao to bring her home the day after tomorrow, so we can have a family dinner together. Fang Zheng was just about to say that he had eaten enough to go back to his room. But when he heard this, his eyes widened. Come home for dinner the day after tomorrow. When did you tell her that? How come I don't know? Mother lifted up her head and said rightly, just now when I called. You kid. You didn't listen to a word I said to Xiao Yao. I'm telling you, if you get married in the future, don't fall into this deafness problem. Fang Zheng sighed and shook his head helplessly. Having a daughter-in-law, he forgot his son. He carried his own plate bowl. I've eaten my fill and gone back to my room to rest. So eat slowly here by yourself. When the mother saw Fang Zheng leaving, she suddenly remembered, by the way, son, how are things at your job today? It's okay. There was a little accident, but in the middle of his speech, Fang Zheng turned around and realized that his mother wasn't listening to him at all, and that the woman had already carried the meal to the bedroom. Muttering under his breath, old man, I'm telling you, our son has found someone, and it's estimated that he'll get married in the next 2 years. So you have to bless Fang Zheng and Xiao Yao down there, so that they'll have a good time after they get married. And don't fight. Fang Zheng pursed his cheeks. Every time there is something good or bad in the family, his mother would say a few words to his father, who has been dead for many years, and he has gotten used to it over time. Back to the room, because he is now a language teacher. The teacher's responsibility to manage students is one aspect, but the main task is to the future flowers of the motherland to impart knowledge, teaching students to the class. Therefore, Fang Zheng prepared some teaching materials at home, intending to take advantage of the time just entering the school to make up for it. I don't know how long it took to hold the book, but my cell phone suddenly dinged and popped up a message. I picked up my cell phone and saw that it was from Zhang Ziao. Kinkyu Chiangdai may send me your work address. I might come to you tomorrow at noon. Founder quickly messaged back. What do you want me for? Kinkyu Jiangda may eat. By the way, I'll go to your house the day after tomorrow. By the way, you call this revenge. I just said my mom wants to see you and Auntie knows about me right away. Fang Zheng sweat face, this really do not blame me. My mother wants to hold grandchildren are almost crazy. Repeat every day. The morning I heard the blind date when I went with a beautiful sister. Must be on my torture confession. I confess to you, Kinkyu Chiangdai Mei can imagine. My mom is the same. All day long urging about the object. Otherwise I wouldn't be looking for you. Fang Zheng smiled. It is true that all mothers under the sky are the same mother. Founder, your home, Kinkyu Chiangdai may know. I just got done with the company and was just about to pack up my stuff and go home. The man glanced at the time. Do not look at it. I read the book too fascinated. A turn of the eye has been 11:30. Founder, getting off work this late. Do you do this every day? Kinkyu Jiangdame, the company has been a bit busy with something going on lately. And there's a project they haven't been able to take on. Fang Zheng, I don't know anything about the company. I can't help you, but are you scared to go home by yourself this late? Kinkyu Chiangdai, may do you really think I'm a little girl? But you can pick me up if you want to, under the night sky, in the office of a certain building. Zhang Ziao was sitting on the boss's chair. And after sending out this sentence, she thought about it not too well and immediately withdrew it and resent it. Just kidding, I'm going to do a final wrap-up and go home. You sleep. Seeing that the founder returned to okay. To himself. Zhang Zi, your eyes color in the empty space more than a trace of despair. Turn off the cell phone. Exhausted sitting in the chair, long breath. The fresh and square mom chats with her. And she wonders if it's because it's the first time Chiang Ziyao has come into contact with a male parent. She began to realize that the reality of her mother-in-law is still very kind and friendly. And the TV drama, or people, often say that the kind of mother-in-law looking for trouble is not the same at all. In the video call just now, Chiang Ziyao purposely hid her identity as the CEO when she was talking. I just wanted to see the real reaction of the other party. But it turned out that Auntie had a smile on her face from the beginning to the end. And she looked like she really liked herself. Zhang Ziyao turned her head to look out the window at the neon city, thinking of her aunt's disappointed expression in the future in case her fake couple affair with Fang Zheng fell through. Or if she broke up peacefully, but we can talk about the future later. Zhang Ziyao stood up and rubbed her slender waist. Sitting in front of the computer for a long time, her body started to suffer more and more. Even if you do yoga a few times a week, it doesn't help. After finishing this project, Zhang Ziyao really plans to take a good rest and leave the company behind for a while. After packing up the data, I went to the main office to check if the computers of each employee had not been turned off, and made sure there was no problem before turning off the lights and locking the door. The clippity-clop of high heels on the corridor stood out in the empty building. It was a bit chilly in the wee hours of April, but she had had so much to do today that she had forgotten to bring a jacket, and could only look forward to going home and relaxing in a hot bath. However, as soon as Zhang Ziyao stepped out of the company building, she saw a familiar figure leaning against the stone pillar at the entrance waiting for her. The man had a jacket in his hand and was currently staring at the street. Zhang Ziyao's whole body trembled violently. "Founder, why are you here?" Fang Zheng was looking at the scenery, heard the woman's voice and turned back, smiled and said, "Out. I came to pick you up from work. Girlfriend." Introduction. The jacket was draped over the woman. "Fang Zheng, I didn't realize that your company is quite close to my home. Why didn't you tell me when you sent me back to the neighborhood?" Zhang Ziyao originally wanted to ask Fang Zheng how he knew where his company was, but then his mind turned, remembering his name. He went to Beidou and searched for the company's information and address. And then he knew it all, so he even saved himself the trouble of asking. "Founder, come on. Let's get you home." On the way, Zhang Ziyao said very little, perhaps because she was a bit tired after a busy night at the office. And it was only when she arrived at the door of her house that the woman slowly spat out a few words. "Thanks for the ride, little things." Fang Zheng realizes that the house where Zhang Ziyao lives is not a villa, but just a high-end apartment building. It's quite far from his neighborhood, so he'll have to take a taxi back later. Looking at Fang Zheng getting out of the car, Zhang Ziyao's beautiful and exquisite eyes stared at him. "I actually always have a question. You're so appealing to women. Why did you come out on a blind date this morning? Do you think you don't have enough girlfriends?" Fang Zheng was helpless. "What do you think I am? I told you that you are my girlfriend, and I am treating you so well." Chiang Ziao was puzzled, but we're not really boyfriend and girlfriend. Fang Zheng shrugged his shoulders. "So what? You don't understand a man's mind even if you talk about it." He saw the cheap jacket that Zhang Ziyao was wearing behind her. "Give me back my jacket. Next time remember to keep one in the car yourself. It works better than waiting for outside help." Zhang Ziyao subconsciously reached out to take off her jacket, but while her fingers were gripping it tightly, her heart suddenly stirred. She motioned to stop there, and after a moment withdrew her fingers and smiled. "I haven't had time to go shopping lately, so I'll lend you this jacket for a few days, and I'll return it when it gets hot. So I'll see you tomorrow." In one fluid motion, the woman drove off to her garage, leaving the man with only the hum of an engine. The founder stood there with a confused look on his face. Frowning, he said to himself, "But I bought this jacket new. I haven't worn it yet. Sis, I haven't worn it yet. Sister, no one cares about him. Taking a taxi home alone. I don't know if it's because too many things happened today, but Fang Zheng lost sleep. I didn't get much sleep all night, and I woke up in the morning in a daze, since Tulip Middle School is not far from Fang Zheng's neighborhood. He doesn't need to take a taxi to work every day, and riding a small electric bike is the perfect solution to his commute. Go to school yawning while walking, once in the office, the Mediterranean-haired director of instruction, as well as the two colleagues in the office, all cast a strange look at Fang Zheng. It was as if he was surprised by Founder's appearance. "Mr. Fang, aren't you in the hospital?" "Yes, Mr. Fang. Why did you come to school today?" Fang Zheng said. "Hospitalized? Why should I be hospitalized when I'm fine?" The head teacher stood up and said, "Yesterday we heard that you were bitten by a snake, and sent a few teachers to the hospital to look for you. And the doctor said that the snake-bitten patients, they were transferred to the hospital. We thought you." Fang Zheng rubbed his forehead. He was bitten by a snake. He almost forgot about it if he didn't mention it. In the shocked eyes of the public, Fang Zheng sat down on the desk. "I'm fine. The snake is not poisonous. Wound bandage on the line. Do not worry." A female teacher sits back in her chair in relief. "So that's how it is." It scared the hell out of us, if you ask me. The students in Class 4 have gone too far. They even use snakes to scare people. It's so scary. Instructional director agreed. "Yes. How can this go on?" Mr. Fang, out of personal advice, I think that if you do not talk to the principal, change a post, do not continue to stay here. Fang Zheng lifted his hand. "Alas, director, it's not that bad. I think I'm just getting started. Let me try for a few more days. Maybe I can control this group of students." Fang Zheng looked at the course schedule. "Huh? The first class today is mine. Then I'll go to class. You guys chat, after leaving the office with the textbooks." The head teacher and the two remaining teachers looked at Founder for a few moments and then looked at each other. "This Mr. Fang is a bit stubborn. Is he going to get into trouble?" The female teacher scrunched her neck. "I don't know. I would have quit long ago if I was being tormented by my students." The director of teaching a dark face. "Like a reprimand, as a teacher's ideological awareness needs to be improved. This point you have to learn from others." Fang teacher. The female teacher gave the director of instruction a blank look and mentally muttered, "If you were bitten by a snake, you'd probably type your resignation report faster than I would." Leaving the office, Fang Zheng took the book, first went to a washroom to wash his face, because all the way in yawning. Do not know why last night, after the delivery of Jiangzi, suddenly cannot sleep. Woman of all evil, to the classroom of the third grade Class 4. Fang Zheng, through the glass window, found that the atmosphere of the classroom today has become extremely strange. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop to the ground. Every student in the classroom is sitting upright at his or her desk, and no one is eating hot pot or playing games as they did yesterday. So it's peaceful and quiet. Fang Zheng smiled happily. This is only the atmosphere of a classroom. He pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. All the students suddenly stood up violently and said in unison, "Good morning, Mr. Fang, you've worked hard." Shocked by Fang Zheng, he nodded his head. "Good for you guys. Have a seat. What's wrong with these guys? Did you just calm them down yesterday?" That easy. He went to the podium. His eyes also carefully looked at the table stools, afraid of any glue or something. But after checking, "There is not, safe and sound." A female student asked with concerned teacher, "You went to the hospital yesterday for a checkup. Are you okay?" Fang Zheng smiled and replied, "The teacher is fine. He went just in time. But this is something that I hope everyone can remember. Things that are dangerous must not be touched even if they have certain insurance measures. I'm not going to say any more." Without further ado, take out your language textbooks before the words fell out of my mouth. A female student with wavy hair and an open uniform suddenly raised her hand in the classroom. "Teacher, don't you need to get to know us on your first day of class? That way you can ask us questions during class." Founder looks to the girl who raised her hand. "Founder, this student is right. But the classroom is a place of learning. So please put on your school uniform." Fang Zheng made a gesture of pressing down with his hand. "As you wish. Put your hand down. Then, since everyone wants to make a self-introduction to the teacher, let's each introduce ourselves in this lesson." He looked to the female student who had just been there. "Let's start with this female student. Stand up." Yeonchen Gozplan, the female student with big waves, stood up with a shapely figure and looked at Fang Zheng with a lowered eyebrow, as if her eyes contained spring. Teacher, my name is Yon Ching-ah, single. Especially like teacher you, such as young, handsome, mature men. Privately, we can add micro-blogging chatto. The speaker was intentional, but the listener was not. Fang Zheng looked down at the seat name charts posted on the classroom desks, trying to memorize as many of the students' names as he could. Fang Zheng lifted his hand. Okay. Sit down when you're done talking. Besides, early love is not allowed in school. Next, Yon Xiong-ah, a girl next to her, stood up. This time the girl dressed relatively conservative. Left a short ponytail. Face looks very soft, not tall. The words were even more awkward. Hello, teacher. My name is Yu Ji-hong, although my name sounds a bit old-fashioned. I'm actually not at all old-fashioned as a person. I'm very open-minded and do things in a very modern way. Fang Zheng lifted his hand. Mr. Yu Ji-hong. Right, good teacher, remember. Next, a few more students introduced themselves one after another, and Fang Zheng's mind could no longer remember them clearly. It wasn't until a familiar name was seen by Fang Zheng that he lifted his spirits. Ting Pang. In the information the principal gave himself last night. This Ding Peng is the culprit who led the class to force out the 13-time homeroom teacher, and is also the leading figure of the 3rd grade class 4. This is someone he'll have to make a point of keeping an eye on. The boy called Ding Peng is very tall. Obviously just a junior high school student, but seems to be a little taller than Fang Zheng. At least 1.85 meters. The boy's right ear with the star earrings. Keep a flat head. My name is Ding Peng. I have no hobbies as a person. I just like to join in the fun. Nothing more. Fang Zheng owed. Ding Peng. Right, I remember. Have a seat. The corners of Ding Peng's mouth lifted up as if he was smiling. Teacher, I'm sorry about the little green snake yesterday. We didn't know that it would really bite. We were joking with you. Don't be angry. The founder frowned. Did you put that snake on the lectern? Ding Peng shook his head. It wasn't me. It was Yang Yi Biao who put it there. I just helped him raise it for a few days. Yang Yi Biao. Fang Zheng also remembers this guy. In the principal information. Marked by frequent truancy. Fang Zheng looked at the class audience. Where is Mr. Yang Yi Biao? Stand up and let the teacher get to know you. The teacher will not be held accountable for what happened yesterday. Ding Peng stuck his pockets and said, Teacher, Yang Yi Biao didn't come today after taking leave. Fang Zheng was puzzled, taking a vacation. How come I, the homeroom teacher, didn't know about it? Yang Yi Biao's family is particularly difficult. He is a poor student. His parents are not in good health, so he has to work 3 or 4 jobs every day and often takes time off. So he didn't ask you. Poor students, special hardship cases. Fang Zheng remembers that Tulip High School is not a private high-class school. The tuition is tens of thousands of dollars a year, and there are still poor students. These students really think that they are fools. Fang Zheng revealed a smile. Oh, is this ah? Then such a student. We all need special care. Well, some other day, when Yang Yi Biao students come back. The teacher personally defined him to talk about it. Well, all the introduction of almost it, class. Before the words fell, the sexy-dressed female homo, Yon Chun-ga, raised her hand again. Mr. Teacher, we've all introduced ourselves. Won't you introduce yourself? We're all curious about you. Fang Zheng stood up. Didn't I introduce everything yesterday? Why don't the students remember? Yan Qingya pursed her red lips and said, You only said your name yesterday, which introduced ah. You have to tell us what your usual hobbies are. Like to eat what? We can deepen each other to understand ah. Yes. You can just introduce it again. Teacher, yes, sensei, seeing that the students were so enthusiastic. Fang Zheng nodded his head. That's fine. The teacher will reintroduce himself. My name is Fang Zheng. I'm the class teacher of your 4th class in the coming year. My usual hobby is to read and study, and occasionally play games, and in terms of what to eat. I like lighter food. In the classroom, Fang Zheng was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and below the classroom, Yan Qingya Ding Peng and the others looked at Fang Zheng with a confused face. Ding Peng took out his cell phone from under the desk, and found Yan Qingya's penguin number, and sent a message. Ding Peng, what do you think of this teacher? He looks like a fool to me. I don't see how powerful he is. Yon Ching-ga, I don't see the power either. But yesterday he was bitten by a snake, and wasn't afraid of eating bugs. Is he that deep-rooted type? Ting Pang deep cover, seriously. What about the noon program? Yon Ching Ga, don't worry. I purposely wore a thin shirt today. I'm the best at grasping men. La Yukon, are you still in class? I'm done here. The program is still going well. Yon Ching Ah, okay. Everything is going smoothly. Ding Peng, okay. Everything is going smoothly. Busy a whole class. Feng Zheng, a little serious content, did not talk about the next bell rang. Back to the office and sorted out the information for the afternoon. His eyelids followed the fight all morning. And when school was almost over at noon, he received a WeChat message from Zhang Ziao. Kinkyu Chiang Dai, may you're getting off work at a few o'clock. I'll pick you up. Founder school ends at 11:30. You come now. The place is Tulip Middle School. Kinkyu Chiang Dai, may got it. Wait for me for 20 minutes. I'll be there soon. Fang Zheng yawned. With the office of the female teacher, heard the bell ringing, called Fang Zheng to eat lunch. Fang Zheng waved his hand to excuse away. But he didn't realize that after leaving the office, Ding Peng hid in the corner and used his cell phone to send a message to Yan Qingya. Ding Peng, the teacher, didn't go to the cafeteria. He went to the school gate. Yon Chengga understood. Watch me this afternoon. Fang Zheng walked out of the school gate, thinking that there should still be some time before Zhangzi Yao came to look for him, so he could squint a little at the gatekeeper's place to catch up on his sleep. As soon as Fang Zheng left the school gate, he saw a familiar figure squatting by a grassy bush not far from the school entrance, wiping tears from her eyes as she cried. It was a girl with big waves, wearing a cheerful school uniform with a super short skirt. Fang Zheng recognized it as Yon Qing'a from his class at a glance. He walked over in confusion. Yon Qing'a, why are you crying here? Did something happen? When Yon Qing'a heard Founder's voice, she turned back with a resigned face and wiped the corners of her eyes. Sr, Master, I have nowhere to go. No one wants me, no place to go. What do you mean? Tell your teacher what's wrong, and I'll help you out. Yon Qing'a slowly stood up, her eyes red from crying, looking aggravated. Teacher, my parents fought again. Just called and said they won't let me go home. I'm so aggrieved, and now I just want to find a place to rest for a while, and someone to keep me company. Fang Zheng casually said, I'll take you back to the classroom first. There are so many male students in the class. Everyone will take care of you and accompany you. Yon Qing'a shook her head. The classroom is too busy. I don't like it. Teacher, do you live alone? Can I follow you home? The founder frowned. You're coming home with me. Yes, teacher, if it's not convenient for you at home. You can take me to a room. I just want to talk to someone. Can't you do that? Founder this, not good, saying that. Yon Qing'a cried again. His voice trembled. Teacher, please, or I really don't know what to do. Fang Zheng was confused. What does this girl want to do? Is she deliberately trying to trick herself? Or does she really want to find a place to rest for a while? Say, MS, Chiang will be here in a minute. That's good. Fang Zheng nodded. That's fine. Why don't you go with your teacher today at noon? I'll take you to lunch first. Yon Qing'a hem. Her heart was happy. Thank you. Teacher, Bang Yung stood at the intersection with Yon Xiong'a. And the girl stuck the pinhole camera she had in her pocket on top of the pocket of her school uniform. Conveniently, after taking a few pictures of the founder up in the guest house later, they will be posted on the school's bulletin board tomorrow, so that he will have to voluntarily resign once he is disgraced. Yon Qing'a cleared her throat and said coyly, Teacher, I would like to go to my room later to take a bath first. Is that okay? I am very uncomfortable and would like to find someone to rub my legs. Fang Zheng turned his head and looked at the other party. A bath, both are fine, but I'll have to bring you back before class in the afternoon. The corner of Yon Qing'a's mouth moved. The first period in the afternoon is gym class. Teacher, we can come back later. In Yon Qing'a's heart, the male teacher is just so. She used this trick to confuse a lot of boys. So far, there are few cases of failure, especially when you cry and complain. This Mr. Fong took the bait, and the plan is going well. But who would have thought that Yon Qing'a still underestimated the possibility of the word accident? Fang Zheng stood at the intersection for 10 minutes. Yon Qing'a didn't see that he had the intention to take a taxi, and wondered what he was waiting for. Teacher, why don't you call a taxi? Fang Zheng HMM. Med coming soon, no need to rush. Ah, coming. The man waved his hand toward a red Porsche in the distance, and Zhang Ziyao, wearing a white shirt, immediately pulled over when she saw Fang Zheng waving. Because of the school has been almost 20 minutes. There are no people at the school entrance now, although the red-colored Porsche is bright and eye-catching. Stopping at this moment can only shock certain minority groups, such as Yon Ching-ah, who is standing next to Fang Zheng. By now she was already dumbfounded and brain-dead. Zhongzi Yao looked at Fang Zheng with a hint of cold, peculiar eyes. The company came a little late for something. This girl beside you is. Yon Seiya is 15 years old. Her body is considered to be the most able to fight in junior high school students. But she is compared to her age, and even ordinary people can fight. Compared to an extreme CEO like Zhang Ziao, it's a world of difference, whether it's the body or the face. Totally the little sister, Fang Zheng explained. This is a student in my class. Her parents had a fight, and she wants to find a place to rest at noon today. So I'm going to open a room for her to take a nap. Zhang Zi Yao felt something was wrong. A room for a nap, between the two of them. Yon Qingga's heartbeat had already accelerated to an unknown extent. The view is almost impossible to move anywhere else on the limousine. What's going on here? This red Porsche must be over $10 million. Why does this woman know her teacher? Didn't this teacher ride his scooter to work this morning? Isn't he a regular office worker? The message is wrong. Yan King, you old teacher, this rich sister is. Chiangzi. Yao looks over to Yon Chungga, her eyes accidentally glancing at a small decoration that is stitched on her school uniform. She's seen that thing before. A pinhole camera. Yon Ching'a noticed this sister's sharp gaze and was so scared that she hurriedly covered the small decoration on her school uniform with her hand and looked embarrassed. The corner of Jiangzi, Yao's mouth twitched and did not point out. I'm your teacher Fang's girlfriend. Just call me Sister Xiao. Yon Ching'a slowly opened her mouth, slurring her words, girlfriend, girlfriend. Are you the teacher's girlfriend? No way, Jiangzi. Yao laughed. What's wrong? Don't I match with your mister? Fang, Yon Ching'a hurriedly shook her head. No, I don't mean that. Fang Zheng laughed well. Yan King, your classmate, get on the car. The teacher first take you to eat to go. After eating and then open a room for you. You yourself inside rest will. Yan King looked at Zhang Zai Yao's icy temperament, then at the Porsche sports car she drove, and then at Fang Zheng, whose clothes were obviously all cheap goods. Are you dreaming? What is the identity of this teacher? Yon Qing was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Teacher, no need. I won't disturb you and Sister Z. Go for dinner. I'll go back to the classroom. Fang Zheng was puzzled why. Don't you hate the noise in the classroom? Don't worry, I'll bring you back then. It won't delay the class. Yon Ching'a lifted up her hand and shook it vigorously. Smiling awkwardly, teacher really don't need to. I thought about the classroom is quite good. There are a lot of students. I'll just stay in the classroom for a while. The words just fell. Yon Ching'a has already turned around. Quickly towards the school, a smoke run away. Good. Bye teacher, bye-bye. Yui, Jiangzi. Yao couldn't help but purse her lips. And Fang Zheng also had the same expression, except that there might be more than a hint of doubt in his look. Jiangzi, Yao HMM'd and let out a long breath. Since your student isn't coming with us, get yourself in the car and go eat. Okay, go. Fang Zheng wanted to go to the passenger side, but Jiangzi, Yao got out of the car early and walked to the passenger seat first. You drive, we talked about this before, boyfriend. Fang Zheng nodded helplessly. The pleasant hum of the Porsche engine, accompanied by the red line, soon left the entrance of Tulip High School. Yon Ching'a came out from the school building in fear. She had been hiding behind the pillar to see the situation at the school gate. After Fang Zheng left, the girl immediately took out her cell phone and found Ding Peng's penguin number. Yon Ching'a, the news is wrong. The news is wrong. This teacher is not simple. Ding Peng, what do you mean? You failed. Is this teacher so resistant? Yon Qing, you know. This teacher is not the same as you say. He is not an ordinary person. You have seen ordinary people driving a Porsche. Ding Pengha, a Porsche. Really? Yon Xiang, ah yes, Porsche. I saw it with my own eyes. And Mr. Fang also has a girlfriend. And I see that she looks like a CEO. This teacher is definitely not simple. You let Yongyu be, I'll reinvestigate, driving to the nearby shopping mall. Zhang Ziyao was on her cell phone, sending messages to whoever she wanted, looking extremely busy. It was the same until the two of them got off the bus and found a place to eat. The founder has to be her guide, sitting in the barbecue restaurant. Jiangzi Yao faces her cell phone with a sometimes sad and sometimes puzzled look on her face, her slender fingers snapping and snapping on her cell phone. Hating her own employee, the founder doesn't bother her either. Waiter, a glass of orange juice first. Fang Zheng looked at Jiangzi Yao. What are you drinking? Jiangzi Yao returned a busy voice. Both, founder thought about it and lifted his head. 1 orange juice and 1 hot milk. Please, attendant, yes. Sir, right away. A short while later, the shopkeeper came over with milk and orange juice, and Fang was planning to drink a glass of orange juice to quench his thirst first. In the end, before she could reach out, Jiang Ziyao had already picked up the glass of orange juice and sucked the juice into her mouth to move it beautifully. The founder froze. Jiang Ziyao said mindlessly, I didn't realize that you're quite good at keeping fit. Drinking hot milk at noon. Founder, do you believe me when I say I ordered the milk for you? Jiang Ziyao also stared at Fang Zheng. Do you like orange juice too? I was going to ask you how you know I like orange juice. Fang Zheng laughed at so faded. You drink it, I drink milk, I nourish myself. Principal's conversation eyebrows arched. Jiang Ziyao put down her cell phone. When I picked you up from school just now, I suddenly thought of a question. Do you look like this in front of the students? Founder sucked in a mouthful of hot milk and almost scalded himself to death. Or what? He replied. Jiang Ziyao shook her head. I've never seen a teacher like you. In my impression, teachers are all very traditional and boring people. Personally, I think you're more suitable to be a sales manager. Fang Zheng laughed. You flattered me too much. How can I be a sales manager, even if I go into sales? I'll be a small employee at most. I'm not that lucky. The woman's expression suddenly became serious. You can come to my company to do things. I let you as a manager. A month as long as you can complete the basic performance. The wage guaranteed 20,000. True or false? You think I'm qualified for a senior position like manager? The corner of Jiang Ziyao's mouth curled up. You're my boyfriend now. There's no such thing as can or can't. I'll do it when I say I can. I'm the boss. Founder, but we're fake boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Ziyao bristled and shrugged her shoulders. So what? You don't understand a woman's mind even if you talk about it. The founder is sweating. Why does this scene and this conversation sound so familiar? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Right? Jiang Ziyao took another sip of orange juice and saw that Fang Zheng didn't want to be the manager before she let out a long breath. If you don't want to be the manager, forget it. But be careful with that girl who was at the school entrance just now. Fang Zheng gave a wary ah, and Jiang Ziyao didn't say anything else. She changed her words. After dinner later. Accompany me to buy something. I don't know what Auntie likes. I always have to pick up some gifts when I go to your house tomorrow night. Fang Zheng was stunned. He remembered that he had to go to Jiang Ziyao's house tonight. He hadn't prepared a gift yet. He was too busy and forgot about it. As if guessing Fang Zheng's thoughts, Jiang Ziyao said in advance, By the way, also buy the gifts you brought to my house tonight. I'll pay for them. Fang Zheng smiled gratefully. Thank you. I'm a bit short of money lately. I'll pay you back next month when I get my paycheck. Okay. Order and eat. I have something else to do this afternoon. I can't stay too long. The founder mid. What would you like to eat today? Beef will do. Jiang Ziyao took out her cell phone and looked down at the staff to work. But slowly, Jiang Ziyao would slightly lift her head to look at Fang Zheng ordering with the menu. Will you pay me back next month? That means we'll be boyfriend and girlfriend for at least a month. It's not bad to have a fake boyfriend. After eating, the two of them went to the mall to buy some skincare products for their elders. On the way, Jiang Ziyao wanted to talk about what she should pay attention to when she went to Fang Zheng's house tomorrow night. But when Fang Zheng said, You've already videoed my mom, so it's fine to have a normal chat, Jiang Ziyao shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Yes, Founder's mom seems to be a very nice person to talk to, so there is no need to be too nervous. The two of them waved goodbye as they drove Founder back to the school in the afternoon. The first period of grade 3 class 4 is physical education, and the third period is language class, so Fang Zheng has enough time to organize the lesson plan in the afternoon. Today is the second day, and the system has given itself a time limit of 3 days to officially start teaching the 4th class. He had to hurry up, but would these naughty students really listen to his lectures honestly? It's not a good idea. The bell of the first class rang. Fang Zheng stretched his back in the chair, and it happened that the female teacher in the same office came back from the class and reminded Fang Zheng as soon as she entered the door, Mr. Fang. The principal says he has something for you and wants you to come over. The founder made an oh so subtle sound and said yes. The principal wants to see me. What is it? To the principal's office. The charming female principal sat behind a large desk, while Fang Zheng stood there with an awkward face, because today the principal's face is strange. It looks very solemn. Principal, you sent for me. What is it? The headmistress pursed her lips, and Fang Zheng realized that she was holding her own file data in her hand. Why is there something wrong with her data? Just sit down, Mr. Fang. I have something I want to talk to you about. In such an atmosphere, how dare Fang Zheng sit down? A perfunctory smile. No, principal. I'd rather stand. What do you want? The principal lifted his head, smiling but not laughing. Yes, Mr. Fang. There is a situation that I would like to ask you about. Is it true that you lied about your family's situation when you filled out your employment information? Founder blinked. No. Why are you suddenly saying that? The female teacher stared at Fang Zheng. But this morning when you left the school's gate guard told me that a lady took you away in a red Porsche. Just now I came to work and paid special attention. Was that your wife? Fang Zheng realized what was going on and slapped his forehead. Ah, principal, sorry. Sorry, I forgot about this. Did you mean to call me here today to say that my use of a luxury car to commute to work is a bad influence on the students? Right? Fang Zheng remembered that when he came to work in the afternoon, the students and teachers at the school gate saw the red Porsche driven by Zhang Ziao, and all of them looked at him with envy and admiration. At that time, he didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, he had such a gaze everywhere he went in these 2 days. But now seeing the serious face of the principal, Fang Zheng realized the problem. This is a school. This is a school. Not a shopping mall. This is a school. Not a shopping mall. The children's desire to compete with each other is not a joke, especially when one's status is still that of a teacher. One should not be so ostentatious. Don't worry, principal. I will pay attention next time, and it won't happen again. Instead of getting a solution to the problem, the principal sat there dumbfounded, blinking, as he listened to Fang Zheng's words. Headmistress, ah not. Mr. Fang, I do not mean. But you just said the problem is also very good. As a teacher should not be so rocking. But I called you to come to the purpose of today. Mainly want to ask. You come to our school. Is not specially come to inspect our school teaching situation. Fang Zheng didn't know what kind of medicine was being sold in the principal's gourd. No. Principal. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? The headmistress stood up and first told the founder to sit down. Mr. Fang, you'd better sit down and talk. Fang Zheng became even more confused and waved his hand. No. No, no, no. First you tell me what exactly did you mean by that remark just now. I really didn't understand. The female principal's face suddenly had a smile on it. It's like this. Well, your wife Zhang Ziao, the chairman of the board of directors, Zhang Ziao, just gave me a phone call, and I talked to your wife about the matter regarding school funding in this regard. And General Manager Jiang said that she wanted to make a donation of $3.5 million for teaching in our school. And she also said that this is something that you took the initiative to bring up. Huh? You do see donations. The headmistress took a cup of tea from the table and handed it to founder with both hands. Mr. Fong, on behalf of the school, I would like to thank you for your support of our school. But given your status, I would still like to ask, are you really here to be a teacher in our school? Or are you just here to check on the school's educational environment or something like that? If that's the case, I'm really sorry that I've been a bit rude to you these past 2 days. Fang Zheng was speechless. Zhang Ziao had donated $5 million to this school. When did this happen, and why don't you know about it? This, would you believe me if I said I wasn't sure? The headmistress nodded. Yes, 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 I believe. I believe I may have asked a little too much. So let's put it this way. Mr. Fang, if you want to continue to serve as a teacher in this school, I hope you can take up the position of the 3rd grade director of instruction. Under your leadership, the students can certainly have a brighter future. With Fang Zheng lifted his hand. Wait, principal. Please let me go out to make a phone call first. The eagle's eye. The headmistress made an inviting gesture. Yes, Mr. Fang, please?" The founder nodded his head, and the principal nodded his head respectfully. And the difference in attitude could be clearly seen. Fang Zheng walked out of the office, took out his cell phone, found Jiang Zi's cell phone number and dialed it without hesitation. The phone rang for a long time before the other side picked up. "Hello, Mr. Founder. I'm in a meeting here. What's so urgent?" Fang Zheng looked back at the smiling principal in the office, walked to the window of the corridor and whispered, "I say, sister, next time we do something, can we not discuss it in advance?" Jiang Zi's voice on the phone was still as nice as ever, but Fang Zheng felt that behind that nice voice was the echo of soft money. "You're talking about donations, right? Is there a problem?" The founder was shocked. "Is there a problem? This is $5 million, and if you donate it. Why did you tell the principal that I wanted to donate it?" "I'm telling you. The principal is begging me to be the head teacher because of this money." Jiang Zi smiled. "Isn't that just right? My donation was originally made in the hope that the school would take care of you a bit more. Didn't you say that your salary was too low?" The school bell suddenly rang. "Misunderstood, sister. I don't mean that." "Hey, forget it. I'm going to class soon. I'll talk to you tonight. Hang up first, ah." Founder hung up the phone and returned to the office, where the principal greeted him with a smile. "What's up, Mr. Fang? Did you just get off the phone with Mr. Jiang? Are you thinking about continuing to be a teacher at our school?" Or, Fang Zheng laughed. "The principal is like this. I definitely want to continue to be a teacher, but the position of instructional director is too big. I'd rather just continue to be a classroom teacher. The next class is mine. I'm going to go and give the students a lesson first." Seeing the principal nodding, Fang Zheng turned around, but ended up coming back without taking a few steps and reminded, "Oh yes, principal, this matter of donations. The principal Med, I understand, since you have filled in unmarried on all the information. I understand that you don't want to expose your identity. The school won't do any recognition, but you can invite Chief Jiang out sometime. And I'll treat you to tea on behalf of the school." Fang Zheng laughed. "Thank you, principal. Next time definitely, next time definitely." This afternoon's course inexplicably smooth. Fang Zheng originally thought that today's system arranged the task. Specified is not finished, but I didn't expect to finish a language class successfully. The first lesson system tasks are completed. The reward Eagle's Eye is now issued. The activation of the Eagle's Eye ability. Your field of vision will be increased by 100 times, and you will gain the ability to observe hidden units. This ability will help you better observe the details of the students in the class. By mastering the details, you will get more secrets of the students. Hidden rewards. You will be informed of the rewards in advance in future missions. New task released. Not all student life is smooth sailing. Please save a child's life in 3 days. After the task is completed, you will receive the Bat Echo. The task fails. The system will recycle part of your previously released ability. The system's voice suddenly appears and disappears in your head. However, when the voice fell, Fang Zheng could clearly notice that his vision had brightened up a lot. He looked out the window and could see objects hundreds of meters away, even the textured squareness of a leaf. Moreover, the wide vision was only one of the things. Fang Zheng's eyes could even clearly see some details that he couldn't care about before. For example, Yon Qing'a, who is sitting in the classroom at the moment, has a small pen stamped on the chest of his school uniform, which is actually glowing in Founder's eyes. Fang Zheng walked over and subconsciously picked up the fountain pen on Yon Qing'a's chest. Frightened, Yon Qing'a tried to reach out and try to stop it, but Fang Zheng slapped her hand away. "Ms. Yon Qing'a, is this pen for writing?" Yon Qing'a coyly promised. "Teacher, of course the fountain pen is used for writing. Otherwise, what else would it be used for?" Fang Zheng opened the pen and saw the dense wires inside, which is a pinhole camera. Yon Qing'a knew that the matter was exposed and lowered her head, not daring to speak. Mr. Fang frowned and said, "Camera, taking pictures of teachers in class. Is the teacher that handsome? This is not an example. If this happens again, I'll let you go to the podium to teach for me." Yon Qing'a pouted. "Yes." Teacher Fang Zheng tore off the cord of the pen and put it in his pocket, and looked around the classroom at the students. Then the founder laughed. The cell phone, cosmetic case, comic books, novels, and some messy toys hidden in the classroom table. Even in the eyes of the founder emerged a faint white light. It's a good thing that you don't have to go down there and look up things yourself. Things that have nothing to do with learning just pop up on their own. The founder walked over to those students who had a white light on their bodies. Get out the comic books. What are you talking about? Fang Zheng directly ripped out the comic book from the hole of the opposite side of the desk. I said that I'm not allowed to bring anything unrelated to study in the classroom. So I didn't accept it. Remember to ask me for it in the office after school. After the classroom, students hidden in the body. Desk, clothes, and a variety of messy things. Founder are collected all over the miscellaneous things, quickly piled up the entire desk. Until he passed by a student called Shang Dongfang. Fang Zheng realized that the right side of his face had a white light. Looks like a bruise. Fang Zheng curiously stared at the student. How the previous white light are some contraband. Why this student's face injury also white light? Class. How did you get that cut on your face? Shang Dongfang lifted his head in fear. At the same time, Lai Yukon on the other side of the classroom also looked here vigilantly. Sang Dongfang, teacher. I accidentally knocked it myself after school. Knocked? Are you sure? Tell your teacher if anything happens, and she'll take care of it for you. Shang Dongfang shook his head. No teacher really knocked. Fang Zheng suddenly realized something and looked around the classroom. The boys and girls in the class were just looking over curiously. But now they were all bowing their heads and pretending not to be curious. Fang Zheng patted Shang Dongfang's shoulder, and his tone became very light. If you have any problems, you can come to the teacher. Don't be afraid. After the bell rings. Founder was going to move these contraband to the office, and then return them to the students after school. But there are really too many things. Can only be returned to them as soon as the class is over. But warn them not to make an example of it. As he left the classroom, Fang Zheng looked at the bustling atmosphere of the students. There was still some white light in the classroom, but there was nothing special to notice. It's just that the system just released a new quest that says you have to save a student's life. What does that mean? Fang Zheng took a look at Shang Dongfang, who was sitting in the classroom and flipping through books. And he looked honest. Is the system referring to him? It looks like it needs to be investigated. Who the hell is our teacher? Whether you are a student or a teacher, the moment the bell rings is always exciting. Fang Zheng organized the information for a while and walked out of the school. As a result, when he walked to the electric car shed, Fang Zheng was dumbfounded. His small electric donkey was dismantled by no one but a skeleton. The wheels and battery are missing. Fang Zheng walked over and made sure that it was his own electric car. This is not it. These students, he sighed. He had originally said at noon today that he would let Zhongzi. I'll pick himself up directly from his neighborhood. After all, he had to ride his electric bike home first, or he wouldn't be able to go to work tomorrow. That's great. Now I can just call her and have her pick me up. Fang Zheng took out his cell phone and found Zhongzi, Yo's cell phone number, and silently walked to the school entrance position. At the same time, in the carport is not far away, Yon Qingye, Ding Peng, Lai Yukon. 3 people secretly hiding behind a bush. Slowly reveal the head. Lai Yukon laughed. How about that? I still have a knack for dismantling electric cars. Yan Qingye's face became much more hesitant than in the morning. But is this really good? In case this teacher has a good background. Will we not play too much? Ding Peng glanced at Yan Qingye. Come on, Qingye. In our crappy junior high school, there will be some big boss who has nothing to do to become a teacher. Yan Qingye said, but I did see Mr. Fang's girl and driving a Porsche jet to pick him up at noon today. What am I lying to you for? Lai Yukon pursed his lips. Okay, what's the point of arguing? We'll all know if we confirm it later. I've already asked Yang Yibbi. Oh, to check the background of this teacher. There will be results soon. Ding Peng nodded yes. Let's follow this Fang to the school gate to take a look. Why don't I believe that he is a big boss? Yan Qingye gave Ding Peng a disgusting look. She really had nothing to say to this boy. After the 3 of them made up their minds, they sneaked after Founder. But Fang Zheng has just awakened the eagle's eyes. Has long been aware of 3 students sneaking around behind him. His electric car should be the demolition of them. Right when he came to the roadside, Fang Zheng called Zhang Ziao. The other side picked up soon after. Only this time the tone of the president's sister was obviously much colder than at noon. Hello, Founder. Fang Zheng remembered about the school donation. Yao, come pick me up from school. Let's go to your house directly. Zhang Ziyao was puzzled. Didn't you say you'd ride home first? Then I'll come back in the morning to give you a ride. Fang Zheng said, no, I'll just take a cab to work tomorrow morning. Okay, give me a minute. I'll be right there. Zhang Ziyao was very slow this time. Fang Zheng waited for half an hour before she arrived. The school is basically deserted. And Ding Peng and the others are yawning and playing with their cell phones in the bushes, obviously running out of patience. Lai Yukon, I said, this surnamed Fang have been standing at the school gate for half an hour. What is he doing? Ting Pang playing the game, hell knows. I told you this teacher wouldn't be some big boss. As soon as the words were spoken, a red Porsche approached slowly at the end of the road. Yon Qinggao's eyes brightened up a bit. Coming. Coming? Did you guys see that Porsche? I'm not lying to you. Mister, Fang is really a rich man. Otherwise, why would his girlfriend drive a Porsche? Ding Peng smelled, put away the cell phone, looking toward the school entrance. The results found that what Yon Qingya said was actually true. And it's not just Porsche. This teacher's girlfriend is so fucking beautiful. Exquisite to the extreme face value. A head of slightly curly shoulder-length hair. Body temperament, even sitting in the car, can be seen with ordinary people completely different. Ding Peng didn't know what to say. Oh, really? This teacher is really the big boss. At the entrance of the school, Zhang Ziyao stopped the car and silently moved her butt to the passenger seat. And Fang Zheng got in the car. Why are you so late today? Zhang Ziyao glanced at Fang Zheng. Is it late? Unless it's a scheduled time. I basically won't be in too much of a hurry to see you. Seeing you is already considered fast. It's a pity that some people don't know how to be satisfied even after they've gotten a good deal. Fang Zheng frowned. This woman really because of the noon thing angry. I rushed that call to you at lunch. I don't mean to blame you. It's just that your donation. Zhang Zi. Yao glanced her head to the side. Let's go home first. We'll talk about this after we meet with the parents. Don't worry. I'll solve everything on the same day. I won't put off the conflict until the next day. Fang Zheng understood the woman's meaning, and it looked like there was going to be a vicious battle tonight. I am afraid that the reason for the absence of a fight now is that there is not enough time. He smiled. Okay, go home first, driving to the upmarket neighborhood where Zhangzi lives, because Fang Zheng came to drop off Zhangzi once last night. This time he is also familiar with the road. On the road, the two have nothing to say. 1 to 2 people, now the atmosphere is not very good. 2 to Fang Zheng this afternoon. The system reward of the eagle's eye. He found that this superpower, he is actually able to take the initiative to open and close. After opening, certain objects or things that need attention will glow faintly white in the founder's eyes. After closing his vision, it was no different from before. But Fang Zheng realized that this ability could not only be used on students. Because Fang Zheng opened the eagle's eye, after deliberately scrutinized Zhang Ziyao, found that her left side of the small arm position, the clothes even inside the faint white light. But this woman is not very adorned. Apart from the earrings, she seldom wears a necklace or a ring. If it's not an external object, then the hard way is hurt, thinking that Zhang Ziyao didn't move her left arm all the way. It's probably true, for this reason. Fang Zhen passed by a drugstore and stopped for a while. Zhang Ziyao looked at Fang Zhen in confusion. Although she had some guesses in her heart, Zhang Ziyao was still shocked when Fang Zheng came out of the drugstore with medical alcohol swabs, band-aids and other items. Fang Zheng turned the alcohol on. Why didn't you tell me when you were injured? Pull up your left sleeve. Zhang Ziyao stared at Fang Zheng strangely, but after a few moments, her hand slowly stroked her left arm. And sure enough, there was a scratch in the center of her arm, as if she had rubbed against something sharp. Fang Zheng carefully dipped a cotton swab in alcohol and wiped it over the wound, and Zhang Ziyao met in her sore throat. Gently, Fang Zheng lifted his eyebrows. I can't imagine that the CEO is also afraid of pain. Zhang Ziyao retorted. Is the president not a human being? Not only a human being, but a great beauty. So how come you're still hurt at work? Zhang Ziyao didn't quite dare to look at Fang Zheng, and kept staring at the wound, which was indeed a bit humiliating because of the injury. I accidentally broke my heels, and my arm hit the corner of the stairs. Fang Zheng laughed out loud. Zhang Ziyao really felt ashamed. She wore high heels every day, but she still made this kind of mistake. In fact, it is not about the high heels, mainly because she had insomnia last night after being sent home by Mr. Fang, and today She is not in good spirits for the whole day. That's why she is like this. Be more careful next time. It still hurts me to watch. Jiangzi. Yao's heart trembled. But finally she faintly med. I know. I'll pay attention. After wiping the wound and put a band-aid on it. The wound is not big, if not for the plug-in. The wound is hidden in the sleeve. Fang Zheng really cannot see it. However, such a careful little action. But let Jiangzi. Her heart calmed down a lot, for which she also began to think. Their own afternoon donation without authorization to use the name of Fang Zheng is not really a bit too ambitious. Although my intention was to help him. Teaching is not the same as the business world. The wedding ring as the car continued to drive into the neighborhood and went to stop at the parking space. Jiangzi, Yao suddenly said, I'm sorry about this afternoon. I didn't think it through fully. I wanted to help you. But I ended up getting you in trouble instead. Fang Zheng's body was stunned. What did it mean? This woman took the initiative to apologize to him. It's okay. Donations are good. Just next time if you donate in my name, you'd better tell me. Otherwise the principal will suddenly invite me over for tea or let me sit in her office. I'm really flattered, Jiangzi. Yao suddenly had a smile and looked at Fang Zheng. But you're a very likable man. Otherwise I wouldn't have done such a superfluous thing. Fang Zheng smiled awkwardly. Thanks for the compliment. So let's go upstairs, girlfriend. Jiangzi, Yao nodded, taking the things for the elders. He went to the elevator. This high-class apartment was just different from the ordinary apartment that Fang Zheng lived in. From the moment you walk into the neighborhood, you can tell that the greenery, the architecture, the style, the size of the elevator, and the design of the floors all show the difference between the rich and the common. The two of them knocked on the door and found that Jiangzi, Yao's mother, seemed to have gone out for something and hadn't come home yet. Jiangzi, Yao told Fang Zheng to change his slippers and sit in the house for a while she went to wash her face. Fang Zheng sat on the big soft sofa. Looking at the whole room has a kind of artwork feeling. This is a home. This is a palace, right, you, Yao? How many square feet did you buy at your house? Jiangzi. Yao heard the voice in the restroom and spoke softly. This floor is about 270 square feet. But if you count the 2 floors above it, it's about 800 square feet in total. The founder was surprised. You bought 3 floors. Jiangzi, Yao said. No. It's because the house itself is sold with 3 floors together. And there are stairs in the house that you can go up and down freely. Fang Zheng looked back. Indeed, the end of the house can see a circular art staircase can lead directly to the stairs. Nema, you can't even dream of living in a house like this. Jiangzi. Yao washed her face and went to the house to change into the loose clothes she wore at home. She was now wearing a white long-sleeved dress and a slightly shorter skirt. Only the stockings were not taken off. The woman came and sat down beside the founder. My mom's probably out shopping, so watch some TV. After turning on the TV, Jiangzi, Yao took out her cell phone and continued to deal with the company's work. Fang Zheng took a look at Jiangzi Yao's outfit. To say that people are beautiful that really wear anything good-looking. This loose white long-sleeved in the body of Jiangzi Yao that really make the most of it. White tender shoulders because of the unique design also deliberately exposed a little bit. Attracted Fang Zheng really hard to move away from the eyeballs. Yui, you've been holding your cell phone all day. Is there so much to do at the office? TTNO Jiangzi. Yao didn't lift her head. Didn't I tell you recently? The company has encountered some problems, and there is a big project that has been delayed. Obviously, I think the proposal is fine, but the client is always dissatisfied with a jolt. She suddenly looked at Fang Zheng, who had a bad sense of crisis. Jiangzi Yao frowned and said, Fang Zheng, you know quite a bit about women, don't you? Fang Zheng shook his head, very decisively. I don't understand. Jiangzi. Yao glanced at him. I don't mean that. I want to show you a picture of my client. Try to see if you can analyze her preferences. In fact, Jiangzi, Yao was only joking. Otherwise Fang would really be able to tell from a photo. Then her fake boyfriend would really be a god. You can be a SWAT team. Jiangzi. Yao found out the client's photo from the data. It was a selfie of a woman. The woman in the photo is about 45 years old, looks serious, and has a lot of artifacts on her body. Earrings, necklace, ring, and tiara. The woman in the selfie is also holding an adorable teddy in her arms, and the puppy is happily spitting out its tongue. Jiangzi. Yao put her cell phone in front of Fang Zheng, fearing that he might not be able to see it. She even took the initiative to move a little closer to him. And the two of them were almost right next to each other. Can you see anything? Fang Zheng took a look at the photo and felt that there was nothing special about it. You're a big boss. Don't you know your customers' preferences well? Jiangzi. Yao looked worried. The public relations department has investigated. This boss doesn't seem to have any special favorites. The only thing she likes is this little teddy dog she's holding. But the public relations department has used all the tactics they can. But it's no use. Zhang Ziyao remembered something. Remember the day we met, the time you went to the wrong room. Wasn't I waiting for someone? The founder realized. You were waiting for this lady boss, Jiangzi. Yao nodded yes. But I waited for an hour and she didn't come. And here you are. Fang Zheng took the cell phone and silently read in his heart. It seems that this is really a difficult winter. Although Fang Zheng has not been in contact with a very high level of business circle, but even watching TV dramas, he is also clear, this kind of high-level customers, product copywriting is only one aspect. The main is still the network and friendship. You have to pitch in to do so. The eagle's eye opens. Fang Zheng was looking at the photo. Originally, his attention was focused on the pet dog. But it turned out that after the eagle's eye was turned on, a ring on the female boss's right hand actually emitted a faint white light. It is clear that the ring is the main point. The dog is just an accident. Mr. Fang took a close look at the location of the ring. Ring finger, a wedding ring, you. Is this lady boss married? Jiangzi. Yao shook her head, no, But it looks like she's been divorced twice. Why? Fang Zheng pointed at the woman's ring on the photo. Can you have someone under your hand investigate this ring? Which ex-husband of hers gave it to her? This ring should have a very special meaning to her. Although Zhang Ziyao was skeptical, she still trusted Fang Zheng. And med, this is simple. I'll just make a call and ask. Wait a moment. She got her cell phone back and quickly dialed a business manager's number. Explained the situation and got a reply and explained a few things. The woman's eyes flooded with light. She hung up the phone, and Fang Zheng said this ring seems to be her first ex-husband gave her. She and her first ex-husband divorced. This ring has been wearing on the hand, and the female boss and her first ex-husband seems to be still from scratch. And then the two do not know why they divorced. Then they almost spoke in unison. Start with this ex-husband. Start with this ex-husband. With this tacit agreement shouted out. The two of them inexplicably blushed. And Fang Zheng laughed. This ex-husband must have a very special meaning to her. So if you let the people under your hand start from this aspect, I believe there will be a breakthrough. Jiangzi. Yao suddenly had a feeling of breaking through the barriers, and looked at Fang Zheng with a touch of curiosity and appreciation. This man is so powerful. It so happened that just at that moment, the door to the room opened. An old friend, Jiangzi. Yao's mother came in dressed as a noblewoman carrying a bag of mixed vegetables. Fang Zheng and Jiangzi. Yao heard the sound and looked towards the door in unison. Jiangzi, Yao stood up. Mom, you're back. The woman made a subconscious hem, and when she changed her shoes, she was surprised to see a man's shoes in the house before she said, Ziyu Yao, isn't Zhao Zheng coming? The two of them walked towards each other. Fang Zheng followed behind Zhang Ziyao. And the three of them met each other in the end. Well, here he comes. Hello, Auntie. My name is Fang Zheng. I just saw that you didn't come back, so I sat in the house for a while. Let me help you get your things. The woman briefly examined Fang Zheng, more than 1 meter 8 tall, long, extraordinarily beautiful and eye-catching. Don't say, this boy is much better than he thought. Yesterday, when she asked her daughter to describe her boyfriend, the woman thought she was exaggerating, but now she sees that the image is really good. Then she laughed and said, Hello, there is no need for anything. You two go back and sit down. Auntie will go and cook for you. Ziyai, watch some TV with Zhao Zheng. Zhongzi Yao looked at her mother's happy demeanor and then at Fang Zheng. Well, I'll give you a hand in the kitchen later. The woman's eyes were still fixed on Fang Zheng, full of curiosity. After all, it was the first time her daughter took home a man. Then Auntie worked hard. What's the point of cooking? You two go play. WDDKANC sometimes there is a kind of strange cause and effect between people. For example, when Fang Zheng saw Zhang Ziyao's mother, he suddenly felt that her character was a bit similar to his own mother. Zhang Zi. Yao led Fang Zheng back to the sofa, to sit down while she went to the kitchen to find out what was going on. A man and a woman don't seem to have known each other for a long time, but they have a very tacit understanding of each other. One look and they understand what the other means. After the news, Jiangzi Yao comes back to tell Fang Zheng about her mom's impression of him. And she gets 3 words, quite good. The founder did ask a question. Ziyao, your family is so rich. Why don't you have a nanny? Auntie has to go grocery shopping by herself. Jiang Ziyao said, I've looked for one before. But my mom doesn't like that kind of life where she just eats and doesn't do anything. She can't stay idle. So she cooks and cleans and has to do everything herself. Fang Zheng is now sure just like my mom. She can't be bothered. Jiang Ziyao was curious. Auntie too. Fang Zheng whispered, it's exactly the same. During the conversation, Jiang Ziyao's mother would occasionally poke her head out of the kitchen to see what the couple was up to. Fang Zheng and Jiang Ziyao were both smart enough to know what their elders wanted to see. So Fang Zheng took the initiative to hold Jiang Ziyao's hand while she was watching TV. The woman actually felt a kind of electric shock at that moment, but she knew that Fang Zheng was just shaking his hand step by step, and didn't have any other emotions in it, so she didn't say anything. Just let him hold it like this. But she didn't know that Fang Zheng was also a little nervous at the moment. After all, it was the first time to hold hands with a girl. Jiang Ziyao's hands were a little slim. Obviously looked like there wasn't a lot of meat, but the grip was very soft. Very comfortable feeling. And there's something the founder has been wanting to say for a long time. And it feels like this is the right atmosphere for it. Yui, do you usually wear perfume? Jiang Ziyao watched the TV. But in fact, her attention was always on Fang Zheng's hand. She could clearly feel any movement of Fang Zheng's fingers. Never sprayed it. I don't really like the smell of chemicals. Why do I smell? Fang Zheng HMM'd, and Jiang Ziyao's face turned odd. You smell good when he said this. The two of them happened to be eye to eye. Obviously just a few simple words, but it made the pupils of Jiang Ziyao's eyes, who originally thought she had a strange odor, slowly dilate on her face. What are you talking about? You smell like jasmine, but not quite like jasmine, which is why I asked if you have a habit of wearing perfume all the time. You, Jiang Ziyao turned her head away, pretending to continue watching the TV, but in fact she felt her face was a bit hot and didn't want Fang Zheng to see it. I'm not wearing perfume. Why would I smell like jasmine? This man's mouth when Fang Zheng saw that Jiang Ziyao did not say anything. He did not ask any further questions. He only tightened his grip on Jiang Ziyao's hand unconsciously. This was an unconscious action, but it made Jiang Ziyao, who was already in a somewhat sensitive mood, even more agitated, and she couldn't stand it any longer when her grip was tightened. Taking the initiative, he let go of Founder's hand. I'll go to the kitchen to see how the dishes are done. You sit here by yourself for a while. Fang Zheng gave an oh-so-subtle sound, staring at Jiang Ziyao's back as if she was running away, and continued to watch the TV. After helping her mother cook for a while, Jiang Ziyao calmed down a bit, although her mother had been urging her daughter to just go and keep Fang Zheng company. Her son-in-law came to the house. How can there be a mother and daughter cooking and letting others watch TV by themselves? But Jiang Ziyao refuses to do so and wants to help with the cooking. She felt that she was not in the right state today. Her mood changed too much throughout the day, and it was not yet the day of the relative's visit. Strange. After cooking, the family sat on the dining table and chatted about some meaningless family matters. Fang Zheng also gave Jiang Ziyao a few chopsticks to avoid revealing the food. The relationship between the two is not real. So before he pinched the food, his chopsticks were not in his mouth, fearing that Jiang Ziyao would have a disgusting emotion. However, Jiang Ziyao noticed this small detail. What a careful man, Zia Zheng. What do you do? How old are you? You look younger than my Yui. Fang Zheng HMM'd, Auntie. I'm a teacher in a junior high school. I'm 20. 5 years old. She's a little younger than Ziyao. The woman laughed out. A difference of 3 years. That's not too big. You can see the situation of our family, although we are a bit rich. Ziyao and I are not the kind of people who value money. As long as you are truly kind to Ziyao, Auntie won't hinder you from being together. This Auntie is quite nice. Not different from what Jiang Ziyao described earlier. Thank you, Auntie. I'll be sure to treat Ziyao well and live up to your expectations. The woman laughed. Fang Zheng said, and also did not forget to shake the woman's hand. Jiangzi. Yao felt the warmth of the palm of her hand and ate the food. Action stopped for a moment. Her heart did not know what was in her mind. Qing, you just said that you and your mom are the only ones in your family. And that life is hard, right? It's okay. I used to have a harder time going to school. But now that I've graduated, it's a lot better. The woman ate the meal has been staring at Fang Zheng, because she felt that the young man in front of her is a bit like a years have not been in touch with the deceased. Although the probability is that they're wrong. But after hesitation is still the choice to open the mouth. The woman said, I don't know why, but when I was in the kitchen, I thought you looked familiar, like a friend of mine. Fang was puzzled. Friend, the woman nodded. Suddenly had a touch of sadness in her eyes, so say also the past 20 years. That is the aunt when she went to college boudoir. Her name is Hua Wenjia. You look so similar to her a little bit. The woman's unintentional comment made Fang Zheng freeze in his tracks. Hua Wenjia? Isn't that his mother's name? A happy accident, auntie. What did you say the name of your best friend in college was? Flower Wenjia. The woman nodded yes. This is to say, we were as good as what? But after graduation, because of the years, communication, and some messy things on the disconnection. Some years did not see. You wait. Fang Zheng put down his chopsticks and took out his cell phone, and found a photo of him and his mother on his cell phone. Auntie, can you see if it's her? The woman received Founder's cell phone and covered her mouth in shock the moment she saw the photo. Though 30 years have passed, the two little girls in twisted cues have now turned into aunties in their 50s. But some things, eyes, looks, can't be changed. That's her, this. The woman realized something, and her eyes widened. It can't be such a coincidence, can it, Xia Zheng? You're Wenjia's son. Fang Zheng smiled and nodded his head. He also did not think that it was really such a coincidence. What happens when a son-in-law meets his mother-in-law and suddenly becomes an old friend? Even Jiangzi doesn't understand how things have turned out the way they are now. Fang Zheng retrieved his cell phone and called his mother, explaining the situation to her, who also looked shocked. Really, son? Are you saying that Yui's mother is mom? It's true, auntie recognized you. I'll let you two talk on the phone. If you don't believe me, fine. Just give her the phone, Jiangzi. Yao's mother receives the cell phone with excitement, hearing her old friend's familiar voice. She doesn't know why there are tears in her eyes. Hey Minka, it's me, yeah? It's been a long time. Zoyoya. It's really you. This is Founder at your home now. Yes, yes. She's coming to my house for dinner. What a surprise. She wiped her tears. Are you at home now? Why don't the three of us go look for you? Yeah. The feelings of the older generation may be beyond the understanding of young people, like Fang Zheng and Zhang Ziao. Especially these two women's fate is so coincidentally the same. The same husband died for many years. The same silent management of the family. Fang Zheng drove Zhang Ziao and her aunt to his house. Obviously. They were both in their 50s, but when they met, the two women hugged each other with sobs, as if the dial of time had been redirected by 30 years. After that, the topic of conversation in the room has completely moved away from Fang Zheng and Zhang Ziao, and has become an old friend's conversation. The two moms are chatting over a glass of water in their room. It was the first time that Jiangzi Yao came to Fang Zheng's house. The room Fang Zheng lived in was not as exquisite and gorgeous as his own house, but the 120 square feet of the house was clean and tidy. The two sat on the couch and watched TV while the two mothers rambled on about the old days, how hard it had been for them, and how they had lived together over the years, and so on. The topics of conversation between the younger generation and the older generation are always different. Fang Zheng's mother said, Zioya, I didn't think that after so many years, we would get together again because of the children's affairs. Yeah, you said you didn't have a cell phone when you graduated, and after you got married, you were even more busy. So I couldn't find you when I tried to contact you again, and I really missed you. Fang Zheng's mother said, Society is developing fast, but since this is such a coincidence, let's talk about the future of these two children. Jiangzi, Yao's mom laughed. Oh, what else is there to talk about? I know your son well. Don't I? I'll definitely agree to this marriage. So let's pick a good day for these two kids to get married. Yeah, Fang Zheng and Jiangzi Yao were watching TV, and were shocked to hear that the two women's topic of conversation had suddenly changed to them. They were both speechless. Fang Zheng stood up. Mom, Auntie, don't Z. Yao and I aren't here yet. Jiang Zi, Yao also stood up. Yes, Mom, Auntie. The two of us aren't in a hurry to get married just yet. The two women looked at the pair of youngsters strangely. Both puzzled, and said in unison, no hurry. Then when are you going to get married? No hurry. Then when are you going to get married? The voices were solemn, with a hint of rebuke, as if the child had become their unanimous target at the moment. Fang Zheng felt that he had been pushed to a dead end. His eyes glanced at the calendar, and he was in a hurry. Ah, Mom, you forgot. Isn't this my birth year? You can't get married in your birth year. Xiao and I are planning to postpone our marriage until next year. Jiang Zi, Yao glanced at Fang Zheng. Why are they suddenly getting married? But looking at Fang Zheng's anxious gaze. Jiang Zi, Yao obviously also realized that this was the only excuse. Him, thinking that stalling for a while was a good idea, and rounded off the conversation right. This year is Fang Zheng's natal year, so it's unlucky to get married. We plan to talk about it next year. The two elders stared at each other and thought that this excuse was acceptable, as there is indeed a saying that one cannot get married in the year of one's birth. Jiangzi, Yao's mom thought for a moment and then changed her mind. Hey, Wenjia, I'm at home by myself anyway. Why don't I move in next door to you, so that the two of us can go grocery shopping or something together? Fang Zheng's mom's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. It's just that I don't have anyone to talk to. But wouldn't it be a bit of an inconvenience for you to suddenly move to such a poor place? Jiangzi, Yao's mom said. I survived the hardships of school. What's wrong with that, besides? Don't you understand me? I'm not used to living in a big house like that. I'll leave it to these two kids. Jiang Ziao and Fang Zheng have just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that nothing is wrong. But then these words came out, and the women were shocked again. Mom, what did you say? The woman looked at her daughter. Have I not made myself clear? I'm not going to live with you anymore. I'm going to move here. You and Zaya Zheng will live together. If you two don't like that house is not a new house, you can buy a new one even better. Oh yes, just don't let Zia Zheng move over. You two buy a new house, this time buy a smaller one. The house is too big to be cozy. Jiang Zi. Oh, this at the same time. Fang Zheng's mother also looked at her son. Her tone was firm, son. Since your mother-in-law has said so, then you can live with Xiao. But although we are spending her money now, it doesn't mean that you don't have to pay it back in the future. And you have to pay Xiao when you make money in the future. Do you understand? And you have to treat her well. If Xiao gets hurt, I won't spare you, Jiangzi. Yao's mother laughed. Wenjia, look at what you're saying. After these two kids get married, we'll be one family. No distinction between you and me. The two women shook each other's hands. Yes, I'm going to call you my in-laws from now on. Good girl, it's fate. The accident came so fast, like a tornado, that the two elders couldn't even wait for the next day, after talking to each other. That night, Jiangzi, Yao's mother, asked her daughter to call the real estate company, saying that she would sell the 3-story house and buy a house from Fang Zheng's mother. Even the moving company was given such a big task in the middle of the night, and worked through the night. You should know that real estate companies and moving companies are closed at night. The other party is so aggressive because of Jiang Ziao's status, and also because they are willing to pay more, which naturally doubles their efficiency. But while the elders were happy, Fang Zheng and Jiang Ziao stood downstairs and watched the moving company, moving things into the building over and over again. What about them? Do they really have to live together? The moving company was busy until 3:00 or 4:00 a.m., during which time some neighbors came to ask if they were crazy in the middle of the night, because of the noise. As a result, Jiangzi, Yao's mother, gave her a red packet of 3,000 each, and the neighbors immediately greeted her with smiles. The whole building seems to be in good cheer tonight, except for Jiang Ziao and Fang Zheng, whose belongings were left downstairs by the movers. The two elders tacitly agreed not to get involved in matters between the youngsters. He said that they should hurry up and find their own houses to live in. What to do? Jiangzi. Yao looked at the cardboard boxes all over the floor downstairs. In fact, Fang Zheng didn't have many things, but she had quite a few of her own, clothes and bags, plus some messy decorations and artifacts, thanks to the fact that all the home appliances were bought in one package before. Now that the building is sold, Those big pieces don't have to be moved anymore. Let's just find an apartment first. I'll just pretend I'm sharing with you. What else can I do? Fang Zheng replied. Jiang Zi, glared at Fang Zheng. And after a few moments, she still let out a long breath. How did things suddenly turn out like this? She called her secretary and told her to hurry up and find a house with at least 200 square feet in the residential area, closest to the company and Tulip High School. She's moving in tonight at the latest, and the secretary says it's no problem. Jiang Zi, looked at the time. It was only 4:30. The two of them were going to go upstairs to take a rest, but the two moms directly blocked Fang Zheng and Jiang Ziao, who were going to enter the door. They even questioned them. Why are you upstairs again? Go find a house, yes. In the future we will be separated. You two will live your life. We two sisters will live ours. If you want to come back to visit your relatives, you have to go through us to agree to do so. Today is not free. No time, without giving them a chance to answer back. The door closed with a snap, and the two elders were talking and laughing in the house, packing up the sanitary furniture. As if they had completely ignored the two children, of course. The elders did it on purpose. Not getting married. You want to go back to your hometown to visit your relatives without getting married. You've got to be kidding me. The two founders stood at the staircase staring blankly at each other. Jiang Zi, felt a bit cold after standing downstairs in the wind. Fang Zheng skillfully took off his jacket and put it on Jiang Ziao. Suddenly the founder laughed. I guess we're really destined to run into each other. He found a pack of cigarettes in a package downstairs. Usually Fang Zheng seldom smokes, but he took off his jacket and gave it to Jiang Ziao because he was really cold. A cigarette would at least warm you up a little. Just as the lighter popped up, Jiang Zi, snatched it away from her. Don't smoke. It's not good for your health. Don't you have to go to work at 8:00? There are still a few hours left. Go to my office first. Fang Zheng owed and looked at the mess. Then what about these clothes and shoes of yours? Throw them here, Jiang Ziao said. I've talked to the secretary. She'll come over later to keep an eye on us. And there's a camera in your neighborhood, so don't worry. It's kind of hard being your secretary, having to be on call 24 hours a day. Jiang Zi glanced at Fang Zheng in disbelief, who shrugged his shoulders, impassive. The two of them drove to Jiang Ziao's company. Jiang's group, when Fang Zheng came to pick up Jiang Ziao from work yesterday. He was actually a bit shocked by this place. The entire 17-story building, with at least a dozen offices on each floor, is owned by Jiang Ziao. Fang Zheng took the stairs and followed Jiang Ziao up. Her office was on the last floor, the 17th floor. Yui, your company is so big. How much do you make a year? In the first few years, we made a lot of money. But in the last few years, the market has not been doing well, and the company's annual turnover is only a little over 10 billion. Over 10 billion, the company's efficiency is still not good. Fang Zheng remembered that when he first met this MS, Jiang, she seemed to have told him that she owned a small company. Now I see that this company is really small. It's like an ant. Jiang Zi noticed Fang Zheng looking at her like she was a monster and inexplicably wanted to laugh a little. What are you thinking? Fang Zheng flirted. I was thinking that if I had agreed to Auntie's proposal for us to get married just now, wouldn't I have half of this company now? Jiang Zi really thought carefully about this question. Our company is a shareholding system. Although the company's efficiency is tens of billions, it doesn't mean that I will be able to share tens of billions. According to the shares, excluding the company's operation, my personal income is only about 1 or 2 billions per year. If you marry me, we both can only spend so much money. Fang Zheng swallowed his saliva only. I feel like I can't spend that much in my life. You can spend it by having a few more girlfriends. Nothing costs more money than women. Jiang Ziao's face was normal after she said that. But in fact, she was intentionally trying to test it. What would he say if he said that? Fang Zheng saw the trick and let out a long breath. At the same time, the elevator also arrived at the station. A drop sound. The elevator door opened. Fang Zheng said, If I really marry you, how can I still have the heart to look for other women? You are enough for me to endure. Jiang Ziao bit her lower color. She didn't answer, because she couldn't answer. There are only a few large offices on the 17th floor of the Chiang's group, and Jiang Ziao's office is on the far east side, with a spacious room with mountains and water as soon as she enters. A small fountain, a small rockery, a huge desk, and a leather sofa in addition to bookshelves. Zhang Ziao turned on the air conditioner. Although it was already April, and the daytime temperature was slowly rising, it was still cold at 4:00 or 5:00 a.m. Making people shiver, she said to the founder, "Why don't you lie down on the couch for a while, and I'll have breakfast brought up around 7 o'clock. And when you're done, I'll have the secretary. I'll take you to work." Zhang Ziao had planned to have her secretary send Fang Zheng off. But she thought that her secretary wasn't too bad, so she'd better not add to her mind. She didn't want Fang Zheng to touch too many women now. There's no reason for it. It's just plain old not wanting to. Fang Zheng was not polite, anyway. He and Zhang Ziao were the only two people in the office now. And the man had not slept for 2 nights, so he was sleepy at the moment. At that moment, he immediately laid down on the sofa, only to catch a glimpse of Zhang Ziao, who had no intention of sleeping. She was sitting at her desk, staring at her cell phone, wondering what she was working on. "Yui, aren't you going to sleep?" Zhang Ziao glanced at the man. "The secretary sent me a few pictures of the room types and asked me which one I want to buy. Do you want to come over and take a look too?" Fang Zheng closed his eyes. "No need, you just pick. Just really didn't expect. This is only a few days past. We actually have to live together." Zhang Ziao's fingers paused as she slid the screen. Her mind somehow suddenly flashed through some imagined moments of her life with Fang Zheng. "There's an itchy feeling in my heart. Is there going to be another man in my room from now on?" The woman put down her cell phone and mentally hesitated. "Founder, even though we're going to be staying together tonight, the two of us are going to have to share our rooms." The man didn't say anything. Zhang Ziao thought the man was doing it on purpose, so she took a deep breath. "Even if I have to be in the same room, I'll still buy 2 beds. Don't forget about our relationship." The man still didn't say anything, but Zhang Ziao felt that Fang Zheng was getting a little carried away. "Are you listening to me?" However, when she lifted her head, she realized that the man was already lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly, and he did not have the spirit to listen to her. "What can I do if I go to class and sleep?" Zhang Ziao cocked her head. Fell asleep so soon. She gently stood up and walked over to Fang Zheng, and put the man's jacket, which had just been draped over herself, back over Fang Zheng. The woman crouched down and stared at the boys' sleeping faces. The young face was so relaxed at the moment that she couldn't help but put Zhang Ziao in a wonderful trance. The care, sensitivity, and witty banter displayed by the founder in these 2 days. It makes women wonder what kind of man they are unintentionally meeting. If you had just been in the room and you went along with what Auntie said to my mom, maybe the two of us would have actually gotten married. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the 17th floor of the huge high-rise. Zhang Ziao, lying on her desk, moved her eyes slightly. "Mr. Chiang, you're awake." When Zhang Ziao heard the familiar voice of the secretary, she lifted her head. And the first thing she did was to look at the sofa, but it was already empty. I looked at the time on my computer and saw that it was 9:40. "I can't believe I slept for so long. When did you come in? Where's the guy sleeping on the couch?" "I just came in to Mr. Chiang. The guest on the sofa left after breakfast, after 7 o'clock. Zhang Ziao HMM'd. Looks like she had overslept. She had planned to give him a ride. I see. What's going on at the office this morning?" Named Millet secretary smiled and said originally, "There is a departmental meeting you said to open in the morning, scheduled for 10 o'clock, but I see that you are not very good today. Or I go to notify the various departments in charge of the meeting, postponed to the afternoon." Chiang Ziao rubbed her temples. "Well, go ahead and set the meeting for 1 p.m. "Okay, Chief Chiang." Xiaomi pursed her lips. Itself as a secretary, and the boss of the relationship is good. Plus this morning, she went to the small area of the Chiang Kai-shek arrangement. On something is really curious. He couldn't help but ask, "President Jiang, there's something I have to tell you. The house you've chosen, I've asked the moving company to move things in for you, but there are some men's items in there. Do I need to put them in a room alone? Or do I need to put them in your room at once?" Zhang Ziao frowned. "Men's items, square, single, forget it. Let's put it in one room for now. You have housekeeping clean up the house and leave the rest. In a room, the millet heart is in the heart of the number. His boss is talking about love. That's why the meetings have been less frequent in the past 2 days. And my mood is much better. Mr. Jiang, is that your boyfriend's sleeping on the couch. Zhao Mai looked like she was gossiping. Chang Zi, Yao glared at her. Mai immediately laughed. I know Chief Jiang. I won't talk nonsense. I'll go out then. When Jiang Zi saw Mai running out on her ass, she thought of something and took out her landline phone to call the project manager. Hello, Manager Chen. Yes, it's me. Yesterday, that customers matter. You go to investigate her ex-husband. Yes. First from her ex-husband to start. What is the situation at any time to report to me? Inside the 3rd grade, 4 classroom at Tulip Middle School. Yan Qingya, Lai Yukun, and Ding Peng Zhujihong were sitting around a table. All 4 had sad expressions. The root cause is the bizarre incident last night when they dismantled Founder's electric car, and the mysterious homeroom teacher was instead picked up by Porsche in a fit of pique. Ding Peng said this Fang Zheng. Yang Yibi, last night and checked once again. The school entry date, he is an ordinary family. And this kid or just graduated. Interpersonal relationship is also very simple. Very common. Resume. Lai Yukun said, then how to explain what happened yesterday? Didn't you also see it? Yan Qingya let out a long breath and slumped on the table. It seems that this teacher Fang made up the information at school casually. He's not some freshly graduated daisy at all. And what an ordinary family. He's totally just playing with us, Ding Peng said. What should we do then? Are we really going to listen to him and let him be our homeroom teacher? Although Zhu Hong on the side did not participate in the pursuit of the 3 yesterday. She had long since heard it. Since you guys said that this teacher Fang's identity is not ordinary, then the hard way won't work. We can only come to the soft way. The other 3 raised their spirits. Soft? How did it get soft? Zhu Hong said. Just don't listen to the class when he comes. The whole class will lie down on the table and sleep. He can't let us all go out and stand in punishment. Time is long. He cannot stand us. So he took the initiative to leave or transfer. Ding Peng grinned widely. Hey, that's a good idea. Why didn't I think of such a simple idea? Why don't we just do that for now? If he comes to class, we just play. We just don't listen. Let's see what he can do. The other 3 didn't think of any good ideas for the time being. So they all nodded. So with the unanimous resistance of the entire class of 3rd grade 4, today, ever since Founder walked into the classroom, the students in the classroom had a floppy look on their faces. Those who are lying on the table, those who are staring, those who are quietly drawing pictures in their notebooks. Fang Zheng gave a 3-minute lecture, but no one listened. The eagle's eye was turned on to show that the students in the classroom were not carrying any prohibited items either. Fang Zheng slammed the textbook on the desk. Good guy. This is after the release of the snake. Play hooky. Dismantle the electric car. Found that the hard cannot come to the soft. The key is not yet available to you. You guys don't have much energy today, do you? Didn't you sleep well last night? The students in the class glanced at each other coldly, and no one paid any attention to Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng moved the stool to one side. Also, do not lecture. Sat there and said this way. The teacher is not the kind of very rigid people. The first half of today's lesson, we guess riddles. If you come to the spirit of the next half of the lesson, we continue to class. How? The classroom remained dead silent. Fang Zheng froze there awkwardly and simply went straight to the point. May I ask the students? Which woman had the smallest breasts in ancient times? Ding Peng suddenly raised his hand and said chatlessly, I know. Princess Taping. Founder laughed, no. Next, Yon Qingga was puzzled. Zenpei. Fang Zheng shook his head, that's not right either. It's Hua Mulan. As the saying goes, Grandpa has no eldest son, and Mulan has no eldest brother, so she doesn't have an elder brother. There was silence in the classroom, followed by boos. Yan Qingya said, Teacher, you are so boring. Next week's star sister Liu Yu is having a concert in our province. Why don't you invite our whole class to go see it? And we'll all be in good spirits. Fang Zheng said, concert. What's so good about that? It's not as good as a teacher's singing. Why don't I sing it for you? There's no money involved. Yan Qingya cut her voice and looked back at Ding Peng. Ding Peng. Isn't your father able to get tickets? Why don't you get us some tickets? Yes. I want Ding Peng too. Me too, when the class heard that. Suddenly burst into a frenzy. All went to ask for tickets. Listening to the founder of the class, one did not. Fang Zheng sighed and put his arms around his chest. Quiet when the classroom heard that. It really quieted down. but the atmosphere instantly changed back to the flabby look it had just had. It seems that I can't just keep these students in check. I have to make them obedient and obedient. But are all secondary school students so difficult to deal with nowadays? I just want to be a good teacher. Shang Dongfang being ignored for a whole lesson, since these guys don't listen. Fang Zheng simply let them study on the self-study. Just leave the classroom. Shang Dongfang do not know why Cover the Mouth suddenly ran out of the classroom. In the middle of the almost hit founder, the boys rushed straight to the end of the corridor, stride to the toilet. As he ran, some yellow liquid spilled out of his mouth. Fang Zheng squatted on the ground and moved his nose. There was a strange smell. His heart sank as he retraced his steps back to the classroom, which was as quiet as it had been just moments before, except for an open bottle of iced tea that had fallen to the floor. The liquid was running all over the floor, and the students around the bottle were pinching their noses in disgust. What happened to Sang Dong? No one answered in the classroom. Fang Zheng glanced at Lai Yukon and Ding Ping, who were the biggest assholes in the class, but they were still pretending to be asleep. He had no choice but to go to the toilet and wait for Sang Dongfang to come out after rinsing his mouth, expecting to ask something from him. As a result, before he opened his mouth, Shang Dongfang saw Fang Zheng waiting for him. Scared and hurriedly said, "Mister, Fang is good," and rushed back. The boy's eyes are a little red. Fang Zheng sighed. It seems that the system should be talking about him. Dongfang, you can talk to your teacher about anything. Shang Dongfang glanced back at Fang Zheng, Med, and said nothing more. Back to the office. The office director is often not in the office. Every time Fang Zheng came back to basically only a female teacher with a ponytail in the handling of lesson plans. This female teacher is also the teacher of the 4th class of the 3rd grade, teaching English, and is the same female teacher who saw Fang Zheng being bitten by the snake that day, and planned to call the hospital. When the other party saw that Fang Zheng was back at this time, they were a bit puzzled. "Mr. Fang, isn't the class not over yet? Why are you back early?" Fang Zheng dispiritedly sat down on the chair. "No one is listening to the lesson. What else is there to talk about? I might as well come back and rest." The female teacher put down the lesson plan. "Hands together. Appearing gentle and elegant, your class, they still dare not listen to Mr. Fang, I tell you, since you became the class teacher of the 3rd grade class 4, these children are much more honest." She pursed her lips, although it's better not to listen in class. At least it's not like before when you were doing everything down there. And we teachers can at least give lectures up there properly. This proves that your teaching method is still excellent. Fang Zheng frowned, thinking, is this progress? It seems to be. But the students do not listen to the class. From playing to sleeping, the nature of the seemingly no substantial change. It's all about not learning. When the female teacher saw that Fang Zheng had been staring at her, her face suddenly turned a little red, and she turned her head to her office desk to continue revising her lesson plans and papers. In a low voice, he said, "Take a break, and I'll take care of the papers." Fang Zheng blinked. His mind had actually drifted to another place. "That, Mr. Yang, I have a question for you. How much do you know about this kid? Shang Dongfang, from class 4. The female teacher surnamed Yang turned back. "Shang Dongfang, isn't he the honest one? Mr. Fang Med. That's him. Is he not on good terms with his classmates at school?" Mr. Yang shook his head. "Not quite sure. I feel that the students in class 4 are in a mess. The other teachers are not to go to class, so no one cares too much about this class. Yeah, the death class itself is the worst class in Tulip Middle School. Teachers don't even dare to go there. So how could anyone care about one student? I know. Thank you." Fang Zheng saw the file bag on the table and found Shang Dongfang's file from the student information. This boy's family is quite simple, an only child, through school students, that is, students who can go home at night. Poor academic performance is not recognized as a special case by the data alone. A total of 4 classes in the morning. After class today, Fang Zheng, or the first time to eat in the school cafeteria, as the same office in an office teacher. Mr. Yang naturally invited Fang Zheng to join him for lunch, and Fang Zheng did not refuse, however. When the two of them walked to the cafeteria, Fang Zheng searched the cafeteria but did not find any traces of Shang Dongfang. After a few bites, Founder couldn't eat any more. I saw Mr. Yang, who had just taken a seat, saying, Mr. Yang, I have to go out for a while, so you can eat slowly here. The female teacher looked puzzled. Mr. Fang, you're not eating. I'm not very hungry. Go away. Fang Zheng carried the dish to find his class of students. Asked them after class whether they saw Shang Dongfang. The same classmates are shaking their heads. He had no choice but to find it himself. The school rules stipulate that passers-by are not allowed to leave the school at noon either. But Shang Dongfang didn't eat in the cafeteria. So where could he go? Fang Zheng first went to the classroom to look around. There was nothing. And then went to the school toilet to look around also. There was nothing. At noon, he ran to the student dormitory. And finally, a student from the next class happened to meet him and said that Ding Peng seemed to have called Shang Dongfang to the south side of the playground. Fang Zheng had a bad premonition in his heart and directly ran towards the south playground. Indeed, before arriving at the playground, Fang Zheng saw a group of boys and girls gathering together from afar, making a lot of noise. Ugh, what are you doing? Fang Zheng shouted. A group of people turned around and saw Fang Zheng. Immediately panicked and dispersed. There were students from the 4th class and other classes, but Ding Peng didn't seem to be there. After the crowd had dispersed, Shang Dongfang stood up from the crowd as if he was lifting up his pants. And he was so scared that he did not dare to move. The founder walked over to him and saw that he wasn't hurt. What's wrong? Shang Dongfang wiped the tears from his eyes and sniffled, but his mouth mumbled nothing. Mr. Fong simply said, Did you get beaten up? Shang Dongfang shook his head. No. Fang Zheng had no choice but to pat Shang Dongfang's shoulder. You haven't eaten yet, right? Teacher first accompany you to the cafeteria. Shang Dongfang still shook his head and said in a low voice, No need, mister. Fang, I'm not hungry. After saying that, he also walked slowly towards the teaching building. Fang Zheng couldn't help but say Dongfang, If there is anything you need to tell your teacher, I will help you, and also, when you grow up, you have to know how to fight back. Do you understand? Shang Dongfang stopped his steps, but the stone that suppresses the bottom of the heart in the end still blocked the impulse to talk. In the afternoon, there is still a language class. The classroom, needless to say, is again the same flabby look. Fang Zheng did not bother to continue to lecture. The eyes only deliberately stared at the classroom under the Shang Dongfang. He is honest, doesn't like to talk, and wears black clothes. Fang Zheng patted his head, but in the end, he couldn't come up with any good solutions. After class, Fang Zheng received a call from Zhang Ziao, saying that he had found a new house. Zhang Ziao sent Fang Zheng the address of her new house, but she was working overtime tonight and could only go back very late. Zhang Ziao, I've asked the secretary to prepare some food in the house, so you don't have to buy it. Founder got it. Be safe at night. Fang Zheng took a look at the address of the building and the lock code. The building that Zhang Ziao was looking for was located at the center of Zhang's group and Tulip High School. That is to say, it is very close to the places where both of them work, which is considerate enough. I followed the address back to my new home and happened to notice that a small room next door seemed to have a new neighbor who had also moved in. Fang Zheng did not care at first, but after entering the new home, marveled at the life of the rich is really good. 200 square feet of super large building. The layout of the house looks like it has been changed according to the architectural style of Zhang Ziao's house. Punch me with 4 rooms and 1 living room. The house is brightly lit when the lights are on. On the table in the living room were several packaged boxed lunches, which should be the dinner that Zhang Ziao had asked her secretary to prepare for herself. Fang Zheng sat on the sofa with his butt, opened the boxed lunch, and found the class grouping of the 4th class of the 3rd grade. Nighttime is the time when people are most likely to talk to others and break down their defenses. So if you don't seize this precious time, you won't have a chance to do it yourself. I found Shang Dongfang's WeChat and added it. But unfortunately, the other side did not agree after a long time, when Fang was eating his box lunch and staring at his cell phone. Some banging and smashing sounds came out from the next room, although we know that they are moving. The movement is too big, with curiosity. I approached the door and listened for a while and realized that it didn't seem to be a move, but an argument. Bitch, you didn't tell me you were moving. Did you? You think I can't find you? Where's the money? I didn't. I really didn't. Just let me and the baby go. I looked through the cat's eye. But I really didn't realize it was such a coincidence that there was a family of 3 in the next room. And one of the children was no one else but Shang Dongfang from my own class. Surprised, the founder opens the door. The three members of the family glanced toward Fang Zheng at the same time, especially Shang Dongfang, who froze there with reddened eyes, and his mouth seemed to let out a silent, "Teacher?" Shang Dongfang's father slammed the door, afterwards, as if he was continuing to clamor for money inside. Fang Zheng couldn't resist knocking on the door. The sound inside was much quieter, and the founder switched to tapping on the door. Open the door snapped open, and Fang Zheng stood face to face with Shang Dongfang's father, who was a big, thick, middle-aged man with a flat head and a strange tattoo on his neck, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, which, to say that he looked like Shang Dongfang, did not look like him at all. "What are you knocking for? Founder, don't you know it's a nuisance to the public to argue in the middle of the night? None of your business, looking for death." "Huh?" Fang Zheng let out a long breath and looked at Shang Dongfang in the room. "Dongfang, you moved here." Shang Dongfang nodded his head tremblingly, the right side of his face a little red. Fang Zheng saw his swollen face. "What happened to your face? Did your father hit you?" Shang Dongfang lowered his head and slowly shook it, shedding a tear. "He is not my father. My father died a long time ago." The middle-aged man's anger rose when he heard this. "If you mention this again, you want to be beaten again, don't you?" The man rushed toward Shang Dongfang, and his arm was lifted without thinking. Fang Zheng's own physical quality was good, and then the first novice reward given by the system was to strengthen the body. Although this strong man looks much stronger than Fang Zheng, but his strength is far worse than Fang Zheng. Seeing that the middle-aged man wanted to move again, Fang Zheng went over and tugged on the man's arm. "Talk things over, don't move." The middle-aged man's eyes widened. "Are you fucking looking for death?" Fang Zheng yanked his arm and kicked him hard with his right leg, and when the kick landed, the man was directly kicked half a meter away with a bang. Just listening to the man's screams as he lay on the ground, one could tell how much pain he was in. The small right side of his belly and white short sleeves was also quickly sprouting purple. Fang Zheng looked at him and said, "To make it clear in advance, I don't call it beating up people. It's called volunteering. Do you know?" Fang Zheng took out his cell phone and found the police phone number. "Hello 110. Zijin District. Building No. 3 here. Someone domestic violence. Yes, held a particularly bad. Who am I? I am a good citizen. See, their children's faces are swollen." Backhanded this guy a few punches. You quickly come to it. Putting away his cell phone, he looked at Shang Dongfang. "He's really not your father, stepdad." Shang Dongfang still marveled at Fang Zheng's kick and nodded his head. Fang Zheng, "Oh." Then he was relieved. His eyes gave an application to Shang Dongfang's mother. After the woman agreed, he walked to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man gave him a few punches. The middle-aged man, even screamed a few times, until the fight begged to bypass the founder before stopping. Looking at his blood-stained fist, he said to him, "Don't bully the children just because you are big, when the Orientals eat even stronger than you. Haven't you ever thought that your old age will not be guaranteed? You're not thinking about your old age, are you? Just think about the present." The big guy lying on the ground, covering his face, did not dare to move. Fang Zheng went back to his room to take a few boxed lunches over to the mother and son. "Eat some." Shang Dongfang did not dare to take it at first, but later Fang Zheng passed it forward and he took it. "Thank you, Mr. Fong." Shang Dongfang's mother also wiped her tears and said, "Thank you, teacher. Don't be polite. We're all neighbors." It didn't take long for the police to arrive, and Fang Zheng and his family were taken to the police station to understand the basic situation, although the middle-aged man kept saying that he had endured a beating. Based on Fang Zheng's description, and also based on the description of the mother and son, the police were able to understand the basic situation. He just admonished the founder and let him out. "It's a good thing to do. But next time go easy on us and call us earlier." It's just that Shang Dongfang's mother and son came out with Fang Zheng, but the middle-aged Liangshan man who beat up the child will still be inside for a few days. Because the police in the description of the mother and son heard one thing. The guy good gambling. And there is a WeChat group is also all gambling friends. However, this matter has nothing to do with Fang Zheng, and he doesn't care about it. Taking the mother and child home at night has reached 11 o'clock. Fang Zheng wanted to let Shang Dongfang sleep well. Tomorrow's school state can be better. The results of this child proposed to want to go to the rooftop walk. The founder agreed, on the rooftop. Sang Dongfang begins to wonder what kind of strange teacher he has met, especially when Fang Zheng hands Sang Dongfang a cigarette. Sang Dongfang is completely baffled, waving his hands in a flattering manner. Teacher, I don't smoke. Fang Zheng gave an O and laughed. Don't smoke, huh? It's a good habit not to smoke. So does the teacher mind if he smokes one? Shang Dongfang smiled and shook his head. Fang Zheng held the cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Zi, Yao's figure flashed in his mind, but in the end he didn't light it. Just leaned against the rooftop wall with the cigarette in his mouth and blew in the wind. Did you have a bad time at school? The founder asked. Shang Fang's eyebrows became very aggravated and tightly wrinkled together. They all bully me, teacher. I don't want to go to school. Fang Zheng glanced at Shang Dongfang. Not going to school. Not going to school is good. If you don't go to school, you won't be bullied at school. It's very smart. But what about in the society? If you meet someone like your stepfather, who is such an asshole, what can you do? Shang Dongfang shook his head. I don't know. Founder stared at his student, put the cigarette back in his pocket, and walked up to him. Come and punch me. I'll teach you to fight back. Huh? I want you to hit me. If those people bully you again. Just remember how you beat me tonight. Come on. Sang Dongfang frowned, but I haven't hit anyone. Don't talk. Just fight. Fang Zheng closed his eyes, and as a result, even after half a day of dilly-dallying, the other party was able to scrape his face with his fist, which didn't hurt as much as a mosquito bite. Fang Zheng sighed, not fighting. If you don't beat me now, what will your mom do with you in the future? Seeing Shang Dongfang show hesitation, Fang Zheng knows that there is a game. Now but the last straw will be able to this weak camel to the direct pressure to death. He stretched out a finger, last chance. I don't care about you if you don't fight. If you punch me this time, if you get into a fight at school tomorrow, I guarantee the school won't dare punish you. When Shang Dongfang saw Fang Zheng close his eyes again, he remembered his experience in school, slowly lifted his hand, clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and gave Fang Zheng a hard punch. Teacher, I'm sorry. The night we lived together this time, Shang Dongfang used all his strength. And when the punch went down, Fang Zheng really felt that a heavy hammer hit his face hard. He slowly opened his eyes, covered the right side of his face, which was a bit reactive, frowned and stared at Shang Dongfang. You look like an honest person. But why are you so strong? Fang Zheng originally thought that this kid's strength is not big. Even with 10% of the force will not be their own how. Who knows a punch down, the right face has obvious pain. Shang Dongfang also opened his eyes and saw his teacher's pained and reprimanding expression. I'm sorry, teacher, are you all right? I really didn't mean it. There are ice cubes at home. I'll give you some compresses. Hey, wait! Fang Zheng hugged Shang Dongfang and said after scratching the right side of his face with his hand, You don't have to make any ice cubes. I'll remember this punch if someone else bullies you in the future, and you hit them with less force than you hit me. I'll return this punch to you, you know that. Fang Zheng used his fist to vigorously drill on Shang Dongfang's head a few times, causing Shang Dongfang to scream several times in pain. Bastard, I'll let you beat me up, but you're really going to kill me. I'm going home. Don't let me down tomorrow. Let's go. Are you going back? Teacher, do you think teachers don't sleep? I have a beautiful daughter-in-law waiting for me at home. Next time you see my daughter-in-law, remember to call her teacher's mom. Oh no, Shang Dongfang touched his aching head, his eyes staring at his teacher's back toward the rooftop entrance. The sky dark, the teenager's eyes have a glimmer of light. Mr. Fong, thank you. Fang Zheng waved his hand behind him, but his face hurt more and more after he finished playing handsome. Is the dam system a trap for itself? Didn't you say that the body quality would be enhanced tenfold? How come the enhancement was still effective when I just beat up the strong man? But now that I've been punched by Shang Dongfang, the enhancement is no longer effective. Fang Zheng rubbed his face and walked downstairs from the rooftop. Who knew that just after passing the first corner, he saw a slender figure standing there in the staircase at night. Looks like a woman with long hair. Fang Zheng froze for a moment. There is a woman in the stairwell at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. His first reaction is that this building is haunted. His second reaction was that the figure looked familiar, holding a materialistic attitude. I took a few more steps downward and realized that this female ghost was a bit pretty. Exactly like Zheng Ziyao. Class dismissed. Mr. Fong, Jiangzi. Yao's characteristic slightly indifferent female voice entered his ears, and Fang Zheng's mouth curved in an awkward smile. Yui, why are you here? Jiangzi. Yao pursed her lips. I came home from work and saw that you weren't there. I called you and you didn't pick up. And then my neighbor told me that you were on the rooftop chatting with his son. So I came over to take a look. Fang Zheng walked over to Jiangzi Yao. You saw everything. Jiangzi. Yao nodded. A smile on her face, but she was very tolerant as soon as I came up here. I saw you take a punch from that kid. I thought you were fighting with someone, but after listening to a few words, I realized that Mr. Fang was teaching by example. Fang Zheng made a sound and shook his head while going downstairs. It's not easy to be a teacher these days. Sometimes I really envy these kids. Zhang Ziyao followed. What do you envy? You envy their youth, Fang Zheng replied. I envy them for finding such a good teacher as me. Why couldn't I meet him when I was in school? Zhang Ziyao. This man's mouth is still so fresh. The two of them went home. To say that the design of this small area is also very awkward. Zhang Ziyao bought this house, the area of about 200 square feet, but next door to Shang Dingfang's home. Fang Zheng just went in when he took a few special look. At most 100 square feet or so. It's amazing how big the gap between neighbors can be. Upon returning to the apartment, the man actually didn't react to anything wrong at first, except that when he washed his face, he saw the new bathroom in his new home. The washstand has a variety of shampoos and conditioners that I've never seen before, and the living room is bright and freshly decorated, which is very relaxing. This is what a new home feels like. Until Fang Zheng finished washing his face and brushing his teeth. When he returned to the living room, he saw Zhang Ziyao in stockings sitting on the sofa, eating a small biscuit. He realized something was wrong. The woman took off the white shirt she usually wore to work, and instead wore a loose white nightgown. And underneath the furry nightgown was Zhang Ziyao's incredibly delicate skin, always covered by long, slightly curly hair, but with a little bit of the neck still showing. It's irresistible. Fang Zheng stood at the door of the restroom and froze for a long time before reacting. Did he and Zhang Ziyao officially start living together tonight? Zhang Ziyao's slender fingers pinched a piece of sugarless cookie as she looked over at Fang Zheng, who had finished washing up Do You Sleep at Night, and only wash and not bathe. Fang Zheng smiled and finally realized something. He seemed to have forgotten to look at where his sleeping room was. As soon as I got home from work, apart from enjoying the living room, I was so busy working on the Shandong side that I forgot about such an important matter as my private territory. I was just going to get my pajamas. Fang Zheng took a look at the structure of the house. 4 rooms and 1 living room. That is to say, there are 4 bedrooms in the house. Where is his room? After making a round, he finally returned to Zhang Ziyao's face. Excuse me, where is my bedroom? Zhang Ziyao's cookie-eating hand paused, looking a bit hesitant, and pointed to a bedroom to the southwest. That one? Fang Zheng said thank you, but when he went to the bedroom, Fang Zheng felt something wrong again. The size of this bedroom is not a little bit bigger than I thought, and there are 2 single beds next to each other in the bedroom. Wait, why 2? When Fang Zheng saw the large closet and opened it, the pupils of his eyes shrunk and he was completely shocked. It was filled with all kinds of Zhang Ziyao's clothes, more than 3 or 4 pajamas alone, and then there were some boxes filled with rolled-up stockings. He was beginning to understand why there were 2 beds in the room. Opening the other door of the closet, I realized that there were a few of my own clothes in there. However, compared to Zhang Ziyao's wide array of clothes, it seems that my own stall clothes are not worthy of such a good closet. Only the ones that Zhang Ziyao bought for herself a few days ago can still fit into this closet. Walking out of the room with his pajamas in hand, Fang Zheng saw Zhang Ziyao staring at him, and for some reason he suddenly wanted to laugh. I don't know where this happy, embarrassed emotion came from. Yui, we'll both sleep in the same room from now on. Shouldn't it be 1 room? Zhang Ziyao sighed as she remembered the events of this morning. I'm afraid that if Auntie or my mom comes over to check on us, they'll find something strange, so I'll sleep in the same room with you first. Fang Zheng a sound. Also is 2 single bed, although said in a room, but in fact or separate sleep. When the elders in case of checking the post. The single bed put together also fooled over. Fang Zheng nodded good. I'll take a bath then, right. Well, you do the same later. If you do, I'll leave the lamp for you. Originally, Zhang Ziyao had planned to take a shower. But when she thought about it, she thought that if she went into the bathroom later, the smell of Fang Zheng would be all over the place. Feeling weird inside, the woman shook her head. I'll do it tomorrow. Remember to hose down the shower when you're done. I'll be waiting for you in my room. Hurry up. Fang Zheng went to the bathroom, and when he was undressing, he heard the sound of the living room lights being turned off, and his mind suddenly reacted to what Zhang Ziyao had just said. Waiting for me in my room? Isn't she going to sleep? Why are you waiting for me? Moonlight colors. Women's fragrance, although Fang Zheng was skeptical that Zhang Ziyao would like him. After all, the woman's qualifications were too high. I've seen a lot of men, but what she said just now, when I think about it in my mind, it still makes you think about it. I can't help it. It's too much to ask for no reaction when there's a gorgeous woman in the house who strolls around in literal pantyhose and furry pajamas all day long. After a simple bath, before going to the bedroom, he also used cold water to wash his face. Fang Zheng was only able to calm down a little. The door to the bedroom was ajar, with only a reddish desk lamp lit inside, and Fang Zheng hesitated for a moment when he pushed the door. I think I'm wrong. I think she has something to tell me later. But as soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Zhang Ziyao sitting on her bed in the bedroom with only a dimly lit table lamp. Her uncharacteristically beautiful hands slowly rolled the stockings from her thighs to her calves. Obviously, it's all clothes, but this damn thing just feels different when it's off. Bad. Why can't I take my eyes off it? Zhang Ziyao also lifted her head and saw Fang Zheng, and felt that his expression was a bit strange. After realizing what was happening, the woman blushed slightly, took off her stockings a little faster, and said, "Go lie down on the bed." The founder's body was stunned. Okay. He obediently went to the bed, drilled into the quilt, did not dare to move. Zhang Ziyao finished taking off her stockings, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. He took a bag of something from the table and climbed onto the founder's bed. She's really here? No. Sit up. Zhang Ziyao's voice had a hint of command in it. The founder met again. Okay, sitting up straight. She glanced at Zhang Ziyao in her pajamas, which were designed to be loose enough to be seen from the neck up. Often the scenery is extraordinary. How can I put it? The Big Dipper in the sky. The glacial water at the North Pole. It's absolutely beautiful, Zhang Ziyao said. Why are you so nervous? Fang Zheng didn't even quite dare to look at her directly. Nervous? Yes, but Yui, what do you want to do? As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Zheng only felt a cold sensation sweeping over the right side of his face, which made his whole heart instantly cool down by a few degrees. Zhang Ziyao took a bag of ice and slowly rubbed it on Fang Zheng's face a few times. Does it still hurt to be hit by a student? Fang Zheng looked at Zhang Ziyao's worried look and instantly relaxed. I knew this woman wouldn't do that. It's okay. It just hurt a little bit, but it's better now. Skin felt the ice pack slowly moving along with Zhang Ziyao's palm, and his heart tickled, so he simply held the ice pack in his own hand. I'll do it myself. It's quite cool. Zhang Ziyao med and withdrew her palm. You press on the compress for a while, or else if the students find out tomorrow that their teacher's face is all swollen, there's no telling what they'll think. Fang Zheng leaned on the bed and smiled. Not as much as that. I've just been punched by a student. I haven't reacted that much yet. His eyes took a quick look at Zhang Ziyao's body, and although the top half of his pajama top hid his slender thighs, he could still faintly see the edges of his safety pants as the woman's body moved. Now the founder was completely relieved. What were you thinking when I told you to lie down? Did you think I was going to run into your nest? Fang Zheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Ziyao suddenly had a smile. You really think so? Fang Zheng laughed twice, somewhat ashamed of himself. This damn smart woman. Men, understand. Understand, mainly because you're too beautiful. I'm easily moved, hearing this. Zhang Ziyao's pursing motion increased in intensity, and then she leaned against the bed with Fang Zheng, the two of them close together. Zhang Ziyao asked, Can you tell me why you want to be a teacher, according to your mouth? No matter which sales company accepts you, you'll have a bright future, and it's much easier to make money than being a teacher. The founder must have thought seriously about this issue. The system designates himself as a teacher. Giving himself some incentives is indeed part of the reason. But the greater reason is, maybe I haven't had much luck. I haven't had too many good teachers in my life. So I thought I'd try it on my own to see if I could do it. So great. Fang Zheng curved the corners of his mouth and said with a smile on his face, "Mainly in the past, my teachers used to ask me to answer questions in class. So I wanted to let the future generations feel this kind of despair. And that's what I thought when I was in school. Jiangzi, Yohm Med, I can understand, power. Since ancient times men like three things. Money, power, and women." She turned her head to Fang Zheng. "Now that you have all three, how do you feel?" Fang Zheng and Zhang Ziao looked at each other, and where their gazes met, there was no hint of affection. But it was a perfect match. His left hand took the opportunity to grip Zhang Ziao's jade hand, which was a bit cold from the ice cube he had just taken. And the woman's entire body was stunned for a moment. Fang Zheng laughed. "It doesn't feel too bad, but none of these three things fully belong to me at the moment. So the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard," feeling the warmth of the man's palm. Zhang Ziao slowly felt her aura surprisingly weakened, and she didn't even dare to look directly at Fang Zheng. Before she pulled her hand out, returning to his bed, he placed a panda doll between them, got under the covers, and said, "I'm going to bed. I have a lot of work waiting for me at the office tomorrow. Don't cross the line at night, or you know the consequences." Fang Zheng watched the woman's set of lines with open eyes. At the moment, there was only one thing on my mind: why did humans invent pajamas? Isn't it weird to sleep in clothes? But after thinking about it, I put ice cubes on my face for a while, and lay on the bed and looked out the window by the dim light of the lamp, thinking of a scene just in the morning. I commented from the bottom of my heart, "The moon is so white." Then I lay down and went to sleep. Zhang Ziao turned her back to Fang Zheng, her eyes fixed on the window. Her fingers were squeezing the comforter tightly, to put it mildly. This was the first time a woman had ever slept in a room with a boy without the disgust and repulsion she had imagined. "You don't hate it. Maybe tomorrow we can try to use his bathroom after his shower. It should be warm. The sun shines brightly. Another day, in addition to Fang Zheng. The next room of the Shangding, Fang tonight, in fact, did not sleep a night. Helped his mother to clean up half a day of things, and lay on the bed half a day to stay on the dawn. But the spirit of Sangdong is stronger today. When he left the neighborhood, he didn't meet Mr. Fang, the teacher across the street, and had to take the bus to school on his usual route. However, when he waited for the entrance of the school, Shangdong conveniently saw the usual group of people waiting for him, the head of which was Ding Peng, who wore an earring in his right ear. "Toho, why are you so late for school today? Come here, fighting." "Fighting is good." Shang Dongfang looked at the large group of people in the distance, and walked slowly on his feet to Ding Peng. "Ding Peng, what do you want from me?" Ding Peng sitting on the stone pier in front of the school, a foot on the edge of the stone pier, surrounded by 6 or 7 men and women chatting about some of the Shangdong party, do not understand the gossip while watching themselves. As if waiting for a good show. "Ding Peng Dongfang, I don't have any money with me today, so I'll lend you some and pay you back some other day." Shang Dongfang frowned. "I don't have money, no money." Ding Peng, originally still with a smile on his face, immediately fell down. Face tense, stood up. People whole than Shang Dongfang, taller than half a brain. "What? I'll ask you again. What's no money?" Shang Dongfang half lifted his head and said, "My mother has recently fallen ill. I have this money on me to buy medicine for my mother. I really don't have the money to lend you. What are you pretending? Don't you have a part-time job every week after class? You don't need this much money to buy medicine." When Shang Dongfang didn't say anything, Ding Peng simply snatched Shang Dongfang's bag directly. "Bring it here." He pulled the zipper open with great impatience. But just as Ding Peng was taking money from his wallet as usual, Shang Dongfang, however, suddenly grabbed Ding Peng's, "And I really can't give you this money. I have to buy medicine for my mom after class. Let go, I have this money." Ting Peng opened his eyes wide. "I'll say it again. Let go, you've grown up today. Haven't you?" Sang Dongfang remembered his opponent's arrogant and domineering behavior, and he was a little afraid. But just as Shang Dongfang was about to let go, Fang Zheng's words suddenly surfaced in his ears. "Shang Dongfang's students. This society is very cruel. If you do not want to be bullied by others, then you can only learn to fight back. Cannot beat the other side is not a disgrace. Do not dare to fight good bully is a disgrace. Understand? Shang Dongfang clenched his teeth. He hard to make a strong grip on the other side of the hand. Sound like a roar, I said this money cannot give you. This is what I want to buy medicine for my mother. Ding Peng let out a huff and threw a vicious kick towards Shang Dongfang. What are you talking about, you punk? But who knows that when Shang Dongfang was kicked to the ground by it, as usual. This time the other party climbed up, red-eyed, and smashed his fist hard on Ding Peng's stomach. Today Feng Zheng came to school relatively early. Because the first class is language class, he had to pre-prepare once, although the fourth class of those students do not necessarily listen to. But as a teacher should be prepared to prepare, however, while Fang was sitting in the office, flipping through textbooks, Mr. Yang, the teacher in the same office, ran in a hurry, not knowing what was going on. The long ponytail of the other side of the ponytail are because she ran too fast. Some hair stuck in the corners of the mouth. Look even more nervous. Mr. Fang, it's bad. Ding Peng and Shang Dongfang from Class 4 are fighting at the entrance. It seems like they're fighting especially hard. Go and take a look. Fang Zheng froze for a moment. Ah. A fight broke out. No one was killed, right? Human life, no. Both of them are bruised and swollen. The headmaster's gone over. It's very serious. You'd better go and have a look. Fang Zheng blinking. Stopped body. MS. Yang originally thought Fang Zheng this look is in shock. But who knows then the other party's words, but let the female teacher is very puzzled. Good fight. Looks like my words last night weren't in vain. That was a good fight. It's manly. The founder nodded his head in satisfaction. Good. That young teacher. You let them fight again for a while. The classroom environment is depressing. Boys like to fight to give vent is normal. The big deal this morning, I let him too in the office penalty stand. Do not have to worry. Huh, mister? Yang opened his eyes wide. Fang Zheng watched Mr. Yang's jaw drop in shock and laughed. Why do you have this look on your face? Isn't it common for middle school students to fight? And the principal has passed. It's fine. No sooner had he said this than a heavy, hurried step was heard outside the office. The director of instruction with a Mediterranean hairstyle stood at the doorway, looked toward Fang Zheng, who was still flipping through his books, and angrily said, Teacher Fang, you're still reading here. Your students are fighting to the death down there. Why don't you go down and take care of it? Fang Zheng's expression changed when he saw the director. The instructor looked at Teacher Yang beside him and roared. The students in this class are simply lawless. I think it's better to dismiss them and let them go home to farm. Throwing down these two words of cruelty. The director of the teaching of the exasperated, sitting on his butt on the office desk and drinking tea. This group of students, I have put up with them again and again, but I did not realize that they are getting worse and worse. Simply not to take the school into account. Simply the stink of society. They're just like the stinking insects of the society. Fang Zheng feels that this place is not stay down. This bald director estimates that because of this matter, can be in the office rambling a morning. So he closed the book, stood up to look at Mr. Yang with the director. Mr. Yang, then I will go and take a look now. This group of bearish kids, I will definitely take care of them. You guys take a break in the office and read a book first. I'm going. The bell finally rang at 8:10, and the students who had gathered at the entrance to watch the fun had to miss the show, and could only run back to their respective classrooms to attend class with their heads hung low. But on the way back, there was inevitably a lot of controversy and lingering voices. When Fang Zheng went to the entrance of the school, Ding Peng and Shang Dongfang were both standing in a corner, the former covering his stomach in pain, the latter with a swollen nose and blood coming out of his nose even now. The principal and a couple of teachers were standing around, talking about something while educating. When the headmistress saw that Fang Zheng had arrived, she lifted her hand to signal the other teachers not to say anything. Mr. Fang, you're here. Fang Zheng HMM'd and saw the principal's tired face. Headmaster and all the teachers have worked hard. I heard that 2 students in my class are fighting. I came here to see what's going on. The headmistress looked at the 2 standing at a distance, and even stood a few meters apart to prevent them from fighting again. The headmistress shook her head and said, I don't know why the fight. Ask them, they don't say, but the nature of this fight is very bad. At noon, the school intends to hold a meeting to deal with these 2 students. Fang Zheng owe a sound. In fact, In the heart is not natural, can I ask the principal. The school to treat the fighting students in the past, or how to deal with it. The headmistress let out a long breath. According to the theory, it is all the first to record a major punishment. 3 times the major punishment, and then expelled from the school. But you also know that the students in the 4th class all have previous convictions. So the probability is that these 2 students will be directly persuaded to leave, or even expelled. The corner of Fang Zheng's mouth hooked up as he smiled. I should be able to attend the meeting, right? She nodded, of course. You're the homeroom teacher of class 4. You have to be there. Then the matter of dissuasion will be discussed when the meeting is held. The principal and a few teachers will go back first. This place will be left to me. I will educate them properly. Several teachers looked at each other. Sighing and angry teacher Fang. This class you must take good care of in the future. Cannot have the slightest slack. Yes, otherwise. If this kind of thing happens every day in class 4. What kind of atmosphere is our school being led into? The headmistress said. Then this place will be handed over to Mr. Fang. We will leave first, and call if there is anything else. Founder, no problem. Principal and a few teachers, take your time. Waving his hand to send them away. Fang Zheng touched his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from it. Throwing a stick in his mouth, he smiled and walked over, first looking at Shang Dongfang's swollen face, and then at Ding Peng's somewhat swollen eyes. The latter had been covering his stomach from the beginning. And Fang Zheng lifted his chin. Ding Peng, why are you always covering your stomach? Why do you keep covering your stomach? Meeting Ding Peng used his hand to lift his shirt up a little bit, and as a result, Fang Zheng saw a bloody tooth mark sunk deep into Ding Peng's stomach. Originally, he was worried that these 2 children fighting is fine, but hurt to the internal organs to leave a problem is not good. The result of seeing this scene, the heart just want to laugh. Hey, this Shandong student has good teeth. 2 rows of teeth are neat and tidy. Not bad. Ding Peng looked at Fang Zheng strangely, but after putting down his clothes, he didn't say anything. Fang Zheng stopped paying attention to him and turned to Shang Dongfang, who wiped the blood from his nose. He was very respectful to Fang Zheng. Good morning, Mr. Fang. Fang Zheng grunted with a smile and patted Shang Dongfang's shoulder. Does it hurt? Shang Dongfang shook his head. He is not pretending. He really does not hurt, and even under the eyes of the surprisingly smooth. Remember how it feels now. Fang Zheng stole a glance at the side of Ding Peng. His voice suddenly changed from just a whisper to a loud voice, fellow student Shang Dongfang. How can you fight? Fighting is not good. The behavior is simply too bad. In the future you should not fight again. Right? Shang Dongfang looked at the teacher in front of him strangely. Fang Zheng smashed his tongue. Honestly, will there be another fight? The corners of the student's mouth suddenly understood the meaning of the teacher's words. With a smile, yes, teacher, I will fight again. Ding Peng looked at Shang Dongfang with surprise. Fang Zheng first smiled with satisfaction, then put on that reprimanding face again. Simply disobeying advice and talking back to me in front of me. Then won't your next fight be even harder than this one? And won't student Ding Peng be hospitalized by you by then? Shang Dongfang said, definitely harder. If there is a next time, I promise to return this time. Ding Peng's face is green. This guy is sick today. He covered his stomach in pain, recalling that this crazy person just almost bit off a piece of flesh from his stomach. He was inexplicably scared. How can there be such a fight? Found her very good. You are stubborn and incorrigible. You 2 don't want to stand at the school gate anymore. It's a shame for the 4th class. Go to my office and stand for a day to learn from your mistakes. No comment. Shang Dongfang shook his head and said he had no comment. And Fang Zheng looked at Ding Peng, who also had to shake his head and say he had no comment. However, Ding Peng's stomach really hurt so much that he frowned and said, Teacher, can I go to the doctor's office first to have my stomach wound wrapped? Fang Zheng smashed his tongue. Go to what hospital? The medical office is full of female teachers. Teachers don't even have the chance to go there. Later, I will go to the medical office to get some bandages, and personally give you 2 packages. I'll get some bandages from the hospital later and give them to you personally. Took 2 people to the office, a person a corner penalty station. The 2 students entered the door. Director of the teaching of the originally high and mighty face suddenly became much quieter, although he also sat there and complained a few times from time to time. He did not directly scold the 2 students as Fang Zheng had expected. On second thought, yes. All the teachers in this school seem to be a bit afraid of the fourth class. After all, these guys are pranksters and dismantle the battery car. You do not have some skills, really cannot deal with them. Ignore the two. Take the books to class 4 class. The classroom, because of the Ding Peng and Shang Dongfang fight, things discussed a lot. But Fang Zheng did not participate in this topic, according to his thinking. Shang Dongfang this time to fight back. In fact, cannot completely solve the problem. If you really want to completely eradicate the bullying in the class, the only way to put an end to it is for him to fight back more, and for such students, as represented by Ding Peng, to become afraid of him. The school bell rings and closes and rings again, to say that the fourth class is really persistent. Fang Zheng spoke a whole class, and as a listening to there is no. After class, he went to the doctor's office to get some disinfectant and bandages, and went back to the office to give Shang Dongfang and Ding Peng a casual bandage. The two of them spread outward from their wounds and were bandaged like rice dumplings. Teacher Yang in the same office couldn't stand it anymore. Mr. Fang, why don't I do it? Your stalking is really unbearable. Fang Zheng said thank you. He was really not good at bandaging people. At noon, the director of instruction called Founder to participate in the school meeting. Today, the leaders in the assembly mainly discussed the issue of 2 students to stay or go. Fang Zheng was sitting at the corner of the conference table. The atmosphere of the conference was quite intense, but he didn't make any comments at the beginning. When the principal of the school asked about Mr. Fang, he could only open his mouth. I think we cannot expel these 2 students. No one is perfect. Students have defects as normal. We as teachers to do is to correct. A dismissal is to avoid the problem. Moreover, Shangding, Fang, this student I looked at his information. In addition to poor academic performance, there are no previous convictions. I personally feel that the school in fact can be lenient. As for Ding Peng, the seriousness of the previous convictions can be remembered as a big fault. All the teachers hear Fang Zheng, this is strongly opposed. Only the principal, because of the identity of Fang Zheng, is the identity of the director of the Chiang group. So talk to him very respectful and calm. Mr. Fang, as the class teacher of class 4, you actually have a great deal of say. But this student fight was quite bad, and in order not to expel these 2 students, you must at least assure us that they will never commit such a crime again. As soon as his words fell, Fang Zheng raised his hand. Yes, if the school doesn't pursue the matter this time, then the next time something like this happens, the school can deal with them in whatever way they want, and I can be punished myself as well. There was much discussion in the conference room, and the headmistress frowned in confusion. Mr. Fang, are you sure you want to do this kind of guarantee? The students in class 4 are not so easy to listen to. You trust me? The result of this meeting surprised everyone. The principal actually listened to Founder's opinion. Obviously, in the past, when faced with this kind of disagreement, most of the time to vote on the decision. But this time the principal unexpectedly very supportive of Founder. Just after this meeting, Fang Zheng also knows that his interpersonal relationship in the school is considered to be completely collapsed. After all, the major instructors in the assembly, to look at their eyes, appear disgusted. The director of instruction in his own office was even better, and the two even met in the restroom after the meeting. The bright top director also pointed at Fang Zheng and said, Mr. Fang, you are, simply raising a tiger as a danger. Waiting for this class 4 to Tulip Middle School's reputation completely ruined the day. I see how you a person to take this responsibility. Fang Zheng does not think so. Completely left ear into the right ear out, because at noon, when the meeting ended, Fang Zheng suddenly remembered something. Today seems to be the 3rd day that the system has issued tasks to myself. Right, Mr. Shang Dongfang has learned to return the favor. Why hasn't the system rewarded him yet, once midnight passes tonight? The system can take back its ability if the mission fails. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Does that mean, besides not being able to fight back, is there anything else Sang Dong needs help with? For this reason, Fang Zheng also deliberately called Shang Dongfang to the corridor to talk alone in the afternoon. Whenever Shang Dongfang saw Fang Zheng, she would say, Good day, Mr. Fang, smiling, with a feeling of being a little fangirl, which made Fang Zheng feel very uncomfortable. Mr. Shang Dongfang. Don't look at teacher with such eyes. Teacher doesn't like men. Shang Dongfang smiled. Teacher, I suddenly realized that you are quite handsome. I didn't think so before. Fang Zheng swallowed his saliva and took a step back in fear. Mr. Shang Dongfang, do you still have any unresolved difficulties? If you have any difficulties, tell the teacher. The teacher is obliged. Right, old acquaintance's difficulty. Well, I do have one. Fang Zheng looked at Shang Dongfang's squirming face. Is there really a difficulty? Tell me. Shang Dongfang stared at Fang Zheng shyly. Teacher, can I borrow some money from you? Fang Zheng froze for a moment, thinking that he now has a total of $74.32 left in his wallet, and there are still more than 20 days before the first month's pay. If it wasn't for the fact that he was living with Zhang Ziyao, he could still get some food and drinks every day. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to make ends meet. It's hard for a teacher to deal with borrowing money. But what are you borrowing money for? It's my mom. She has coronary heart disease. This kind of disease needs lifelong medication. Originally, my mom works, plus I go to work every day after class. To work part-time money is enough. But recently, the school is not to pay for books again. I'm still $2,000 short. Fang Zheng owe a sound. 2,000 is not much. Or he first borrowed someone 2,000 to this child pad. Wait a minute, a part-time job. Fang Zheng reacted. You still go to work after class every day. No wonder you're so groggy all day long. So that's where you spend all your energy. Shang Dongfang laughed awkwardly. I work as a waiter in a bar. The boss treats me quite well. Working 6 hours a day. Can give me 800. 800 a day. Mr. Shang Dongfang, teachers don't support immodest work. Shang Dongfang frowned and said, not one day. But 800 teachers a month. Fang Zheng, 800 a month. Well, I think I know how to help you. You go to the office first and wait for me. I'll make a call and ask for you. Shang Dongfang didn't know what his teacher wanted to do. But Fang Zheng didn't explain too much and told him to go back to the office and wait, standing by the window in the corridor. He took out his cell phone and hesitated for a while, but still dialed Zhang Ziyao. It rings a few times and then picks up. Again, the familiar pleasant imperial voice attacked, and it was a bit addictive to listen to. Hey, founder. Can I help you? Fang Zheng smiled and said, It's all right. I just simply miss you. Yo, are you busy now? The person on the phone seemed to be dumbfounded, and there was no sound for half a day. Zhang Ziyao confirmed that it was Fang Zheng who had called. Before she opened her mouth again, I don't suppose you're calling me just to tease me, are you? You want me to help you with something. This woman is really smart, but her face changed a little fast. Obviously last night was quite feminine. Smart is this. There is a student in my class who has a family situation, so I want you to help find a part-time job for him, preferably with less time and a slightly higher wage. At this moment, Zhang Ziyao is actually reading the resumes of the new employees in the office, and after hearing Fang Zheng's words, she immediately put down those unnecessary resumes. Asked founder, do you have any specialties as a student? Can you use a computer? Fang Zheng said, wait a minute, poked his head into the office, and hurriedly asked Shang Dongfang if he knew how to use a computer. Shang Dongfang replied, a little bit. Fang Zheng then also repeated on the phone, specialty is not clear. Computer, he said, will be a little. Zhang Zi, I'll let out a long, deep breath. Can you leave the school now? I don't have anything to do, so bring this student to me. Fang Zheng nodded. Thank you, Zi. Yao, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Hang up the phone. Fang Zheng also does not delay. Directly lead Shang Dongfang to the school carport. Riding their own yesterday afternoon. Just repaired the small electric donkey all the way to gallop. Mr. Yang and Mr. Ding Peng, both of whom are in the same office, were all confused, after all, the new teacher. What he did was really puzzling. Shang Dongfang on the motorized car pressed the car seat and asked suspiciously, Teacher, where are you taking me? I'll take you to see your sister-in-law. Remember to say hello to your sister-in-law when you see her. Shang Dongfang didn't know why, but he somehow believed that this teacher wouldn't harm himself. Got it. Mr. Fang, after more than half an hour. Fang Zheng rode his motorcycle and finally arrived outside the Chiang's group's building. This broken electric car, maybe due to the group of students, dismantled the reason. And then Fang Zheng took the time to go to the maintenance store during the class time to assemble. After repairing the battery car's power for some reason, is not as good as before. This is only more than half an hour to show that the power is already in an emergency. Fang Zheng told Shang Dongfang to wait here for a while, and he went to the doorman himself and asked where the electric car shed was, and if he could help charge the electric car. As a result, the head of the gate guard was sitting in the small room watching the surveillance, completely ignoring the founder. You can't park an electric car here. Drive away. When Fang Zheng heard the voice of the other party, he found it unexpectedly familiar. He took a close look at the other party's appearance. He was a big man, with a rose petal tattoo carved on his neck, and his face was that of a typical semi-fierce man with thick eyebrows and a big nose. Xiao Long, Fang Zheng shouted. The captain in the door guard room looked at Fang Zheng in confusion, and for a moment, this big and burly man locked eyes with Fang Zheng, and then the pupils of his eyes widened. Ching. Why are you here? Fang Zheng grinned and laughed. It's really you. We haven't seen each other for 3 years since we separated from the university back then. Right? The head of the security guard named Xiao Long stands up. Hey. When I went to school, boxing is not as good as you. And then thought of dropping out of school to do a business. This is to do a good job after contacting the brothers to get rich together. The results of the business is not done. Lost, then this is not here when the head of security, right. When he said this, Xiao Long had a proud look on his face. His back was straight. He looked at the several security guards on guard duty, and even commanded them twice with a slight show of significance. Those guys over there, stand up straight. Don't slack off. Don't disgrace the company. Several security guards shouted yes, Captain, at the same time. They were in perfect order. Even the founder finds it very grand. Yes, Xiao Long. You're in charge of so many people now. Xiao Long proudly said that brother I've been studying so 3 or 4 years. Cannot be a waste of time. Now, although the official is not big, but also can manage the number of people, positive brother, you are now where to mix it. Mr. Fang Zheng said, Me, I just graduated as an ordinary teacher. Not as good as you. Xiao Long was surprised Brother Zheng has become a teacher. It's good to be a teacher, but it's also a formal organization. Is the salary high? It's okay. 4,000 plus after the transition. $2,000 without. Xiao Long patted founder's shoulder and laughed twice after hearing the wages. That's a bit too little. If not right, brother, you come to work for me. I guarantee that you will be able to become a vice captain in less than 2 years. My current salary is over $8,000, and you'll get at least $7,500 if you become a vice captain. What are you doing here? When I think of watching Zhongzi, I'll go in and out every day. It must be hard. Fang Zheng smiled. No, I came to your company today because I have something to do. I am looking for someone. Can you help me charge the battery car? I'll be out soon. Xiao Long poked his head out of the window, saw founder's small electric donkey, smiled happily and said, No problem, this is nothing. This matter will be left to brother me. Fang Zheng nodded his head. Thank you. Then I will go into the company first. Let's have a drink some other day. No problem, Ching. Take care. Deluxe part-time job returning to Shang Dongfang's side. This student did not know when the corners of his mouth had curved out of shape, and he looked like a grinning thief. Teacher, you're familiar with the security guards here. Fang Zheng looked at his student strangely. It's just an acquaintance. Why do you have this look on your face? Have you seen a ghost? Shang Dongfang looked back at the Jiang's group's company building. Teacher, this is the Jiang's group, which is very famous in our province. Do you know about Yan King Ye in our class? No, Yon Qing, a classmate, I still have an impression of. Especially beautiful little girl. How do you like? Shang Dongfang blushed and said, No, I mean, her father works for this company, and he's not even the leader. I am saying that her father is working in this company, and he is not the leader. It is said that the monthly salary is more than 10,000. Many of our classmates want to come here after graduation. Fang Zheng frowned. Graduation. You're only in middle school now. You have a long way to go in life. Don't be in such a hurry. Okay. I'll take you up to see your sister-in-law first. Let's get down to business first. Shang Dongfang followed closely behind Fang Zheng. The architectural style inside the Jiang's group is indeed very grand. Fang Zheng has been here twice, so he was not too surprised. But it was the first time for Shang Dongfang to come here, and he was surprised to see the elevator, the rockery, and the big screen on the first floor of the company. The staff on the first floor saw Mr. Fong enter and asked who he was looking for. My name is Fang Zheng. Looking for you, Mr. Jiang. The receptionist smiled happily, obviously waiting for a long time. Are you Mr. Fang? Mr. Jiang is waiting for you. I'll have someone take you up. The founder was a bit flattered. Thank you, but no. We can just go up by ourselves. Yes. Then Mr. Fang, take your time. Fang Zheng gave Shang Dongfang a hand signal, and the two of them entered the elevator. Shang Dongfang has been looking left and right. In the end, he is still a child, curious about new things that he has not seen. Just now in the lobby was still a bit astringent. Now into the elevator, only two people. Immediately curious to ask Mr. Fang, sister-in-law, is the leader of the Chiang's group although Shang Dongfang has not entered the workplace, but also know that the person called the total must not be simple. At least is also a big manager level. What do you think? Shang Dongfang pursed her lips and said, I think sister-in-law's official must not be small. Because you live across the street from my house. I remember that the houses in Zijin district are all a big one and a small one. Your family should be very rich in the first place. Fang Zheng laughed, teachers don't have money. Your sister-in-law has money. Shang Dongfang was puzzled and thought, what's this? Don't two people spend money together after they get together? The elevator arrives at the station with a ding. Fang Zheng led Shang Dongfang to Zhang Ziyao's office and knocked on the door. You Barry, a voice came from the office. Come in. Fang Zheng pushed open the door and walked in. But now the little one behind Fang Zheng had already been stunned and scared. In particular, the door of Zhang Ziyao's office is a strange kind of password door. This in the television drama he has not even seen. Into the office, Shang Dongfang is even more shocked. At least 145 square feet of large office. In addition to the office desk, sofa and coffee table, even a small fountain, small green plants and a small rockery. Bookshelves filled with expensive artwork and murals hanging on the walls make Shang Dongfang uneasy. The most important thing is the beautiful woman sitting on the boss chair. Shang Dongfang only took one look and was stunned. That look, that temperament. Completely different from the female teachers and female students in the Tulip High School. Seeing such a sight, Shang Dongfang was so scared that he dared not even take a breath, and only dared to cower behind Fang Zheng. The woman saw the two people entering the door, examined the students behind Founder, and then looked at Founder again. Is this considered truancy by MS? Fang, I remember that during the work period, teachers are not allowed to leave school without special circumstances. The Founder bent the corner of his mouth perfunctorily, thinking to himself, isn't this a special case? He turned his head to look at Shang Dongfang. So, my student, you've seen him before. His family is in trouble. So help him out, Jiang Zi. Yao stared at Fang Zheng's slightly implied face. I'm afraid it's only at this kind of time that this man's aura can only be lower than his own. When the two of them are together, Jiang Zi, Yao even feels that Fang Zheng is invisibly pressing down on her. And she doesn't know why she would have such a wrong impression. Jiang Zi, Yao looked at Shang Dongfang. A student, how long can you work every day? Shang Dongfang's face reddened with nervousness when he heard the woman sitting on the boss's chair ask him a question. But even so, he didn't forget what Fang Zheng had just taught him to say. He nodded vigorously, hello. Sister-in-law, after saying that. Zhang Ziyao froze for a moment, and Shang Dongfang immediately realized that something was wrong. And his face turned even redder. No. It's good to be a teacher's mother. Zhang Ziyao pressed her eyebrows together and looked at Fang Zheng strangely. You taught him that. Fang Zheng pretended not to hear and looked out the window. It's a beautiful day. Zhang Ziyao, she sighed and said to Shang Dongfang, have you ever worked part-time before? Shang Dongfang nodded. Yes, I worked as a waitress in a bar, but master, I have to go to school during the day, so I might only be able to work at night. Teacher, I have to go to class during the day, so I may only be able to work at night. Zhang Ziyao Hmamed. I know, like this. I have a video editing job here. It just requires you to have a certain level of proficiency with computers. 4 hours of work every night, and I'll pay you $2,007 a month. Can you accept that? Shang Dongfang's body was stunned, because the number really shocked him how much more. Is it true what you said? Ma'am, 2007. Zhang Ziyao smiled. Yes, if you do well. You'll get a commission of at least $800 a month. She looked over to the table not far away that held a laptop. There's a computer. There's a video on it you give me to edit according to the requirements. If you pass, you can start working tomorrow. Home office is fine. You come to the company after school is fine. Choose the latter. I can let someone arrange a workstation for you. Shang Dongfang said excitedly, okay. Then I'll try it first. He went to the couch with great excitement, went over the requirements on his laptop in detail, and soon began editing the video. The founder, looking at him like that, expects him to be in trouble for quite a while. He could only sit with him on the sofa and fidgeted with himself, with the students around. After all, he could not talk to Jiangzi like he usually did, but Jiangzi looked at the Fang Zheng's scrupulous look, but especially curious. This is the first time she properly ate to see Fang Zheng as a teacher what is like. I'm a much more decent person. Did you two eat at noon? The two men looked at each other, and Fang Zheng immediately realized, I ate. But I'm not full. Jiangzi immediately sent a text message to her secretary. Jiangzi, Mai, go outside and buy 2 lunches and bring them to my office. Secretary Mai, okay Mr. Jiang. I'll send it to you right away. Not long after, Mai, dressed as a professional secretary, rushes to Jiangzi Yao's office and sees that there is indeed the man from that morning in the office, laughing like a man who can't get his mouth shut. Jiangzi Yao could have guessed what was going through her mind when she saw the expression on her secretary's face. Give them their lunch and don't talk nonsense when you go out. Mai nodded at her boss. Got it, mister. Jiang, I'm sure I won't say anything. Mai delivered the 2 lunches to the 2 men in front of the 2 men. And Mai deliberately looked at Fang Zheng's look a few more times and laughed, brother. This is the lunch that our general manager Jiang specially came to let me deliver to you. Eat it while it's hot. Fang Zheng felt that this person, how strange. But lunch meeting, he really did not have anything to eat well. So he said thank you, after Xiaomi left. Fang Zheng opened the hot boxed lunch, in which there are 3 meats, 1 vegetable, and a bowl of congee. It's a lot more substantial than the school cafeteria. He picked up his chopsticks and wanted to eat. But suddenly he thought of something and asked Jiangzi, isn't it bad that we're eating in your office? Jiangzi Yao was helpless, according to the company's rules. Employees aren't allowed to eat in the office. But you and your students are the exception, so I'll do it if I want to. Bat echoes after more than half an hour of working on the video software in the laptop. Sang Dongfang showed the finished product to Jiangzi Yao. After all, it was the first time I edited it. And although the finished product was a bit unimpressive, and many details were left to be scrutinized, it was at least made. Jiangzi Yao found a book on editing software in her desk drawer and handed it to the other party. Go home when you have time and learn more video editing skills. 1-month trial period. If you can reach the normal level in 1 month, you can collect the bonus next month. After that, she rushed outside the office and shouted, Mai, the secretary, Mai, as if she had been standing by outside, immediately came in with a thick pile of hair in her hand. Jiangzi Yao explained, because you are a minor. So the company is now not able to record you into the normal staff. This money is your probationary period of wages paid in advance. And then you contact Millet. The 10th of each month, she will pay you wages on time. Shang Dongfang looked at the beautiful big sister in front of the hand of a thick pile of bills. Since he went to junior high school, also did a lot of work. There is a delay of 2 months before the wages are paid. Some do a month and also suspected of doing a bad job. Directly do not pay the wages, in any case, no matter what kind of job it is. There is no reason to pay first, but now it is different. The wages are high and the treatment is good. The child was so flattered that he felt a huge impact on his soul. Sang Dongfang looked at Fang Zheng beside him, as if to ask, Teacher, can I take it? Founder, why can't I take my own wages? Just take it. Shang Dongfang then dared to hold his hand to receive the pile of money. And at the same time, his eyes inevitably moistened, and excitedly bowed towards Jiangzi Yao and Fang Zheng. Thank you. Mrs. Fang, I will definitely do my best in this job and will not let you down. Ding. The mission to save the students' lives has been completed. Bat Echo reward distribution is complete. Bat Echo, the host's hearing, is strengthened tenfold, and he gains the mind echo passive, which allows him to hear the voices of others under certain conditions. A new mission has been issued. It is the duty of a teacher to let students improve their academic performance. You need to raise the average grade of the 4th class to the average level of the 3rd grade of junior high school within 1 month. Upon completion of the mission, the system will reward the host with full attribute proficiency in the sports program. And upon failure, the system will recycle one of the previous rewards. The system's voice finally reappeared in my head. After obtaining the Bat Echo ability, Fang Zheng felt that his ability to hear and recognize things had indeed improved a little bit. But the soundproofing of Zhang Ziyao's office was really too good. So it wasn't too obvious. But this is not the most important thing. Bat echoes, of course. The most important thing is the word echoes at the end of the word, which means that the system says that it is able to hear the voices in other people's hearts. It's a familiar ability, and it should be particularly outrageous when used properly. But what's the specific case? Fang Zheng looked at Shang Dongfang and tried to hear what was going on in his mind. But he heard nothing. Then he looked at Zhang Ziao and tried on her. But it didn't work either. Is this a passivity that can only be triggered by special circumstances? Zhang Ziao found her. What's wrong with you? Why do you keep staring at me? Fang Zheng reacted and laughed. It's all right, that's right, since Mr. Shang Dongfang has passed the interview. I'll take him back first. School is not over yet, Zhang Zi. Yao med. Okay, then you guys should go back first. I might be getting off work late tonight as well. So I'll contact you when I'm off work. The founder returned, good, after saying that the man looked to Shang Dongfang. The student immediately said, I have a computer at home. You can work at home. Do not have to take the trouble of arranging a workstation or something. Zhang Ziyao nodded. You add my sister's WeChat. From tonight onwards, she will contact the staff for you to handle the work. Shang Dongfang nodded his head seriously. No problem. After adding WeChat, the secretary, Mai, explained to Shang Dongfang a few words about the time requirements of the work and the requirements of the task. During this period, the founder also wanted to try out his new ability many times, but the result is that this system is purely pitiful. Fang Zheng's face was so red that he couldn't even hear the voices in other people's hearts. On the contrary, at this time, Zhang Zi Yao realized that Fang Zheng had been staring at her face ever since she finished arranging work for the student. At first, she didn't care too much about it, but Fang Zheng's gaze was just too obvious, insistent and intense, and carried a hint of unwillingness. Even after half a day, the eyes didn't move away. This really makes Zhang Zi I'll wonder if this man is up to something again. What's he doing? He's not using himself to think of random things. Is he? As soon as these words came out of Zhang Ziyao's mind, Fang Zheng's eyes widened as he finally heard them, being stared at by Fang Zheng. Zhang Ziyo was a bit uneasy and couldn't help but ask, Fang Zheng, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Fang Zheng smiled and shook his head. No, I just think you look especially good today. He looked at Shang Dongfang. Mr. Shang Dongfang, are you done with the handover? Let's go back to school when it's done. Otherwise, it's not good if the director finds out that we've been away from school for too long. Shang Dongfang oh so quietly said, Okay, teacher, let's go. Okay, Fang Zheng gave Zhang Zi a smile and said, Let's go, Ziyao, and the two men left the office in a hurry. With that, the two men left CEO Zhang's office in a hurry. Zhang Ziyao looked at Fang Zheng's back. She has seen a lot of men in the workplace over the years, and she has not seen any men of all sizes. But Fang Zheng is really like God sent to cure her. So she is completely confused, especially when she thinks that this man is a teacher. It is impossible to imagine what he is like in class. Strange men. After Fang Zheng left, Zhang Ziyao recollected what she had just said, and subconsciously took out the mirror from her bag, and took a close look at her face, thinking to herself that she had changed her eyes today. Is that why you look better? Otherwise, he wouldn't have stared at it for so long. I was going to get a different model tomorrow, but I'm going to use this one for a few days, staring at the mirror. Zhang Ziyo suddenly thought of something, sighed, rubbed her forehead, and said to herself, Who am I trying to please? What do I care about what he says? It's not like I'm really a boyfriend or girlfriend. The two of them walked out of the door of the Chiang's group of companies and went to the doorman to look for Zai, longed to get back their small electric donkey and motorcycle. Shang Dongfang has been looking at Fang Zheng's eyes since he just stepped out of the office, and his eyes are a little bit wrong. Grateful and worshipful, with a burning gaze. Teacher. Teacher's mom turns out to be the general manager of Chiang's group. You are the big boss. Fang Zheng pointed at Shang Dongfang and said, Alas, I'm telling you not to talk nonsense in school. I'm telling you not to talk nonsense in school. And all the things that happened between the two of us today. You give me all broken and swallowed to the stomach. Understand? Don't ruin my image as an easygoing and good teacher in the hearts of my students. Shang Dongfang smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. Fang Zheng made a sound get in the car. And study hard in the future. As for the rest of what work is not work, that is not the teacher's business. What you have to do is to give me a good raise in grades and lead the class atmosphere of learning. The student sat on the back of the motorized cart and HMM'd. I'll listen to you, teacher. I will study hard. At the same time, my heart said, Mr. Fang is so handsome. Founder, why did I hear that? Leave of absence sneaking back into the school. As expected, the Mediterranean-haired head instructor was waiting for him in the office early. Hands around the chest. As if a superior attitude. Fang Zheng, that was a good lesson. The same office teacher Yang scared in the side did not dare to say a word. Mr. Fang, you haven't been in the office all afternoon. What have you been doing? As the class teacher of the 4th class. The teaching task is completed or not. Let's not talk about it. Yes, I do recognize. This period of time class 4 than the previous period of time stabilized some. But you cannot leave the job negligence. You are the people's teacher. Fang Zheng signaled Shang Dongfang and Ding Peng to go back to the classroom first. Anyway, there is still half an hour to go before the end of the school day, and there is no need to continue the penalty station. He looked at the director of instruction, smiling. Right. The director of instruction is right. I have something to go out for a while. Immediately came back as nodded. The director was furious. Using his hand to point at the table with a stick, you call this immediately. The whole afternoon no one shadow, and Mr. Fang, you want to make a mistake is this kind of attitude. Then I very much doubt your meeting this morning on the 4th class to make a guarantee. After all, even you are so unconcerned about your work. How can the students of class 4 fulfill their student duties honestly under your leadership? Rambling for half an hour, as if this old comrade had no place to vent his anger for the whole day, and finally found a cathartic outlet to spit it out in his head. However, Fang Zheng did not care, staring out of the window for half an hour, with his left ear going in and his right ear going out, until the school bell rings. The director said tired. Fang Zheng also finally had time to sit on the desk, to drink a few mouthfuls of water. The same office teacher Yang has been waiting until the director of the teaching staff to pack up the things to leave, only with the courage to curiously ask Fang Zheng, Mr. Fang, what were you doing this afternoon? The head teacher has been looking for you like crazy. He's been talking about you all afternoon. Fang Zheng laughed. I can imagine. But I just didn't have enough to eat at noon and then took my students to have some lunch in the afternoon. So he's not so surprised, right? Mr. Yang skimmed his lips. You don't know. You didn't come this afternoon. There are a lot of people talking about you in the school. Said you to the 4th class as a guarantee. The principal in the meeting to recognize your matter. Everyone said you are the back door into. They say you're a backdoor teacher and that it's degrading to your status as a teacher and so on. Fang Zheng grinned. Not so much, right? I didn't mess with them. Mr. Yang shrugged his shoulders. Fang Zheng leaned back in his chair after careful deliberation and sighed. The workplace is still the workplace. It's the same everywhere. Ms. Yang also sighed along with her. Then she looked at Fang Zheng, full of curiosity then. Mr. Fang, you really came in through the back door. What does your family do? The founder gave this female teacher a strange look and sat up straight in his board. Mr. Yang, you're kidding. That's what an idiot only believes in. I'm so poor. My clothes don't add up to $300. There's no such thing as a back door. The principal recognized me at the meeting, but he just happens to understand my teaching philosophy. Mr. Yang gave a long hem in his throat and said sincerely, Anyway, whether you're related or not, Mr. Fang, I feel that you're pretty awesome. You're not quite like the other teachers. Fang Zheng laughed. Thank you. Mr. Yang's math teaching is also very good. The female teacher smiled helplessly. I'm an English teacher, founder, pretending to look at his cell phone. It's getting late. I'll go home first. See you tomorrow. Mr. Yang put on his coat. Fang Zheng rushed to leave this place of wrongdoing. Student teachers may not be too positive about other things, but the school is still inevitably exciting. Just half an hour after the bell rang, there were no more people on the school road, and Fang Zheng looked on WeChat to see if there were any messages from Zhang Xiao. I guess she'll have to work long hours again tonight. I'd better go home first. Wait for her to have dinner together tonight. Said she helped Shang Dongfang's favor, and I have to treat her to dinner tonight. But just as Fang Zheng was about to leave on his little electric donkey, he heard a familiar girl's voice calling out to him. Mr. Fang, Mr. Fang, wait. Fang Zheng looked away, found that it seems to be their own class of Yan Qingya. After all, this girl-child body is too much out of the ordinary. Fang Zheng, every time I see her, suspected that this female students are not every day at home with papaya as a meal. MS Yon Chenga, why are you looking for the teacher after school? Yon Chenga gave Founder a disgusted look and panted as she handed him a large stack of leave slips. Teacher, what are you doing this afternoon? I went to the office to look for you 3 or 4 times, but did not see you. These are Yangye, B. O's leave of absence. You quickly give a label. The school regulations students' leave of absence on Monday, if the class teacher did not sign, is to be treated as truancy. Fang Zheng took the whole stack of leave slips and flipped through at least 30 to 40 of them. So many? When did you guys get so serious about the school rules? I didn't see you following the school rules before the teacher came to teach. Yan Qingye explained, this time is different. The principal came to our class in person this afternoon and said that Yang Yibi owes future leave slips. If they are not signed by you on that day, they will all be treated as truancy. If he skips school 3 times, he'll be expelled. Oh, so, that is quite serious. I remember this Yang Yibi. Oh, you once told me that his family has difficulties, is not it? I'll take a look. Yon Chenga shrugged her shoulders, but Fang Zheng heard her inner voice. You believe such stupid words. Mr. Fang, so I don't blame them for deliberately screwing you. Fang Zheng smashed his tongue. Hey, Yan Qingye, don't scold the teacher behind his back. Do you think that the teacher is a dry eater and doesn't know what's in your heart? Yon Chenga pretending to be crazy. I didn't teacher as a result. This time Fang Zheng heard the words in the other party's mind. How did Mr. Fang know that I scolded him? Am I that obvious? The founder sighed and stopped paying attention, just looking through the leave slips, his expression going from puzzled to shocked and finally surprised. Because the content of the leave slip is really an eye-opener for Fang Zheng. Teacher, the new League of Legends season starts today. I'm going home to score points. I hereby take a day off. Yang Yibi. Oh, I hope it's approved. Teacher, I'm going to get a haircut today, so I'd like to take a day off. Yang Yibio, for approval. Teacher, the school toilet is not clean. I want to poop at home. I hereby take a day off. Yang Yibio. I hope it's approved. Fang Zheng puzzledly turned over the 30 or so leave slips one by one, then looked at Yan Qingye, who pretended to be fine MS. Yon Chenga, what are the reasons for these leave slips, even if they are compiled? You should let Yangye be. Oh, find a decent reason. Okay, how can I label them like this if the principal finds out? He'll scold me for not taking care of things. Yon Qingye replied, Teacher, I advise you to sign it, or else once Yang Yibayo is expelled, I guess you will be expelled from the school too. How can this be the class monitor? Fang Zheng scrutinized Yon Qingye's expression. What? Is the school run by his family? If he expels me, I have to be expelled as well. Yon Qingye shrugged her shoulders and smiled. Not necessarily, oh teacher. Really? Yon Qingye pursed her cheeks. Yeah, teacher, you don't dawdle. Quickly sign the leave slip. I still have something to do after school. Fang Zheng stared at the leave slip in his hand, and after thinking about it, he tore it up with his hand directly in front of Yon Qingye. Teacher, what are you doing? He threw the crumbs into the garbage can and said helplessly, I've already said that I can't label these leave slips, so you guys can ask Yangye B. Oh, to rewrite some serious leave slips for me some other day. Fang Zheng eyes Yan Qingye made difficult, simply waved his hand line. I see this thing you do not care. The teacher to deal with it. You go home to do what do. Yon Qingye blankly glanced at Founder, and muttered a sentence in her mouth and heart at the same time. Do not recognize good people. After saying that, The girl turned around and hurriedly left, as if she was sulking, but it was Fang Zheng who frowned. I thought to myself, did Yon Chin-ga just say that this school is owned by Yang Yibio's family? I don't think so, because if it is such a character relationship, then the headmaster is not Yang Yibio's mother. This relationship is unacceptable. Fang Zheng shook his head. I'd better leave it for now. We'll talk about it tomorrow. He turned the key to the motorcycle, and when there was no response on the motorcycle's small screen, the founder froze for a moment. Huh? He responded, shit, I forgot to charge the motorcycle on the way back to school this afternoon. However, this electric car can only carry people to ride for half an hour, is also too unproductive. When this month's paycheck or hurry to replace the battery and then talk about it. Fang Zheng looked at the charging station in the carport and hesitantly planned to push the electric car home, waiting for the electric car to be fully charged here. I don't know how long it will take, who knows? Coincidentally, Fang Zheng pushed the electric car just out of the school door not far, and saw at the bus stop with a group of people waiting for the car Shang Dongfang. Shang Dongfang also saw Fang Zheng from afar and said in surprise, Mr. Fang, why haven't you gone home yet? Fang Zheng pushed the electric car and walked over. The electric car is out of battery. Thinking that it's not far from home, so I just push it back. Shang Dongfang looked back at the stop sign and said with a smile, then I'll accompany you home, just to save money on the bus. Okay, let's go together then. It just so happens that the teacher also has some class situations she wants to ask you about. Fang Zheng replied without thinking. Today is Thursday. Students from school and the company to work are basically the same point. So even the provincial capital of this kind of traffic is not too much place. The road is also crowded with pedestrians. The two of them have to avoid old people and children on the side of the road. Teacher, I really thank you for today. With this job, I feel that I don't have to worry about money in the future. Shang Dongfang walks with Fang Zheng on the road and always talks with a smile on his face. Fang Zheng High a sound are small, but there is one thing I also wonder. Tulip Middle School is not 100-strong school. Teacher remembers that the cost of books here is still very high a year. Why would a family like yours choose to come here to school? Sang Dongfang, it's just luck. Tulip Middle School is actually a helicopter relationship with our elementary school there. So as long as you graduate from elementary school successfully, you can come to Tulip for 2 years free of tuition fees. So I didn't have to spend a lot of money in the first 2 years. Fang Zheng suddenly realized. The teacher understood. So Tulip is also rich only in these 2 years. In fact, there were not many students before. Shang Dongfang nodded. Yes, but the school is getting richer. But there are still as few good teachers like you as there used to be. Many teachers don't care about the students in their classes. I feel this way in the past 2 years at school. That's why I didn't answer you when you asked me something in the playground. He looked at Fang Zheng with an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. At first I thought you were just like other teachers, just asking questions. Fang Zheng laughed twice. I also just do my duty. Is not a good teacher, after all, when you 4 classes class teacher also almost a week. Language textbook froze, the first page is not finished. The classroom a listening to no one. Such a learning atmosphere is really a headache for me to make the teacher. Shang Dongfang hesitated in fact. Not all the students in the class do not want to listen to your lecture. Not all the students in the class do not want to listen to your lecture. There are many who want to go to class normally, mainly because there is no leader. Fang Zheng felt that there was something in these words and stared at Shang Dongfang. What do you mean? What do you mean? Shang Dongfang's expression got strange and twisted. Fang Zheng smashed his tongue. Speak up. Why do you always hide the key moments? The teacher will have to ask again. Shang Dongfang straightened up, somewhat answering the question. Teacher Fang, why don't you go and look for the class leader Yang Yibio? Although he doesn't come to class, his reputation in the class is quite high. If you have his support, I believe that even if there are still those who are against you, there are only a few left. Yang Yibio. Why is it this Yang Yibio again? Fang Zheng stopped his steps, feeling a bit unimaginable. So Yang Yibio is the class president of the 4th class. How can such a person be the class monitor? He thought of one thing, oh yes. Just now the teacher heard certain female students say that this Yang Yibio has a deep background. Is there any necessary connection between the school and his family? Shang Dongfang shook his head. I don't know, you know. I don't have much say in the class. Fang Zheng lifted his hand. I see, okay. It's better to choose the right day than the wrong day, today, while teacher has time. We will go to meet this Mr. Yang Yibi. Oh, I'd like to see if he's the best, or if I'm the best teacher. President's office, 17th floor. Chang's group, as the city lights up. The workday comes to a short end at this point. A sales manager in a suit and tie stood in Zhang Ziyou's office. Smiling, he handed President Jiang a document that summarized the work of the recent project. Mr. Jiang, the King Shui Street project is considered to have officially signed a contract with the other party today. The other party said that from tomorrow onwards, both of us will start the corresponding video publicity cooperation. Jiang Zi, gratified long breath, turning the copy, because this Clearwater Street project is not other. It was the new media project that Zhang Ziyao had asked Fang Zheng to help her with the night before, which had been bothering Zhang's group for a month. Zhang Ziyao laughed, not bad. I didn't think that this missus didn't agree to cooperate with our company for so long. But now you guys have taken it down in just 2 days. I'll mention this in tomorrow's meeting, and give your department extra incentives. The marketing manager was a little ashamed of himself, although he was happy to get paid. But as a marketing manager, he is also very clear that the reason why the project can be picked up, in fact, with their own team, does not have much to do. Mr. Jiang, this time the reward, even if it, after all, our department before a month's time are smashed in this female customers on the body, is not what progress. Or you said the night before last to start from her ex-husband. This project today to smoothly take down. Are your credit, Chiang Zi. Yao looked at the other side of the table. The marketing manager said with a smile, and we didn't just win this project today. The wife said that she would work with us on her future projects, after we hooked her up with her ex-husband. Mr. Jiang, your phone call the night before last really opened the eyes of our entire department, and I will learn more from you in this kind of details in the future. Not simple love, though the other party was praising herself. Zhang Zi, knew exactly who was behind this important project. You are mistaken, Manager Lin, in fact, regarding this project. The one who proposed to start with the other party's ex-husband first was not me, but a friend of mine. The marketing manager was physically stunned. A friend? Is the other person also a manager in the marketing world? Zhang Zi, Yao shook her head. The sales manager frowned, thinking that since he was a friend of Mr. Chiang, and not a manager, could it be a certain boss? But this Clearwater Street is an important project of Jiang's group that is absolutely confidential. When Zhang Zi, Yao saw the expression on his face. She realized that he might have misunderstood. Manager Lin. Don't think too much. The other person isn't a very important person. It's really just an ordinary friend of mine. The manager, surnamed Lin, was extremely shocked. Inhaled a breath of cold air, but this wife's personal information to do so secret. Our company team investigated for a long time. Have not investigated all the details of her previous. Or you, your friend said that we should start from her ex-husband, in order to have a specific point of attack. He shook his head in shock and said, there are not many people in the marketing world who have this kind of search resources. Mr. Chiang, there are only 2 possibilities for knowing the weakness of the other party. Either they have strong resources, or they know each other with this wife. Zhang Zi, Yao heard the other party talking more and more exaggeratedly, as if anyone under Fang Zheng's nose could be checked out. The woman smiled and explained, no, Manager Lin. His resources are not as horrible as you say. Is that night I happened to be dining with him. After all, this project is stuck in your hands for a long time. So I just hold the attitude of trying to the customer's photo to give him a look. In the middle of the meeting, I reminded him that the female client was very fond of the little teddy she kept, and I wondered if he should make some other efforts in this regard. As a result, the other party only looked at the photo, and immediately recognized that the ring on the hand of this wife has a problem. And this is how I judge through your information, that the wife and his ex-husband still have feelings for each other. Jiang Zi, this explanation itself did not say out when she still think Fang Zheng is not how God. Just that night, some marveled at his unparalleled sensitivity to others in the workplace sense of smell. But now he was in front of the manager of the company to tell the truth, in conjunction with the person in front of him, that surprised expression. Jiang Zi, talent some hindsight. Fang Zheng's ability to recognize people and objects is not really too outrageous point. Manager Lin said excitedly. Mr. Jiang, do you mean to say that this friend of yours discovered the most crucial information about the client just by looking at the photo? And that's even after you misled him with your pet dog. That's such a keen sense of recognizing people shouldn't be a coincidence. Right, Jiangzi? Eo thought carefully, but finally shook her head. I don't think it's a coincidence. Because although I haven't known him for a long time, he's a very likable person, especially when it comes to details. And he can often find things that ordinary people can't. When Zhang Ziao said this, she remembered her own small arm injury. At that time she had this opinion of Fang Zheng. After all, that kind of wound hidden in the sleeve, without enough care, absolutely cannot be seen. Manager Lin laughed out and curiously said, Then Mr. Zhang, can I ask, is this friend of yours currently in right now? Zhang Zi, Yo understood what he meant. Don't worry, Manager Lin. He doesn't belong to any company yet, nor is he in our circle, so there's no need to have unnecessary worries. Manager Lin's eyes were all bent with a smile, and he grinned. That means this kind of talent can be hired by our company. Mr. Jiang, I'd like to take this opportunity to say something to you as well. He respectfully said some time ago, next door to the sales department of Manager Lai, is not due to pregnancy maternity leave. These days the marketing department and the sales department are all in my hands. There are too many projects. I am really a bit distracted. So if you think your friend can you ask him to come to our company to hang the sales manager position? After all, there are so many new media companies on the market now, especially next door to the Minsheng Light and Film Group. Has always been with us is a competitor relationship. The resources in their hands now slowly have the intention of pressure over our group. Now our company really need a new second in command. Chiangzi, Yo leaned back in her boss's chair, holding the information in her hand, thoughtfully, this. Manager Lin could see Jiangzi, Yo's difficulty. Is it possible that your friend is very difficult to invite? Zhang Ziao replied, because he has his own career now. And I actually told him about this before, but he didn't agree. Lin Manager Perseverance said that's so. Even if not formally joined, as our company's marketing consultant manager, one can help us solve customer problems. And as long as we pay his wages, he will not be other competitors to dig away. After saying this, Mr. Liam deliberately increased the tone of his voice in the last sentence, and explained word by word nowadays. Various companies are short of talents. Like this kind of natural sense of the job market is particularly sensitive to the genius. If we do not hurry to do it, in case other companies are poached, then the consequences, I can't imagine. Jiangzi, Yao, after listening to the other side of this speech, eyebrows cannot help but frown, because the other side of the truth. But also for today's market reality. I can't tell if I'm not hiring founder now, but once he's poached by someone else, the loss to the Chiang's group will be more than just the loss of a talented manager. Jiangzi Yao turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. Under the darkness of the night, she could see all the faces of the city through the high buildings. You go ahead and leave work. I'll think about this one on my own. Manager Lin nodded. Okay, then I'll go back first. I've already sent you the new customer information on your cell phone. If there's anything, you can call me at any time. The man put down the data in his hand and backed out. The city in Zhang Ziyao's gaze. Those points of light consciously and slowly coalesced into Fang Zheng's face. She was imagining what would happen if Fang Zheng were to run into the hands of his rivals. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became, and finally Zhang Ziyao came to a realization. This man is either his own people, or he can't set foot in the business world for the rest of his life. Otherwise, once the other party flows into the market, it will be a huge potential threat to his company. Zhang Ziao took out her cell phone and saw her delicate and beautiful face through the reflection of the screen. He said he'd take me out to dinner tonight, right? Why don't we make it clear, founder, whether you should be glad that you met me earlier, or should you regret that you met me so early? After all, if you've got the power to shake up the market, our fake love affair is not going to be a simple one. The young master of the Villa family I came home to charge my electric car and found Yang Yubi's home address in the student database. I realized that this class president's home is quite close to the Zijin district where I live. A taxi will take at most 10 minutes to get there. It is just the location where this Yang Yibiao's family lives. Are you sure his family is poor? Isn't this address a villa? Fang Zheng hailed a taxi and followed the address on the information to an extremely luxurious villa. There aren't a lot of villas in Green Vine, after all. The city isn't considered first tier, and there are only 2 or 3 at most. The villa area has spacious roads. There is a large lawn separating each villa. Fang Zheng got off the bus and looked at his cell phone while following the information to find Yang Yibiao's home. Eventually he stopped at Villa 3. Lift your head. There is a 3-story building in front of you. Through the exquisite patterned iron gate, it is easy to see that this home has a swimming pool. Garden, luxury cars, pools, everything. Double-checking that he should not have found the wrong location. Fang Zheng laughed. These guys. I know that there is not a single poor person in the whole of Class 4. With the exception of Mr. Shang Dongfang. Press the doorbell. The doorway machinery almost immediately came out a gentle echo. Hello, who are you looking for? Fang Zheng said. I'm looking for Yang Yibi. Oh, I'm his homeroom teacher, and I'm here for a home visit. Yes, you wait a moment. The door to the first floor of the villa opened, and a young lady wearing a maid's outfit walked out from inside. And Fang Zheng frowned. Damn, this Yang Yibi has a maid in his house. Even Zhongzi. Yao's place isn't that exaggerated. The maid came to the metal door and even inquired again. Hello, Mr. Ban. May I ask if you are here to see the young master? Young master Fang Zheng nodded. Yes, is Yang Yibi at home now? The maid opened the door. Young master is here. Please come in. Fang Zheng entered the compound. Examined the place, which is more royal than the palace. And his heart was full of mixed feelings. The maid brought Fang Zheng to the first floor hall. She let Fang Zheng first sit on the sofa for a while. The lady will come down later. Miss, the founder asked, does Yang Yibi have a sister? The maid went to pour tea for founder and replied. Yes, the lady came down right away. And she just said that you would be surprised if you saw her. Fang Zheng laughed. Is that so? The coffee was ready. Fang Zheng said thank you, just as he was going to take a sip to taste the tea. But then he heard footsteps on the second floor stairs. A pretty woman in 7/4 pants and strapless short sleeves came down the stairs, the woman wearing a very familiar ponytail. Although the teacher's aura has changed, one can still detect a touch of difference from the others. Fang Zheng looked at the stairs and his pupils dilated. Mr. Yang, why are you in? Who else could this pretty woman with a ponytail be if not Mess? Yang from Fang's office. Teacher Yang covered the corners of his mouth with a smile and went downstairs. Seeing Fang Zheng standing up, he hurriedly lifted his hand. Teacher Fang can just sit down. No need to be polite. She looked at the maid. You go ahead and get busy. I'll talk to Mr. Fang alone for a while. Yes, ma'am. The maid bowed and left. Fang Zheng sat on the sofa with an odd expression. Teacher Yang, so you and Yang Yibi are family. You are his sister. Mr. Yang sat on the small sofa on the other side of the square, and the maid had already made tea for her. Smiling, he said, Isn't it a surprise? I usually don't talk too much about Yibao. So Mr. Fang didn't think about this relationship. Fang Zheng took a sip of tea and scrutinized the other party's attire. Her style of dressing was a bit like Zhong Ziyao's, except that the woman in front of her was more dignified, while Zhong Ziyao was more high and cold. Fang Zheng said, True, but since you are Yang Yibiao's sister and also the teacher of the 4th class, you haven't mentioned to her at home that Yang Yibiao doesn't come to class. Ms. Yang pouted. I'm just an English teacher. Not a homeroom teacher, so I don't care that much. Fang Zheng was speechless. Mr. Yang is really conscientious, separating school duties clearly. Teacher Yang looked at Fang Zheng with a smile and slight appreciation. No, it's just that Teacher Fang is too dedicated. When I was in the office, I said that you are different from other teachers. Fang Zheng took a deep breath, thought for a moment before saying, Well, then we have words straight. Can you call Yang Yibi students down to talk to me? I, as a class teacher, would like to know what exactly is the reason why he doesn't go to school. Mr. Yang looked at a clock hanging in the hall. At this time, Yibi should still be fighting. Why don't you have some more tea and wait? I'll call him down after he finishes his game. The founder nodded his head with an O. Ms. Yang stared at founder with a very expectant smile. And founder even heard the voice in her heart. I just purposely didn't ask you, to come down. What are you going to do, Mr. Fong? This Mr. Yong, who usually has little presence in the office, is really a difficult person once in class. The founder cruised through the living room, eventually fixing his eyes on the two routers next to the TV and getting an idea. He looked at the woman, Ms. Yong. May I ask if you will feel troubled if the internet is disconnected at home in a short period of time? Mr. Yong couldn't figure out what the founder wanted. Shrugging, no, and again. We don't go off the grid here. Founder nodded and smiled. That's good. He stood up and walked over to the TV. Clean and sharp. 2 fists. 2 pops. Both routers were smashed by founder. The woman's mouth dropped open in shock. Fang Zheng patted his right and left hands against each other, as if he was patting dust, and smiled back. Teacher Yong, in this way. Student Yi, B. Ao's battle should be over. Right. Please ask him to come down and I'll do a home visit. As soon as Fang Zheng's words fell, a boy with earrings and short, flat hair came down impatiently from above with his hands in his pockets. Fang Zheng looked at the visitor, although the expression of the other party was serious, but he was still quite handsome. It is true that the young master of a rich family is different. Fang Zheng smiled. Fellow student Yong Yibio. We finally meet. Yong Yibio frowned, his face full of disgust. Let's talk outside. It's not convenient to talk here. Fang Zheng said with a big smile. Okay, just listen to Mr. Yong Yibio. Let's go out and talk. Mr. Yong sat on the sofa, remembering the 2 fists of Fang Zheng. Realized that this teacher Fang may really be a bit special. His brother's temperament. I am afraid that the two will not be a conflict. She looked at the backs of the 2 of them striding out of the villa and reminded. Ye Biao, don't go too far with Mr. Fang. Come back early. Roadside booth Fang Zheng followed Yong Yibio, and the 2 of them walked out of the villa until they came to a deserted intersection. Both sides have only stopped. Fang Zheng said, have you chosen a place? Then let's talk. Why don't you go to class as the class president of the 4th class? Yang Yibi turned around with his hands in his pants pockets. Annoyed, are you brain damaged? I'm not a brainiac. Are you? It's none of your business whether I go to school or not. Fang Zheng laughed. Wow. Mr. Yong Yibio. So Kawa, you do not go to class, as a teacher. I cannot come to ask. Yong Yibi grunted and sneered. Why do you talk so much? The school pays your wages. So just give me the money. If you talk to me again, I'll let you get out of the school tomorrow. Fang Zheng pretended to be scared really. Oops, scared me to death. May I ask, what is the relationship between the principal and you? If you say I should get out, I will get out. Yang Yibiao's tone is indifferent. The principal is my mom, and the school is run by my family. No wonder Yon Qing'a told me this afternoon that I would be fired if Yong Yibio was fired. The founder gave an oh-so-slight thought, and took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it up to smoke. I'll tell you what, let's not talk about whether or not I'm getting out. But if you don't come to class from now on, I'll come to your house every day for a home visit. Isn't your Ernesto single? I'm not married either. The day you don't come to class, I'll come to your sister for a day. And when the 2 of us fall in love over time, your mom won't turn me on then, and then maybe you'll even have to call me brother-in-law. Yong Yibi. I was stupefied at first. Then he pointed his hand fiercely at Fang Zheng. If you mess with my sister, you try. I'm warning you. If you dare to hit on my sister, I'll let you lie in the hospital for the rest of your life. Do you believe me? Fang Zheng held a cigarette. Why does Yong Yibi still have a fighter? Then the teacher will call your sister and your mom right now and tell them that their precious son is not only not attending classes, but also keeping a black club outside the school. You, Fang Zheng waved his hand. All right. If you don't come to class tomorrow, you'll have to call this brother-in-law. Teacher is leaving. Remember to come to school before 7 tomorrow. The first period will be my class. Fang Zheng no longer continued to entangle with him. It is useless to say more. Just walk toward the distance after more than 10 steps. The bat echo ability activated. Fang Zheng heard that this lovely Yong Yibio, the squad leader, seems to be really calling someone. How can he really keep a hitter under the street lamp? Yang Yibi face gloomy, staring at the man more and more far away back. Talk to the phone. Hey, Brother Lung. I am a bio. Tomorrow day trouble you a thing. There is a teacher looking for trouble to find me on. You help me to clean him up a bit. Rest assured that I will get rid of the matter. Then I invited brothers to eat. Good, good. Thank you, Brother Lung. The phone hangs up. Yang Yibi Ao grunted with a smile. Hands in the pockets, contentedly went home. 20 meters away from the intersection where Yang Yibiao was standing, Fang Zheng leaned against the wall and finished his last cigarette. I thought the Lung that Yang Yibiao just mentioned. Who is this Lung? I don't think it's such a coincidence. But it can't be Zai Long, the security chief of Chiang's group, right? I was in the boxing club with him before. And it's not impossible to understand if this guy still has this kind of extra money after work. I took out my cell phone and looked through my address book, and found that there was no phone number for Zio Long. I think I forgot to add it when we met during the day. I don't care. I'll know tomorrow when I see you. I'm going to have dinner with MS, Zheng first. I guess she's off work at this hour. Fang Zheng walked to the main intersection, rehailed a taxi, and called Zheng Ziao from the car. The person on the other end of the phone said she had just gotten home, and said she would let Founder find a place while she drove straight there. Fang Zheng clicked on his WeChat wallet and looked at the only $800 left inside. Simply go and ask the driver master. I want to treat a girl to dinner tonight. Do you think there is a cheap, tasty and decent place? The driver was clean no. But does this girl like you? If she does, I've got a great place for her. The founder ahs and replies, what good place? Driver, turn 2 corners ahead. There is a wetland park. Next to the roadside stalls. You can take her there. Delicious, cheap. The main thing is that after eating, you can also take a walk. Go or not. Founder stared at the balance in the cell phone. Extremely sure go. That's it. Find the driver's location on your cell phone and send the location to Zheng Ziao. 20 minutes later, Fang Zheng was standing at the entrance of the wetland park, chewing his gum, when he saw Zheng Ziao driving her Porsche to the park. The woman parked her car at the curb, got out and frowned at the bustling roadside stalls, which were almost full of people. Bustling with activity, Zheng Ziao was puzzled. Are you planning to take me to eat at a roadside stand? Fang Zheng saw that Zheng Ziao rarely wore high heels, but changed into the pair of short boots that he bought for her when they first met. Short boots with black silk, together with white long sleeves and a black jacket. This outfit does not lower the level of black silk with high heels, but rather brings out Zheng Ziao's high coolness. It should be a matter of temperament and face value. Zheng Ziao looked at Fang Zheng, who kept staring at himself, and curiously said, What's on your mind? Fang Zheng was serious. I was wondering why you look so good in any clothes. Zheng Ziao sighed. Don't be poor. What's for dinner anyway? I know you're treating tonight, so I came to see you on an empty stomach. Fang Zheng turned his head to look at the rows of vendors. Didn't you say so? Just eat this. There are many varieties and good flavors. Zheng Ziao pursed her lips and looked at the crowded people in the distance, thinking about how she had hardly eaten at this kind of roadside vendor since graduation. Okay, listen to you. Let's go. Zheng Ziao and Fang Zheng walked into the crowded snack street side by side. Because there are really too many people. The two, even at the beginning of the two, are still one in front of the other, closely next to each other not to fall out of the queue. But after a dozen or so steps, he was distracted by the crowd, and Fang Zheng could only take Zheng Ziao's hand. It's just a crowded place. Don't get lost. Tell me what you want to eat. Zheng Ziao felt the warmth of that big hand, and without saying anything more, she followed closely behind Fang Zheng, pointing her finger at the boneless chicken claw in the distance. That one, yes. The two of them slowly squeezed through the crowd, and after a few minutes of queuing, Founder's hand didn't let go at all in the middle of the queue. Zheng Ziao let him pull her along, and after buying the chicken claws, Zheng Ziao didn't have any attitude. She was really hungry, and every time she passes by this kind of place after work, it always brings back some memories from her school days. Only that the person holding her hand at that time might still be one of her best friends. Now that I'm there, it's actually a bit exciting to face the snacks I used to eat. Founder, that lamb shank. I want one, okay, and stinky tofu. One order? Fang Zheng was puzzled. You eat stinky tofu too, Zheng Ziao glared at Fang Zheng, as if to say, I've come here with you, and you still care about me. He was helpless. Okay, what else? There's chicken wings and rice over there. Why don't you try one of those? Well, get one. Is there anything to drink in this place? Founder, Fang Zheng took Zheng Ziao's hand and tried his best to walk to a less crowded place. After all, there were too many people around, and it was too noisy and bustling. There's milk tea and coffee. Do you want it iced or hot? Chai milk tea bar, iced. It's not good for women to be smart. After strolling from the south to the north of the snack street, Fang Zheng asked for a big plastic bag at the chicken wing rice stall. So he walked out from the crowded people with the big bag in one hand and Zhong Zio in the other. The moment I stepped out of the intersection of the snack street, the air seemed to become fresher, and my view of the surrounding area was much wider. Chiang, don't you usually eat a lot? Why do you suddenly have a big appetite tonight? When Zhang Zi saw Fang Zheng's exhausted look, she couldn't hold back her laughter as she covered her mouth. Afterwards, the woman saw Fang Zheng looking at herself doubtfully, and then serious said, "Good, treat me to dinner." The result is that Mr. Fang brought me to the roadside stall. You are so difficult for me. I cannot be difficult for you a little. Fang Zheng laughed. I knew you did it on purpose. He looked at the huge bag of snacks in his hand. What about all this stuff? Can we eat them all, Zhang Zi? Yao thought for a moment. If you can't finish it, you can use it as breakfast for tomorrow. Fang Zheng smiled perfunctorily, thinking that he didn't have such a big appetite for this 3-pound breakfast. He looked toward the wetland park not far away. Let's find a place to sit first. I'm tired after such a long stroll. Zhang Zi, Yao nodded her head. Her eyes suddenly looked at the pair of hands that the two of them were holding together. Fang Zheng naturally knew that he was pulling Zhang Zi. Yao now, however, such a thing as taking advantage of a disadvantage. You can't always let a man take advantage of a disadvantage, as long as Zhang Zi Yao doesn't offer to let go. He won't, and playing dumb does work in some situations. Zhang Zi Yao stared at Fang Zheng strangely. Her hand struggled a little and realized that she couldn't pull it out, so she also let him hold it, and even took the initiative to hold Fang Zheng's hand. How many women have you held your hand like that? They walked down the road, both looking ahead. Founder replied, You're the second one, right, Zhang Zi? Yao frowned and then laughed. It's true that you can't believe all men's words. I remember last night you told me that you haven't talked about love, and then you ended up revealing yourself today. I've never been in a relationship. The first woman I held was my mom. When I was a kid, she wouldn't take me out to play, and I'd hold her hand like this rogue. But as an adult, you're definitely the first, Zhang Zi. Yao's face became more and more strange. Fang Zheng's occasional poor mouth really made it hard for her to guess whether the words were true or false before the other party finished speaking. Chiang Zi, Yao said, then put it this way, I'm the same, besides my dad. You're the first man I've ever held. Fang Zheng smiled and said, So I'm quite lucky, so I won't be afraid that after we break up, you'll forget about me when you talk about love with other men. After all, it's the first time. Zhang Ziyao glanced at Fang Zheng, associating this statement with some of the things that happened in the company today. She took it seriously, even if it's not the first time. I won't forget about you, Fang Zheng. Even the most romantic words come out of your mouth. But that's just like you, Chiang. The two of them went to the wetland park, where there were small street lamps emitting faint light every few meters around the curved paths, and the ground was made of crushed cobblestones, and the gravel paths were exceptionally smooth to walk on. The two of them followed the path, trying to find any empty benches nearby, and finally saw a fresh pair of benches in the center of the park, around a fountain that had been unused for a long time, sitting on a chair. The fountain was right next to me, but the thirsty sediment underneath was proof that it hadn't been in operation for at least half a year. Founder put the snack bag in the center and took out all the things he just bought at the snack stand one by one. To say that Zhang Zi Yao to buy so many things is not all intentionally for the sake of torturing Fang Zheng. She also really wanted to taste fresh, although may take into account the body and skin cannot eat too much. But taste or can be. Eat a piece of stinky tofu. Eat a piece of lamb. Dig a little bit of chicken leg rice with a spoon, and drink a sip of milk tea. Fang Zheng saw her chewing her food contentedly with a satisfied and wonderful look on her face. He said, in fact, at first, I asked you to come to the snack street. I also thought that if you do not like, there is a food street next door. We can go there to eat. I did not think that the original you still like to eat these things. Zhang Zi Yao took another bite of the stinky tofu. Like it or not, but after all, it's too greasy, just a taste. She lifted her head and looked at Fang Zheng just this once. Next time you want to invite me here again. I may or may not turn my face away. Fang Zheng laughed and stuck 2 pieces of stinky tofu with his fork and stuffed them into his mouth in one bite. After swallowing, he replied, "There is an emergency of funds. This time it does not count. When the next month's payroll, I will buy you a meal again. But during the day, Shangding, Fang's matter thank you especially the $2,000 paid to him in advance. It helped a lot." Jiangzi Yao stared at the half-piece of stinky tofu in her hand. She really didn't dare to eat any more. If she ate another half-piece, she still didn't know how many masks she had to put on in order to regain her strength. "When you brought that child to me, I knew that his family must be short of money. But since they were looking for a job to ease their funds, they must not be short of much and not in too much of a hurry. Or you would have come to me for a loan instead of looking for a job for him." Fang Zheng let out a long breath. Smart people are just as sharp when they do things. But it's a pity that a woman like Jiang Da Mei Mei is not very suitable to be a wife. "Why, Jiangzi?" Yao wondered. "Because not only does your husband have no personal space, but you'll find his personal money wherever he hides it, which makes married life miserable." "Jiangzi," Yao laughed a little. "No. If you and I have a real man-woman relationship and are still married, I'll support you after the marriage. You don't have to worry about spending money. And I'll give you plenty of freedom. Provided you don't touch other women." The founder bent his lips perfunctorily. "Thank you for your advice." "Jiangzi," Yao stared at Fang Zheng, at him leaning back on the bench, slightly lifting his head to look at the sky. "Jiangzi," Yao hesitated for a few moments, but finally she intended to bring up her thoughts with Fang Zheng. "Founder, let me discuss something with you." Fang Zheng rambled, "Say it. Whether it is to sleep with you or to take a bath with you. As a boyfriend, I am obliged to do it." Jiangzi Yao took out a few wet wipes from her bag and wiped her hands, along with a piece of information and a bank card. "Do you remember the night before last you helped me solve a customer? That single today negotiated. The other party promised to give us an additional 20 million investment. And then our two companies have a cooperative advertising shoot, which gives the company a considerable benefit." She handed the bank card to Fang Zheng. "There's $150,000 in this card. It's considered a reward for you. Thank you for your help that night." Fang Zheng froze for a moment, staring at the bank card in Jiangzi Yao's hand. What did this woman mean? Terrifying men, the bat's ability to echo comes and goes, so Fang Zheng can't hear what's going on in Jiangzi Yao's mind. But as a man's intuition, he felt that this woman became very wrong all of a sudden, seeing that he didn't take the bank card. "Jiangzi," Yao passed it forward again. "Aren't you going to take it? This is a lot of money for you." Fang Zheng frowned and said, "Jiang Dame never deals at a loss. What can't you say in one go?" "Jiangzi." Yao smiled and let out a long breath as she placed her bank card on the bench. "Okay, actually. It's because I have a couple of new clients today that the PR team didn't get around to investigating. So I'd like to ask you to help me give them a look." Fang Zheng's serious expression relaxed a bit. "I see. Okay, I'll show you, but don't blame me if I don't judge accurately." The woman HMM'd and handed Fang Zheng the piece of information she had just taken out. And Fang Zheng looked at it carefully. There were about half a dozen new clients on it, all with color photos attached and some very general personal information. Jiangzi, Yao put away the bag of snacks between the two of them and put it to the side, after wiping the bench with a paper towel. She moved closer to Fang Zheng and stared at the data along with him. "What can you tell, since these are new clients?" "The profiles aren't quite complete yet." Fang Zheng glanced at Jiangzi Yao. His eagle's eyes opened, and smiled. "I'll tell you slowly, or as the saying goes, don't blame me if I'm not accurate." He followed the eagle's eyes cue to analyze the white light in the photo. Although there is only some simple information, it should be said or not. The ability of the eagle's eye is quite anticlimactic under the use of the founder. He explains, pointing his hand at each client. "This client, you can start with his family, especially since his profile says he has a daughter. This person should like her daughter very much, and you have your staff do some work on that. And then this client. Did you see the bracelet she was wearing on her wrist? If I remember correctly, this should be the limited edition bracelet from the movie Your Name. Anime fans, try to start with that, and then this client, also the bracelet. It's a sports watch, plus the contours of this person's body. I'm guessing he would be very much into fitness. Not a professional, but should have quite a lot of interest in fitness products wherever there is a white light. It proves to be the person's breaking point. as opposed to the tenfold vision provided by the passive eye of the eagle. This ability to prompt everything is a real plug-in for the founder. However, Zhang Ziao was completely shocked by his eloquent speech. Because these so-called new clients are in fact the old clients that the PR team has just conquered today. She lied to founder, with this information in Fang Zheng's hand. Zhang Ziao was merely trying to ascertain through these people whether Fang Zheng really had that extreme ability to gap into details for all people. It proves that the client, Mr. Founder, wasn't a blind rat yesterday. It turned out, as she thought, that the man was not bad at all. It took the PR team a week, or even half a month, to understand the detailed interests of these clients and what they were looking for. But in Founder's eyes, finding these people's point of attack is just a matter of looking at a photo, something that can be solved perfectly in a few seconds. So, if Fang does make it into the workplace one day, he will be a super talent that all companies will want to include. Such a monster of details. Future achievements are simply unimaginable. One after another, Fang Zheng took a sip of milk tea after he finished talking about all the clients on the data. Specifically, I can analyze only so much. As for after you let your men how to negotiate with these customers, I cannot help. And I guess the information is not necessarily accurate. You'd better be a second investigation. But most of them will not be wrong. Zhang Ziao took back the information and tried to calm her shocked mood a bit. She didn't want Fang Zheng to notice that she was different. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Fang Zheng actually sensed that something was wrong with her. And in the very next moment, the man even heard the voice of Zhang Ziao's heart. Try again, if his accuracy in reading people is really that high. I absolutely cannot let him become an enemy of the Chiang clan. The founder paused in the act of sucking milk tea. Did Zhang Ziao mean that she was testing herself? What does she want tonight? Zhang Ziao put those customer information away and revealed a professional smile. Thank you, founder, but I have another very special customer information here. Can you also look at it for me? Fang Zheng frowned slightly and nodded. Fine, you take it out. He wanted to know what kind of drug Zhang Ziao was selling tonight and why she was being so secretive. Instead of taking the information, the woman pulled out her cell phone this time, and he found a picture of Manager Lin, the man he had talked to in the office this afternoon, from his company's employee information. Zhang Ziao pursed her lips, and after confirming her inner thoughts, she handed her cell phone to Fang Zheng. Founder, this is a leader of my company. He has been working in my company for 7 years, but recently our competitors seem to have a tendency to poach people. If you are the other party, how do you think you can poach this person to your company? Zhang Ziao is the last level of temptation. If the founder then answered his own question perfectly, then it would be thoroughly proven that if one day he does run into a competitor's company, the leadership of his own Chiang's group will surely fall apart under Fang's assault. All high-level leaders will rebel. After all, people have weaknesses as long as they are human beings, and founder is precisely the monster who can clearly see the weaknesses of others. Fang Zheng took Zhang Ziao's cell phone and looked at it for a while. Zhang Ziao felt her heart beat faster. After all, this manager Lin has been doing his best in the company for 7 years and is very professional. Even founder should find it hard to see his weaknesses. Right? Who knew that founder didn't say anything for half a day and just kept sucking on the milk tea? Zhang Ziao said, "What's wrong? Can't you see?" Fang Zheng was sucking on the milk tea when he heard Zhang Ziao's voice. He let out an O sound and said with a smile, "No, I was wondering how the pearls underneath the milk tea couldn't be sucked. I'll show you now." He took one look at the picture of the forest manager and said, "It's very simple. Have you seen the neck of this employee of yours? He has a serious cervical spondylosis and should have been under a lot of pressure in your company all these years. If I were your competitor who wanted to poach him, I would have to go to your office to find him. First of all, it is necessary to reduce the working hours. Then it is necessary to increase the salary. And of course, the main reason is that he has to continue to work, even though he is suffering from a serious spinal disease. Finding out the reason is the key." The founder stared at the white light in the man's picture, which was on his briefcase. And there was a detail that would have been hard to spot if he hadn't used the system. A cartoonish little Ultraman transformation stick charm. The founder pointed to the place and said this man should have a young son, and in combination with his spinal condition. and his willingness to trade long hours of overtime work for money. There must be a huge bottomless pit of money in this man's family, and he can't lose this bottomless pit. I guess it's his son who has some kind of disease. Deal with it, and I'll be able to scoop this guy up." The words fell, Jiangzi, Yao like pupils earthquake, emotionless sitting there, because Fang Zheng said, "Talking business should have the atmosphere of talking business." The founder wore a simple smile, "So if you're afraid that he'll be poached by another company, you can pay more attention to this leader's family situation. After all, it's always simpler to keep someone than to poach them. There's still a human condition in between. Don't you think so, Yue Yao?" Jiangzi, Yao's pretty eyebrows slowly furrowed. Then she inexplicably pursed the corners of her mouth and smiled. However, her expression was not one of happiness, but a strange kind of celebration coupled with jealousy. After laughing, the woman turned around and let out a long sigh of relief. "Founder, I'm kind of glad that the two of us can be friends. If you were my enemy, I really don't know how much manpower and resources I'd have to use to get rid of you." Fang Zheng gave a grunt, seeing that the softness in Zhang Ziyao's body had disappeared as much as possible, and the person under his eyes, no matter his expression or tone of voice, looked extremely like the kind of particularly difficult masterminds that he had seen in police dramas. "Handle, that sounds weird to me." Jiangzi, Yao turned her head to look at Fang Zheng. "What are you thinking?" "Seriously, Fang Zheng, how about a deal?" Even if Fang Zheng didn't use the bat echo, he could hear that Jiangzi, Yao's next words would definitely be the highlight of the night. "Let's hear it first. I'd like you to sign a confidentiality contract with our company that has two options." The founder was indifferent, but did not explicitly refuse. Jiangzi, Yao paused for a moment, as if speaking to herself or you as our Chiang's group marketing consultant. "I give you 200,000 base salary every month, and every single completed a single performance. I will also be this performance of 7% of the profit as a bonus to you, provided that you have to comply with the rules of the Chiang's group, so that I will be the boss of your boss." Fang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and put down the milk tea. "Doesn't sound good. After all, I already have a job." "What about the second option?" Jiangzi, Yao's eyes were like a mirror staring at Fang Zheng. Jiangzi Yao, who had been in the business world for many years, might only show this cautious look when she met with important clients. She said, "The second program is my special customized for you. You do not need to become my company's employees. Do not need to complete what the monthly performance. That is to say, you do not have to do anything. I will pay you $150,000 a month in accordance with the salary, but the premise of the same conditions. You have to comply with the rules of the Zhang's group. In fact, Fang Zheng has already understood that this Zhang Ziyao is interested in his own ability, so he wants to pull himself together by all means. But he still acted like he was clueless this second option. Since I don't have to do anything and I don't have to go to work, what other rules are there to follow?" Jiangzi, Yao laughed. "You're a smart man, Fang Zheng. Your ability is very deadly in our business circle. There's no way I'm going to let you become my enemy." "Mr. Fang made a sound, I see. That means you give me a huge sum of money every month, and then I can't help other companies in my life. Is that right?" Jiangzi, Yao Hmed, think about it. "After all, you told me before that you don't like stepping into the business world either. So this is a generous offer for you." The corner of Fang Zheng's mouth twitched, and he smiled. He also turned his head to look at Zhang Ziyao, the two of them sitting on the bench, facing each other with four eyes. The spring winds blow the small trees in the park, which have just got branches, to sway. "It's okay to consider it, but can I ask if this thing you mention is being talked about in the form of Yao talking to his boyfriend? Or is it in the form of Mr. Jiang talking to a business talent?" Jiangzi, Yao carefully considered Fang Zheng's words. Fang Zheng understood when he saw that she was hesitating, and with a hum, he said without waiting for Jiangzi, Yao to reply, "Got it." "Got it? That business is business. I'll be straight with you. My skills, Mr. Jiang, you know very well how much revenue I can bring to the company. $150,000 a month. Honestly speaking, too little, Jiangzi." Yao smiled, "I understand. $150,000 is just a negotiated price. You can add more." Fang Zheng stretched out a hand and opened his 5 fingers. $500,000. Can you accept it? Jiangzi, Yao hardly hesitated. Of course. Is Chiang sure? Of course. $500,000 a month is a price I'm perfectly capable of setting on behalf of the company. What about $1 million? Zhang Ziyao's brow furrowed in a frown as her tone slowed. She had a bad feeling about this. At this price, it's okay. $3 million. I see that Mr. Chiang still has a lot left in the tank. You, Jiangzi, Yao gritted her teeth, mentally calculating the reward and loss that Fang Zheng would bring to the company if he ran into the enemy's hands. Good, $3 million I can discuss with the board. I'll personally apply for you at this price. Fang Zheng smiled and said, I can see that Jiang always for the sake of talent, or can bear the pain to cut love. Forget it, I thought carefully, or 500. 000, only not a month 50, I want a day 500. 000. Jiangzi Yao's expression had taken on an angry look as the pupils of her eyes slowly dilated. What did you say? $500,000 a day. That's $15 million a month. That's impossible. The company's monthly profit is just a few $1,000s. Even if you come to our company, you can't bring in that much revenue every month. Seeing his opponent's shocked and frightened expression, Fang Zheng raised his eyebrows. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. After all, just like according to Mr. Chiang, if I run to your rival company now and help them out, it might not take more than a few days for Chiang's group to experience a massive brain drain. By then, it might not be something you can solve by simply spending money. So my salary of $500,000 a day is a bit expensive. But it's not too expensive, don't you think? Jiangzi, Yao mouth pursed. In front of this man, she has long known that the other side is not a good thing, because the man is very clear about how much value he can produce in the end, and thus can only do so lie in open mouth. Fang Zheng saw that Jiangzi Yao's face was getting uglier and uglier. Was she really hesitating? She's really going to hire me for $500,000 a day. When Fang Zheng looked at her expression, which was almost suffocating, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. I wondered if I had teased her a little too much. Don't look like that. It's heartbreaking. I'm going to write you a clause now. Sign it if you've thought about it. Fang Zheng reached into Zhang Ziyao's bag and took a fountain pen out, turned over the employee's information, and wrote a series of terms and conditions on the white flower at the back. Then he signed his name under the terms and conditions. After writing the terms and conditions, Fang Zheng smiled with satisfaction, folded the terms and conditions, and handed them to Zhang Ziyao. Have you thought about it? Do you want to hire me? I'll sign here if you want me to, but don't try to sell me. I'm still your boy. Friend now, Zhang Zi. Yao looked at Fang Zheng's playful face as she stared down at the terms written in the man's hand. $500,000 a day is a huge amount. Zhang Ziyao closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if she was making a huge decision about the company's fate. So much so that when she slowly reached out her hand, two pretty fingers cupping the terms, she hesitated before making the decision to take the slip of paper. Just waiting for her to open the so-called terms, the woman, however, was dumbfounded. Unequal terms because Fang Zheng wrote on the white paper terms, not at all what the two of them just talked about. 500. 000 a day, on the white paper in Zhang Ziyao's hand. There was only a simple line written. Fang Zheng made an agreement with General Manager Chiang Ziyao of the Chiang Kai-shek Group, promising that I would not work for any other company, and would never regard the Chiang Kai-shek Group as a rival. On the back of the paper is today's date, and the name founder, of course. This note is not legally valid. After all, for such an important clause, a very detailed restriction agreement has to be issued by Zhang Ziyao's company. Then both of you can sign and fingerprint it. But there are some things, because many people don't just flip-flop on the fact that he didn't sign an official contract. At least the founder wouldn't do that. He thinks he's a man of his word. Zhang Ziyao's anger that she had just shown at this moment turned into confusion and wonder. She really didn't understand what this man was up to. What do you mean by that? The founder leaned back on the bench and replied, Isn't it obvious? I promise you just asked. Never set foot in the business circle in the future, and do not work for others. If you think this note has no legal effect, you can also find a lawyer to get a contract out. Fang Zheng had a sentence choking in his throat. Because if Zhang Ziyao really made an unequal contract, he would definitely not sign it, after all. If Zhang Ziyao trusts him, he can only trust her, and Fang Zheng is not a fool. Jiangzi Yao was puzzled. What about the money? Didn't you say 500? $000 a day. Fang Zheng looked at the sky and said casually, Am I not your boyfriend? Why talk about money? Do you think a man would go against his girlfriend? I'm not that careful. Uncommunicative, the woman looked down at the hand of the white paper, black letter. She really have never seen this kind of people. So much so that now, she does not know how to deal with it. But founder, you have to realize that such a clause will do you no harm. You gain nothing, and you lose a huge development prospect. Fang Zheng, on the other hand, said who can say. Maybe because of this incident, someone can feel guilty about me, realizing that the tone of voice used to speak to clients cannot also be used on boyfriends. So I will be satisfied. Jiangzi Yao suddenly felt a slight headache. She covered her forehead with one hand and wore an indescribable expression. Again, it's like a laugh and a guilty conscience. Founder, you're a real. Fang Zheng looked at the time, cleaned up the finished snack garbage on the bench, and stood up. It's getting late. Let's go home. Yui, we have to work tomorrow. Jiangzi Yao lifted her head and silently looked at Fang Zheng's expression. Her heart felt like a seed had been planted at this moment. She'd known this man was strange from the first day she'd met him. But the woman was not expecting it to be this strange. Jiangzi Yao exhaled a breath of turbid air and stood up. A soft hymn at night. Neon lights are like countless small suns shining brightly in the city. The park is not close to where Jiangzi Yao parked her car when she arrived. The two walked side by side on the roadside, closer and closer. The woman has always thought of herself as smart. For the first time, perhaps in the future, do not need to show in front of this man beside the more shrewd understanding, because he is much smarter than he is. I still can't believe that a guy like you hasn't had a girlfriend. It's unbelievable. Founder laughed. So why do you keep thinking like that? Jiangzi Yao clearly said. Because you are very popular with women. No one will hate a man like you. Fang Zheng was helpless. It's hard to say. It's possible that it's just your favorite. An individual case doesn't mean a group. Jiangzi Yao lowered her eyebrows as their shadows briefly intertwined with each streetlight they walked past. It's also possible. Only after she said that did she realize that she had fallen into the path of a man again and glared at Fang Zheng. Because that doesn't mean she actually likes Founder. At the intersection in the distance, there was a couple. The girl was holding her boyfriend, and they were talking and laughing as they walked through the crosswalk. Fang Zheng really envied this kind of Buchanan couple. But tonight he teased beside this Chiang big beautiful girl, teased enough. And then teased also, really not sure she will be angry. After the couple left the intersection, Fang Zheng and Jiangzi Yao walked side by side for a while. Who knew that the woman suddenly, without warning, reached out and took Fang Zheng's arm. This caused Fang Zheng to be a bit taken aback and turned his head to look at Jiangzi Yao. Jiangzi Yao, on the other hand, was the first to enter, not waiting for Fang Zheng to say something. Then the thief shouted to catch the thief and asked, What are you looking at me for? No, I was just thinking. Now that we're getting closer, will we ever be able to separate? The corner of Jiangzi Yao's mouth twitched. Or maybe they won't break up. Who knows, who knows? Founder, that's right. At least it feels good now. Jiangzi Yao's hand on Fang Zheng's arm tightened. Another first time was given to Founder. It was the first time a woman took a boy's arm. Me too, I feel good. The red Porsche speeds along the roadside, and it's the familiar 12 o'clock hour when I get home. After arriving at home, they don't clash with each other. Jiangzi Yao puts on the mask. Fang Zheng takes a bath. Jiangzi Yao takes a bath, and Fang Zheng goes to bed. After Jiangzi Yao took a shower and went back to her bedroom. Fang Zheng had long been in dreamland. The woman turned off the light and walked carefully to her bedside. Afraid of waking the man, she smiled in relief as she saw the bag on the bedside table and pulled out of it the copy of the terms that Founder had written down on the bench tonight. Stare for a session. Jiangzi Yao took the cup and soaked the paper with water, then tore it up and threw it into the garbage can. The feeling in her heart is indescribable. She just believes that Fang Zheng will not do anything wrong to himself. There is no reason for this feeling. Jiangzi Yao was lying under the blanket, with a huge 1-meter-long tiger doll between them. But something is getting closer. The next morning, Fang Zheng just woke up. Jiangzi Yao is again a step ahead of the door. The bed is long gone without the figure of the woman. I do not know the company in the end, how many things waiting for her. It's so busy every day. He got dressed and ate some milk bread from the refrigerator. Every morning. The founder has the habit of bringing a few packets of garbage down with him. Maybe it's a habit from being in an old building. After all, he hasn't had a nanny since he was a kid. While looking at the trash can in the bedroom, Fang Zheng naturally found the note that Jiang Zi tore up last night. She really tore it up. I always feel that this woman has become a little bit better looking in my heart again. Today he didn't go out on his donkey. He didn't even go directly to school, but went to the rich villa area to pick up Mr. Yang, who works in the same office, to go to work with him. Yang Yibio, Yang Yibio. Teachers always do what they say. I do not believe that even for your sister car, pick up and drop off. You still do not go to my class today. Don't you dare pick up my sister. Yibio, my sister is going out. Don't forget to eat breakfast later. Still in the second floor of the bedroom, to sleep lazy Yang Yu. B. A reluctant a sound. With the quilt cover up the head. Got it, old sis. Go to work and leave me alone. Mr. Yang got dressed, or usually like a white shirt, white 9 pants, hair tied into a nice ponytail. Hearing his own brother's answer on the second floor. The woman thought to herself, yesterday, Mr. Fang came over to look for you. Biao's home visit, but it doesn't seem to have had much effect. And you be, I was still not planning to go to school, the woman sighed. Before leaving the house, she urged the nanny to keep an eye on Yang Yubi, at home, and not to let him run around. The nanny agreed. You take care, miss, and have a safe trip. MS Yang Hem. But just at the moment when the woman stepped out of the villa, outside the iron door, unexpectedly saw the figure of Fang Zheng. Mr. Yang showed an unexpected and surprised expression. Although he was a bit puzzled, he walked over quickly. Mr. Fang, why are you here? Fang Zheng made a gesture towards Mr. Yang not to say anything, then suddenly shouted particularly loudly towards the second floor of the villa, I'm picking you up from work. MS Yang, and not just today. I'll come every day from now on. The sound was so loud that MS Yang could only cover her ears with her hands. Only that she kept laughing. Yang Yibiao, who was still sleeping in his room, heard Fang Zheng's voice, and his expression gradually became shocked and distorted. He slumped on the bed and wondered about life for 3 whole seconds. After realizing what was going on, he said to himself, no way, this idiot. He really dares to mess with my sister. Yang Yu, B, wearing a pair of underwear from the nest, climbed out, lying on the window to see if it is true. This man yesterday, they are so threatening him. He is still so bold, dare to come. As a result, naturally, lying down under the window to look at a glance, just to see in the big iron gate that, beside the road, Founders is indeed downstairs to talk to his sister. Shit, this guy is looking for death. Yang Yibi, had no choice but to get dressed in a hurry. Iron door there. The woman looked back at the second floor, smiling from ear to ear. Smart and clever. She already understood Fang Zheng's purpose. Said with a smile, I was thinking this morning. Our Mr. Fang will not stop until he achieves his goal. How can he just let it go? So you plan to use this trick against my brother. Let him think that you are chasing me. Fang Zheng laughed. Teacher Yang, I have no choice but to start with you first, since Mr. Yang Yibi did not listen to advice. Seeing the taxi next to him, Mr. Yang grasped his bag in front of his body with both hands and bit his lower cheeks. So what if Mr. Fang's trick doesn't work? Are you really going to pick me up every day? Are you really going to chase me? Fang Zheng lifted his hand. Stop. I can't let Jiang Zi hear this. Then you can't save your own life. Haha, Mr. Yang, don't joke with me. How can a poor teacher like me be worthy of you? Get in the car. I think as long as you come with me, Mr. Yang Yibi, I will definitely go to school. Teacher Yang nodded. Okay, listen to you. But if you want to use the trick of chasing me to get you, Biao stimulated. It's best if you don't call me Teacher Yang in private. My name is Xiao Zhu, Yang Xiao Zhu. You can just call me by my nickname, Fang Zheng Oz, Xiao Zhu right. Okay, Mr. Yang. I remember Mr. Yang. Get in the car, Mr. Yang. Yang Xiaoxu sighed, smiled and shook her head. Honestly followed Fang Zheng into the car. The taxi closed the door. A smoke to the school. Just how well things are going here. How angry Yang Yibi is when he gets dressed and goes downstairs. He ran down the road and watched as his sister got into a taxi and followed that asshole founder away. Did he really want to pick up my sister? Yang Yibi, hammered heavily on the wall. The idea of letting this smelly teacher, who didn't know how much he weighed, suffer a little bit, was even more intense in his heart at the moment. Founder, you wait for me, 40 minutes later. Tulip Middle School. Outside the classroom of 3rd grade 4. Because today's first period is language class, so the man has already prepared the lesson plan. Slowly and leisurely to the classroom. He bets that Yang Yibiao will come to class this morning. The first thing that happened was that Fang Zheng saw the empty seat by the window in the classroom. As soon as Fang Zheng entered the door, he saw that the seat by the window in the classroom that had been empty was occupied, and Yang Yibiao was sitting there angrily in his school uniform. Only the eyes of the other party were staring out of the window, apparently unwilling to pay attention to anyone. Fang Zheng laughed out, walked to the podium, smiling very much. Our 4th class president, Yang Yibiao. Finally, students returned to the team. Come on, everyone applaud and welcome. Fang Zheng snapped and clapped 3 times, but as a result, no one in the class dared to agree, and most of them bowed their heads. It seems that Yang Yibiao's status in the class is really different. He came. The whole atmosphere in the classroom has changed, become more depressing than before, but the founder doesn't care. As long as he's here, that's right. Nonsense, not much to say. This language class today. I know you do not listen too much, so only to speak a question. This question often appear in the midterm final exam paper. Last year did not test. This year certainly test. Memorize it for points, and the title is The Record of Peach Blossom Garden. Now the teacher will lead all the students to read it aloud, with a rhythmic and slightly noisy bell ringing. Fang Zheng finished his lecture on the story of Peach Blossom Garden and dismissed the class. Today, as usual, none of the students listened. That's good. He returned to his office, casually skimmed his textbook, and stared at a pile of student data, sipping hot water. MS Yang Zayoksu Yang, a teacher in the same office, has been laughing since this morning. Teacher Fang, let's have lunch together today. I brought a little salty dish over. Pickled it myself. Fang Zheng looked at Yang Zayoksu, and moved the corners of his mouth. Yes, thank you. MS Yang. The simple conversation between the two was seen by Yang Yibiao, who was passing by the office on his way to the toilet. And his face turned even darker, and he was furious. He returned to the classroom in a rage. The classroom was not exactly quiet. But when Yang Yibiao entered, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop on the ground. Only Ding Peng, Yon Qingye, and Lai Yukon are a few pricks who dare to approach Yang Yibiao. Yon Qingye sees Yang Yibiao making a big noise for his position, and the book slams hard on the classroom table, scaring her to death. Walk over. Yon Qingye. Why are you so angry? Who messed with you? Ding Peng, who had a swollen nose and face, covered his stomach and laughed in a sneer needless to say. I must have lost to that guy Fang Zheng. Hey, Yibiao. Last night I heard that Fang Zheng visited your house. I thought you can't compromise so easily, but in the end, you lost completely. When Yang Yibiao heard this, his eyes widened and he stood up, pointing at Ding Peng. What did you say? What the hell are you talking about? You are looking for death, aren't you? When Ding Peng saw why Yang Yibiao was so irritable today, he also stood up, pointing at me again. You're sick, aren't you? Lai Yunkan crossed his legs and knocked on the table with his book. All right. All right? What's all the fuss about? The enemy is still drinking tea in the office, but we are fighting within ourselves. How can we win? Yan Qingye sat on the edge of the table. Yeah, you two stop arguing. You might as well think about how to deal with Mr. Fang. Yang Yibiao gasped a long breath, sat on the stool and looked at the three, took out his cell phone, as if to send a message to someone. You guys wait and see on the line. I'll let that guy Fang Zheng crawl out of the school entrance at noon today. You can't afford to mess with Mr. Fang. Yang Yibiao in the phone to find a WeChat number. Is the last night he called the other side, called Lung's people. Tweet them to speed things up a bit. Yibiao brother Lung, have your men arrived? I'm still waiting for a good show. Dragon, no. You kid is really can rush. But I can tell you in advance, after beating people, in case this teacher reported to the police, you can have to deal with it, or you know what the consequences are. I understand, Lung. I'll take care of it. And that stinky teacher probably wouldn't dare to call the police, after explaining the side of the hitter. Yang Yibiao stood up again and walked out of the classroom. Ding Peng and Yan Qingye saw through the classroom glass that Yang Yibiao walked towards the 5th floor without saying a word. That's the way to the principal's office. A few people looked at each other. Lai Yukon laughed and said, "Yeah, Biao is Biao, and his mother is the school principal. It seems that this time, Fang Zheng will have to endure the scolding." Yon Qingga frowned. "You guys said that Yibiao won't let the principal fire Mr. Fang, right? Ding Peng cut expelled. Dismissal would be nice, but I think it's good enough, after all, if it really can be expelled. Yibiao can still this morning this bad face. Didn't you see him messaging his brother Lung just now? I guess Fang Zheng will not only be scolded today, he might even get a good beating. Serves him right." Yon Qingga smashed her mouth and was a bit worried. "But isn't Mr. Fang's status also unusual? Isn't he some big boss? Lai Yukon said what big boss ah? At most a little bit of money in the family. At most open a Porsche only. I called a few days ago to ask a bio. Our Green Vine City Villa area, there is no owner surnamed Fang." "Do not worry." Ding Peng laughed when he heard this. "Hey, I told you. How can this Fang Zheng have any status? I guess he's just a rich guy who bought a car to show off for others to see, sitting in the middle of the classroom." Although Shang Dongfang did not talk, but also has been listening to a few people chatting, this group of guys do not understand the identity of the teacher Fang. But Shang Dongfang is well aware of this. He knows that his teacher Fang is not a demolition thug at all. Because the largest enterprise in Lutang City, the general manager of Jiang's group, are the girlfriend of Mr. Fang. People like Yang Yi, Ding Peng simply cannot afford to mess with. Sang Dongfang stood up and looked back at a few people. Ding Peng, Lai Yukon, and the others immediately turned pale, especially Ding Peng, after yesterday's fight with Shang Dongfang. He is now particularly disgusted with this guy. "What are you looking at us for? Sang Dongfang, you don't think you've been beaten enough, do you?" Shang Dongfang's eyes lifted up, staring at several people, especially towards Ding Peng. "I'm not afraid of you. And as a classmate, I kindly say to you, don't go to provoke Mr. Fang. You can't afford to mess with. The reason why you can be so dejected now, but because Mr. Fang did not bother to find you trouble." I finished. After Shang Dongfang finished his speech, he sat down again, and several people looked at Shang Dongfang like a fool. Ding Peng laughed. "This guy has lost his brain, right? Lai Yukon, who cares what he does? I'm right now waiting to see Fang Zheng crawling to give us a lesson. It's going to be a great scene." Both of them did not take Shang Dongfang's words to heart, except for Yon Xiang'a, although she was not too sure about Fang Zheng's bottom line. But from Shang Dongfang's expression just now, in her heart, she always felt that things were not so simple, because her teacher Fang, in her eyes, was not like what Ding Peng and the others said. Just a simple tycoon in the principal's office at Tulip High School. Yang Yibi knocked on the door, and the principal saw that it was his son, who had actually come to the school to attend classes. Seeing that he had allowed Fang Zheng to manage effectively, he let him in. The woman thought her son would change his mind and talk to her about learning things, but the other party did not say anything nutritious, and came up to let herself open the Fang Zheng. "Mom, this founder is trying to pick up my sister. How can we keep this kind of teacher in our school? You should fire him and tell the other principals not to let him in." The principal frowned. "What did you say?" "Yeah, Biao, are you saying that Mr. Fang is trying to pick up your sister?" "Zhao Zhu, how can that be possible? Your teacher Fang obviously has a good relationship with your sister." Snow, Yang Yibi, stuck his pockets in his pants. With a gangly look on his face, "Mom, what I said is true. He came to pick up my sister from work this morning." "Get rid of him. I can't stand the sight of him now," the headmistress sighed. Didn't she know her son's temperament? "He is full of nonsense. He was not brought up well, and he doesn't know how he could have raised such a child from such a family." Female principal you don't give me any more trouble, although I don't know what kind of misunderstanding there is in the middle of this. But Mr. Fang won't mess with your sister. I'm very relieved about this. You go back to class. This is at school. Don't bother me if there's nothing wrong." Yang Yi, shocked Mom. "What's wrong with you? I saw it with my own eyes." "How can it be fake, if you don't believe me?" Go home and look at the monitor. This Fang Zheng is really not a good person. The headmistress slammed the table, scaring Yang Yi. Oh, that's enough. Go to class. Leave me alone. And from now on, I'm not your mother at school. I'm not here to let you use my power for personal gain. How many good teachers have left our school because of your trouble? This Yang Yi saw that his mother did not even look toward him, and snorted coldly, okay, you don't care, right? I don't care, you don't care. I'll care. I'll kick this Fang Zheng out and make him pay for what he did. He'll know who to mess with and who not to mess with. After saying these harsh words, Yang Yibio slammed the door and left. The headmistress was left alone in the office rubbing her temples, facing such a precious son. He had a severe headache. After Yang Yi left for a long time, the headache of the headmistress only got better. She took out her cell phone and called Fang Zheng. The content of the call was also very simple, asking Fang Zheng about the reason why he picked up Yuki from work this morning. After Fang Zheng told her the truth, the headmistress nodded her head. She knew Fang Zheng wouldn't like Zhao Zhu. After all, his wife is the CEO of Jiang's group. Jiang Ziyao, the headmistress said on the phone, Mr. Fang, you have to pay more attention to Mr. Yibio lately. This child has a lot of bad ideas. Don't hurt you. Founder was not afraid on the phone. Instead, he answered with a smile, Don't worry, Principal. Not only am I not afraid, I'm still waiting for him. You give me some time, in a few days. I will definitely return to you an obedient and well-behaved student, Yang Yibio. The headmistress frowned because, as a mother, she knew exactly how difficult that was to say. With a hint of anticipation and a somewhat helpless smile, he said, Then I'll wait for Mr. Fang's good news. Thank you for your hard work. Brother Qing, how come it's you? To say that this Yang Yibio office speed is also quite fast. At noon before school, Fang Zheng and Yang Zhaoxu teach her to go to the cafeteria to eat together. On the way to eat, I saw 6 or 7 punks standing at the entrance of the school, talking and laughing and smoking cigarettes, because the teachers eat is a little earlier than the students. This time the bell is not yet ringing. Mr. Fang, of course. Yang Zhaoxu also saw a few people at the entrance of the school, and was a bit worried. After all, his own brother is what character. And in the weekdays and made friends with some people, she, as a sister, still knows some. Fang Zheng laughed. You go to the cafeteria first. Mr. Yang, I'll take care of something and meet you later. After saying that, without waiting for Yang Zhaoxu to reply, Fang Zheng intended to go to recognize who these punks were. But as soon as he turned around, Ms. Yang grabbed Fang Zheng's arm. Frowning, he said, Mr. Fang, don't go. It's dangerous. You're with me today. I won't dare to do anything to you. Fang Zheng glanced back at Yang Zhaoxu and thought to himself that this woman was much better than his brother. Founder, thank you, but avoidance is not an option. Trouble always needs to be solved. Yang Zhaoxu still thinks it won't work. Why don't I go talk to the principal? Fang Zheng smiled, No need. I can fix it. Don't worry. When she saw how confident Fang Zheng was, she nodded her head even though she was puzzled. This man always had a sense of fear in her eyes, and she didn't even know how she got that feeling. Be careful, then. After that, he watched Fang Zheng leave. Yang Zhaoxu, who also stood there wordly for a while, and then only a little angry pursed the corners of her lips, took out her cell phone and called Yang Yibio. While going to the cafeteria, that side picked up quickly. Yang Zhaoxu Yibio, what are you doing? You've come to school and you're still causing trouble. Yang Yibio's voice is not small at all. If Fang Zheng is in the classroom now, he will realize that this son of a bitch is chatting on the phone in the classroom, in front of the math teacher. Yang Yi, I'm in class, sis. You have something to say in a hurry. Now the whole class and our teachers are listening to me, and you call it. Yang Zhaoxu frowned in anger and lowered her voice. I'm telling you. Don't look for trouble with Mr. Fang, he didn't mess with you. Originally Yang Yi, heart to Fang Zheng is angry. Now his sister again, a favoritism to Fang Zheng. Yang Yi, I was even more angry to a place. Sis, you called me just to talk about that Fang. You can't be right. Yang Zhaoxu angrily said, I like who I still need to apply with you. What do you care? Why do you have to be such a troublemaker? Why don't you go to class? Yang Yi, annoyed, okay sister. This matter you do not care. I have my own number. Hang up, the phone hung up. Yang Yi Biao in the classroom, with his fist slammed down the table, swearing. Scared the whole class plus the math teacher in the lecture. A dare to say nothing. Yang Zeyoksu is on the way to the cafeteria angry, and is back to worry about looking at the school entrance. Sighed. Hope that Fang Zheng do not do anything. The closer Fang Zheng got to the school entrance, the more he realized that the gangsters squatting by the roadside looked familiar, although they were all squatting around a stone pile with their backs turned to him, yakking and muttering about something. But Fang Zheng still recognized the big guy, smoking a cigarette, at the head of the group, as his former classmate, Zhao Long, who is now the head of security at Zhang Ziyao's company. Zhao Long, let me tell you, I used to be a genius when I first learned boxing at school. I used to be a genius when I first learned to fight at school. Some of them have fought with me since then, and they are so scared that they dare to walk with their heads down when they see me on the road. Lung is awesome. Yeah, cowhide, when Fang Zheng heard a group of people slipping and slapping at Zhao Long. He quietly walked over and slapped his hand forcefully on Zhao Long's broad back. What the fuck, Zai? Long felt the movement behind his back. Originally, he was still a bit angry at being interrupted from chatting. But as a result, once he saw Fang Zheng, he was dumbfounded. Brother Zheng. He looked back to a few of his brothers and introduced himself, introducing Zheng, also my former boxing club classmate. He was my partner in the boxing club back in the days when we were known as the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Choruses. Ching is a much better boxer than me. The only one who can beat me in school is Ching. The group of people made a hem and spoke in unison. Hello, Masa. Hello, Masa. Fang Zheng nodded his head at them, and in his heart, he was now basically sure that Yang Yibiao's fighter was Zhao Long. He didn't know whether to say the guy had a good eye or was blind. Zhao Long asked, Ching, what are you doing here? You're not the teacher here, are you? Fang Zheng said. Nonsense, Zhao Long. Why did you come to our school today? A bunch of people are acting like a black club here. Zhao Long smiled. There's something going on. I can't talk to you about it. So just stay out of Zheng's way. Fang Zheng had something to say and scrutinized Zhao Long. Did Yang Yu B. Oh, ask you to come here? The other party was shocked. How do you know that kid? Wait a minute. No way. Are you the teacher that Yang Yibi was talking about? Fang Zheng sighed. Why not? It's such a coincidence that I'm the one you're going to beat up today. Zhao Long laughed. This is not a big flood that has swept over the Dragon King Temple. Is it? I didn't know that Yang Yu Bio's teacher was you. Brother Zheng, or I wouldn't have come. Fang Zheng looked back to the teaching building. Then he pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and gave one to each member of the crowd. Thank you, Ching, thank you. Ching, Fang Zheng thought this way. I invite you guys to have dinner. You talk to me about how you know Yang Yu Bio. This guy usually do not go to class in the end in the school outside what to do. When Zhao Long saw that Fang Zheng was so quick, he appeared hesitant. You're still hiring us with this salary. There are so many people here. I'll hire you. Brother Zheng. Fang Zheng waved his hand and opened the way first, and the people followed Fang Zheng. Whatever, let's go. We'll talk while we eat. Just the masses this go. Other people not to mention. The first security guards looked dumbfounded, because it is also a witness to the new teacher, and as the opening day of the school was picked up by the Porsche jet, but also today with a group of people like a gangster to play so familiar. Cannot help but also have doubts in mind. What did this new teacher do before? 10 minutes later, the school bell rang. Yang Yi excitedly ran to the school entrance, but just now Long clearly sent a message to tell him that he has been waiting for him at the school entrance. But when Yang Yi arrived at the entrance of the school, he found no one there. I took out my cell phone and tried to call Lung, but the other side didn't pick up. Hang up. Yang Yi scratched his head. What does this mean? Didn't Brother Lung promise me? Where are they? While Yang Yi was wondering, Lung suddenly sent him a text message. Meet me at the Noodle House on Sycamore Street. Yang Yi saw the text message, ecstatic, heart also relieved. It turned out to be a meal to go. He replied, I'll be right there, and hurried toward Sycamore Street. Mr. Fang, Yang Yi walks down Sycamore Street and looks for a noodle shop on the side of the road. Finally, at the corner of an alley, he found a large storefront of Lanju noodles, and he excitedly went there. Now, his mind had already imagined that he would lead Lung to beat Fang Zheng to a pulp later on. Maybe Founder would still be on the ground, begging himself not to hit him. That would be a funny scene to think about. Consequently, when Yong Yibio arrived at the ramen restaurant, he saw a large number of people sitting at a big table and eating, and he walked past them in high spirits. His feet suddenly froze, his expression stagnant, his brain like a dead machine, because Mr. Fong is now chatting with Brother Lung. Yang Yibiao people are stupid. What is the situation? How come Lung is eating with his own teacher? Are you hallucinating? Zai Olong saw Yang Yibiao and waved his hand towards him. Come over here, you little brat. What are you standing there for? Yang Yibiao's frown could have killed a mosquito, while Fang Zheng looked at him with a smile. Not saying a word, Yang Yibiao walked over to him in a stupefied manner, as if his whole body had rusted and his limbs were stiff. Brother Dragon. Zhao Long used his chin to nod next to Fang Zheng. Come on. Come and sit beside Brother Zheng. Yang Yibiao opened his mouth, unable to utter a word in his throat. What, Brother Zheng, Brother Lung? This person is clearly, Fang Zheng said. Sit down. Fellow student Yang Yibiao. The teacher will have a good chat with you today. Yang Yibiao, who still didn't understand the situation, sat beside Fang Zheng, who shocked him with a hug on Yang Yibiao's shoulder. The people around them and Zai Olong all laughed out loud. Look how scared this kid is. Ha ha ha. Yang Yibiao closed his mouth. His brain was already in a muddle. When Fang Zheng saw his silly face, he couldn't hold back the curved corners of his mouth. But he tried his best to restrain himself a little surprised. Do you want the teacher to clarify this interpersonal relationship for you? Zai Olong took a bite of the noodles and lifted his hand. I'll talk. He looked at Yang Yibiao. This is Brother Zheng. He used to be my big brother in the boxing club. Didn't I tell you before that there was a very powerful boxer for you to get to know when we meet later? That's Qing. Are you saying that Fang Zheng is that boxer who couldn't even defeat Brother Lung? The pupils of Yang Yibiao's eyes shrunk, and his voice became very low. Hearing this, Zio Long patted him on the shoulder. What are you talking about? What founder? Call me Brother Qing. Yang Yibiao's body shivered at Zio Long's slap, and looked at Fang Zheng reluctantly. Brother Zheng. Fang Zheng smiled and said, It's better to call Teacher Fang. The term Zheng is not quite suitable for you to call me. Fang Zheng looked back at the owner of the noodle shop. Boss, give this kid another bowl of beef noodles. A big bowl, okay. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and looked at Yang Yibiao, who was a completely different face from the morning, and said, I heard from Zai Olong that you've always wanted to learn boxing. In order to learn boxing, you even spend tens of thousands of dollars every month for Zai Olong to teach you. Yang Yibiao's temper has been lowered by an unknown amount. Especially in this environment, he really can't stand up. Well, yes, Fang, sensei, Zai Olong said. This next one's perception is a bit poor, but he is quite hardworking. Basically, when he has time, he will go to the boxing gym to find me to practice boxing. It's also a small achievement. Mr. Fong also asked, So you don't go to class because you want to learn boxing? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Fang Zheng generally understood learning boxing isn't a bad thing. It can also strengthen your body, but there's no need to skip class. There's still time to practice boxing after class. Yang Yibiao frowned and stared at Fang Zheng, his palms sweaty. My mom won't let me box. I can only do it during the day. And my family won't let me go out and fool around at night. The founder was puzzled. True or false? Your family can control you. Yang Yibiao bowed his head and said coyly, During the day, my sister and my mom are at work and don't have time to take care of me. And at night, they keep a close eye on me. So they won't let me go out even if I make a lot of noise. Fang Zheng nodded. So it is. Then the teacher to discuss a matter for you. After you take a good class. Your mother and your sister there I went to say. So that they both agreed to you go out at night to fight boxing. How Yang Yibiao suddenly laughed. Mr. Fang, don't joke. How can this be possible? Do you think I did not discuss with them? How many times have I discussed this with them? They won't agree. Fang Zheng straightened up. Just because you can't doesn't mean the teacher can't either. Individuals can't represent the collective. And also if you agree, Zai Olong and I will take you to the boxing gym right now and teach you a few surefire moves that won't be passed on. Won't you think about it? Upon hearing that he was going to be taught to box, Yang Yibiao got excited. A surefire technique? Really? Fang Zheng HMM'd, of course. But after you learn it, You're not allowed to use it on your classmates. Understand what teacher means. So he hesitated, then nodded vigorously. Okay, but you have to teach me the necessary skills first. Because my mom and my sister aren't that good at negotiating. And in case your negotiation fails, there's no way I'm not going to learn Kung Fu. Fang Zheng vigorously touched Yang Yibiao's head, making Yang Yibiao's expression strange. You kid, don't worry. The teacher will not let you suffer. Eat your fill and let's go to the boxing gym. Let's go to the boxing gym and let's see a showdown between masters. The atmosphere has been eased. The people ate the ramen. Fang Zheng also honestly. And Yang Zayoksu teacher sent a text message. Let her help himself to the afternoon off. He has to go out to do something. Yang Zayoksu originally worried about what will happen to Fang Zheng. See, the moment of text message heart will be more at ease. Afterwards, Fang Zheng and the others took Yang Yibi to a very famous ring boxing gym in Greenvine City. Fang Zheng, in fact, many years have not boxed. Physical quality should have lagged behind some, but because the system for the first time to reward their own insect body. Physical endurance increased by 10 times, so nowadays, he was only stronger than himself at his peak. In the ring of the boxing gym, Yang Yibiao stood excitedly at the bottom of the ring. On the stage, Fang Zheng and Xiao Long had a good understanding of each other, and had a few consecutive boxing matches. Fang Zheng specially used a few surefire kills that he had developed during his school days to deal with Xiao Long. Xiao Long couldn't beat Founder when he was in school, and now Founder has a plug-in, so Xiao Long can't fight at all. The Founder is always on his heels, but off stage Yang Yibi, excited, almost jumped up. Heart excited not, so Mr. Fong is such a bully. Even Brother Lung can't beat him, seeing that he was interested. The Founder used a few more surefire moves one after another. Yang Yibiao was on stage, and he was all over the place. Teacher, that's an awesome move. I want to learn it. I want to learn this move. Teach me, Mr. Fong. In the ring, Founder said, this is the Dragon's Regret move. It's a bit difficult. Are you sure you want to learn it? He nodded. Of course, I must learn. Fang Zheng HMM med, then come up here. Teacher will teach you, really. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Yang Yi puts on his gloves and rushes to climb into the ring. Mr. Fang, leave your business with my sister to me. It's the Dragon's Regret move. It's mainly about the waist, and then some locking moves. The teacher will show you. On stage, Fong teaches Yang Yi some of the techniques of his own surefire techniques. The boy's excitement is much more intense than Fang Zheng imagined. Although after the lecture, the actual battle Yang Yi has not been able to use, but good thing that he has a kind of unconvincing force in it. When you fail, you can always say, I want to try again. I want to try again. Fang Zheng also did as the other party wished and accompanied him for the whole afternoon. So after more than 3 hours of practicing, Yang Yibi finally learned this move, Exuberant Dragon with Regret. Xiao Long only boxed for 2 hours this afternoon, and then sat under the ring to watch the two men on the stage toss and turn. He was not as patient as the two of them, and his strength was inexhaustible. Brother Zheng, why don't you two take a break? You've been boxing all afternoon. That's not the way to teach boxing. Yang Yibi in the ring panting, sweating like a pig. But after learning to learn, the hyper dragon have regret happy completely, cannot close their mouths. Walking boxing step, but also in the jumping and jumping eager to try. Mr. Fong, don't listen to Brother Lung. Just play a little longer. I've just found the feeling. When Fang Zheng heard Xiao Long's voice, he looked back at the clock on the wall of the boxing gym. 4:40, it was indeed not too early. He then patted Yang Yibio, who was still tap-tapping. All right. Xiao Long is right. It's been a whole afternoon of fighting. It's easy to hurt your muscles if you fight again. Go down and take a rest. Yang Yibi felt a little pity. Mr. Fang, I'm really not tired. Fang Zheng took off his gloves and threw them to Yang Yibi, your teacher. I'm tired. Take a rest. Yang Yibi hugged Fang Zheng's gloves with a smile on his face and admiration in his eyes. Mr. Fang, then you rest. I'll go buy drinks for you and Brother Long. Mr. Fang gave a hem and said thank you. Yang Yibi nodded. A change of attitude also followed Fang Zheng down the ring, wiped the sweat, changed into clean clothes, and rushed out to buy water for the public to drink, as Fang Zheng sat in the rest area wiping his sweat. Xiao Long stared at Fang Zheng with a smile on his face and said, Brother Zheng, are you still boxing after graduation? I can see that you have the vigor of a precious sword this afternoon. Fang Zheng replied, I am a teacher now. How can I have so much time for boxing? Oh, right. You teach Yong Yi Biao boxing. How much do you charge him a month? Xiao Long looked embarrassed and looked at the door, realizing that Yong Yi Biao had not yet returned. Before he smiled, didn't I tell you at the noodle shop? $10,000. Founder, how much is $10,000? Is it 10,000 or 100,000? Can you be more specific? Xiao Long wiped his sweat. I'm not that dark. I only earn less than $20,000 every month. Shit, isn't this dark? You make $20,000 a month from boxing. Even a professional trainer can't make this kind of money. Fang Zheng sighed. In fact, I shouldn't care about the two of you. But you pay a little attention, after all. You're a 15 or 16-year-old kid. Xiao Long nodded vigorously. I know. I just became the head of security recently. I have a tight schedule, and I have less time to teach Kung Fu. So I won't charge so much in the future. As they chatted, Yong Yi Biao returned with a big bag of drinks. Mr. Fang, Brother Lung, I'm back. Yong Yi Biao came to Fang Zheng's side and purposely handed Fang Zheng a bottle of sports functional drink. Teacher Fang, you drink it first. The move you taught me this afternoon was so cool. I'd like to fight with you again someday. The founder took it and nodded. No problem. I'll play with you again when I have time. Yong Yi Biao smiled. Thank you, Mr. Fang. After that, he passed the drinks to Xiao Long and the brothers who had been there this afternoon. While drinking their drinks, they chatted about boxing skills and knowledge. In this way, the crowd stayed at the boxing gym until 5:30, and Yong Yi Biao saw that it was almost time to go home. Otherwise, my sister and mom will be anxious. He packed up his things and planned to say goodbye to the crowd. Fang Zheng let the others rest in the gym first, while he himself went alone to see off Yong Yi Biao. Now Yong Yi Biao can't wait to spend more time with Fang Zheng. The two walk out of the gym and come to the entrance of the gym. Fang Zheng Yi Biao, your sister and your mom sighed. Tomorrow I go to school. I will discuss with them. Then maybe the teacher will let you help to form a position and so on. You wait for me to let her on the line. Although Yong Yi Biao still didn't quite believe that Fang Zheng could convince his sister and mom. He wouldn't refuse Fang Zheng's offer now. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Fang Zheng waved his hand. All right, go home. Don't talk nonsense to others about the fact that the teacher knows how to box, or else the other teachers in the school know about this and are expected to make a fuss about me again. Yong Yi Biao stood up straight and said with a smile, I understand. But Mr. Fang, to be honest, you are not like a teacher at all. How about this, as a compensation for my last time, your pursuit of my sister's matter? It will be on me. I'll go back and tell my sister that our Mr. Fang is very handsome. There's nothing wrong with being with you. Fang Zheng stared wide-eyed. What are you talking about? I do not intend to chase your sister. I was just to stimulate you so that you can come to class. Your teacher, I have a girlfriend. Hurry up and go. Yong Yi Biao was surprised. You want my sister to be a mistress? That won't do. If you want to be my brother-in-law, you have to break up with your current girlfriend first. Fuck off. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, do you believe me? Go. I'll leave right away. But next time you have time. You must teach me boxing. Goodbye. Master Yong Yi Biao saw Fang Zheng pretending to be angry and was so scared that he ran away. However, when he turned back and saw Fang Zheng waving his hand towards him, he imagined that if his future brother-in-law was really Mr. Fang, then wouldn't he be able to learn Kung Fu from Mr. Fang every day? Especially the way my sister treated the other teacher when she called me this afternoon. It's interesting. Well, I'll ask my sister what she said. Fang Zheng watched Yong Yi Biao leave and return to the boxing gym, thinking that it was getting late, and he should hurry back to the school and ride his motorcycle home. But as soon as he entered the gym, he saw Xiao Long holding a cell phone and not knowing who he was being scolded by. In particular, this person who criticized Xiao Long was scolding Xiao Long, but Xiao Long did not dare to say anything in return. And he kept on talking. Okay, manager, I did have something going on out there. I'm going back to the office right now. Just give me 5 minutes and I'll be right back. collective truancy. I just hung up the phone after a lot of talking. Xiao Long saw Fang Zheng, who came back and dressed in a hurry, together with the group of people beside him. They also hurriedly changed into their own clothes. Ching. I have to go back to the office first too. I've been playing outside all afternoon and got caught by the leader. Fang Zheng odd. You didn't take this afternoon off. Xiao Long frowned. Vacation. If I take a vacation, I'll lose my full attendance. $300, no more. I have to hurry back. Otherwise, I might as well take a vacation. A day of absenteeism can deduct 3 days of fucking pay. Fang Zheng looked at the crowd in a hurry and wondered. Your buddies are not all working as security guards at Zhang's group. Are they? They all came out without taking a vacation. Xiao Long then put on his clothes and walked towards the outside of the boxing gym. Yes, they are all under my hand. Otherwise, they couldn't have listened to me. Ching, let's go first. We'll get together again some other time. Fang Zheng thought carefully for a while. Felt that according to the rules of the Zhang group, most of these guys have to be finished. Sound, why don't you drag me along with you? I've got some errands to run. Xiao Long glanced back at Fang Zheng and didn't think much about it. Okay, let's go together then. They were in a hurry. Fang Zheng also had to follow in a hurry. A group of people called 3 or 5 taxis after more than 10 minutes of road finally came to the Zhang's group's entrance. Zhang's group entrance. A red Porsche has long turned off the engine, parked in the access control railing. Zhang Ziyo sitting in the car. The car window fell half. Face extremely ugly, next to the vehicle. A manager in a suit was bending over to give Zhang Ziyo a good time. Mr. Zhang, this is really an accident. I didn't think that they would have the guts to have so many people to desert together. Zhang Ziyo glanced at this manager who managed the logistics. Manager Yang, there are a total of 8 people who work at the company's janitorial guards every day. And I know that everyone has some special circumstances. So the company allows 1 to 2 people to be absent from their posts at the janitorial guards. Zhang Ziyo's face was stern. But what about today? I asked one of the doormen to help a customer park his car. And there were 7 other security guards on duty. But now I want to go out. And I've been waiting at the door for 15 minutes. And there's not a single guard at the door. There wasn't even anyone to lift the pole for me. What do you mean? Where is he? The manager's face turned green, and he didn't dare to answer. Zhang Ziyo said seriously. So there are 8 security guards, and only one of them works honestly. I'll just quit the other 7. What's the point of using them? Manager Yang only promised to say this. Yes, I have asked. Yes, I have asked. In fact, originally today, there are 2 people in the gate guard. But that person also, because of the logistics department, has something to let me call to help. So the gate guards have only appeared in the situation of no one to guard. Zhang Ziyo was speechless. Then according to you, there are only 2 of them. What about the rest of the 6 guards? What are they doing during the day? Manager Yang bowed his head, unable to explain. Truant, I've already called them to come back to Mr. Zhang Ziyo laughed coldly. Truant Zhang's group is such a big company. 6 security guards together. Truant. Very good. Dry, very good, Manager Yang. This matter today, you can't deal with it. I see from tomorrow you don't need to do this back office manager. This Mr. Jiang is really sorry. Sorry when they come. I will definitely educate them well. On this side. Manager Yang bowed like a grandson, and on the other side. Xiaolong and others have hurried back in a hurry and ran to the guard room to change back into their security uniforms. Then they all stood in a line outside the janitor's office and said in unison, Manager Yang, Mr. Chiang. Fang Zheng got out of the taxi, did not go over, but instead stood in the distance to find a shady place to watch the movie. After all, he recognized the red Porsche blocking the doorway, the one that Zhang Ziyo had been driving with him. Manager Yang and Zhang Ziyo see the 6 security guards who have finally returned, especially Xiaolong at the head, standing straight and saluting, sweating anxiously. Manager Yang glanced at Zhang Ziyo's face and then angrily looked back at Xiaolong and the others as he walked past. He said angrily, You guys, what did you do? How can you still have the face to come back? Mr. Jiang waited at the door for half an hour. Not a single security guard to open the door. Where are you people? The company pays your wages. What are you doing? Xiaolong smiled awkwardly. This, Manager, Because of some special things. I called everyone out. Actually only went out for half an hour. Manager Yang was amused by Zhao Long's reasoning. It's only been half an hour. You've been out for half an hour. And then Mr. Jiang bumped into you. I've checked the surveillance. Stop pretending. You haven't come back since you left the office at 10:30 a.m. What time is it now? Manager Yang pointed at his watch. 5:50. It's been more than 7 hours since I've seen anyone. Zhao Long whispered. It hasn't been that long, has it? What did you say? Zhao Long. Ah. But Manager Yang, we were wrong. Next time we will definitely not make such a mistake. Manager Yang turned back to see Jiangzi. Not saying a word in anger, and said to Zhao Long, it's useless for you to talk to me about these promises. General Manager Jiang is right here anyway. So you guys tell me how to punish her. Is it according to the penalty of 1 day of absenteeism, or according to the penalty of seriously violating the company's discipline? After saying this, Manager Yang also lowered his head and reminded Zhao Long absenteeism is to deduct 3 days of wages for the month's performance, full attendance or not. A serious violation of the company's discipline. Just need to write a review. Deducting the month's bonus full attendance. But need to be agreed to by the president of the Jiang. Jiang Ziyao looked at the time in the car. Originally, she wanted to pick up Fang Zheng from work earlier tonight and invite him to dinner on the way, after all. What happened last night in the park? Jiang Zi. You also wanted to compensate Fang Zheng for that contract. Who knows that today is close to the end of the day, out of this matter. Jiang Zi. Yao looked at the crowd in the car. Which one is the security chief? Zhao Long raised his hand. It's me. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. Mr. Chiang. We'll never make this mistake again. Jiang Ziyao said coldly. Don't talk to me about this. Tell me about the special reason you just mentioned. What is it? Why are so many of you absent from work today? Is it because you think the company is treating you badly? Or is there something else that's really important? Zhao Long frowned. His eyes flicked towards the distance and saw Fang Zheng's somewhat gloating expression under the tree. A look of helplessness, Jiang Zi. Yao noticed Zhao Long's gaze and followed it, only to similarly see Fang Zheng, who was watching a good movie under a tree in the distance. The woman's eyes widened, and her anger was mostly masked by curiosity. Founder, why is he here? School should have just gotten out at this hour. Brother Ching, haha. The leader didn't penalize me. Seeing that both Jiang Ziyao and Zhao Long were staring at him, Fang Zheng could only wave his hand to signal the two. Zhao Long saw Founder's waving hand and thought that the other party was greeting him. I thought to myself, how bad are you? Your brother I have been trained by the leadership into a grandson. You are still stranded in this happy disaster. Moreover, our leader is still here, and you are waving your hand like this. This is to make me die. The more I think about it, the more ugly my face becomes, but all the same, when Jiang Zi saw Fang Zheng waving his hand towards this place, she thought the other party was greeting her, specially coming to pick herself up from work today. Her brows frowned, and she said something in an inarticulate accent. Wait for me after that, Jiang Zi. Yao hurriedly looked at Zhao Long, who shivered and said, General Manager Jiang, don't be angry. That's just a friend of mine. He's joking with me on purpose. Chiang Zi, Yao gave a puzzled hem. A friend? Who are you talking about? Zhao Long's head skimmed, and then hurriedly corrected it again, the one that was just waving his hand. Anyway, don't worry. We will never make a mistake like the one we made today again. While he was apologizing diligently, Jiang Zi didn't focus on the words of apology. Instead, she was interested in the word friend that Zhao Long just said. It turns out that Mr. Fong is acquainted with the head of his company's security guard, and listening to the security chief's tone. Could it be that Fang Zheng was with them this afternoon? This guy doesn't lead his employees in any way. So that's how it is. You were with this friend of yours when you were absent from work this afternoon, weren't you? Zhao Long lowered his head and said, It's something personal. The corner of Jiang Zi. Yao's mouth twitched. All right then. This is how it's going to be in advance. She looked to the side at Manager Yang, who had been waiting for the letter. Manager Yang. Manager Yang nodded. At your command, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ziyao said, Let this group of people who are absent from work today write a review. And if such a large-scale absenteeism incident occurs again in the future, the company system will really be adopted. Just this once. Manager Yang originally thought that today this matter should not be over. After all, Jiang Zi, as the general manager of the Jiang's group, has always been labeled by the staff of the Temper Explosion. Cold and ruthless label. If she catches you doing something wrong, it's not going to end well. But what did Mr. Chiang mean by that? Does that mean you're letting them off the hook? So then the rest of the penalties after I have them write their reviews today. Jiang Zi, glared at him. Does Manager Yang think that just writing a review is a light punishment? Otherwise, I'll follow the company's system now. Manager Yang already understands what Jiang Zi, means, though he is surprised why she has become so good-tempered today, and did not get angry when she encountered this kind of thing. But now there is a stage. He will not go down. No, don't worry, Mr. Chiang. I'll make sure they write this review properly. Jiang Zi, med helplessly. Open the door. I'm going out. Yes, Mr. Chiang, without waiting for Manager Yang to greet him. Xiao Long rushed into the guard room and lifted the railing. Jiang Ziyao restarted the car and slowly drove out. The vehicle passed through an intersection and disappeared from the public sight. No one noticed that Jiang Ziyao in the car. When she drove past Fang Zheng, she purposely threw a wink to the man, but she didn't realize that she had to go back to the car. I'll wait for you at the next intersection because the company is crowded. Fang Zheng understood and sent a text message to Zai Long as he walked towards the intersection. Outside the security room of Chiang's group, Manager Yang and Xiao Long were both wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Manager Yang did something good happen to Mr. Jiang today. He didn't even punish us. Just let us write a review, and that's the end of it. Xiao Long shook his head. I don't know. But today's Mr. Jiang looks very talkative, and his face is not as stern as before. Manager Yang looked at Xiao Long. Anger suddenly came up. You still say it. As a team leader with 6 people with absenteeism. I really want to beat you up. Manager Yang's eyes were wide open, and Xiao Long knew that he was at a disadvantage. So he hurriedly ran back to the security room, ignoring this guy surnamed Yang. Manager Yang sighed, pulled on his shirt to look out onto the street, and muttered to himself, but it's true to say that lately, General Manager Jiang's temperament can be so much better than it used to be. I can't figure it out. A corner intersection to the south from the Jiang's group. Jiang Ziyao's car was parked at the curb. The woman very consciously ran to the passenger side. The founder hurried over quickly and sat down in the driver's seat. When he was fastening his seatbelt, he saw Jiang Ziyao with her hands around her chest, staring at herself with a curious face. Fang Zheng laughed. What's wrong? Yui, what's that look? Jiang Ziyao opened the door and said, What did you do with my staff? You've been absent from work for the whole afternoon. Fang Zheng frowned and said, What does this have to do with me? I didn't let them miss work, and I didn't know that Sai Olong didn't take a vacation this afternoon. So I don't know about this, Jiang Zi. Yao let out a breath. So you really know the head of our company's security. Why didn't you tell me? Fang Zheng, we were classmates in college, but we haven't seen each other for many years. Besides, you are so busy. Do I need to talk to you about this? Fang Zheng saw Jiang Zi. Yao looked speechless. The woman wanted to say, if this person is Fang Zheng's friend, she personally can take special care of it. At least a monthly increase of $300 wages is not a problem. But see, Fang Zheng estimates that it is not this intention. Remembering the scene just now, Fang Zheng curiously asked, By the way, Xiao Long truant, how did you punish him? Jiang Zi. Yao looked toward the distance originally. Like this kind of major mistakes, I, as the company leader, is certainly to deal with seriously. Not just intend to deduct his wages for a few days. Punish him severely, and then heard that he and you know. Jiang Zi. Yao gave Fang Zheng a blank look. He knows you. How can I punish him? Let's just write a review so he doesn't do it again. Don't. Fine him if you have to. He's got money. This afternoon he even told me that $0 a month for a part-time job. You can just fine him hard. At this time, Fang Zheng heard the ding of his cell phone, took out his cell phone and looked at the message, and found that it was Xiao Long, and this message was particularly interesting. Jiang Zi. Yao looked at Fang Zheng curiously. Who sent you the message? School. You wouldn't have been absent from school this afternoon too, would you? Fang Zheng smashed his mouth with a smile. Am I that kind of person? I've already asked the other teachers to take a vacation for me. Okay, the message was sent to me by Xiao Long. Can you take a look? Fang Zheng handed his cell phone to Zhang Ziao. The woman took it suspiciously, and as soon as she saw the message on it, her face, which was originally not bad, suddenly darkened again. Ziao Long, brother Zheng, I'm telling you, haha. I've been absent from work for the whole afternoon, and the leader didn't penalize me. Ha 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 ha. You were so happy under the tree just now. I'm not penalized, Zhang Zi. Yao frowned tightly in anger. This person, she rehanded the phone to Fang Zheng when I go to work tomorrow. I'll readdress this matter. This friend of yours, I can see that if I don't punish him a little bit, he's going to feel sick all over. Fang Zheng stifled his laughter. Ziao Long, it's not that I don't help you. It's just that you're looking for trouble. After getting back your cell phone, you should hurry back to Ziao Long for news. Fang Zheng Ziao Long. You just fooled around. Today is your leader in a good mood. Maybe wait for tomorrow. Your leader is angry. This money you should be punished still have to be punished. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Watching movies Ziao Long, you're kidding. Our boss has said that this is not an exception. I can still have something. To be serious, today at noon this meal did not eat well. The night after tomorrow you have time. I bring my girlfriend. You bring your girlfriend, we get together alone. Fang Zheng frowned and messaged back. The day after tomorrow. I'll see what time it is. It should be fine. Zai, Long first of all. Qing, you do not tell me to come. But in the end, there are temporary things and cannot come to pigeonholes that set. If there is no girlfriend, I will let my woman introduce to you. Founder, don't worry. I just talked to one the day before yesterday. But this girlfriend of mine might be a bit scary for you. Are you sure you want to meet? Ziao Long Qing. Your girlfriend, what am I afraid of? She's not my mom. Let's just say I'll call you the night after tomorrow. Wait for my message. Founder, don't be in a hurry. I should be able to go. If it's my girlfriend, I have to ask first. Give me 2 minutes, sitting in the driver's seat. Fang Zheng gave Zhang Zi another look at the cell phone screen. And the woman had an odd expression on her face. Mr. Fang asked, how is it going? Isn't it not good to let Zai Long know that you are my girlfriend? Zhang Zi Yao pursed her lips and thought carefully. It's okay. I'll arrange the time in advance. Didn't we agree before the two of us became a couple that if either one of us had a need, the other couldn't excuse themselves if it wasn't important? Fang Zheng Mehmed, that's right. I've almost forgotten about this. Then I'll tell him that we'll have a meal together the day after tomorrow. I just don't know what Ziao Long's expression will be when he sees you then. Chang Zi, Yao twitched her eyes. I guess it'll be fun. Fang Zheng sends a message back to Ziao Long, and that side says okay. Start the car and drive home. On the way, Fang Zheng saw that Zhang Ziyao was curious about what he had done this afternoon. So he told the other side about Yang Yibiao. After hearing this, Zhang Ziyao looked shocked and incredulous. You can still box, that good. Fang Zheng shrugged. Why not? It's just that I haven't played for a long time. So I'm a bit rusty. Zhang Ziyao smiled and shook her head. Fang Zheng, I feel that you don't look out of place no matter what line of work you're in. Except for being a teacher. I really can't imagine how you would go about being a teacher. Didn't I explain it to you? But if you don't get it, you're right. If you get my whole being, you'll be able to hold me to death in the future. Zhang Ziyao nodded. This is true. For women, a little bit of mystery on the man is very key. Is because there is this mystery. So many women will be willing to fall in love. The founder flirted. These women include you, Chiang Zi. Yao gave Fang Zheng a strange look. What do you think? Fang Zheng did not answer, just smiled. After all, the ghosts know not to include. Just Zhang Zi, Yao in the end how to think. Fang Zheng does not know. Damn system ability in this kind of critical moment often never top use. Before the two returned home, they had a simple dinner at a nearby restaurant, and Zhang Ziyao wanted to apologize for yesterday's incident. But every time the words came to her mouth, inexplicably, she could not open her mouth. Not one evening dinner was finished. She did not say to Fang Zheng that I am sorry, in the past, when Zhang Ziyao came home after dinner. If she had time, she would lay out her yoga mat in the living room and do yoga for more than half an hour before taking a shower. But today, she simply washed her face, then sat on the sofa to look at the customer information and used her cell phone to get busy with her work. Fang Zheng vaguely guessed something and opened the eagle's eye obediently. A faint white light really appeared at Zhang Ziyao's lower abdomen. The ability of the eagle's eye. This period of time since Fang Zheng also almost understand. It will according to their own thoughts. In a specific piece of vision, to find their own thoughts of the special point, that is to say, this ability is actually implemented in accordance with the idea of the founder. You look at a piece of land, feel where something is wrong, and then open the eye of the eagle. This golden finger will help you quickly find out where the wrong place is coming from. And Bat Echo, founder these 2 days also summed up a rule. The conditions to open him is dangerous and unfavorable. Only when someone has a dangerous or unfavorable thought about himself, Bat Echo can hear the voice in his heart. Therefore, in most cases, the practicality of the eagle's eye is better than the Bat Echo. But in critical times, the Bat Echo can unexpectedly help the founder get through some difficulties. Right now in the living room, Fang Zheng saw the faint white light emitted from Jiangzi, Yao's lower abdomen. The eagle's eye closed. Did not say anything else. After taking a shower, he went to the kitchen to find brown sugar, and made a cup of brown sugar water for Jiangzi. Jiangzi Yao, who was still sitting on the sofa and staring at her cell phone, heard Fang Zheng's voice, and when she lifted her head, she saw that the man was carrying a cup of brown sugar water over to her. The woman was a little surprised. How do you know? When Fang Zheng didn't even answer, Jiangzi Yao laughed out. I really can't hide anything from you. Can you even find this out? Because I didn't do yoga today. Fang Zheng sat beside Jiangzi Yao and handed her a glass of water. Almost taste it, Jiangzi. Yao saw Fang Zheng holding the soup spoon and stirring it continuously, and when he was done, she took a sip of it, and the hot water flowed down her throat to her internal organs. But it's not just the body that's warm. Thank you, Founder. Why don't you stop working today, and let me accompany you to watch a movie on the bed? Take a break, Jiangzi. Yao thought carefully and nodded. Okay, listen to you today, Jiangzi. Yao seems to be extraordinarily good at discussing things. It's not the first time they've seen each other in pajamas. After changing, they turned off the lights in the living room and lay down on the bedroom bed. In the past, there is a little tiger in the middle of the two as a demarcation line. Now the little tiger demarcation line has become a bystander, quietly lying on the right-hand side of the square. Jiangzi Yao, on the other hand, was sitting on Fang Zheng's left side, and the two of them were almost next to each other, covered by the quilt, leaning against the bed. What are you watching? Jiangzi. Yao saw Fang Zheng put his laptop on both of their laps as he searched for a movie inside. What do you watch more often? Jiangzi, Yao's voice trailed off. I seldom watch movies. I didn't have so much time in the past, but after I got together with you. I don't know why, but I feel like I have more time. Fang Zheng opened a love movie. Look at this one. It seems to be quite hot lately, and it has just hit the shelves on the software. Well, just this. Founder opened the love movie in fact. The plot sucks ridiculously. The more they watched, the more they felt that the director of this movie is probably a serious brain injury. Surprisingly, the school love shoot so bloody, and the end of the movie the heroine married, the hero as a passerby to support the kind of classic scene. The more he watched, the more exhausted Fang Zheng became. So much so that when the movie was over, he had to spit out a sentence. What is this filming, Ziao? Why don't we change it? Who knew that just when he turned back, he would see Jiangzi, Yao's sleeping face, the woman's head leaning on Fang Zheng's shoulder, her scented breath causing her chest to rise and fall. At some point, Jiangzi Yao had already fallen asleep leaning on Fang Zheng. Once first, love you, Bari. Jiangzi Yao's long, slightly curved hair fell down Fang Zheng's shoulders, and the curves of the woman's delicate side face could be clearly seen from the man's line of sight. It's not the first time I've looked at this face in detail, but every time I do, I'm amazed. I can't believe there are really women in the world who look this good. Fang Zheng turned off the laptop and took it to the cabinet on the bed. Then with one hand dragging Jiangzi Yao's back and one hand resting on her thighs, he gently picked her up and tried to keep the woman in a lying position. In the middle of it, Jiangzi Yao's eyes moved. But luckily she didn't wake up. After doing this, Fang Zheng was relieved. Even being a boss isn't as bad as exhausting yourself like this every day. Habitually taking the tiger that separated the two of them and placing it between him and Jiangzi Yao, Fang Zheng also turned off the light and went to sleep. April has come to an end, and May is just around the corner. The temperature is getting warmer and warmer, and you need less and less quilts at this particular time of year, when summer is just around the corner, but not quite there yet. The human condition tends to become particularly sensitive, as does the change in temperature. In the darkness, Jiang Ziyao waited until Fang Zheng fell asleep before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. Originally, she was asleep, but this idiot forgot that she was not feeling well right now, and that hug just now was like a magma catharsis, a waterfall flowing backwards, instantly waking up Jiang Ziyao. Now she opens her eyes and turns her head to see a tiger doll standing between them, and through the tiger's tail she can see that the square is sleeping facing away from her. Jiang Ziyao carefully removed the tiger cub from between them, so that there was nothing to stop them. Jiang Ziyao turned around and looked at Fang Zheng as he slept. This man doesn't snore, but his breathing is quite heavy. Whenever Jiang Ziyao falls asleep later than Fang Zheng, she listens to the sound of his breathing, and sometimes she will subconsciously breathe in the same rhythm. Slowly stretching out his hand, he gently touched Founder's cheeks. Founder would still scratch his face when he was touched by a foreign object in his sleep. It made Jiang Ziyao smile. Founder, what you just said has been said to me before. The woman remembers that a long time ago, there was a blurry face in her memory, lying beside her like that. Only she was very young at that time. It was the father, the living father who had recognized years ago that his daughter had a stubborn streak in her. You're only in 3rd grade. You don't have to stay up so late memorizing. Do you have to work yourself to death to go to school? Dad, you wants to grow up early and inherit the family business. Okay, from now on. All the money in our family will be yours. We won't give a penny to anyone else. Jiang Ziyao pursed her lips and slowly moved towards Fang Zheng on the bed, moving until they were almost on the same pillow. The night is over. In the other villa, a woman in sleeping pajamas was awake until 11 o'clock, because her brother had gone crazy tonight. Upstairs has been thumping and punching. There is a sandbag erected on the wall in his room. The guy used to be able to throw a couple of punches all right, but there are not too many cases like tonight where he keeps thumping and punching the sandbag and punching it all the time. It's really like being sick. Yibiao, it's 11 o'clock at night. Can't you sleep anymore? Why don't you put on your headphones and play a game? Don't make so much noise. Yang Yibiao's voice came from the room on the 2nd floor. Sister, it's only a few o'clock. I don't usually see you going to bed at 11 o'clock. Yang Ziyao sighed and went to the 2nd floor in her slippers wearily. The closer she leaned to Yang Yibiao's room, the louder she heard him punching, finally stopping at the door of each other's bedrooms. He said helplessly, "Don't make a scene. I have to go to class tomorrow if you don't." In the room, sweating like a pig, Yang Yibiao panted and looked back at his sister. Just now he has been pondering Fang Zheng today, gave him a few surefire techniques. The more he practiced, the more he felt that this Fang teacher is really a man of God. And even this kind of skills can be invented. Sis, who says I'm not going to class tomorrow? I'm going to class tomorrow too. Let's 3 go together. Yang Ziyao, you're going to class too. And what's the meaning of the 3 of us? Yang Yibiao rightly said there's also Mr. Fang, won't he come to pick you up tomorrow? The 3 of us will be together then. Yang Ziyao, you didn't understand what was going on. But she thought about this afternoon. By the way, I would like to ask you. You are not in the classroom in the afternoon. Mr. Fang also let me give him leave. The 2 of you ought to go. I warn you a bio. Mr. Fang did not mean to embarrass you. You do not always look for his trouble. Yang Yibiao laughed out. Aya, sis, what are you talking about? Why am I embarrassed for Mr. Fang? Mr. Fang is now my idol, and may be my brother-in-law in the future. When Yang Ziyao heard the word brother-in-law, her heart thumped. What does it mean? How come, Mr. Fang has become your idol again when I called you this morning? You obviously still spoke to him in that tone. Yang Yibiao took off his boxing gloves, took a towel from the bed and wiped off his sweat, then walked over to Yang Ziyao. Sister, feelings between men sometimes come so suddenly. You a woman do not understand. Oh, and, Mr. Fang chasing you this matter, I changed my mind. Now my position is very firm. Yang Yibiao said while shaking his head. Double negative is affirmative. I especially agree that you 2 should be together. But I have to remind my sister that Mr. Fang has a girlfriend now, so you'd better think of something. Yang Zheoxu's brows slowly frowned as she realized the point of this statement. Teacher Fang has a girlfriend now. Yang Yibiao shrugged his shoulders, and then closed the door to thank the guests. After all, the topic of conversation to this no longer end. And then talk about it may be out of what messy things. Sis, you go to sleep. I'm going to take a bath and go to sleep too. Remember to wake me up in the morning. Good night, Yang Yu, B. Ao gently pushed his old sister out with one hand, and the door of the room closed. Yang Zheoxu stared at the door of the room in confusion. Her hand just lifted up. Curiosity actually drove her to want to ask the other party for clarification, but thought better of it, although Yang Zheoxu herself thinks that she is still a young woman. But in the end, she is not as wide open as her brother, while Yang Yubbi lay peacefully on the bed after his bath. Yang Zheoxu went back to her room and lost sleep, tossing and turning under the covers. She couldn't sleep, glancing at the time every once in a while, and every once in a while she would occasionally take out a photo from under her pillow. It was a junior high school graduation group photo, taken more than 10 years ago, and many of the people in the photo had gone their separate ways, and were no longer in contact with each other after graduation. Yang Zheoxu was very short in her class at that time. In the photo, she is wearing a baggy school uniform and standing in the lower left corner of the photo. And inconspicuous, and in the upper right corner, there was a very different from her, tall and cheerful boy standing there. This boy is called Founder. It's Yang Zheoxu's first love. What's going on here? Yibayo, the next morning. Fang Zheng, because last night, did not return to school, so today can only take a taxi to work. Zhang Da Mei Mei is busy with her daily business. And when she got up, she said she wanted to come to see Fang Zheng off. As a result, this woman has to go to the office every time after 6 o'clock to work. Fang Zheng does not want to go to school so early. 7:30 to the school, habitually in the carport to the broken electric donkey charging. To the office found Yang Zheoxu teacher than their own early. Good morning, Mr. Fang. Yang Zheoxu smiled and waved her hand. Fang Zheng answered back good morning, went to the water dispenser and poured a cup of hot water, sat down on his own desk, and looked over how many language lessons there were for today. Yang Zheoxu looked at Fang Zheng curiously. Mr. Fang, what did you do to my brother yesterday afternoon? Originally because you picked me up to go to work yesterday, he was still eyeing you. Structure last night suddenly told me that you have become his idol again. Fang Zheng looked at Yang Zheoxu. This woman is still familiar with the dress, single ponytail, a set of white clothes, very much the feeling of high school, first love in the movie theater. He said casually, men are fickle, it's normal. But there is something I would like to talk to Mr. Yang about today. Fang Zheng faced Yang Zheoxu. Huhm Med, you say? That's right. Yang Yu, B. Loves boxing, doesn't he? I heard him say that his family doesn't approve of him playing this. Yang Zheoxu pursed her lips this. In fact, I personally think that boys' boxing is nothing but a bio because of boxing. Always with some people in society mixed together. He's only 15 now. Look at him with his studs and tattoos. All day long he's a gangster. He doesn't even look like a kid. Fang Zheng picked up his glass of water and thought in this way. I promise you, Mr. Yang, that in the future, apart from the instructor who teaches him boxing, Mr. Yang Yibi, I will never come into contact with any other bad people in the society. I've also asked him to take off his earrings, and I can assure you that he'll be in the classroom for the rest of his life. Fang Zheng smiled and said, but only if you agree that he has 2 hours every night to go to the boxing gym to practice. What does Mr. Yang think? Yang Zheoxu always spoke to Fang Zheng with a slight smile, her eyes frowning slightly in fact. Mr. Fang, I personally am very good at talking. I can agree to this, but the problem is that the culprit for not letting Yang Yu fight is not me, but my mom. Do you understand? Fang Zheng also followed Yang Zheoxu's tone and said word for word, I understand. But I have to take care of your side before I can go and discuss with the headmaster. Don't you? I'll take this as a yes from you. Yang Zheoxu nodded, of course. Thank you, Mr. Fang, for caring about my family. You Bio. Fang Zheng smiled perfunctorily. No guest. The two of them sat back to their workstations. Fang Zheng itself did not intend to delay this matter for a few days before dealing with it. After all, this file is the need to cut the Gordian knot. Now drag Yoon Yet Bu straight to the principal's office to find his mom and be done with it. Yang Xiaoxu looked over today's English lesson plan, and when she saw Fang Zheng standing up and wanting to go out, she thought to herself, "Is he in such a hurry?" I said, "Mr. Fang," walking to the door. "Fang Zheng, oh, what's the matter?" "Mr. Yang, do you need something else?" Yang Xiaoxu shook her head. "Nothing. It's just that I still keep the salty dishes from yesterday's lunch for you. So we'll eat together in the cafeteria today." Fang Zheng owed, "Of course. Thank you. I'll bring some specialties for you to try sometime some other day." "Then it's a deal," after the man left. Yang Xiaoxu stared at Fang Zheng's back for a while, and finally took out a small mirror from the table to see if there was any problem with her makeup today. And only after making sure that there was nothing wrong did she continue to memorize the lesson plan. Inside the classroom of the 4th class of the 3rd year of junior high school, at Tulip Middle School, Ding Peng, Yon Qingya, and Li Yuk-Quan are still getting together as usual. Yon Qing'a sat with half of her butt on the edge of Ding Peng's table, while Ding Peng crossed his legs and leaned against the table behind him, and smiled at the two of them, and said, "I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do this, but I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Did you hear about Fang Zheng's vacation yesterday? It seems that a group of punks gathered at the school gate at noon and dragged Fang Zheng away. They didn't come back until the end of the school day." Lai Yukon looked back at Ding Peng. "Of course I heard about it. But it's you, be, oh, he's got money, he's got people, and didn't you, be, oh, not show up for class yesterday afternoon? I think he and his gang will have to beat up Fang Zheng for a while." Ding Peng laughed. "Beat? You forget that yesterday." "Yeah, be, Ao called his sister in class, and Fang Zheng seems to be interested in you, Biao's sister. You forget that yesterday you, be, Ao called his sister in class, and that guy Fang Zheng seems to be interested in you, Biao's sister. So you be, Ao can spare him." Yan King ya said, "Doesn't Mr. Fang have a girlfriend? What's the point of messing with you, Biao's sister?" Ding Peng and Lai Yukon exchanged glances and wore an expression that all men understand. Ding Peng said, "What's the saying? You can't touch a tiger's ass. Not to mention the ass of Yong Yu, Biao's sister. Can a guy like Fang Zheng do it?" As soon as he spoke, from the back door of the classroom, Yong Yibi suddenly walked in with his school bag. "What are you talking about, Ding Peng? My sister is the one you can talk to." Ding Peng cut a sound, but he didn't mix his words as he did yesterday. Yon Qing'a and Li Yuk-Quan see Yong Yu Bi sitting in his seat in class, and then realized that Yong Yu Bio has brought his textbooks and everything else with him today, uncharacteristically, still stacking those books on the desks in an orderly fashion. Lai Yukon was very puzzled. "Yu Biao, what are you doing?" Yang Yi Biao replied reasonably, "Getting ready for class. What else can I do? What else? Isn't the first lesson in English later?" "Oh, right, King Ya. Let me borrow your notes. I looked at the textbook this morning and couldn't understand a word. So I'll use your notes to try." Yan Qingya and Lai Yukon, as well as Ding Peng, 3 people look at each other. "You look at me. I look at you," almost the same voice. "Class, Yang Yi Biao, are you okay?" Lai Yukon laughed without knowing what was going on. "No, Yi Biao, what's gotten into you? You're going to class, really?" Yang Yi Biao gave the 3 of them a blank look. "Of course it's true from now on. Not only will I come to class every day, I'll also study hard. Don't forget I'm the class president." Hearing this, Ding Peng couldn't help himself. "Okay. Yang Yi Biao, can you stop pretending? Why don't you tell us what you did to Fang Zheng yesterday afternoon? We all heard in our class that you led a group of people to beat up Fang Zheng." Yang Yi Bio packed up his textbooks and looked at the 3 of them, frowning. "Who is talking nonsense with you guys? Why should I beat up Mr. Fang? And I'm warning you. This is a school. Mr. Fang is our homeroom teacher. His name is not for you to call." Lai Yukon and Ding Peng stared wide-eyed. The former couldn't help but I cow and blinked. "What's going on here? Can someone explain this to me?" Yan Qingya shook her head and stared at Yang Yi suspiciously. "Yi Biao, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what you did with Mr. Fang yesterday afternoon. Did you not go to Mr. Fang's trouble?" Yang Yi pursed his lips. "Very impatient, I just did not say. Why should I look for trouble with Mr. Fang? He is our teacher. I have a disease." Almost at the same time that Yang Yi Biao finished his sentence, Fang Zheng appeared at the door of the classroom and looked at the people in the class. Yang Yi Biao Is Mr. Yang Yibiao here? Yang Yibiao saw that it was Fang Zheng who was calling out to him, and smiled as he hurriedly lifted his hand. Alas, Mr. Fang, I'm here. Founder saw the other party raise his hand and come with me to the principal's office. Hurry up? Fine, I'm on my way, in the eyes of the whole class that couldn't understand. Yang Yibi followed Fang Zheng in a subversive manner. Minor report the three of them, Ding Peng, stared at this scene with wide eyes, unable to say a word. In the corridor of the teaching building, Yang Yibiao followed closely behind Fang Zheng teacher Fang. Why didn't you pick up my sister from work this morning? Fang Zheng glanced at him, and Yang Yibiao suddenly shrugged his shoulders and stopped talking. Take the studs off. I've already discussed your sister's side. I'll talk to the principal later. Wait outside for a while. You'll go in when I let you in. Yang Yibiao gave an and took off his earrings and threw them into the garbage can in the corridor. After that, the two of them went down the stairs to the 5th floor. Mr. Fang, my mom is not like my sister. She's stubborn, you'll probably get a snub. Seeing that Fang Zheng didn't say anything, Yang Yibiao suggested again. But we agreed, even if my mom didn't agree to let me fight. You still have to teach me a few moves once in a while. Founder, I'll teach you new ones after you've practiced the moves I taught you yesterday. Yang Yibiao smiled happily. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Come to the principal's office door, because the door is open. Fang Zheng does not want to hit the grass to scare the snake. First let Yang Yibiao wait outside for a while, but before he could walk in, he heard a familiar voice reporting the situation to the principal. Looks like the Mediterranean-haired director of Founder's office. Principal, yesterday you sent me to the Board of Education to hold a meeting. The content of the meeting are here, mainly the promotion rate of student quality issues. The promotion rate of this piece of the first do not talk about. Just the quality of the students this piece of our school can be smeared a lot of black eye. A quick search on the internet brings up information about our school, especially the 4th grade class. The internet is saying that this class is some kind of death class. The Board of Education specifically mentioned this yesterday, saying that if we can't manage some of the students, further action is necessary. The principal's voice came out from his office. Didn't they delete all the posts about the 3rd grade class? Even if there are some unfavorable personal comments, they should not be so serious. The instructor side it's not because someone reported our school to the Education Bureau in the past 2 days, saying that the students of the 4th class of the 3rd grade of the junior high school at Tulip Middle School were in chaos, and that there was not a single teacher in the classroom to teach in the classroom. I can even find the video from the internet. He took out his cell phone and found the video from the school's post, and rushed to show it to the principal. The angle of the video was taken from outside the classroom. The whole video is a total of more than 10 seconds. The video began to shoot the corridor first. There is no one outside, to make sure that this is in the classroom. And then the video back to the classroom. The students in the class are in a mess. Some are eating, some are sleeping, and some are talking and laughing with their legs crossed. But there is no teacher on the podium. At the end of the video, the filmmaker is a screenshot of the schedule, and with the timing. This class without a teacher happens to be a Founder's language class. The principal was puzzled Mr. Fang's class, who shot this video. Now this video is still in the post. Instructor said this has been deleted. It is estimated that a playful student shot, but the situation is true. The principal you can see. Fang Zheng as a teacher skipped class. I think this is very illustrative of the problem. He and the students in this class is simply all the way goods, and it's not the first time he's done it. The other afternoon he left school without permission. I told him he was acting like a jerk. He doesn't give a damn about me. Coupled with this incident yesterday, I personally suggest that the principal should think long and hard about keeping this new teacher. Fang Zheng laughed out loud when he heard this. This instructor is like the class president who used to be a good snitch in his class. The so-called video was probably shot by him. Knocked on the office door. Principal. The two people in the office saw that the knocking was Fang Zheng. The director of the teaching face immediately stiffened up. The principal was smiling to welcome. Mr. Fang, we were just talking about you. What do you want? Fang Zheng walked in. It's like this, principal. There are some personal questions about the students in the class that I would like to ask you about. The principal was puzzled. Private student issues about Mr. Yung Yat Biu. The other party suddenly understood something okay. Let's talk about this later. She looked at Founder, and then looked at the director of teaching. Said, since now, Mr. Fang is also here. What is between our teachers should be openly said. Director Wang, you just guarded Mr. Fang to say it again. The director of teaching face is very bad. Nodded okay. Then we do not speak in the dark. Mr. Fang, just say yesterday afternoon what you went. Why skipped class? Fang Zheng was puzzled skipping class. I didn't skip class. Didn't I ask a miss Yang to take a leave of absence for me? Why? Didn't she tell you? The instructor's face is obviously angry leave to say hello on the line. Did I agree to this? Do I know why? I see you are completely not to our school system in the eyes. The heart is not at all, as a classroom teacher, should have the responsibility. The principal said, Director Wang, you can show Mr. Fang that video again just now. Okay, I've got a video report here. And since you're not in class, look at what's happened to class 4. Instructor again just video to Fang Zheng a look. Fang Zheng this time also deliberately opened the eagle's eye, because the filmmaker in the middle of the accidentally missed a finger. Fang Zheng saw half of it and looked at the instructor's finger, and it was really showing white light as well. Director Wang, see, because of your unauthorized departure, our school was mentioned by the Education Bureau. This to the school's reputation has caused much damage. Director, why does this video look like you took it? Did you report our school? As soon as Fang Zheng's words fell, Director Wang's face suddenly darkened. You. What are you talking about? How could I have taken this? I saved the video from the website. What does it have to do with me? The principal was puzzled by this. When Fang Zheng saw his refusal to admit it, he suddenly grabbed the cell phone from the other party's hand. And Director Wang froze in fear for a moment. Fang Zheng returned the screen to the scene where he had just revealed his finger, purposely skewed the screen towards the principal, and then pointed his finger at the finger revealed upstairs on the video, and then gestured with his eyes to the middle finger of Director Wang's right hand. It was only then that the principal realized the situation. Her face suddenly turned blue, and she stared angrily at Director Wang on Friday. Director Wang, what's going on? Who the hell shot this video? The old man was so scared that he thumped, and sweat came out on his forehead. He remembered that he didn't make a sound in the video, and he didn't show his face. So how could he be found out? No, I don't know, Principal. You don't really believe this, Mr. Fang, do you? Can I sell the school? The principal frowned and suddenly sighed heavily. Get out. Director Wang's face is already too pale to hang on to. The principal really isn't me, then. What about the founder? The principal said. I said for you to go out first. And then I'll talk to Mr. Fang personally. All right, all right. The old man took back his cell phone, gave Founder a disgusted look, and left in a hurry. Fang Zheng looked like he didn't care. Typical of a self-made man. Principal, about my taking leave yesterday afternoon. I actually went out with fellow student Yang Yibio. 1 month's bet you. Biao, then, Mr. Fang, there's nothing. A worried look appeared on the principal's face. Fang Zheng smiled and said, No. Yang Yibio's nature is still good. This time I also because of his things, so I only want to discuss with you. The principal said, Mr. Fang, you're too kind. I know that kid. You? Biao very well, doesn't he? He simply won't listen to people. Just say what you have to say. Fang Zheng med, then I'll make it clear. I know about Yang Yibio's fondness for boxing. And I've also talked to that kid. I personally feel that we shouldn't block this matter, and that we should give him certain choices. Boxing, the principal frowned. He did not think that Yang Yibio could even talk to Fang Zheng about this matter. That kid doesn't care much about people. Does Mr. Fang mean that I should agree to let him fight? Yes. That's what it means. The principal shook his head. This is impossible. I won't agree. Yibio. After this year is just 16 years old. Just his small body. All day long, what kind of boxing, and what kind of social people mixing together? What can be a good end, Mr. Fang? You have been here before. You know better than I do. Founder's way, I think the school principal has some misunderstanding about boxing. In fact, boxing and learning piano, learning to paint are the same. No more than to go to a specialized institution to learn some professional knowledge. And students have a hobby. In the learning aspect will be more energetic. Mr. Fang, you still don't understand you. Very well. He doesn't want to learn any boxing at all. He's a simple rebel who likes to hang out with adults, smoke and drink, and fight and get tattoos. Just to be cool in front of his peers, just then, Yang Yibiao, who was standing outside, suddenly could not help but break in. Mom, it's not like that. I've told you many times, I really like boxing. Why do you always think otherwise? Ippo, the principal looked at Yang Yibiao with some shock. But in the end, he pursed his lips. You don't have to tell me that. I know you well enough, since we were young. When have we ever let your sister and me worry about anything? I've said it many times. I don't want you two to be rich and famous. But I want you siblings to be honest. Graduate and work. Don't engage in these messy things. Yang Yu, be, oh impatient mom. Why are you so stubborn? Mr. Fang just said boxing is just a hobby, and I'm not doing anything to hurt the world. You've done a lot of harm. Haven't you? Yang Yibi, I was speechless. The principal sat down on the chair tiredly, rubbing his temples and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. Every time we talk about you, I get a little headache, having taught so many students. In the end, I didn't expect to teach you. To be like this. Mom, hey, Yang Yibi. Sighed heavily and looked at Fang Zheng. Mr. Fang, let's go. I told you it's useless. My mom won't listen. Fang Zheng helplessly looked at Yang Yibiao, meaning that I did not let you come in. What are you adding to the chaos? Get out of here, and I'll talk to the principal. Yang Yibiao, a sound, silently walked out, although the two do not talk much, but as Yang Yibiao's mother. The woman also suddenly realized, as if their own children, on the attitude of Fang Zheng, even better than their own. What's going on here? Fang Zheng saw Yang Yibiao close the office door. This child is estimated to have even do not want to hear the voice of his mother. The founder let out a long breath. In fact, it is only natural that many people have some strange prejudices against fighting, because at that time Fang Zheng himself in the university boxing, at first did not dare to say to the family. After that, he got the prize of boxing club. His mother knew it and did not punish him, but just told him not to get involved in such a dangerous activity anymore. The principal said, Mr. Fang, I think we should leave it at that for today. This kid is now addicted to skipping classes. If I let him fight again, what will he become in the future, in fact? I think the principal has one thing wrong. Yang Yibi is not because he wants to skip class in order to go to boxing, but because of boxing so that skipped class. If you give him 2 hours of free time every night, I believe he will not be the same as before. The headmistress still felt that this matter could not be discussed, because she felt that she was too familiar with Yang Yibi. Mr. Fang, look, principal, words don't mean anything. So give me a month's time. Within a month, I'll make sure that Yang Yibi stays in the classroom every day, and not just for school. I'll make sure that his grades improve as well, at least to the top 15 of his class, provided that you agree to the offer I just made to give Yang Yibi 2 hours of freedom every night. The principal laughed and said, Mr. Fang, this is not realistic, and furthermore, can you tell me what my reasons are for accepting this offer? Although it is inappropriate for me to say so given your position, you must also be concerned that no mother would be willing to gamble with her own child. Fang Zheng's eyes were bright, and he seemed to be very confident. In this matter, of course, there are reasons. I can give your child a bright future, and all you have to do is to agree to the offer I just made. It's as simple as that, and in a month's time, whether Yang Yibi changes or not, he won't be any worse off than he was before. There's no reason for you to refuse. The headmistress frowned slightly. She could see an indescribable confidence in Fang Zheng's body. This reminds him of someone he once had. Plus Yang Yibi's attitude toward Founder just now, to be honest, the woman's heart shook, seeing that this was a game. Fang Zheng called out to Yang Yibi towards the outside. Yoichi Bio walked in slowly and leisurely. Fang Zheng said, Say sorry to the principal and take an oath. What you say depends on your attitude. Yang Yibiao's face was a bit embarrassed. In fact, he had just heard something vaguely outside. Mr. Fang, this. Fang Zheng looked at him, his eyes signaling that you can't drop the chain at this time. Otherwise, do you still want to learn the sure kill technique? It was only then that Yang Yibio sighed and said, Okay. So at this moment, when the headmistress never thought this day would come, Yang Yibio faced the other side, and after hesitating, bowed deeply to her. Mom, I'm sorry for making you angry. I was wrong. I won't let you down under Mr. Fang's leadership. If I don't make the top 15 in my class in a month's time, I won't be called Yong Yibio. I won't be called Yong Yibio. The pupils of the woman's eyes were more than a touch tender, and her color was animated. Yang Yibio stood up and looked at Fang Zheng with an aggrieved face, meaning that this is all right. Right? The founder nodded his head, indicating a job well done. Principal, what do you say after all? He is his own son, and Yang Yibio has become so obedient today, which is really puzzling to the woman. Mr. Fang, what about you and Yibio? Fang Zheng interjected. We are friends, right Yibio? Yang Yibio scratched his head, as if he was ashamed to say this in front of his mother. Ah, yes. The headmistress laughed and let out a long, deep breath. The hidden dragon and crouching tiger in grade 3. Class 4, Mr. Fang. You are really different from the others. Then okay, I agree. This January will be as you said. I will give you plenty of free time in the evening. But out of safety concerns, when you get to the boxing gym, I will have to send me an arrived message. Yang heard that his mother had agreed. Simply unbelievable. No problem, Mom. I'll take pictures of you every night. Yang Yibio said excitedly. Founder, thank you. Principal, then we'll leave if there's nothing else. We have class later. Good, take care. Mr. Fang. Fang Zheng heard the consent is also heartily happy. When leaving the office, the female principal also mentioned in passing the matter of Director Wang just now. Right, Mr. Fang. There are some things that you should not take to heart. After all, 3rd grade class 4 has offended many teachers. You are now as their homeroom teacher. A lot of people must be staring at you here. Fang Zheng replied back with I know and didn't say much. After leaving the principal's office and closing the door, Yang Yibio was so excited that he almost jumped up. Before he was with his mother and sister, discussed for a long time, did not agree. And even in the middle of this matter, because of the 3 quarrels and 5 quarrels, I didn't expect Mr. Fang to get rid of it right away. Yang Yibio let out a yes and looked at Fang Zheng. Mr. Fang, you're still great. But how are you going to help me get to the top 15 in my class in a month? Are you going to steal my papers, or are you going to let me copy it during the exam? You're just going to turn a blind eye to it. Fang Zheng was puzzled and looked at the other party's harmless expression, as if the other party was saying those words extraordinarily smoothly and casually. You're asking me to help you cheat. Dream on. I promised the principal that I'd let you improve your grades, not that I'd let you get a temporary top 15. Otherwise, what's the point of this bet? Huh? Yang Yibio was stunned, and his excitement suddenly faded by half no. Mr. Fang, are you serious? I'm at the bottom of the class. How can I give you a top 15 exam in a month? He hung his head and stopped in his tracks. Or maybe I should just tell my mom to let me keep skipping class. It's just too hard. Fang Zheng also stopped and glared at him. The water will come to an end soon. Are you backing out, if you are a man? Show some ambition. Or do you really want to sneak around and box for the rest of your life? Yang Yibio. But it's not very useful to have ambition alone, is it? Mr. Fang, okay? I've already prepared you for this. This morning I took a look at the average grade of our 4th class. It's very bad, but it's not hopeless. There are still a few female classmates whose grades are not bad. You find the best-looking one to tutor you. Yang Yibio muttered the best-looking one. Isn't Yu Jing the prettiest girl in our class? You want her to tutor me. Come on, Mr. Fang, if I let her tutor me. Some guy named Ding will be grinning at me all day long. Fang Zheng felt that this remark was a bit interesting. What surname Ding? Are you talking about Ding Peng? Why does he like a mess? Yu Jing, Yang Yibio, tucked in his pants pocket. Not only do I like it, but Yu Jing is the school beauty of our school. What guy wouldn't like that? However, only Ding Peng chases after her diligently. If other men get close to Yu Jing, he'll be looking for you to get into trouble. Fang Zheng nodded. Heart really strange. A subclass. Hard inside the hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Crouching dragons and phoenix chrysanthemums. That is. So many Liangshan heroes in the Shu Wangjuan also did not come together at the beginning to play mahjong. Right, I see. In that case, you'd better let Yu Jing help you with your revision. And I'll talk to her when I have time. That's all. I'm going back to the office. You take your classmates to class. Yang Yibio. I'll blink to see Fang Zheng's gradually accelerating steps after arriving at the 4th floor. And no teacher. You didn't listen to a word I said. Teacher, teacher. Fang Zheng was getting farther and farther away from Yong Yibio. But he did reply to him. Don't talk nonsense. Remember your bet with the principal. You'll be ashamed if you lose. Yong Yibio was dumbfounded, frowned and opened his mouth as if he was talking to himself. How can there be such a person? Does this guy look like a teacher? Bidding farewell to Yong Yibio, Fang Zheng returned to his office, and as soon as he entered, he saw Director Wang of Mediterranean Sea staring at him with a look of alienation. Fang Zheng naturally would not take the initiative to pick a fight. Honestly received a cup of hot water, sat on the office desk and drank the water. But this leisurely manner is even more exasperating to Director Wang. Mouth-broken recited a sentence. Now the quality of teachers is really more and more not. No evidence. Full of false accusations. I see this way on. Student teachers sooner or later the same goods. Throwing down this sentence. Senior Director Wang took the information and walked out of the office. Yang Zheoxu sat on the desk and waited until the director had gone away. Then she suddenly had a smile and said to Fang Zheng, Mr. Fang, why did you mess with Mr. Wang again when you came to work today? Are you two in conflict? Fang Zheng took a sip of water and put down the cup. It's a long story. What happened is very complicated. I'll tell you more about it when we have lunch. Yang Zheoxu pursed her lips. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Fang Zheng saw today's schedule. The first lesson is English, Yang Zheoxu's class. It is just a good time to observe whether the class atmosphere can really change a little bit better. After he captured Yong Yibio. Just like what Shang Dongfang said, Mr. Yang, is today's first lesson yours? Yang Zheox, who has already picked up her books and materials and is planning to go to class. Yeah, what's up? When Mr. Yang comes back from class. Help me see how the learning atmosphere in the class is. And try to see if it has changed from before. Yang Zheoxu's eyes turned, and her two arms hugged the books. Coco lovely, what can I say, Mr. Fang, since I was now idolizing you, even if I don't go to class. I still know that the atmosphere in the class will be much better than before. After all, my family, still has a lot of prestige in Class 4. Fang Zheng laughed. I hope so too, but still, I would like to ask you to evaluate a few words with me after class. Okay, then Teacher Fang will wait, although I don't want to admit it. The class prick is actually the center of the class, and it seems to have been the case since the beginning of time that a good learner can't lead a bunch of poor learners. However, a poor learner can always pull down a group of good learners. Today, Yang Yibio changed his attitude towards Fang Zheng, and because of his bet with the principal. So once back in the class, the atmosphere of the entire third grade class of 4 is very strange. Before, it was Ding Peng who led the whole class to protest against Founder. But now that Yang Yibio is back, the identity of the leader has suddenly changed. Yang Yibio entered the classroom and saw the lazy classmates, went directly to the podium and took a stick to knock. What are you sleeping for? Sit properly in class. If you want to study, keep studying, and if you don't want to study, don't influence the students who love to study. He threw his stick casually on the podium. First period English. All take out your textbooks and get ready. After making this speech, which completely defied the purpose of the 4th class, he walked off the stage and took his seat. The class was silent. Stay away from this man in the future. Before the class, although Yang Zheoxu was prepared. After all, she is Yang Yibio's sister. Before this class to herself than to other teachers' attitude is much better. But this simple 45-minute lesson still shocked her. Today's third grade class not only showed a lot of respect for their teachers, but also a much better attitude towards learning. Even their attitude towards learning was much better than before. Many students who used to sleep in class and cheat in class were listening honestly to their textbooks this morning. Most of the students were female, but there were quite a few male students, and of course, the main thing was that the atmosphere of the whole classroom had a touch of peace and quiet. It is no longer as stormy as it was before, and everyone is turned off by it. This was a scene that would never have occurred before Fang Zheng came to teach. It was 3rd grade, 4th grade, every day. Teachers are not thinking about what class they are going to teach today, but how the students are going to make trouble for themselves. And they always have a hard time choosing between coming to the classroom and not coming to the classroom. But Fang Zheng has only come to Tulip Middle School to be the class teacher for a few days. However, the feeling of the class has changed. This is especially true today, after the bell rang. Yang Zheoxu returned to the office and hurriedly told Fang Zheng about the atmosphere of today's class, with an expression of excitement, although Fang Zheng said he was happy. But considering Yang Zheoxu's relationship, he still found a few more teachers and asked them to tell him how they felt after today's class, after the other teachers had finished teaching with fear and trepidation. All of them, coincidentally, showed a look of surprise. I said that although there were still a few pricks in Class 4 who didn't listen well, most of the students had started to actively turn over their books and listen to the lessons. It was a miracle for Tulip High School. So in a single morning, excluding certain leaders who don't care about the world, the ordinary teachers were all unanimous in their praise of Founder. You have to know that this devil class, but the 13 consecutive replacement of the class teacher is useless. But Fang Zheng came. The students seem to have instantly opened their minds. I know I'm learning. Other teachers don't think they can do this. In the morning, there is no class for Fang Zheng. His class today is 2 consecutive sessions in the afternoon. At noon, teacher Yang Zheoxu went to the cafeteria with Fang Zheng to have lunch. Yang Yibi, intentionally let the two sit alone together. Otherwise, every other day, he would basically sit with his sister and eat together. Yang Zheoxu puts a piece of pickled radish on Founder's plate. Fang Zheng felt that the other party was too polite. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I can do it myself. Yang Zheoxu HMM'd. Mr. Fang is really something. Didn't you see the other offices talking about you this morning? Saying that you're so capable that you can even cure this kind of dog skin like the 4th class. They are very impressed. Fang Zheng took a big bite of his food and did not look restrained as he casually replied, I'm glad to hear it. But I may have to trouble Mr. Yang recently. Ipi, I will definitely have a hard time in this month. So you can give him more tuition at home. Yang Zheoxu nodded. Of course there is no problem. Mr. Fang and my mother's bet you. Told me in class. I did not think that even my mother, that kind of person Mr. Fang can convince. You are a Superman, right? Fang Zheng smiled. Mr. Yang is too polite. Eat first, looking at Fang Zheng's wolf-like eating style. Recalling the time when she was in junior high school, she was able to hide in the distance and sneak a peek at him. And after more than 10 years, she really didn't think that the two of them would be able to see each other like this again. Mr. Fang is a very generous eater, isn't he? Fang Zheng let out an ah and chewed on a bun. All men are like this. Don't mind, I'll try to restrain it. Yang Zheoxu shook her head. No. I was afraid you choked. That morning we said good. You went to the director with your things with me. Oh yes. This is something I almost forgot. It's actually very simple. It's about me taking a vacation yesterday. And I think Director Wang went to Class 4's classroom yesterday and took a video of what? Fang Zheng roughly expressed what happened in the office. There is nothing to hide. Then again, Yang Zheoxu relationship is not ordinary. He is not worried about the other side will tell others nonsense. After hearing this, Yang Zheoxu frowned a little tighter. This Director Wang is also really. I helped you yesterday to ask for leave. He obviously agreed. This person is really on the surface of one thing behind the back of one thing. If it is not his seniority in our school, I would have let my mother, halfway through her speech. Yang Zheoxu smiled. But odds are my mom doesn't listen to me either. She actually doesn't let me dabble in things with teachers. And my daily task is just to teach a few sessions of English to the students. Fang Zheng recalled that night's home visit. But the woman was clear about her position. I understand. Teachers do their job. Yang Zheoxu nodded her head and also took her chopsticks and ate the food. Only that she kept looking at Fang Zheng intentionally or unintentionally while she was eating. Especially last night. I even said that to Yang Zheoxu. She wanted to ask but didn't really want to. But in the end, my curiosity was not defeated. Mr. Fang, what does your girlfriend do? Fang Zheng didn't think much about it. She works for a multimedia company. Her salary is higher than mine, and she is treated better than me. So Mr. Yang can understand. Yang Zheoxu said doubtfully. I can guess some of it. Is it sibling love? Fang Zheng almost did not a mouthful of rice in the mouth to spray out. The intuition between women are so accurate. Fang Zheng said awkwardly, You can even guess this. Amazing. You're a prophet. No. Mr. Fang is only being polite. You are so powerful, even if she is a little bit older than you. She should like you very much and listen to you very much. Right? Fang Zheng was eating the food. Heard this sentence always have a kind of their own life, abolish the feeling. A few days ago, that women still want to use money to buy their own it. You call that listening to yourself. Mr. Yang is completely overthinking it. My girlfriend is a person who, how can I put it, has a very heavy heart. And I'm under a lot of pressure every day I'm with her. But she's nice, she's pretty, and she does cute things sometimes. How did Mr. Fang meet your girlfriend? I met her on a blind date. I wasn't even supposed to be on a blind date with her that day. Yang Xiaox, who listened carefully to Fang Zheng's description of Zhang Ziyao's impression in his mind, and acted happily from beginning to end. After talking about some things, Yang Xiaox, who suddenly felt a strong sense of satiety. Eating dog food has been eaten to satiety. Sounds like a mess. Fang is living a happy life, that I'm full. There's another class this afternoon. I'll go back to the office to prepare my lesson plan first. Fang Zheng nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang, take care. When Fang Zheng saw Yang Xiaox walking away, he looked back at Yang Yibio, who had been peeking here, and took another bite of his rice. What's the boy looking at? Yang Yibio shrugged his shoulders and walked away with his plate, wanting to go after him to ask what his sister and Mr. Fang had talked about. As a result, Yang Xiaoxu frowned, hearing the meaning beyond her brother's words, and fiercely knocked Yang Yibio's head with her fist. What are you thinking? You really think I like Mr. Fang? I'm telling you. Don't do anything meaningless without authorization. It'll make people hate you. Ah, sister, you do not like ah. Then you called the other day when the tone. I thought Yang Xiaox, who pursed her lips and said I never said I like your teacher Fang. Okay, I don't want to be that kind of obnoxious mistress. I'm going back to the office. I'm going back to the office, Yang Yibio said. Okay, looking at his sister's somewhat happy back. How do I feel? A kind of feeling of being played. A woman's head is loaded with what in the end? Yang Xiaoxu left the cafeteria. In fact, did not go to the office. She went to the playground to sit on their own for a while, looking at the sky on tiptoe for an unknown period of time before stretching out a lazy back. Close your eyes and exhale a long breath. It's like you've made up your mind. Come late it. No way. In the future is still away from this bad man a little better. Less like a bio. A mouth of a teacher Fang are bewildered. She stood up and patted the dust off her body. I thought I'd send a message to the director in the afternoon. Take time off to sleep at home. I don't want to go back to the office today. Yang Xiaoxu put her hands behind her back, and her steps toward home became joyful. But those joyful steps didn't go a few steps, or slowed down in the end. Notification from the Education Bureau. Fang Zheng ate enough to return to the office. Found that Yang Xiaoxu is not in the office. The office also has a time to come. Sometimes do not come to the physical education teacher, surnamed Pan. This guy basically never sat on his desk. Every day in the other departments back and forth. Today, I'm easily free, sitting at my desk, and I have to follow the logistics department to organize the statistics of the school's sports equipment. It seems that the most busy person in the school is the most inconspicuous one. Is Mr. Fang Full. The physical education teacher, surnamed Pan, saw Fang Zhen come back to the office. Fang Zhen finally, you have time these 2 days. Mr. Pan every day. I can see that you are very busy. No matter how busy I am, I'm not as busy as you are. Class teacher of class 4. Those kids in class 4 are not easy to handle. Oh yeah. The physical education teacher lifted her head to look at Yang Xiaoxu's workstation. Teacher Yang took a leave of absence this afternoon, and the director has just asked me to send a message saying that you should lead the 4th class in self-study. Took a vacation. Why didn't she tell me at noon? Founder said, and replied, Okay. Fang Zheng took a look at this afternoon's schedule from his desk. There were 4 classes in the afternoon, 2 language classes for himself, plus 1 English class for Yang Xiaoxu. Almost all of the afternoon was his class. Fang Zheng has a long breath of air. Also, just this afternoon can see the 4th class of this group of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks in Yang Yibi's management of how to change. As Fang Zheng was getting his materials, he was about to go to the classroom to meet his classmates. In the end, the principal suddenly came in hot and bothered. and knocked on the door several times with his hand. Mr. Fang. The physical education teacher saw it was the principal coming and stood up straight. Principal. The founder looked casual. What's up? Principal. The headmistress walked in with a piece of information in her hand and handed it to founder, looking as if it was a document sent down from the top and stamped with a red seal. Mr. Fong, take a look. Things are getting serious. After receiving the notification data, Fang Zheng took a close look at it. Reported, Tulip Private Junior High School. Grade 9, Class 4, students' learning attitude is poor. Poor classroom discipline. Teachers' negligent discipline. Classroom teacher duties cannot be done. The Education Bureau confirmed that the report is true and deliberately issued a rectification notification document. Hope that your school in a month's time. The above points of work failures to carry out rapid remediation. January after the Education Bureau will send specialists to carry out inspections. If your school does not carry out the corresponding treatment, the Education Bureau will be reconducted in the Tulip Private School Teacher Qualification Examination. The above hope to be informed. The back of the document is stamped with the seal of the Education Bureau. The headmistress frowned tightly. People from the Education Bureau called me this morning, saying that in January our school is right on track for the midterm exams, and that the Education Bureau will personally arrange for leaders to invigilate the third grade class of 4 at that time, and review this class's test scores along the way. She sighed. If Class 4's grades are at the bottom again by then, I'm afraid this won't just be a matter for Class 4. The whole school will have to be dragged down with it. Fang Zheng knows that this is not a joke. How the school within the drama is fine, but if it rises to the Board of Education, then it is not a small problem. Founder, the consequences are so serious, the headmistress said. It's all because of Mr. Wang. After the video was released, I purposely went to the campus website to look again and found that even though the video was gone, there were still a lot of people fanning the flames underneath the post, which attracted the attention of the Education Bureau. The headmistress laughed helplessly, with a great deal of sadness, and it's not the first time the Board of Education has cared about our 4th class. They already came here once 6 months ago, and I had it suppressed, but not this time. The leaders at the top said that the video impact was bad. The woman was worried and expectant, and finally only managed to say wearily, Mr. Fang, I'm afraid I really have to count on you this time. Fang Zheng let out a long breath, thinking of the system previously released to himself in a month to improve the entire 4th class of the integrated performance. Originally, he intended to, if the class leader Yang Yibiao can make the class atmosphere better. He could have grabbed a little bit of learning by hand. But he didn't think that this time it was a coincidence that the Education Bureau and the system had 2 points and 1 line, forcing himself into a dead end. It's not a good idea to be in a hurry. Don't worry, headmaster. Within a month, I'm confident that I can at least bring the whole of Class 4 from the bottom to the 3rd year average. Grade point average. The headmistress didn't think that Founder would be so bold in his answer, and that he would be able to achieve an average grade in one go. She'd thought he'd be a little confused at hearing such a big deal. After all, Class 4's ranking in the school was a bit of a misnomer, according to what the headmistress had in mind, as long as the 4th class was not in the bottom 5 after January. She had a way to suppress it, but it turned out that Fang Zheng had boasted about it. But she had no reason to say no when the other party had said so. Line, have teacher Fang this sentence, I will rest assured. Later, I will convene a meeting, but also hope that you can, as the class teacher of the 4th class in the meeting, to come up with an attitude. Otherwise, because of this notice and collect, the implicated other teachers may be on. You have a discussion. Founder said boldly, no problem. Well then, why don't you get ready for the meeting in half an hour in the conference room on the 5th floor to set up the class? In the parking lot of the Chiang's group in Greenvine City, Zhang Ziyao and her secretary, Mai, are shaking hands with the project bosses across the street. Zhang Zi, Yao Mr. Wang, I hope our cooperation will continue to be smooth. If you need anything, please feel free to call my secretary. Mai, the man known as Mr. Wang, laughed. Hey, Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. Your group's efficiency is well known in our Greenvine City. What am I not worried about? TTNO Jiangzi. El laughed. You're welcome, so are you. It's an honor for our company to work with you. Mr. Wang nodded, and his driver opened the door for him. Then please stay. Mr. Jiang, we'll leave first. We'll catch up again sometime. Jiang Zi Yao Med, have a good trip. Mr. Wang, the woman deliberately paused for a moment after she finished speaking. Because right now, beside Jiang Zi Yao, Mai is holding 2 boxes of fine tea leaves in her hand, ready to be the gift for today's guests. But today, Mai doesn't know what's wrong with her. She's been in a daze since the business talk in the morning. She doesn't know what's going on, and now it's even better. The other party was getting into the car and leaving, but she was still holding 2 boxes of tea leaves in her hand, and she didn't say a word about putting the gifts into the car. Jiang Zi Yao turned her head to remind her. Mai, the woman, still stood there, without speaking, dumbfounded. Mai, what are you doing with that thing? Secretary Mai finally reacted, seeing Jiang Zi Yao's somewhat angry expression. Only to turn back to realize that the other party's car has already started, and is about to leave. Hurriedly, she jogged over on her high heels to the other side of the window. Mr. Wang, this is our company's gift to you. I'll put you in the back seat. The other frowned, a meet and greet. Jiang Zi Yao sighed and wondered what the girl was doing. Shouldn't a gift be given to the other driver? If you give it directly to the boss, they can take it. She had to walk over herself, take the tea from Mai's hand, and hand it to the driver who was warming up the car. Jiang Zi Yao smiled, a small token of appreciation. Take care, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang laughed out. Your little secretary is very cute. Mr. Jiang, thank you. See you next time. The other party waved his hand. Black Audi left the company. Xiaomi face embarrassed. She herself feel lost to the family. Jiang Zi Yao waited until the other party had gone far away. And then she turned her head to look at Mai in an incomprehensible manner. What the hell were you thinking today? Aggrieved, Mai stood there with her head bowed in resignation, her 2 small hands clasped in front of her body as if she was being trained. I'm sorry, Mr. Chiang. Her voice was low, and she sounded a little tremulous. Jiang Zi. Oh, I'm not talking about you. You've been in this state since this morning. How can you work like this? As we spoke, the other party's eyes suddenly became wet and tears fell to the ground. This sudden scene startled Jiang Zi Yao. She hadn't said anything, had she? What's going on here? What the hell? Mr. Jiang, my boyfriend broke up with me. I feel so sad now, like I've lost my soul. I keep thinking about him. What should I do, Mr. Jiang? Xiaomi used her wrist to wipe her tears, but it was like a stream that couldn't be stopped. No matter how you wiped it, even rubbing it made me more sad. Jiang Zi Yao felt in her pocket and found 2 pieces of toilet paper and handed them to Mai. Don't cry, this is in the company. What a joke if people see it. Why are you so sad about breaking up? Millet aggrieved Jiang Total, you now have a boyfriend, feel nothing. But once he left, you know. The heart is really very bad taste. I obviously so good to him. Why did he break up with me? The woman took the tissue handed over by Jiang Zi Yao, and in recognition of her status, she said thank you and continued to wipe her tears. Jiang Zi Yao look at her like this. If this into the company building, not let others gossip, is to take out the car keys, opened his own a business car. Let's let Mimi go ahead and take a breather. Then Jiang Zi Yao herself sat down and closed the door. Perhaps the depressing atmosphere in the car made Mai even more aggravated, and there was a whimpering sound in her throat. Jiang Zi Yao sighed. That's enough. What's the point of crying all day long? You're not a little girl. After all, Mai cares about Jiang Zi Yao's authority and tries not to make a sound when she cries. Tell me how it broke up. Mai sniffled. Well, my boyfriend's a teacher. Jiang Zi Yao's heart suddenly stuttered, but she didn't react too much. And then his office has a woman, is my boyfriend's first love. At first I do not know this thing, only to hear him occasionally say, schoolwork is very tired. He said tired when only his female colleagues care about him. In fact, I also care about all. How he did not care about me. Chiang Ziao go on. Then what? Millet wiped the corners of the eyes of the red last night off work. I went to pick him up, found that the female teacher happened to also send him out of school. Originally, I did not think much about it. And even because we were yesterday is the first anniversary of the love affair, RB came to also want to give him a surprise. Mai lowered her head, and then I ended up hearing that female teacher confessing her love to him. And they even hugged each other. The first time I saw her, she was in tears, and after a long time. She didn't get over it. Jiangzi rarely intervened again and handed her a bottle of water. Xiaomi continued at that time guarding the woman. I rushed out and asked him exactly what he meant. He told me the truth. He still chose his first love, did not choose me. This year, both of us were originally going to plan to get married. Jiangzi sighed and patted my shoulder with her hand. Okay, listen to you. He's just a scumbag. What do you care about this kind of man? What do you care about this kind of man? There will definitely be a better one waiting for you in the future. Mai lifted her head and stared at Zhang Ziyao with some embarrassment, and gave a low hum. I know, but Mr. Chiang, I think your boyfriend is so handsome. You have to keep an eye on him. After all, he does not work with you in the same place. This kind of feeling after a breakup, just to say, cannot be said. Only the people inside know how hard the heart. You have to take me as a warning. When Zhang Ziyao heard the word boyfriend, she naturally thought of Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng likes other women. I don't think it's possible, but I think it's very unlikely. Although he is not his official boyfriend, it should be unlikely. Zhang Ziyao, all right. I'll give you the afternoon off without docking your wages and go out for a walk on your own. Mai gave a little surprised thank you. Mr. Chiang, it's okay, but remember to cheer up tomorrow. If you keep on like this, how can we do our work? The joke you made in front of Mr. Wang today. He might have some impression on you in the future. It's Chief Chiang. I'll be sure to pay attention and come out as soon as possible. Jiangzi, good to know. Then I'll go back to the office first. You can sleep in the car or go out and have some fun. Whatever you want. Before getting out of the car, Zhang Ziyao took one last look at Mai, the secretary, and a strange thought suddenly popped into her head. If Fang Zheng breaks up with him one day in a logical manner, he should not cry like Mai, right? No way. There's no way I'd ever do that, she frowned, suddenly finding the scene terrifying, but left the business car and returned to the office, during which Chiang Ziyao stood in the elevator. But I always feel that this boyfriend of Xiaomi's is a bit similar to Founder's. Founder? The same flowery language. The same occupation. In front of my eyes inexplicably surfaced last night Fang Zheng pouring red sugar water for himself, accompanying himself to watch the movie, as well as after falling asleep. He sneaked close to him, and he pillowed on the same pillow with him seen. She stared at her own face reflected in the metal door of the elevator. Why don't we pick him up from work this afternoon and ask him if he has some female teachers in his office? By the way, I don't think there will be a female teacher who will come out to see her off when she goes to pick up Founder. Right? Thinking of this, Jiangzi inexplicably laughed out loud. What are you thinking? No way, no way. How can Founder be the same as Mai's boyfriend? But then the smile fell. Because Zhang Ziyao is actually not sure what attitude this man has towards himself, and what attitude she has towards Fang Zheng, but without realizing it. I seem to be caring more and more about his every move. I wouldn't really, well, I guess not. Half an hour's preparation time was said to be for arranging lessons, but Fang Zheng actually had nothing to prepare for. He just went to the classroom and sat down for a while. The classroom booed when he said that the students might have to study this afternoon. Ding Peng even raised his hand. Teacher, can we study for a movie? Fang Zheng remembered the principal's words. Face heavy cannot. Study well. After the meeting, I will definitely give you a class meeting. Today, the atmosphere of learning in our class is good. Many teachers praised you. Keep it. Yan Qingye raised her hand. Mr. Fang. Then will you still come to give us a lesson this afternoon? Fang Zheng HMM'd. The meeting won't last all afternoon. He glanced at the time and stood up. All right. The teacher has gone to a meeting, and the students are safe in the classroom for study hall. You can do it. Leaving the classroom, Fang Zheng tidied up his attire. But the moment he pushed open the door of the conference room on the 5th floor, he saw all the teachers staring at him. The people looked helpless and annoyed, and each of them had a copy of the notice from the Education Bureau in their hands. You teachers are here so early. Fang Zheng found his seat and sat down. When the principal saw Fang Zheng, he smiled and said, Since Mr. Fang is here, let's officially start today's meeting. Midterm exam and art competition in the course of the meeting. The principal began by giving a rundown of the email that came in from the Board of Education this morning. The seriousness of the consequences of the email to Tulip Middle School was emphasized, and the congregation of lead teachers did not say anything. However, His eyes glanced at Fang Zheng from time to time, rather like he had been victimized by his fourth class. The headmistress said, "So things are clear. Class 4 will be treated as the key class of our school in January. After all, if Class 4 fails in the midterm exams in January, we will be in big trouble." She toured the crowd during this period. "I will take some time to personally cooperate with Mr. Fang on the management of Class 4 results. You have anything to say can say. Mainly Mr. Fang. I hope that you as the class teacher of Class 4 can be the seen to show an attitude." The founder HMM'd and put the copy in his hand on the table. "This has already happened, so there's no point in me saying anything. I'm here to promise that after January, I'll lead the fourth class to raise their grade point average by a notch. Or at least do it in a way that won't drag everyone down. That's all." The headmistress smiled. "Good. We are relieved to have Mr. Fang's words, though she said so." The other teachers were full of scoffing faces, as if they didn't believe that what founder said could become reality. After all, the leaders know how bad the class stinks. The headmistress didn't give the others a chance to interrupt, and looked at the forms she had prepared in her hand after this matter. "There are two other things I would like to talk about together. One is that in the morning. After all, the leaders of the school board. We arranged to come up with class averages for the midterm exams for each class in January. The respective scores were 470 for first grade class, 480 for second grade class, 110 for third grade class, 190 for second grade class, and 280 for third grade class." The headmistress lifted her head and looked at Fang Zheng. "Teacher Fang, this grade is the target grade, and the current grade of your fourth class is actually lower than the target grade, so you may have a hard time in the coming month." Fang Zheng thought about it, and just now he had heard that the grades in each subject were sort of a rough estimate of the average score. "No problem. I've made some estimates, that is to say. After January, if the average score of the third grade 4 class can be around 450, it will be considered qualified." The headmistress smiled and nodded. "If Class 4's average really does reach 450 after January, it won't just be a passing grade. It'll be the highest Class 4 has ever recorded in our school." At this point in the conversation, one of the second-year directors just couldn't take it anymore, so he raised his hand. "Principal, can I say a few words? We all know what the grade point average of the fourth grade class was, so I don't think it's very useful for us to let Mr. Fang brag about it here, because there is no way in hell that third grade class 4 will get an average of 450 points. We might as well think about what we're all supposed to do if class 4 fails the test in January." As soon as this teacher spoke, other teachers echoed his words. "Yes, I agree with that, headmaster, and as much as I hate to say it, getting average grades in class 4 is just plain impossible. And if we don't want to be penalized by the Board of Education, then we'll just have to do a little bit of tinkering with the exams." The headmistress frowned. "Small hands and feet. What do you mean?" That teacher said, "That is. Can we circle the questions on the midterm exam paper and have Class 4 do specialized memorization study of the after all? Midterm grades don't play a big role in a person's profile, and doing so won't affect the school or other classes in any way. Special situations should still be treated specially." Once you hear this, many teachers are nodding. After all, once the fourth class failed, the school teachers have to conduct a new examination. A series of processes down the line, quite troublesome. The headmistress hesitantly looked at Fang Zheng. The translation of what this teacher had just said actually meant that the questions on the paper would be told directly to the fourth class, so that they would know the answers in advance. This is a good way to get good grades, but it certainly defeats the purpose for which the school was built. What do you say, Mr. Fang? Founder, I don't think it's necessary. Hearing this, a teacher nodded at the table and spat disdainfully. Mr. Fang, you have to pick the right time to talk big. If Class 4 fails this time, you're not the only ones who will be penalized. The headmistress lifted her hand. Okay, I'll talk to Mr. Fang about this after the meeting. And if the atmosphere in the fourth class is still very poor at the end of the month, I'll consider adopting the plan we just discussed, and I'll move on to the second thing, the art competition. The end of the month next month, the Education Bureau to be held in the city's art contest, when each school will have to come up with 10 pairs of students' paintings to the city for awards. This time the school intends to art contest responsible person to let the third grade Yongzaeoksu. Young teacher to carry out the role. She glanced at the crowd. Do you have any comments? Everyone knew who Yongzaeoksu was, so naturally no one shook their heads. And being the person in charge of the art competition wasn't a good job either. The principal med, in addition. This art competition has a school investor who also wants to participate in the painting process. So the art room may have guests recently. All teachers remember to greet each other when they meet. That's all, if there's nothing else. Adjourn. The meeting did not go smoothly, and even a discerning person would know that the principal must have some kind of relationship with Fang Zheng, or else he could not have spoken to a new teacher so much at the meeting. And because of this, Fang Zheng was once again slammed in the face by the public after the meeting, although he himself did not care. But the female principal appeared to be very worried. Will have also deliberately called Fang Zheng. Asked him again, is Mr. Fang really confident that he can raise the fourth grade that much? Of course. Mr. Fang affirmed, don't worry, principal, my words will not be unsupported. The headmistress had no choice but to believe it good. Then this January will depend on Mr. Fang. Just if the provisional examination before the 4 classes of results did not effectively improve. We'll be on the other program. I understand what the principal means. Don't worry about it. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go back to the office. Well, take your time, Mr. Fang. When Fang Zheng returned to the office, he accidentally found that Yongzaeoksu was also back, sitting at her workstation and flipping through her lesson plans. Only her eyes were inexplicably a bit red. So he asked suspiciously, Mr. Yong, didn't you take the afternoon off? Yongzaeoksu smiled perfunctorily at Fang Zheng. Not quite daring to look at him, got called back by the principal. Said he wouldn't allow me to take a leave of absence, and told me to hurry up and look over the program for the art contest. Conditions for students, that's right. It's been a hard day's work, Mr. Yong. Then I'll go to class first. Fang Zheng went to his desk and picked up the language book and the lesson plan. Yongzaeoksu transferred the documents on the cell phone to the computer, and then printed them out with the printer. If Fang Zheng hadn't left at this moment, he might have seen a familiar name, Zhang Ziyao, in the art competition documents. Yongzaeoksu rubbed her reddened eyes as the noisy hum of the typewriter ended, and the white paper and black letters fell onto the exit tray. She picked up the information and looked it over. And I'm looking at the back of the document, and I'm reading it as I go. The tulip art competition is invested by Chiang's group, and the group's general manager, MS Chiang Ziyao, is the deputy person in charge of the art competition. Supervising the painting scene, Yongzaeoksu frowned. Zhang Ziyao, or the general manager, is the position that high. She opened her computer's webpage and searched for the name Zhang Ziyao, and some photos and news immediately popped up on Baidu. When Yongzaeoksu saw the photo of the woman, she was dumbfounded and thought to herself, oh my God, what kind of immortal face is this? Slide the mouse and zoom in. This mouth, these eyes, this body, these thighs. Yongzaeoksu looked down at herself again, hung her head and resized the photo, referring to the photo. She realized that most of the news describing Zhang Ziyao's nature were elegant, imperial style, high cool, and workplace elite. These specific personal labels couldn't help but make Yongzaeoksu sigh deeply. He said to himself, am I going to be working with this sister for the next 2 months? It doesn't look like it's going to be easy. She sat down on the stool with some fatigue and stared at the doorway that Founder had just walked out of. After thinking about some random things, Yongzaeoksu patted her cheeks as if she was refreshed. Go for it. Go for it. The woman took out her cell phone and carefully followed the phone number on the document to call Zhang Ziyao. And after a series of beeps, the other side finally picked up. Yongzaeoksu smiled. Respectfully, hello. Is this Mr. Jiang? I'm Yongzaeoksu, a teacher at Tulip Middle School. And I see from the school's information that you'll be coming to our school as the person in charge of the art competition to supervise it. Jiang Zi, Yao med yes, it's me. Yongzaeoksu continued to ask hello. I am the main person in charge of this art competition. Please ask you are planning to come to our school on what date? When the time comes, you tell me in advance. I will show you around the school and also about the art competition. If you come, we can also make the next step of communication. Zhang Zi Yao looked like she had already thought about it. Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning I should be there. Yang Zayoksu okay. I'll pick you up at the school gate then. When Fang Zheng went to the classroom, he met a Mediterranean acquaintance on the way, and just now this Director Wang, who is in the same office as himself, was hard in the conference room and did not dare to say a word. Right now, when he encountered Fang Zheng, he straightened his back at once. Director Wang is back in the office. Fang Zheng asked out of politeness. The old man grunted, glanced at Fang Zheng with contempt, and threw down a low sentence. What arrogance to speak out of one's mouth. Then he left at a brisk pace. Fang Zheng looked at this person strangely, thinking, what are you doing here? It's all because of you that things have gotten so serious. When I got to the classroom, the atmosphere in the class was unexpectedly good. Without a teacher, there are not many students in the classroom sleeping and making noise, and most of them are quietly staring with their books. As soon as they saw that Fang Zheng had returned, one by one they lifted their heads and lifted their spirits. Students' atmosphere is good. Will be open. The teacher told you a thing. The Board of Education, because of some circumstances so in January, after the midterm examination in person to our class proctored. The school has asked our class to do well on the midterm exam. The class average should be at least 280. The whole class suddenly awed, as Fang Zheng listened to the public booing. He stood on the podium and lifted his head. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's going on here? Let's listen to the teacher first. Although I haven't been the class teacher for a few days yet, I still know very well the results of our class. Let's just say that in the last mock exam, our average score was 27 points. That's good. Fang Zheng took out a report card from his books and threw it to the students in the first row, signaling that they could pass it around to each other. I've read that 4/5 of the students turned in blank papers. The remaining ones who didn't hand in blank papers were also ghostwritten. But from this, it seems that everyone's potential is still very high. The room for improvement is quite large, so when it comes to this, Yang Yibi, can't listen anymore and raises his hand. Mr. Fang, you don't have to talk nonsense. You just said that the average score of the midterm exam should be 280. What if we can't reach it? Fang Zheng said. If you can't reach it, the whole school teachers will take a new examination, and the school may have to be closed. The consequences are quite serious. Yon Qingga said, isn't it a good thing to suspend class's teacher? Fang Zheng smashed his mouth, and the whole class laughed. He said seriously, I'm warning you, this is not a joke. Although you don't want to go to class, you still want to graduate, right? If classes are suspended, you won't be able to graduate, and your 3 years of schooling will have been in vain. How bad is it? So this time you will be the heroes who save our tulip school. You have to fight for our class. Yu Ji Hong, who was sitting at the entrance, also raised her hand, and her voice was very small and soft. Teacher Fang, that 280 points so high. It is impossible for us to test. You did not give us to strive for. A little lower, otherwise, the target is too big. Everyone will not have the energy to learn again. The congregation was typically in agreement. Yes, teacher, you didn't fight for us. Did you, teacher? The score is too high. Fang Zheng tapped the table with his book. His face stiffened, and the classroom was suddenly quiet. But then he said with a smile on his face, listen to me. I certainly know what kind of level everyone is at. And I know that this score is quite difficult for you. So I'm really applying for you guys. Shang Dongfang laughed from below. So, Mr. Fang, how much do we really need to take the test then? How many points have you lowered for us? Mr. Shang Dongfang asked a very good question when the teacher heard the score at the meeting. He said it was wrong. I said, what's a mere 28 points? I said. What's a measly 280 points? I said. I'll give you 450 points. It's settled for 1 month. He slowed down. All the teachers at the meeting were shocked when they heard that. They were all shocked. The class was silent, and then it was like a thunderstorm. What, teacher? I can't even copy this high if you let me. Crazy, Yan Qingya said. Teacher, are you confused today? 405. Our class were to test 405 awe. You are harming us, Fang Zheng confidently said. How? As your homeroom teacher. I still believe in you. So, I know that this score is a little difficult for you, and learning this kind of thing is really very boring. All right, in a month's time. Let's say we get an average of 4,500 on the exam. I'll take the whole class on a trip, As long as we don't leave the province, we'll go anywhere we want. I'll take you all on a 7-day trip. The class quieted down a bit. Yuji Hong cut a sound not out of the province can go where to play. You might as well treat us to a concert. Recently, the diva actress Liu Yu is coming to our province. Everyone wants to go, yeah. It might as well be a concert. Fang Zheng slapped the table and said boldly. Then at another concert, my treat. Yon Qing'er raised her hand in excitement. Teacher, how about replacing traveling with desert island survival? We will go to the uninhabited island in our province. They say it's fun. Fang Zheng pointed at Yan Qingya. No problem. Desert island survival plus concert. You guys get me to 450. I'll treat the whole class to a few days of fun. Lai Yukon added, Teacher, 1 month is too long. If our class can get to 355 in the mock exam in the middle of this month, why don't you treat us to a meal first? Let us choose the seat. Fang Zheng inhaled a breath of cold air. This group of guys really think that their money is a gale going around. But 405 average score of words are thrown down. Always have to give this group of students to stimulate encouragement. He gritted his teeth. Okay, one last price. Plus a dinner for you guys. That teacher. Stop, end of story. Can you leave some money for the teacher? Otherwise, I won't even be able to drink the northwest wind for a month. Take out your textbook and turn to page 3. Class, the tortoise, and the 1,000-mile horse in this lesson. We're going to talk about the turtle's life expectancy. Fang Zheng took the chalk and dashed down 3 big words on the blackboard. The author, Cao Cao, was born in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Although the tortoise may live, its time will come to an end. The serpent rides in the mist, but it will eventually turn to dust. The old fortune is 1,000 miles away, in the course of the class. In fact, Fang Zheng is also observing the group of students in the class, except for a certain 2 male students who are really not interested. Many male students, including Yang Yibiao and Shang Dongfang, have a good attitude towards the class. The female students are better than the male students, almost know out of focus to do small actions. After all, founder for them to listen to the class is also the blood of the money. There is just one exception. It was a girl with shoulder-length hair, sitting straight up, and extremely good looks, located in the front row of the classroom by the window. When Fang Zheng was lecturing, the girl didn't listen to the lesson at all and kept staring out of the window without knowing what she wanted to write. Fang Zheng looked at her that way, inexplicably thought of Zhang Ziyao, because the 2 people, in addition to different looks, the temperament is almost exactly the same, amazing, high-flying. When he was halfway through his speech about God's Kamehameha, he looked down at the seating chart on the podium, and as expected, the female student even let Fang Zheng guess it correctly. It was the schoolgirl of Tulip High School, Yu Jing, who was mentioned by Mr. Yang Yibiao in the morning. Fang Zheng straightened up. Mr. Yu Jing, what are the last few lines of the phrase? The old weight is lowered. The ambition is in 1,000 miles. When Yu Jing heard Fang Zheng call her name, she stood up elegantly, and almost all of the male and female students in the class looked at this girl in unison, especially Ding Peng. Originally already sleepy look froze a lot of spirit, staring up. Yu Jing stood up and didn't even take the textbook. The sentence at the end is, the martyr's heart in his twilight years. The period of surplus and deficit is not only in heaven, but the blessing of nourishing happiness can be obtained for eternity. Fortunately, even the song is a song to honor the memory. Fang Zheng nodded his head meaningfully. That's good. Then MS, Yu Jing doesn't understand what the meaning of this text is. What kind of emotion is it about? Yu Jing said coldly when Cao Cao wrote these verses. He was mainly expressing the truth that the heart can prevail over the sky, and that although the tortoise lives a long time, there is an end to its life, and that if it is depressed, it is rather not as comfortable as an old, aspiring 1,000-mile horse living a comfortable life. Fang Zheng sighed in his heart. The school bully, although these junior high school knowledge for the present themselves is not profound. But if the Fang Zheng also put into the 15 or 16 years old, at that time, how can I know these truths? Nice, sit down, Yu Jing hem. Just before sitting down, Yu Jing inexplicably said, but although people look down on turtles that have no ambition, who can know what the turtles really think? After listening to this sentence, although Fang Zheng felt that there was something wrong with it, he still went along with it in the classroom indeed, We all have our own aspirations, putting aside the text. Perhaps the tortoise itself wants to live in peace, and in reality, it may not live as comfortably as the 1,000-mile horse. The pupils of Yu Jing's eyes suddenly brightened up a bit and stared at Fang Zheng strangely. However, Fang Zheng immediately returned to the topic after saying, "Just these words you have heard. Don't fly your thoughts so far away during the examination. You should know that the examination is a standard answer, and your grades are only the first thing during the school year. Okay, continue to turn the next page. The ringing of the school bell represents the end of another day's work. And after Fang Zheng's 2 language classes are finished, it happens to be the end of the 4th class. The students of grade 3 class 4 seem to return to the atmosphere of the day. They first came to the classroom, carrying their books and rushing out of the classroom in a noisy manner. Just the exception is still the exception. Yu Jing sat in the window seat, not slow to pack the bag, as if there is no way to integrate with the class atmosphere. When Yang Yi Biao passed by the podium, he asked Fang Zheng curiously, "Mr. Fang, are you going to play boxing together tonight?" "I'll buy you dinner." Fang Zheng glared at him. "Don't forget the bet with the principal. Lately it's better to focus on studying first." "Understand." Yang Yi Biao sighed and shrugged his shoulders. "All right then, I'm off. See you later, teacher." Fang Zheng waved his hand, and Shang Dongfang also said see you tomorrow, Mr. Fang, as he left the classroom. And Fang Zheng similarly waved his hand. Soon the only people left in the classroom were Fang Zheng and Yu Jing, who was about to leave. The girl stood up. Her long bangs matched with her somewhat tall figure. "She's just like Zhang Ziyo." "Fellow student Yu Jing, can the teacher discuss something with you?" Yu Jing stopped in her tracks as she passed the podium and turned her head to Fang Zheng. "Teacher Fang can just say what he has to say." Fang Zheng laughed. "It's like this. Just now I also said in class that in 1 month's time, our 4th class must achieve an average score of 450. And you, student Yu Jing, are the number 1 in our class, so I hope that you can help the teacher in this 1 month. Yu Jing frowned, her refined eyes like she was seriously considering. "How do you want me to help?" Fang Zheng said. "There is no need to take too much trouble. Tomorrow, I will give you a transfer of position, so that you and Yang Yi Biao sit together. You help him with his homework. He is responsible for managing the class. I believe that if it goes well, you can certainly make the 4th class in the examination results this piece of twice the result with half the effort." Yu Jing tugged at the book strap on her shoulder with one hand. "It's okay." Fang Zheng nodded. "Then it's a deal. Go home and be safe on the way." After he finished speaking, he had just taken the teaching materials and headed out of the classroom when he heard Yu Jing suddenly shout, "Mr. Fang!" Mr. Fang turned around. "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" "Ms. Yu Jing." Yu Jing stared at Fang Zheng and said, "Teacher, what you just said in class. If the turtle and turtle, though life really just wants to live a peaceful life, but the people around her are insisting her to accomplish something that 1,000 horse should do. What should the turtle do?" Fang Zheng almost casually said, "Of course it is to be yourself, although the turtle's life is written for people to see. That turtle only cares about what other people think of it." "Teacher, what's wrong?" Yu Jing shook her head. "It's okay. See you again. Mr. Fang, thank you. Okay? See you tomorrow." After Fang Zheng left, Yu Jing took out her cell phone from her pocket and opened the notepad with a series of class schedules. It was a record of where she was going after school: English tutoring, math tutoring, violin class, piano class. The girl closes her eyes, inhales and exhales deeply, and then reluctantly walks out of the classroom to the first place on the schedule. Fang Zheng returned to the office and packed up his things. At this time, the teachers in the office have almost gone. Closed the windows and locked the door. When I came home from school, I was walking out of the school building, and at the vending machine by the side of the road, I accidentally saw Yang Ziyoksu, who was putting in coins to buy water. She tapped her hand on the vending machine, and it looked like the drink she bought got stuck in the vending machine. Founder smiled and walked over to help. At the same time, at the entrance of the school, an Audi slowly stopped. Zhang Zi Yao rolled down the window and saw Fang Zheng walking towards Yang Ziyoksu. The two of them looked at each other with great interest. "So do you like me, Mr. Yang? Do you need any help?" Fang Zheng's voice startled Yang Ziyoksu, seeing Fang Zheng walking towards her. Yang Ziyoksu actually wanted to leave immediately, but in the end, She was so scared that she stood there. Fang Zheng stared at the bottle of iced tea in the vending machine, perfectly tilted and stuck in the dead center of the drop, and kicked it over without any courtesy. The vending machine made a painful framing noise, and the iced tea fell. Yang Xiaoxu said in surprise, "Ah, it's coming out." Fang Zheng took out the iced tea and handed it to Yang Xiaoxu. And the other party whispered her thanks. "Founder, it's okay. See you tomorrow." He had just taken a few steps out when Yang Xiaox, who suddenly thought of something. "Wait, mister. Fang, there's something I need to discuss with you." The woman hurriedly chased after her and said with her head bowed, "Teacher Fang, I looked at the list for this afternoon's art competition. In Class 4's art scores were the best for a mess. Yu Jing, so I'd like her to spare some time to participate in the art competition. Do you think it's possible?" When Fang Zheng heard the girl's name, he said, "MS, Yu Jing, yes. But does the art competition require a lot of extra time?" "I just told her to help Yang Yi Biao with her homework." Yang Xiaoxu made a low hem. "The amount of time taken up after school is actually not much. But it's estimated that it will take up a bit of the lunch break. So if you agree, I'll talk to her about it tomorrow." Fang Zheng nodded and said, "Okay, Teacher Yang can decide for himself." But as soon as he had finished speaking, he saw the Audi parked at the school gate. Inside the car, Zhang Ziao frowned slightly, looking at herself very seriously, her expression very solemn. Yang Xiaoxu looked at Fang Zheng's gaze into the distance and did not retract. Also followed the look, and soon also found the Audi car, as well as the woman in the car. It was only when Yang Xiaoxu stared at the other party's beautiful face that she suddenly felt something familiar, and her whole body stiffened. I remembered, isn't this woman the general manager of Jiang's group, Jiangzi Yo Jiang, who I searched on Baidu this afternoon? However, when I called this afternoon, Mr. Jiang clearly said that she would not come to school until tomorrow. So why did she come this afternoon? Shouldn't I go over and say hello?" Yang Xiaoxu stood there blankly, and after realizing what was on her mind, she hurriedly walked over out of courtesy. But Yang Xiaoxu's walk made Fang Zheng and Zhang Ziao confused. A thought came to both of them at the same time. What does this woman want? What does this woman want? Yang Xiaoxu's footsteps accelerated. Zhang Ziao watched her getting closer and closer to herself. The competition between women is often silent and kills invisibly. Zhang Ziao opened the door of the car, elegantly got out, straight and slender figure, plus that cold and incomparable face, almost just stand outside the car. Let Yang Xiaoxu a little bit beyond the reach. This afternoon, Zhang Ziao just heard the news that the secretary, Mai, broke up with her boyfriend, and originally came to pick up Fang Zheng from work with a curious mind, because she also wanted to see if there were really female teachers, who also went in and out of the school gates with Founder. Isn't it true that a woman would also dare to cut her own corners? Who would have thought that there is such a thing? In Zhang Ziao's eyes, Yang Xiaoxu is not bad looking, and she is a completely different type of girl from herself. Although the other party is inferior to herself in every aspect, she may have some unique attraction to the Founder. When Yang Xiaoxu arrived at Zhang Ziao's side, the former greeted her with an anxious smile. "Yang Xiaoxu is that general manager Jiang. I didn't expect you to come today." Zhang Ziao frowned slightly, also with a perfunctory smile. "What do you mean?" "I came at a bad time today." Yang Xiaoxu waved her hand and shook her head. No, not this meaning. On behalf of the school, to your arrival is very welcome. Just today, this time, the school are out of school. Or I first take you in to visit. Zhang Ziao visit what? Yang Xiaoxu school. At this moment, Fang Zheng also walked over. When Yang Xiaoxu saw Fang Zheng, she even hurried to explain to Zhang Ziao. "Mr. Jiang, this is Mr. Fang from our school. Mr. Fang, this is Mr. Jiang, the person in charge of our art competition." Founder, the person in charge of the art contest. Zhang Ziao frowned even more tightly. Why does it feel so confusing? Then she also seemed to understand something. Staring at Yang Xiaoxu said, "Could you be MS Yang Xiaoxu from the art competition?" Yang Xiaoxu, She did not understand what happened. "Yes. You are not Mr. Jiang." Fang Zheng was puzzled. "Why do you two still know each other?" Yang Xiaoxu stared wide-eyed. Eeped and looked at Fang Zheng. "What do we know?" "Mr. Jiang is the person in charge of the art competition." "Does Mr. Fang know Mr. Jiang before?" Founder said bluntly. She's my girlfriend. Of course I know her. The two women froze at the same time. Yang Zheoxu froze in surprise plus inability to comprehend, while Jiang Zi, Yao froze in confusion. Confused that Fang Zheng had so simply stated the identities of the two of them. Doesn't he have a thing for this teacher? Not the same as Mai and her boyfriend. Yang Zheoxu's eyes widened and her pupils shrunk. She covered her mouth and looked at Jiang Zi. Yao dumbfounded. What? Premier Jiang is Mr. Fang's girlfriend. Jiang Zi, Yao pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, I'm his girlfriend. So then what are you here for today? Come to pick up Founder from work. Yang Zheoxu's face turned red and her mind went blank. She was so scared that she took 2 steps back and hurriedly nodded to Jiang Ziyao. Sorry for the misunderstanding. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I'll see Mr. Jiang tomorrow, and Mr. Fang tomorrow. At this moment, Yang Zheoxu actually does not know what she is talking about. The huge amount of information and excitement just want to let her leave this place. Because if she stayed any longer, she didn't know what else she would be ashamed of. Jiang Zi, Yao, and Fang Zheng looked at Yang Zheoxu's back as if she was running away. And Fang Zheng inexplicably laughed. What's going on here? What's going on? Why are you in charge of the art contest? Jiang Zi, Yao wrapped her arms around her chest and stared at Yang Zheoxu. She didn't hear what Fang Zheng was saying. She was just thinking. She didn't hear what Fang Zheng was saying, but was just thinking. Why are you running? And the reason, the woman said in a slightly hesitant manner. Fang Zheng, what is your relationship with this teacher called Yang Zheoxu? Colleagues, what else could it be? Jiang Ziyao looked at Fang Zheng. Besides the co-worker relationship. The founder spread his hands. No more. What else can there be, Yua? Looks like I was overthinking it. Get in the car. There's something I want to talk to you about. It's important. What's so serious? Can't we talk now? Jiang Zi, Yao looked at Fang Zheng as he opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Now is fine. Let me ask you, do you like me? Fang Zheng just wanted to start the car. But his fingers froze and he was full of questions. Jiang Zi, Yao let out a long breath, then walked around the front of the car and opened the door, sitting in the passenger seat. She turned her head and stared at Fang Zheng. I think I kind of like you, Fang Zheng. So I want to ask, do you like me? The terrifying Jiang Zi, Yao, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and the air was heavy. Fang Zheng's expression went from stupefied to puzzled, and then, after realizing something, he said very quickly, Like it, Jiang Zi Yao, founder. Jiang Zi Yao's eyebrows twitched, but quickly recovered too fake. Think before you speak. Don't rush, I'll give you a few minutes. Fang Zheng first followed by an O. In the cab sit straight body. Eyes forward, pretend to think. Jiang Zi Yao had been staring at Fang Zheng's side face in scrutiny. The school's security guard seemed puzzled as to why Mr. Fang's car hadn't left yet. But after all, school had already ended, so the metal gate slowly closed. It took half a minute of clicking and clacking before the whole environment quieted down. Time passed 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, during which Jiang Zi Yao did not move and Fang Zheng was not in a hurry. When he felt that it was almost time, he repeated, I still like it. How can a woman like you not be liked by a man? Jiang Zi Yao's brow frowned a little. It still didn't feel right. She closed her eyes and let out a long, soft breath. Something doesn't feel right. Fang Zheng could also see it and turned to ask her, What's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly confessing to me? Jiang Zi Yao's legs were together with her knees facing the direction of the founder. Give me your hand. The founder did as he was told and reached out. And then, Jiang Zi Yao took the initiative to hold Fang Zheng's hand. The man's hand was much bigger than Jiang Zi Yao's, and after gripping it tightly, she felt that it wasn't enough, and then crossed her fingers with Fang Zheng. That's when he stared at him. Say it again, I like you. Do you like me? The founder was blunt, I like you. Jiang Zi Yao was silent for a moment, and then asked suspiciously, Should this be what it feels like to be in love? Founder finds it very interesting. I don't know. But what do you think it should feel like to be in love? Jiang Zi Yao sat upright again and leaned against the passenger seat. Her mind seemed quite heavy. She was really thinking about it. I'm not sure, but maybe it's just me. Let's go home first. When we get home, I want to talk to you about the two of us talking about love. Fang Zheng had an odd expression and thought to himself that this creature, women, was really strange enough. Okay, but honey, can you let go of my hand first? I need to drive. Zhang Ziao looked down at the hands they were holding together. Fingers clasped on the small platform between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. It's an automatic. One hand doesn't bother you when you drive. Just hold it for now. I want to try and be more intimate with you today. Go home, the founder laughed first, followed by a quick hem. Justified, that's fine, big deal. I'll drive slowly. The Audi started slowly, and started slowly. After all, it is a one-handed driver and left-handed, although the straight line does not affect. But when turning the corner, Fang Zheng still cannot help but feel a little bit uncomfortable. But look at Zhang Ziao. Staring out of the window, silent, hands did not let go of the intention. Fang Zheng can even feel her holding his hand seems to use a little force from time to time. Afraid of his own breakaway. What's gotten into this woman this afternoon? Or is this what happens to girls when they have their period? It's unpredictable, it's a whim. The two returned to the small district. Downstairs Zhang Ziao did not have the intention to eat. Fang Zheng only had to buy some simple dumplings night snacks packaged, except for the time when the founder got off the bus. The two hands were loosened, and then they held each other the whole time they went upstairs after shopping. I closed the door to my room and tried to take my jacket off with one hand, but it was unrealistic. Yo, we're home. Why don't we let go of our hands first? Zhang Ziao pursed her lips and thought hesitantly. Okay, then you can change your clothes first. I'll wait for you on the bed. Founder, where to? To the bed? It's only 7 o'clock, and you're not here for that. Zhang Ziao let go of her hand and glared at Fang Zheng. What are you thinking, even if I hadn't come? I wouldn't have given myself to you now. So you should just come. He was more and more curious about what was wrong with this woman today. Zhang Ziao went to the restroom to wash her face, and then went to the bedroom without hesitation. Fang Zheng was still taking off his shoes when he heard the sound of curtains being pulled in the bedroom. The man gulped, after changing into slippers and washing my face. I went to the bedroom and saw through the door that the bedroom was pink, and that the days were actually quite long in the summer. Just after the curtains are closed, the day is no longer long. The darkness of the bedroom. The bed turned on the pink-colored table lamp. Zhang Ziao had already changed into her pajamas and was sitting on the bed. Her long, smooth, slightly curly hair fell over her shoulders, and her loose nightgown revealed a large expanse of skin at the nape of her neck, and a portion of her shapely shoulders. Zhang Ziao was holding a mirror at the moment, staring furtively at the beautiful face in the mirror. In the whole room, it seemed that, apart from the woman, only the little tiger doll in the middle of the bed was normal. But soon it seemed that it too was going to be abnormal, because of this marvelous and suspenseful night. Fang Zheng held his breath. This scene made him feel a bit scared, slightly frightened. Yubari, are you hungry? Why don't we have some dinner first? Zhang Ziao heard Fang Zheng's voice and med. Didn't you buy dumplings? Bring it in. We'll eat it in the bedroom. The bedroom. Are you going to eat on the bed? Zhang Ziao nodded. A small blank. It will be fine. It'll be fine. You bought the house, you said, so you don't mind. Then I'll get the food. Fang Zheng walked to the bright and spacious living room, inhaled deeply, and after getting the dumplings he had just bought downstairs, he formally stepped into the dark and claustrophobic room, putting the dumplings on the small blanket that Zhang Ziao had prepared long ago. Fang Zheng sat on the bed. Zhang Ziao urged, Don't you want to take off your clothes? How can I get on the bed with my clothes on? Fang Zheng smiled but didn't smile and moved the corner of his mouth. He felt that he was like a fish on the chopping board, and he would immediately be skinned and pulled out by this horrible woman. If Zhang Ziao hadn't come to visit his relatives today, he wouldn't have been so scared. After all, how can a woman be more roguish than a man? I don't feel right about the situation. Just hold her down. But the most annoying thing is that she has come to the relatives' Otherwise, Mr. Fong would not be so restless. I finished undressing, changed into my pajamas, and burrowed into my own nest. Zhang Ziao suddenly said, Come into my quilt. I'll warm it up for you. Fang Zheng frowned slightly and said word for word, Thank you, but no need, Yui Yao. It's not winter either. Are you coming in? Enter. I'll go in if you say so. Fang Zheng decisively pushed his own quilt to the edge of the bed, and then drilled into Zhang Ziao's quilt. This is also the first time Fang Zheng ran into a woman's nest. In fact, there is not much warmth at most. Jiangzi Yao's body is warm, fragrant, so it seems to be very let a person longing for. The two of them leaned closely together. And Jiangzi Yao smiled in relief as she moved the small blanket with both hands a little closer to Fang Zheng's lap as well. Open up and buy dinner downstairs. Jiangzi Yao's tone became very light. There shouldn't be any mistake. I really want to be closer to you in my heart, even though the quilt is the most private place for me. I don't have any disgusting feeling after you came in, so it seems that I do like you a little bit. I don't like stories without endings thanks to the generous love of Generalissimo Chiang. Mr. Fang is honored and terrified. Jiangzi Yao glanced at him. Don't be poor. After that she stared at the slightly steaming dumplings and smiled in fact. I never thought I would really like a man, since I was a kid, from school to graduation. I have seen a lot of couples, and a lot of people have described to me the feeling of talking about love. But I really don't have the kind of idea that they said that I want to be close to a person all the time. I've always felt that no one can stay away from anyone. Jiangzi Yao lifted her head and looked at Fang Zheng. You made me feel that way. And speaking of which, I have Mai to thank for reminding me this afternoon. Founder Mai, that cute little secretary of yours. Did something happen between you two today? Jiangzi Yao looked at Fang Zheng suspiciously. It's cute. No, you're not cute. No, you're not cute. You keep talking. Jiangzi Yao relaxed. All in all, to put it simply, it means that when I'm with you, my heart is very happy, and if we break up in the future, I'll probably be very sad. So I don't want to break up. Fang Zheng. Fang Zheng frowned. Does Mr. Jiang mean that we're going to become a real couple from now on? But isn't that what you meant when you held my arm in the park last time? Jiangzi Yao frowned similarly. Did I mean that last time? The woman smiled afterward. Maybe, but I certainly didn't start liking you today. In fact, I resisted liking you a bit because I always thought you weren't a good person. Founder gave a hearty laugh. The man's body was stunned for a moment as Jiangzi Yao took Fang Zheng's hand of her own accord and interlocked her fingers. Needless to say, there are times when Jiangzi Yao has a knack for picking up on a man's mood. So when I asked you this afternoon if you liked me, I was actually trying to see what kind of feeling I had in my heart after you said you liked me. The founder nodded his head. I see, not satisfied. Jiangzi Yao med, I'm not satisfied. It doesn't feel right. It's not the kind of feeling I want. As long as you say you like me, I'll totally want to rely on you. That kind of feeling. There's still a kind of distance between the two of us. I know that means you admit that you like me, but you also admit that you don't like me completely. So when I say I like you, you just don't feel anything, although it's like a tongue twister, but I kind of get it. Fang Zheng's so-called understanding was in fact a perfunctory remark. He had actually thoroughly understood what Jiangzi Yao's words meant. To put it simply, this woman has admitted that she likes her, but in Jiangzi Yao's mind, she doesn't fully believe that she will only be good to her. And that's why she's so scared to speak tonight, repeatedly repeating the words like herself. Her heart is worrying and afraid. Jiangzi Yao smiled and said, just as long as you understand, even though I don't like you that much right now. I don't want you to have contact with other women. So I'm going to want to take your girlfriend position first. These remarks were more in line with Fang Zheng's thoughts, and it seemed that he had thought correctly. I see, okay, take it. It's yours anyway. Jiangzi Yao appeared very happy. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a dumpling looking at Fang Zheng. Open your mouth. After feeding the dumplings to the man. Jiangzi Yao said, starting tomorrow, I'll be supervising the students participating in the Tulip Middle School Art Contest as the assistant director of the contest. And you'll be seeing a lot of me around the school. Fang Zheng chewed on the dumplings and asked, then what about your company's business? You are usually busy like this, and then come to school. Is not everything delayed? When Jiangzi Yao heard this, she looked very sad according to my original plan. I wanted to take some time off after solving the project at hand. But recently I caught up with the company's promotional season and couldn't spare any time. So I had to be busy and take advantage of the art competition to go to school for a day or two to rest. Jiangzi Yao fed one to Fang Zheng and then ate one herself. Fang Zheng said, so you went to our school as a responsible person just to be lazy. Jiangzi Yao glanced at Fang Zheng, meaning that she had to make her words so clear. She said, mainly I still want to see you. Lately it's just inexplicable that I want to spend more time with you. And after I become the person in charge of the art competition. You can come to the art room at noon, and the two of us can have lunch together. Fang Zheng leaned on the bed. Chairman Jiang has been very direct in his words lately, without that kind of convoluted feeling before. Jiang Zi, Yao thought the dumplings tasted good and ate another one, because you know what's on my mind. I'm going to say it straight, and this time I've been in contact with you has made it clear to me that I can't beat you. But don't get too cocky. She also clipped a dumpling fed to Fang Zheng, a threatening meaning because I know what you are thinking. As your official girlfriend, I warn you, talk to other women to have a sense of propriety. The party is casual about this. I've always been very measured, Jiangzi. I thought of that Yang Zayoksu during the day, but then smiled. That's good. She gathered up her late-night snack and put it on the table, and put her laptop, which she had prepared long ago. On both of their laps, no more food. Let's watch a movie. I haven't finished that one from yesterday. Fang Zheng said, Are you sure you still want to watch that movie yesterday? The plot was very brain-dead. Jiang Zi, Yao looked like she had completely ignored Fang Zheng's remark. I've read it. I have to finish it. I don't like stories with no ending. Opening last night's video. He redirected the progress bar back to where Jiang Ziyao remembered seeing it. Fang Zheng let out a long breath. Then I will sacrifice my life to accompany Mr. Jiang. Jiang Ziyao stared at Fang Zheng with wide eyes and threw down a gentle, I won't treat you badly. After saying that, she took the initiative to lean her head on Fang Zheng's shoulder, and her right hand was still interlocked with Fang Zheng's left hand again. The screen reflected a colorful and shaking light, and the light reflected on their faces. Do I smell really good? Jiang Ziyao asked. Founder looked at the screen and replied, Well, it really smells good. The scent of jasmine. Then for the time being you are allowed to sleep in the same nest as Jasmine tonight, and then sleep separately tomorrow night. But you are not allowed to hug me during the night. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist doing something strange. You call that not treating me badly. It's called punishment. Jiang Zi. Yao smiled and said, I want to have a slow and steady love, so that I can only love you wholeheartedly. I will not feel safe if it develops too fast, so you will suffer a little. Fang Zheng clutched Jiang Zi, Yao's hand, and slowed down his tone. Jiang is still a woman after all, who made you look good. I reluctantly agreed, Jiang Zi. Yao, thank you. Sheet 64, Mr. Yang and my boyfriend are in the same office. Tonight, Jiang Ziyao had a dream. In the dream, her dead father is holding her childhood self in the park. And Jiang Zi, Yao can't hear what her father is saying, but in her dreams she could feel her heart was happy. Waking up from a dream, the woman called out Dad in a daze, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Zheng beside her staring at herself in confusion. What did you just call me? Fang Zheng asked with a smile. Jiang Ziyao frowned, first wondering why she was in Fang Zheng's nest. Then she remembered what happened last night. It seems that he and I are really boyfriend and girlfriend. And this is not his nest, it is my own nest, just a dream, not a call. Jiang Zi. Yao slowly sat up, her long hair falling down her shoulders, some mischievous strands of hair still sticking to the corners of Jiang Ziyao's mouth. She looked out the window. What time is it? Am I up late? Fang Zheng tried to retrieve his left arm, but the result was that even though his body had been strengthened 10 times by the system, the blood did not circulate, and that left arm was as good as useless, not moving at all. Fang Zheng said, 6:40, it's a bit later than you usually get up. Jiang Zi. I'll glance back at Fang Zheng in confusion. 6:40, then you woke up quite early today. As soon as the words were finished, the woman's eyes unintentionally glanced at Fang Zheng's left arm, which was reddened by her own pillow all night, and inexplicably laughed out loud. So that's how I woke up. Fang Zheng laid his body flat and sighed softly. Next time don't pillow my arm if you don't let me hug you. I didn't sleep well all night. Jiang Zi. Yao slowly helped massage Fang Zheng's left arm with her hand, her fingers gently rubbing the reddened spot on the pillow a few times. Really? But I see that you seem to be enjoying it. Any better? Fang Zheng felt the strength of Jiang Ziyao's fingers. It's getting better. It's quite comfortable to be rubbed around by your hand. The woman froze for a moment, then quickly withdrew her fingers. If she wasn't careful, she would be a little taken advantage of by this man's mouth. She got off the bed and told Fang to turn her back for a while, saying that she had to change her clothes. Fang Zheng didn't mean to listen at all, just that his eyes weren't on Jiang Zi, Yao either, as he was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Zi, Yao, are you not going to the office today? Are you going directly to our school? Jiangzi. Yao put on a shirt. Trousers. Today she is with a more loose slimming clothes. After all, it is to go to school, and in the workplace dress is still not the same. Jiangzi, Yao said directly to your school. The company side I will go over in the afternoon. Why is there something? Fang Zheng looked towards her natural water snake waist. Once he looked at it, it was hard to move his eyeballs away. It was too eye-catching. And what do you say about your relationship with me? In school, Jiangzi. Yao tied up her hair with a small leather band and prepared to wash up. She looked back at Fang Zheng, who was still lying on the bed. It's best if the two of us pretend we don't know each other. Or I'm afraid the company will think too much when they hear some of the comments. Then you still told Yang Zayok yesterday that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiangzi, Yao laughed. You said it first. It has nothing to do with me. But I will remind her not to talk nonsense to other people today. You get up quickly, go to school first. I will wait for an hour before I go. I will visit you first then. Well, get on the bed. Fang Zheng got up much faster than Zhang Ziyao, put on his clothes, went to the restroom, washed his hair and face, and went to the refrigerator and took 2 slices of bread. Then went downstairs in a hurry. When the man finished this series of operations, Zhang Ziyao was still sitting in front of the dressing table, drawing her eyebrows. It was only after Fang Zheng left that Zhang Ziyao's eyebrows slowly dropped, her soft gaze becoming quite wary at this moment. WWKN, stare at your beautiful self in the mirror. The corner of his mouth suddenly lifted up, thinking about certain hidden dangers around Fang Zheng. He still had to solve them earlier, riding the little electric donkey to the school. It was another familiar process of charging the broken electric bike and saying hello to certain familiar teachers on the way. When I arrived at the office, the Mediterranean director Wang, who was still looking at me the same way today, and Yang Zayoksu, who had arrived at the office the same way earlier, were still in the office, since the first class was Founder's class. He packed up his lesson plan and went straight to the class. The atmosphere in the class is good, with the benefits of yesterday's Founder. The enthusiasm of the students to learn, compared to the previous, that is completely a heaven and earth. Before the class ended, he transferred Yu Jing and Yang Yibiao to the same table. This sudden operation has made a certain male comrade named Ding Peng envious. When the bell rang and Fang Zheng returned to the office, Zhang Ziyao was led into the school by the principal. The 2 women first went to the principal's office and chatted about something before the principal came to the 3rd grade office with Zhang Ziyao to see MS. Yang Zayoksu, the person in charge of the art competition, for a business transition. The 2 women chatted and walked side by side to the door of the 3rd floor office, where the principal made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Jiang, this is our teacher Yang Zayoksu's office. Let me show you around. As soon as Zhang Ziyao and the principal walked in, Yang Zayoksu, Fang Zheng, and Director Wang of Mediterranean Sea all stood up. The principal spoke one by one out of courtesy. Mr. Jiang, this is our 3rd grade head teacher. Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Fang, and this is the person in charge of this art competition. MS Yang Zayoksu, after all. Fang Zheng's relationship with the principal of Jiangzi was well known. So when he introduced Fang Zheng, the middle-aged woman could not help but smile meaningfully. Zhang Ziyao, on the other hand, did not have any expression on her face, but just nodded at Fang Zheng, pretending as if she didn't know him. Hello, Mr. Fang. Fang Zheng also simply replied, Hello, Mr. Jiang. But just because he's like this doesn't mean that the others are like this too, especially the director of instruction, Mr. Wang, who is much more enthusiastic than Fang Zheng. The middle-aged man also happened to hear yesterday that the deputy person in charge of this art competition was actually the general manager of the Chiang's group, and he made a special effort this morning to clean up the few hairs left on his head. At the moment, she even took the initiative to walk over to shake hands with Zhang Ziyao. Mr. Chiang, I've heard a lot about you. I'm the 3rd grade head teacher, Wang Beichuan. I'm very glad that you'll be able to participate in our school's education in the next 2 months. Zhang Ziyao smiled at him perfunctorily, and Wang Beichuan smiled even more, thinking that this grand president was actually so young and good-looking. Just the principal could see that Zhang Ziyao didn't want to shake hands with Wang Beichuan, and quickly said, Director Wang, I have something to talk to you about later. so you can go to my office and wait for a while first. Wang Bachuan heard the headmaster speak, awkwardly retracted his hand. Him, that's fine, principal. I'll go over first. Mr. Jiang Yu and Mr. Yang handover. When there are any problems at any time, ask me on the line. Jiang Zi. Eo smiled skinlessly. Okay, thank you, Director Wang. After Wang Bachuan left, Yang Zheoxu also took the initiative to go over. Fang Zheng sat down and watched the three women pull some nothing. 3 words, 2 sentences are polite. Headmistress Mr. Jiang. MS Yang Zheoxu also has some research on art and painting, with her working with you on our school's artwork. I believe that our school will be able to achieve a good result in the city competition. Jiang Zi. Yao took the initiative to shake hands with Yang Zheoxu, who had a look of indescribable nervousness and uncertainty on her face. Jiang Zi. Yao, hello. Mr. Yang. We were too hasty to meet last night, but when I look at you closely today, you are really beautiful. Yang Zheoxu let out an ah and said nervously, Really, Mr. Jiang is too kind. Compared to you, I'm nothing. The headmistress gave a surprised sigh when she heard this. Did the 2 of you meet yesterday? That's great. Well, I still have some things to do in my office, so why don't you 2 talk first? Mr. Yang. Mr. Jiang. Zhao Zhu, treat Mr. Jiang well. Okay. Yang Zheoxu remembered the embarrassing meeting yesterday, and when she thought that such a beautiful woman was actually Fang Zheng's girlfriend, she felt even more ashamed. Okay, principal, you take care, Jiang Zi. Yao also said, Take care, principal. After the principal left the office, only Jiang Zi, Yao, Yang Zheoxu and Fang Zheng remained coldly. Jiang Zi, Yao's first words were, So Mr. Yang and my boyfriend are in the same office. The sudden change of tournament director this. Ah, yes. Jiang Ziyao had been observing Yang Zheoxu's reaction from the beginning. Found her he is sometimes big-headed at home. He may cause you some trouble. Don't take it to heart. Yang Zheoxu waved her hand. She always felt that this woman's words were invariably like pressure on her own head. After all, a woman facing Jiang Ziyao is inherently a bit weak. No. Mr. Fang is very nice. Many of our colleagues like to work with Mr. Fang. Really, that's good. Mr. Yang, you wait for me. Jiang Zi. Yao walked to Fang Zheng's side with unhurried steps. Fang was still staring at the lesson plan when he felt a fragrant breeze drifting over. He said, What do you want to tell me? Mr. Jiang, Jiang Zi. Yao looked at Fang Zheng wistfully. Her tone became very soft, very small. Almost only the slightest movement of her mouth could be seen. Are you pretending to be stupid? Or are you deliberately not telling me? The founder looked puzzled. What? Jiang Zi. Yao pursed her lips and quietly pinched Fang Zheng's shoulder with her hand, causing Fang Zheng to suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. Why is this woman crazy in the morning? What's wrong with this? Huh? What? Jiang Zi. Yao looked at Fang Zheng threateningly. Come find me in the art room at noon. I'll bring you lunch after that. Jiang Ziyao returned to Yang Zheoxu's side with a smile on her face. But in Yang Zheoxu's eyes, the smile was not a slight one. It was even a bit scary. Teacher Yang, it's my first time at your school today. Why don't you familiarize me with the environment of Tulip Middle School first? Thank you for your hard work. Yang Zheoxu HMM'd, no hard work. So let me take the key to the art room on my way. And together we'll go over some of the requirements of the art room for you as well later. Good. Yang Zheoxu went back to her own workstation to get the key. In the middle of the process, she actually didn't want to look at Fang Zheng. But the more she didn't want to, the more her eyes stole a glance at Fang Zheng in a very disobedient way. This simple glance was easily seen by Jiang Ziyao, who reconfirmed her thoughts. After taking the keys, the 2 women walked out of the office. The first 20 minutes after Yang Zheoxu and the 2 of them left the building went smoothly. And Jiang Zi, Yao didn't say anything strange in the middle of it. She was listening to Yang Zhu introducing the school cafeteria, the playground, and some interesting student habits and special sports equipment in Tulip High School. After leading Jiang Ziyao around for a while, the 2 of them returned to the art room on the first floor of the school building. Up to 20 minutes of introduction, so that Yang Zheoxu's heart also temporarily relaxed some of their own feelings towards Fang Zheng. This Jiang should not be found. It's okay. Use the key to open the door to the art room. Mr. Jiang, this is our school's art room. Because usually this place is not much use. So basically our closed state. after the art competition began. This place will be open all day. Students can come at any time. Jiangzi, Yao nodded her head and entered the studio, realizing that this school studio was not too small, with 40 to 50 spots for drawing boards. Moreover, the school should have already taken care of the hygiene of the studio. There is no dusty smell when you enter. The drawing boards and papers are all newly bought, and the floor is clean as well. Yongzaeoksu from now on. This is the place where I work with you. Oh, there is also an office on the first floor that the principal of the school has specially vacated for you. And you can go to the office to sit for a while when you are tired. So I will take you there to have a look now. Jiangzi, Yao came to a drawing board where some unknown students had left their drawings. Take a break here first. I'm a little tired from all the shopping. Yongzaeoksu, who didn't understand what Jiangzi, Yao meant by this, and even found it strange that office is just a few steps away from here. It's not far. I'll accompany you to take a rest there. Jiangzi, Yao's eyes staring at the drawing board, suddenly looked at Yongzaeok, who standing beside her, smiling at the corner of her mouth. Teacher Yang, I like to speak frankly. Do you know why I want to come to this school to be the person in charge? Yongzaeoksu, in fact, the first thought that popped into her head was that she should come to see Fang Zheng. But Yongzaeoksu, who did not dare to say that. I can see that Mr. Chiang cares a lot about education, and participating in the art competition should be good for your company as well. Jiangzi, Yao lightly let out a long breath. Not going to interrupt her by beating around the bush. I'm here for Fang Zheng. Recently, the company has a lot of things to do. I don't have much time to spend with him, so I purposely came to spend more time with Fang Zheng in the name of the art competition. Yongzaeoksu's palms were inexplicably sweaty, and she laughed awkwardly. Is that so? It's understandable. After all, Mr. Fang is your boyfriend. Does MS. Yang have a boyfriend? This, not yet. You're so pretty. Why don't you get one? Yongzaeoksu gripped the key in her hand vigorously. I haven't met anyone I like yet. Mr. Chiang, why don't I accompany you to the office on the first floor? Jiangzi Yao stood up straight and stared at Yongzaeoksu without hiding. Haven't you met yet? What do you think of my family, Fang Zheng? What? Yongzaeoksu's face immediately red. She is really to this woman feel weak. Obviously they did not do anything, but is unconsciously weak. He stammered, don't joke. Mr. Chiang, how could I like Mr. Fang? And isn't he in love with you right now? Jiangzi Yao, and why are you so nervous? I didn't. I just was. Mr. Yang is not very good at lying. Jiangzi Yao slowly sat down in front of a drawing board. In fact, Fang Zheng is a very strange person. Women seem to have no immunity to him. Even I am not an exception. But after all, this is a matter of first come, first served. Don't you think so? Yongzaeoksu lowered her head. Her fingers clenched too tightly because of the keys. Joints are a little white. Yes, Jiangzi. How do you two always have lunch together at school? In fact, Yongzaeoksu didn't want to tell the truth. But at this moment, she was so obsessed that she replied, Yes, so he told you about me. Yes, Jiangzi. Yao looked at Yongzaeoksu. So what do you think? Are you planning to quit? Or are you planning to? Yongzaeoksu, who suddenly lifted her head and looked at Jiangzi Yao with reddened eyes. I didn't mean that. I do like Mr. Fang, but I have no intention of stealing him from you, as far as I'm concerned. He's fine. Jiangzi, Yao's hand touching the paintbrush suddenly stops, because the woman realizes something from Yongzaeoksu's words. This woman doesn't look like she just met the founder. Yongzaeoksu was already in a hurry and didn't know what to say. I didn't. In short, Jiang, I have no intention of destroying your relationship with Mr. Fang. She closed her eyes and heaved a long breath to be honest. I recently also, because of this matter, has been in trouble. Because I cannot force myself not to like Mr. Fang, but I will never take the initiative to destroy your feelings these 2 days. I have applied for the opportunity to study abroad. Jiangzi, Yao looked at Yongzaeoksu. Abroad, a month of studying, and I want to clear my head. She smiled. Yongzaeoksu said today to hand over business to you. But I actually have to go home in the afternoon to pack their bags. By the time Mr. Fang will be the main person in charge of the art competition. The 2 months you two will work together. She looked at Jiangzi. Yao, sincerely I do wish you both well. And I do wish you all the best. And I hope you can trust me. Jiangzi, Yao stood up and the two women, who were slightly different in height, looked at each other. If Jiang Zi, still held a hint of hostility before, now that she saw Yang Zayoksu's eyes, she relaxed quite a bit, because she knows that the other person is not lying. Jiang Ziao walked over to Yang Zayoksu and held out her hand. I just apologize to you for my bad language. Can we be friends with Mr. Yang? If we look at men the same way, I'm sure you and I will hit it off in other areas as well. Yang Zayoksu froze, then smiled and also shook hands with Jiang Ziao's initiative. Sure, Yang Zayoksu laughed, but I haven't slowed down until now. The general manager of Jiang's group is actually Mr. Fang's girlfriend. You're so good looking. Mr. Fang, he's really something. Jiang Zi sighed with a smile and said, More than great. I can't deal with this man. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to talk to Mr. Yang about the situation of Fang Zheng. As a girl, friend, at least you have to be able to control him in the best way possible. You and he are not just recently met, right? I went to middle school with him. Yang Zayoksu's honesty makes Jiang Zi completely let down her last line of defense. I'm sure it's true. She smiles. Teacher Yang is a very cute person. Afterwards, Jiang Zi talked to Yang Zayoksu about women's issues, and the two of them became friends at first sight. A few hours later, while Fang Zheng was in his office, he received a message from Yang Zayoksu. Mr. Fang, I have to go abroad for a month. The school has granted me a long vacation, and I've applied to the principal for you to be the person in charge of the art competition. So I hope you and Mr. Jiang will work hard to get our school good grades. Good luck. Fang Zheng stared at the message on his cell phone with a blank face. Huh? What's going on? Why are you suddenly leaving the country? He wanted to call Yang Zayoksu and ask her what was going on. As a result, after Yang Zayoksu's text message, Jiang Ziao also sent a message along with it. Come to the art room. I have something to tell you. A horse of 1,000 horses and a bull inside the principal's office on the top floor of the school building. The third grade head teacher, Director Wang, is standing there like a grandson. Just looking at the other person's eyes made me too scared to say a word. He has been standing here since he was called by the principal from his office 2 hours ago. And the principal just came back to the office a few minutes ago. The headmistress smiled and said, Mr. Wang, I've just come back from a busy day. Why don't you sit down? Wang Bachuan laughed a laugh. It's good to stand. It's good to stand. Principal, you sit. The headmistress took a piece of information and sat on the chair. Director Wang. Some things I think I don't have to say very clearly. Our school, because it is a private school, so some of the system is not perfect compared to public schools. But at least in terms of wages, our school gives you the treatment of the old teachers is still good. Wang Bachuan nodded. Yes, 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 the principal is right. The consequences of this video incident are quite serious. Given that you are a veteran teacher, since the early days of the establishment of the school, has been in the school diligently. I will not say anything else. I only hope that Director Wang in the future to behave themselves. Do not magnify the personal preconceptions, so that because of a small conflict, the reputation of our school are ruined. Wang Bachuan still nodded. Yes, 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 what the principal said. The headmistress handed the information in her hand to Wang Bachuan, and the man hesitantly took it. The headmistress said, as for your personal grudge with Mr. Fang, I, as an observer, very sincerely advise you to make good relations with Mr. Fang. Do not aggravate the conflict. I still have something to do. You go back first. Wang Bachuan finally said a polite words, just intended to leave the office. The headmistress also said with a grim face, Be careful. If the same thing happens again, the school will not be so easy to deal with. The moment he closed the door of the colonel's office, Wang Bachuan turned pale, rubbed his legs that were numb from standing, and hurriedly opened the document that the colonel had just handed to him. That document is a proof of school technology documents. Documents clearly written. This time the school reported video release of the phone model, as well as the network IP address, is exactly the same as Wang Bachuan's own. The middle-aged man's forehead sprang out in sweat. He was so scared that he looked at the corridor to see that there was no one else, and hurriedly put away the documents, wiping the sweat. The edge back to the third floor of the large office. There is no one else in the office. Yang Zayoksu and Fang Zheng, and the physical education teacher surnamed Pan, are not there. Wang Bachuan in the office, staring at the computer screen. Recalling just the female principal, reprimanded his face. The more he thought about, the more difficult to sit still. And finally came up with an idea. No, I have to hurry to find a next. The principal knows that video is I sent. The future is designated to give me small shoes. The director of the teaching position is not guaranteed even if. In case the future founder became the director of the teaching riding on my head, then my old face is completely lost. But where to go? This is not a good time to do so. Wang Buchuan thought about it, and finally he suddenly thought of someone. Mr. Zhang Ziyao, who came to the office this morning. Wang Buchuan turned on his computer and searched for Zhang Ziyao's name on Baidu. Shortly after, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled, because the information displayed on Baidu was exactly what she thought it would be. Mr. Chiang is very concerned about education and public resources, so he has sponsored a number of school education donations. She especially respects teachers, and the news said that Mr. Chiang once recruited an excellent young teacher who wanted to join the education industry, and now he seems to be the manager of a small department in Chiang's group. Wang Buchuan nodded his head. At this moment in his heart there is a kind of 1,000-mile horse often, but not often bow feeling. Tulip High School does not understand its own teaching philosophy, but Dr. Chiang may not necessarily not understand it. Having set a goal in mind, and seeing that class was about to end, I planned to go to the first floor to try my luck and see how Mr. Chiang was treating himself. The teaching building of Tulip Middle School has a total of 2 staircases in the east and west. After receiving the text message from Zhang Ziyao, Fang Zheng came down the east staircase without any haste, and after arriving at the first floor, he saw from a distance that the doorway of the art room was open. He quickened his pace to get over there, and judging by the exclamation mark on the text message he'd just sent, Zhang Zi, I guess she was in a bit of a hurry, but when he reached the door of the art room, he suddenly saw an old acquaintance coming down the stairs from the west. Director Wang Beichuan Wang. The founder fought with him, and both stood in the corridor in a daze. Fang Zheng was puzzled. Director Wang Buchuan was also puzzled. Mr. Fang, you are not in the office. Why did you come to the first floor? Fang Zheng thought for a moment and replied perfunctorily, I just went out for a trip. I'm not just going back to the teaching building and stopping by the first floor to go to the restroom. Are you coming here? Wang Buchuan swallowed his saliva, but he looked a bit hasty. I'm here to see how Mr. Yang is doing with the art competition, but you're busy enough. Mr. Fang, going out every day for one thing or another. You've got more on your plate than I do. Fang Zheng laughed. After all, I just came to the school not long ago. Things are more. Oh, don't you want to go to the art room? Director Wang, please, when he made a gesture of invitation. Wang Buchuan ignored Fang Zheng, straightened his clothes, and walked into the art room. Mr. Fang looked at this good man. Director Wang, with a smiling curiosity. I thought to myself, this old baldy is usually lazy at school. But why is he so interested in the art contest today? It's a bit tricky, but ask Chiangzi. Later. In the art room, Zhang Ziyao had already brought down the prepared lunch from the car. She found a free window seat, set up the lunchbox, and just waited for Fang Zheng to come over. It's just that the people are here. But it doesn't seem to be the founder who's here. Zhang Ziyao heard the footsteps, turned around and realized that it was Director Wang, who was in the same office with Fang Zheng, and stood up with disbelief. Director Wang, why are you here? Wang Buchuan was all smiles when he saw Zhang Ziyao. He hurriedly walked over to her and shook her hand. Mr. Zhang, I didn't have time to greet you because I was in a hurry at the office. I came to see how things are progressing between you and Mr. Yang. How's it going with Mr. Yang? Zhang Ziyao looked towards the doorway and realized that Fang Zheng was poking out half of his body to look at himself. And the man even pointed his finger at Director Wang, which Zhang Ziyao immediately understood. She could only perfunctorily shake hands with the other party and smiled. It went quite well. Mr. Yang introduced the school to me pretty much. Wang Buchuan was happy, really. Then, where is Mr. Yang? She had to go home first. Wang Buchuan felt that the opportunity to express himself has come. Hey, that Mr. Yang is really something. I'm still young. I didn't know your status and neglected to take care of you. I've really slowed you down. He looked over to the boxed lunch that Zhang Ziyao had prepared on the table and intentionally said, Why is Mr. Jiang having lunch here? Aren't you going to the office? I remember the principal arranged an office for you. Why don't I lead you there, after all? Jiangzi, Yao has been in the business world for many years, so she knew that this man must be interested in her. Otherwise, who would come to her at this time? No need to bother Director Wang. You've come to find me at this time now. You have something to say, right? Wang Bachuan waved his hand. No. I'm delaying your meal. I just came to see how the art competition is going. Jiangzi, Yao frowned when she saw that he had no intention of leaving Director Wang. Can just say what he has to say. We are all friends. When the middle-aged man heard the word friend, his eyes immediately lit up. Friend. Mr. Jiang really said this to my heart. The visitor is a guest. Our friends, I do have something I want to ask you. Jealousy Jiangzi, Yao HMM met and found a new table. Sit down and talk. Wang Bachuan said thank you, and he rubbed his hands humbly. Jiang Total, I also do not talk to you polite. Your company under your leadership these years, the results we all see in the eyes. I Wang Mu to you, that is quite respect. Has been to your ideas as my forward momentum. So in my personal terms, is very much want to work with you. Jiangzi, Yao stared at the man's coy expression and guessed what was going on. You want to work with me means you want to come to our company. Wang Bachuan smiled and nodded. As expected of Mr. Chiang. You guessed some of the words before I finished speaking. No? Why? Did Director Wang encounter any personal difficulties? Or is the treatment you received from Tulip Middle School not quite satisfactory? Wang Bachuan said, yes, is encountered some difficulties, of course, mainly or just said. I really want to follow you to work together. I have been the director of instruction for many years. The ability to manage people is not modest. I still have a skill, Jiangzi. Yao laughed. Yes. Director Wang can be in this position is certainly a certain ability inside. So, today this time is not right. You leave me a phone, first go to dinner. This matter I will think about it. Mr. Wang took the name card from Jiangzi Yao and said, Sure. Then, Mr. Chiang, would you be able to disclose to me first? What are the chances of us working together? The two stood up and Jiangzi Yao replied, I still appreciate teacher talents. Especially talents like you. Director Wang, I'll take a look at the vacant positions in the company when I have time. And if you really want to come, I think the chances of cooperation are still very high. Wang Bachuan nodded. Okay, I've heard before that Mr. Jiang loves talent, and I'm relieved to have your words, if you're willing to recruit me. You can rest assured that my work efficiency will never let you down. Then you can think about it, and I'll send you a resume when I have time. No problem. Director Wang, take your time. Wang Bachuan waved his hand at Jiangzi Yao and then left. Walking down the corridor, he bumped into Fang Zheng again. After all, Fang Zheng has the golden finger of Bat Echo. As long as he wants to listen, even if he hides in the toilet, the words in the art room can be heard clearly. Fang Zheng laughed, Director Wang going back. Wang Bachuan stood straight with his eyes, with the words of Jiangzi. Yo, just now. His bottom line was unconsciously a bit fuller. Humming, going to eat. Teacher Fang is quite slow in going to the toilet. Big no, it's kind of fast. The middle-aged man covered his mouth in disgust and tried to stay as far away from Fang Zheng as possible. He hurriedly walked to the outside of the teaching building, and while walking, he also said in a broken voice, there is such a teacher who has no cover for his mouth. And such a student. Tulip Middle School will be ruined by you sooner or later. After the middle-aged man left, Fang Zheng walked into the art room and closed the door. Is this old man trying to jump ship? If he doesn't want to work as a good director, he has to make things difficult for himself. Jiangzi, Yao resumed her seat by the window and replied carelessly. There are people like that everywhere, not just at your school. When I used to visit a lot of units, there were a lot of them like him, sneaking up on me and trying to take the opportunity to grab a chance that would improve their quality of life. She gently opened a few boxed lunches. The food inside looked both good-looking and tasty. It was the pairing that Secretary Mai Mai had specially made today, and it was definitely pulling out all the stops in terms of taste and nutrition. Jiangzi, he'll come over for dinner. Don't mind him. Fang Zheng HMM, med, and sat opposite Jiangzi Yao. The woman used her chopsticks to give Fang Zheng a few pieces of beef to put in his boxed lunch. Fang Zheng said, but what you just said to Wang Beichuan could easily mislead him. Right. Make it look like you really intend to recruit him. Jiangzi, Yao gave Fang Zheng a blank look. Isn't it all because of you? I just saw it when I was in the office. Since he's not on good terms with you, there's nothing polite about it for me. You're my boyfriend. I'm naturally inclined towards you. Fang Zheng instantly understood what Jiangzi Yao meant and sucked in a breath of cold air. This woman seems to be planning to wait for Wang Bachuan to leave the job to rely on her, but also incidentally find a reason, such as the company is not short of people and so on. Do not want Wang Bachuan in this way. Mr. Wang is like giving away his own life. In the process, Jiangzi Yao was just a mouthful. Scary woman. Jiangzi Yao stared at Fang Zheng. Why are you looking at me like that? Make me look like a bad guy. Don't change the subject. I didn't call you here to talk about this man. I want to talk to you about Yang Zeoksu. Yang Zeoksu? Oh yes. I was going to ask why a mess. Yang suddenly took a leave of absence to go abroad. Didn't she take you to school this morning? Jiangzi Yao put a piece of broccoli into her mouth and chewed it slowly, swallowing it before answering the question. Mr. Yang likes you. Do you know that? Fang Zheng just picked up the chopsticks and his hand froze. This should I know, Jiangzi. Yao let out a long breath. I knew you saw it coming. What did you think? Fang Zheng took a few bites of the dish. Shaking his head, he said, I don't have any idea. Don't I have you now? You are enough, he gently added. Jealous, Jiangzi. Yao grunted with a smile, with one hand on the table. Supporting his head, he stared carefully at the way Fang Zheng was eating. Kind of. Although I know that you are very appealing to women. But seeing other women interested in you, it's still weird, founder. Do you think I should be nicer to you in general? Fang Zheng ate 2 bites of food and asked with a smile why. Are you afraid that I'll be taken away by someone else? Looks like I'm still very important to a mess. Chiang. He held a piece of roasted meat to Jiangzi Yao's mouth. But Jiangzi Yao did not open her mouth immediately. Her gaze suddenly became very solemn, and there was an emotion in her eyes that could be seen with the naked eye. You know you mean a lot to me, and you still won't tell me, she said, word for word. I'm warning you. I won't allow you to dally with other women. Fang Zheng stayed there, staring at Jiangzi Yao's eyes filled with murderous rage. He wanted to say that he didn't have an ambiguous relationship with Yang Xiaoxu, but she looked like she was really mad at him. But Jiangzi Yao looked like she was really angry. Me? Not even a little. Don't forget what we said last night. I'm jealous now. I'll pay more attention to. I'll try not to let other women like me. When Jiangzi Yao heard this, she suddenly bared her teeth and slowly opened her mouth to bite into the roasted meat Fang Zheng had given her. The woman covered her mouth with her hand over her cheeks as she slowly savored the roast. Her boyfriend was feeding her. Aren't we going to see your friend Zaya along tonight? Let's go see a movie on the way. Ah line. Jiangzi Yao picked up her chopsticks again and gave Fang Zheng a piece as well. Open your mouth. This barbecue meat was specially sent by my Mai in the morning. I think it's not bad. Try it. Fang Zheng chewed the meat slowly in his mouth. This woman, she's gotten a little scary. Is it because you're on your period? Or is it because you're in love with yourself? Jiangzi Yao again pinched a section of vegetables into Fang Zheng's boxed lunch. Try this again. I had it specially made for you as well. Fang Zheng sweated. Thank you, Yui Yao. This celery stir-fry is a celery flavor. Yum, yum, yum. What's all this nonsense, by the way? Did Mr. Yang tell you? You'll be in charge of the art competition for the next 2 months. Strange Yu Jing, I know that. But she only sent me a message. Did she give you the list of people for the art competition before she left the country? Jiangzi Yao med and took out her cell phone to send a file over to Fang Zheng. Jiangzi Yao also took out a piece of paper towel from her bag and handed it to Fang Zheng, thinking that he could wipe his hands so that he wouldn't get oil on his cell phone. The founder was a little surprised by this small amount of care. Thank you, Jiangzi Yao. Let's see. I took a look at the list for the contest. There are a total of 40 or so students, and it seems that each class in each grade is allowed to sign up 1 or 2. After Fang Zheng finished wiping his hands, he opened his cell phone screen and took a few glances at the list of names for the art competition. Finally, fixing his eyes on Yu Jing from the 4th class of the 3rd grade, Jiangzi Yao said, these students should officially come to the art studio for painting starting tomorrow, with 2 hours of painting time every day, and after the work is completed, just send the work to the city before next month. Fang Zheng nodded his head. I see. Each class will be notified by the homeroom teacher. Right? Then I'll go find Yu Jing in our class this afternoon and talk to her. After saying that, Fang Zheng continued to clip the food and ate it, almost casually mentioning, in other words, how long will it take for Mr. Yang to study abroad? It won't be too long, right? After waiting for a few moments, he heard that Zhang Ziyao didn't answer and looked at her curiously, only to find the woman staring at herself coldly again. Fang Zheng swallowed his saliva and explained, I'm not thinking about the English class. She left so suddenly. I, as the class teacher, must be concerned. Don't think too much. Zhang Ziyao said, I'll be back in a month. It won't take long. Fang Zheng hurriedly smiled. That's how it is. Eat, eat, eat. Pay attention to safety on the road when you go back to the company in the afternoon. Zhang Ziyao, well, I won't be picking you up this afternoon. After all, I have to meet that security chief in the evening. And I'll have to change my clothes when I get home. Good. After lunch, Zhang Ziyao drove away from Tulip Middle School. Fang Zheng returned to the office in the afternoon. That morning, obviously still not much energy. Bokyuan Wang, director. Fro suddenly straightened the waist plate, as if he had a backer. He did things and spoke with a backbone. And Fang Zheng only wanted to laugh when he saw it, in the afternoon. There was no class for Fang Zheng, so he couldn't spare any time for class. He took advantage of the class to go directly to Yu Jing. Just when he passed by the window of the third grade class 4, Founder saw an interesting scene in the classroom. The elegant Yu Jing is reading the same book as her new classmate Yang Yibio, the former carefully explaining the knowledge in the textbook to the other, while the latter is covering her head with both hands, wanting to learn but not wanting to. He looked like the Monkey King hearing the longevity monk's spell. His face was worse than death, and Ding Peng, who talks to Yu Jing every day, leaned over today as usual, sitting with his half-ass on Yang Yibio's desk, holding in his hand the class notes that Yang Yibio borrowed from Yon Xiong'a. He had a smile on his face. I say, Yibio, even if you've changed sex, you shouldn't be so direct. Can you read this notebook? Can you read this notebook? You're still pretending to study so hard after class. Can't you give my house a break? Hearing this, Yu Jing glanced at Ding Peng in disgust. Who is your Jing Jing? Ding Peng, let me tell you. Don't bother me. I really don't have time for you. I still have to give a lecture to the class monitor. Yang Yibio looked at Ding Peng. Did you hear that? MS, Yu Jing said. Don't bother her. She's busy. Ding Peng is very rude to everyone in the class, except for Yu Jing, whom he likes, but he can't find any temper. Hey Jing Jing, it's the end of the school day. You and Yang Yibio, you two don't have to do it. Yang Yibio glared at Ding Peng and said, What do you know? Give me back my notes. Get out of here. Don't interfere with my studies with Yu Jing. I'm going to be in the top 15 of my class this month. Don't bother us. When Ding Peng heard that the two of them were still serious, he was so angry that he casually threw his class notes onto the table. Hey, I'm really convinced. When did our class become such a coward? Which teacher isn't afraid of us now? Since that guy Fang Zheng came here, the others are obedient. That's all. Even our famous Captain Yang has been subdued by that guy. If this continues, how can we live in the future? Yang Yibio glanced back at Ding Peng, who was acting strangely, cut a sound and scolded brain problem, then continued to read the textbook with Yu Jing. Yu Jing, don't worry about that Ding guy. You continue to talk, but you'd better talk slower. I still don't quite understand the last question. Yu Jing looked at Yang Yibio. A sound. Just now she in fact the whole process in the observation of Yang Yibio. Because in Yu Jing's impression, Yang Yibio, head of class with Ding Peng, is the same as the 4 class of the famous mischievous students. His mother is the principal. How many teachers cannot control him? But the teacher Fang come. The situation has all changed. Yang Yibio has become obedient, and the atmosphere of the whole class is very different from before. These scenes that she had never thought of before were now coming true one by one, which really surprised Yu Jing, and even filled her with interest and curiosity in the person of the other teacher. Outside the classroom, Fang Zheng overheard the conversation between several people in the classroom. He walked to the classroom door and knocked. Yu Jing, come out for a moment. The teacher has something to tell you. Yu Jing, who was still talking to Yang Yibio, heard Fang Zheng's voice and replied, Then hurriedly stood up and walked out of the classroom. Squad leader, I'm going out for a while. I'll talk to you about this question later. Oh, okay. Outside the corridor on the 3rd floor. Fang Zheng briefly told Yu Jing about the art competition. Yu Jing stood there demurely, listening carefully. Fellow student Yu Jing, this art competition will be of great help to your personal development. If you can win the prize in this art competition, the school will also arrange specialized benefits for you. How about considering joining? Yu Jing's eyes lit up for a moment when she heard about the art competition. But then she thought about her extracurricular tutorials and became very worried. Mr. Fang, I can participate in this art competition. But, well, I can participate. The founder was confused. Why does this girl talk so strangely? Laugh, that's fine. Then the teacher will give you enrollment. From tomorrow onwards. You need to go to the studio every morning from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the creation of the teacher. We'll provide you with some relevant works as a reference. There are any difficulties you can also tell me in time. Yu Jing let out a long breath. His small body felt as if he was carrying hundreds of boulders. Okay, Mr. Fong, founder patted her shoulder. See you in the drawing room tomorrow morning then. Goodbye. Mr. Fong, looking at Yu Jing's back as she returned to the classroom. Fang Zheng suddenly had a feeling that the other party was very tired. But he couldn't say where it came from, and just when the party was talking. The eagle's eye also quietly opened, and did not notice Yu Jing's body with Shang Dongfang similar abnormalities. Bat Echo Moore did not hear what unfavorable words. What's going on here? Is Ding Peng's harassment of a mess? Yu Jing very tiring. How did our boss get here? Well, it seems that this matter should be resolved in a hurry to solve the solution. Students' early love is not terrible, but by liking the name of the old to find female classmates on the trouble is very annoying. Nothing special happened all afternoon. If you want to say, it is because Yang Ziox, who suddenly went abroad to study. Fang Zheng only had to special go to the principal. Applied for a substitute teacher of English class recently. The rest of the time it was quiet, after school. Fang Zheng left the school building and received a phone call from Xiao Long before he got to the motorcycle shed. He was very excited when he got through. Hey, Qing, have you gotten off work yet? I see your students have finished school. Fang Zheng said as he walked. You called quite fast. Just got off work and called me. You came to our school. Xiao Long laughed. Ah, I'm at the school gate, waving at you. See me? Fang Zheng looked back to the entrance of the school and saw that the big and thick Xiao Long was crowding in the pile of people after school, smiling and waving his arms at himself. Masa, where is this? Founder hangs up his cell phone and walks over. The two met at the door. Founder, you get off work so early. Xiao Long patted his chest and said, Hey, the place where we are dry is a big company, and we don't need to work overtime. Let's find a place, right? I'll take you for a ride in my new car. His dejected thumb pointed to a Hennessy parked near the school's entrance. The car should have landed in the 100. 0 or so, although not expensive. But I can see that this guy is still living a very profitable life. Yes, Xiao Long, you've bought the car. Let's go then. Where's your girlfriend? Didn't you say the night before last that you'd bring your family to the party today? Xiao Long smiled and sighed, don't mention it. We just broke up yesterday. We're single again. Didn't you say you had a girlfriend? Where's your sister-in-law? Let me see what she looks like. Your sister-in-law should have just gotten off work now. Let's find a place first, and I'll have her come to us directly. So sister-in-law is not a teacher. I thought she was a female teacher. Okay then, let's go first. I heard about a particularly good barbecue stall 2 days ago, in a small street in the city. They say the barbecue meat is delicious. The two of them got into the car and chatted about the food and the events of the past 2 days. Xiao Long didn't know how they suddenly got to Zhang Ziao. Brother Zheng, there is something I have to tell you. The day before yesterday, I'm sure you've got it right. But originally we were talking about Mr. Jiang. Didn't you see that pretty girl sitting in the Porsche the other day? She said she wouldn't deduct my money. But I don't know what happened yesterday morning, as soon as I walked in the door. I was told that I would be penalized as an absentee. Deducted my whole $800. Pissed me off really. You say this, bitch. Fang Zheng staggered his tongue. I warn you to speak properly and don't scold people. Be civilized. If you say that again, just deduct it. You are also an absentee. Xiao Long sighed and said, It's not like that. You know, I just think that this kind of creature like a woman is a typical one who thinks out of the box. She's just like the girl Rand I broke up with yesterday. He turned his head and looked at Fang Zheng. Brother Zheng, does sister-in-law usually listen to you? It's okay. Mostly obedient. Except for certain special times. Xiao Long laughed. Then it seems that sister-in-law is not a good person to deal with. But it's true. A woman who can hold Brother Zheng's hand must have some skills. Heh. You'll know it when you see it. It'll be a surprise. Qing is blowing it out of proportion. I'm still surprised. How pretty must she be? After half an hour's journey, Xiao Long led Fang Zheng through the city and came to a snack street that was a bit remote from the city center. The barbecue stand, that he called the best, is at the end of the street, and it's packed with people. After arriving at the place, Fang Zheng wanted to find a more spacious place, but it turned out that there were really too many people. It's good to have an empty table, but I'll have to give it up to MS Chiang later. Xiao Long sat down in front of the table graciously and ordered the dishes one by one. Come 10 skewers of mutton, 10 skewers of pork, 2 cashews, 1 leek, 1 enoki mushroom, 1 and 2 cases of beer. The founder asked, do you still drink while driving? Don't you have a chauffeur? What are you worried about? Let's have a drink tonight, after ordering. Fang Zheng was asked to order a few more. Fang Zheng thought that Xiao Long had ordered more, so he casually paid for some more meat skewers when the boss got the order. He said it would be ready in 10 minutes or so. Xiao Long then reminded him, Brother Zheng, when is your wife coming? If you're late, the skewers won't be good anymore. Fang Zheng looked at the time. Soon, I'll ask her. Taking out his cell phone, he sent a message to Zhong Ziyao, asking her how much longer it would take. Zhong Ziyao replied back, 10 minutes, almost there. Fang Zheng promoted his head and looked at Xiao Long. It's coming in 10 minutes, just in time. Xiao Long nodded okay. Sister-in-law is also a smart person. Zheng brother, you say like today we like to eat a kebabs even if it is to improve life. Right? If we were to ask President Jiang of our company, what do you think she would eat tonight? Lobster or a ballon? Founder chuckled. I'm guessing kebabs too. Also kebabs? Ha ha ha. No way. What kind of guy is he? How can he eat like us? But Qing is telling the truth. Our MS, Jiang is a famous beauty in our city. Except for her temperament, she's beautiful and loves talent. If you really have a bad day as a teacher, come to us at Jiang's group. Jiang guarantees to give you an official position for my sake. No less than a brother. Xiao Long was bragging with Fang Zheng when his eyes were suddenly attracted by an Audi on the street. After all, he was the head of security at Zhang Ziyao's company, so he instantly thought that the Audi looked a bit familiar. Xiao Long straightened up and squinted at the street. How does this look like Mr. Chiang's car? The Audi on the street stopped. Zhang Ziyao went home and changed into a casual dress. Now she got down from the car. Searching for Fang Zheng's figure on the roadside, Xiao Long suddenly scrunched his neck. A holy shit sound came out of his mouth. Seeing that he suddenly became like a turtle with a shrunken head, Fang Zheng laughed and asked, What's wrong with this? Such a big reaction. Xiao Long covered his mouth with his hand and said, Mr. Jiang, she's on the side of the road. But I can't let her see me. I'm telling you, I'm actually sneaking out tonight. She's right there on the side of the road. But I can't let her see me, I'm telling you. I actually snuck out tonight. Don't make a sound, Founder laughed. Didn't you say you were off duty? Xiao Long's voice was obviously like a mosquito humming. But he still had a backbone getting off work. My ass, I'm bragging. No security guard gets off so early. We don't get off until 8 o'clock. What time is it now? Oh, my God, she's coming. Oh, my God, Qing, get me out of the way. Zhang Ziyao followed Fang Zhengfeng's directions to the roadside stand where the two of them were. And when she came out of the company just now, she made a point of checking to see if the head of her company's security was there. After all, it wasn't even the end of the workday yet. The result of a look at this guy really is not in. A question of other people are not leave. So the whole half of their own staff, in order to eat with their boyfriends, but also absented themselves from work. I saw Fang Zheng and Xiao Long at the barbecue stand from afar, and my face was in a bad mood, so I walked over to them in a huff. The moment she left, Xiao Long was even more scared. Cold sweat, strong body shrinking in the opposite side of the square, covering his face, muttering under his breath. It's over, Chingo Chingo, I think she saw me. She's coming. She's coming. I'll give my sister-in-law a spin. Captain Long is still hiding. Are you off duty? Although the security chief doesn't have to work shifts. He won't get off so early, right, Jiangzi? Eo did not hesitate at all and came straight to Fang Zheng and Xiao Long. Xiao Long swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In this case, he could only rush to apologize and beg for forgiveness, put down the hand that blocked his face, and stood up with a scowl. The 5'8" muscular man looked like a newborn chick in front of the 6'9" Jiang Ziyo. With an apologetic smile, Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence. How did you come to such a place, Jiang Zi? Eo sneaked a glance at Fang Zheng, who was still sitting there. Fang Zheng coughed and continued to watch the movie without poking at it at all. The woman put her arms around her chest and scrutinized Xiao Long. Don't worry about what I am here for. The miners' incident the day before yesterday is not over yet. Right? You just gave me the truancy review yesterday morning. And then you're absent again in less than a day. Is it because you don't want to work anymore? Xiao Long lowered his head, opened his mouth, wanting to speak. I'm not Mr. Jiang. It's not that my brother just came back from his military service and had to ask me to come over for a meal, and I would have liked to take a leave of absence. But brotherly love can't be delayed for a moment. Mr. Jiang, can you understand that? Jiang Zi. Yao's gaze was murderous. Did your brother just come back from the army? Is this the brother? She looked at Fang Zheng, who glanced at Jiang Ziyo and casually said hello. Mr. Chiang, why don't you sit down and eat with us? Jiang Ziyao's eyebrows twitched, and she pursed her lips, almost unable to hold back a laugh at Fang Zheng's behavior. Xiao Long held his two hands in front of his body, and when he heard Founder's sentence, cold sweat broke out in fear. He thought to himself, Ching, please don't make things worse for me. Let's get rid of Mr. Chiang so we can have a good meal, or else I'll be trained like a grandson. How can we eat this meal? Xiao Long smiled and said, Jiang Total, my friend Mouth, without cover you do not care. That I am wrong, I admit the mistake. Tomorrow I will write you a review, but you do not deduct my wages. And then deducted this month really not much. When Jiangzi, Yao saw the owner of the barbecue store carrying 2 cases of beer over. She suddenly thought of an idea. I see that writing a review does not work well for Captain Long. Since you are out for a drink, and you still need so much, then give me a few bottles of spin. Spin a few bottles and forget about it. Huh? Xiao Long looked at Fang Zheng. Spin a few, beer, after a year of being the head of security. Xiao Long has never heard of Mr. Jiang punishing his employees in this way, but he is good at drinking, and immediately followed the steps down. That's fine, Mr. Jiang. You quickly say the number. I'll do it. Jiang Zi. Eo took a small bench from outside the table and sat down. Let's start with 5 bottles. 5 bottles, okay, but you have to keep your word. Mr. Chiang. Xiao Long was also very generous. Without much consideration, he bent down to open a box of beer, took out 5 bottles and opened the caps. Swallowing his saliva, he said, I'll spin it then. Mr. Chiang, your word counts. Jiang Zi, Yao HMM. Med as if watching a good show. Spin it, I'm watching, as soon as the words came out of his mouth. Xiao Long raised a bottle of beer and started to gulp it down. And the bottle of beer went down the drain, not to mention Fang Zheng. The other customers at the barbecue stand cheered when they saw Xiao Long's drinking style. The applause somehow gave Zai Long the ambition to blow a second bottle. The boss came over with the skewers and said, Big brother, you have a lot of food. He stood there and looked at Xiao Long for a while. Then he went back to the grill to continue his work. 2 bottles down, in fact, the man drunk is not drunk, just panicked. Hiccups, however. Xiao Long rubbed his stomach. But he was still going to continue to pick up the 3rd bottle, wanting to take a mouthful of it. Mr. Chiang, 2 bottles. Founder thinks it's almost time. He stopped Xiao Long and pressed his hand. All right, it's almost meaningless. Xiao. Let Xiao Long eat something first. Eat before drinking. Jiang Zi. Yao glanced at Fang Zheng. Her tone became soft and she nodded, as you wish. Captain Long, sit down and eat. Xiao Long froze. At this moment he actually wondered for a moment if he was drunk, or if his ears had heard wrongly and his eyes had seen wrongly. Why didn't Mr. Chiang sound right just now? It felt so much softer. What, Ching? What did you call our Mr. Chiang? Fang Zheng picked up a skewer of barbecue meat and handed it to Jiang Ziyo. The woman took it and moved the bench under her ass a little closer to Fang Zheng. Founder, no. You heard wrong. I said the sunset is beautiful. After saying that, Fang Zheng pushed a plate of roasted meat in front of Jiang Ziyo, who smiled and said, You too can just eat it. It's a bit oily. I'll just taste it. And help me order something to drink. What'll it be? Regular drinks are fine. Fang Zheng greeted the boss. First asked if there was any hot food. After confirming that there was no hot food, he only asked for a bottle of nutritional fast food, and could only let Jiang Ziyo drink some. It's just that as Zio Long looks at this harmonious scene, something is getting wrong in his heart. Why did he feel that Mr. Jiang and Fang Zheng seemed to know each other, and their relationship was not ordinary? After all, these few words are very telling. Scratching my head, no, what's going on? Mr. Chiang, you and Mr. Zheng, you too. Fang Zheng and Jiang Ziyo both laughed at the same time, the former holding Jiang Ziyo's slender and beautiful hand with a big smile. This little gesture almost made Zio Long unable to breathe. He felt like he was going blind. The expression on the man's face at this moment was really more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Pupils dilated, mouth open. This, Fang Zheng said, still don't see it. She's the one you've always wanted to meet. My girlfriend Jiang Ziyo. Call her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I'm Cow. Jiang Ziyo catered to the atmosphere and said, Call me sister-in-law, and I won't count you as absentee today. Ziyo Long froze for 4 or 5 seconds before he slowed down. But his brain was still as numb as if he had gone numb. One hand pressed on his head. His whole body tilted back. And then suddenly he grinned out. Cow, Mr. Chiang, are you? You're Ching's girlfriend. My God, I thought. Why would someone of your status come to this kind of place to eat? So that's what happened. He realized what was going on and hurriedly shouted, Sister-in-law, hello sister-in-law. After saying this, he felt that it was still not painful, and directly stood up in this case. I have to give another spin to Mr. Jiang. No, I have to give another spin to you. Sister-in-law, Mr. Fang said, Don't you think you can hold on? It's okay. Zio Long stretched out his hand in a blocking gesture. No, 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 this must be drunk. I can't slow down if I don't drink it. I'm done. He stuttered another bottle down. 3 bottles of alcohol is finally let sigh. Long have some feeling. Sat down. He still cannot believe. Even surprised with doubt staring at the front of the 2 people holding hands together. Then he suddenly covered his forehead and laughed. Jiang Ziyo looked dumbfounded. Captain Long, what's wrong with you this? Fang Zheng also wondered. Drinking stupid. This is not Ching. I can't accept it. Even Mr. Chiang has been taken down by you, Mr. Chiang of our company. You're a real straight shooter, and that's how it's done. Ha ha ha. Mr. Chiang is your girlfriend. Then she's my sister-in-law with this kind of relationship. I'll be able to get along in the logistics department. I'll be able to walk in circles. Chiang Ziyo breathes a sigh of relief. She thought something had happened. Fang Zheng also relaxed, opened the beer, and poured it into a glass. I can't care about your company's affairs. You have to ask your sister-in-law what she said. Zio Long sat upright and looked at Jiang Ziyo. Sister-in-law, Jiang Ziyo laughed. For the sake of your sister-in-law, do a good job in the company. And if you don't get absenteeism for anything anymore, I can consider giving you and your security bud is a raise in salary. Zio Long laughed and slapped his knee, hurriedly filling up his wine glass. It's done. Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, Brother Zheng, with your words. I won't be absentee anymore. I will definitely work hard in the company. I toast to you. The 3 men each filled their drinks and clinked their glasses together. The men drank it all in one go, and Jiang Ziyo took a token sip. You're a real piece of shit afterwards. The 3 of them ate kebabs and drank beer. Zio Long always smiled at Jiang Ziyo and Fang Zheng. The man never imagined that one day he would be able to sit with his top boss and eat outdoor barbecue. And in this capacity, he couldn't help but give Fang Zheng a thumbs up. Ching, no, I don't think so. You're really something. I'm convinced. I tell you, when I was a child in my mother's womb, a fortune teller pointed at my mother's stomach and said that this child will definitely meet a nobleman in the future. I didn't believe him. He took a skewer of meat and gritted his teeth. I really believe it now, and I'm convinced. I'm not convinced by anyone. You even managed to pick up our general manager, Jiang. I'm convinced by you. Jiang Ziyo bit a piece of barbecue meat in her mouth, slowly chewing. if not because of the relationship with Fang Zheng. She is afraid that this life will not come to this kind of small place to eat barbecue. But the flavor and the atmosphere is still good. Of course, mainly because of the founder. Fang Zheng looked at his shaky look. Okay, chatting too much bullshit you. The name of general manager I cannot afford. Eat. Good. Then I'll call you Ching from now on. Zai Oolong was 1,000 times more curious about Fang Zheng's relationship with Zhang Ziyo. But a lot of things had happened in the middle of the journey, from the fake couple to the current situation. So naturally he couldn't explain them all to Zai Oolong one by one. I had to move the old one out, and I met him on the street. And I added we chat, and I got on well. After hearing this, Ziyo Long felt that this Zheng brother of his was even more awesome. 3 people have been eating dinner for more than an hour. Ziyo Long is like to come to the mood. A bottle of beer to the stomach. Drink to the last 2 cases of his own are not enough. I added another box and was dragged to the car by the chauffeur and the founder. Unconscious, after sending Ziyo Long away, Zhang Ziyao and Fang Zheng went to see another movie according to their plan during the day. Maybe it's because of bad luck. It seems that there are no good romance movies on the shelves lately. All of them were clit D, twisted and bitter dramas, but Zhang Ziyao was happy with them, and she felt more comfortable leaning on Fang Zheng's shoulder and squinting than watching a movie. Women don't go to the theater just for movies. They don't want to get drunk. After the movie, we drove home and, as was the custom, the tiger doll served as a dividing line between the two, preventing the founder from crossing the line at night. But tonight, when Fang Zheng returned to his bedroom after a bath, he found that the little tiger had retired honorably and had completely become a decorative object next to the bedside bookcase. Fang Zheng also smiled and asked the woman, "Little tiger is not working today." Zhang Zi Yao looked at Fang Zheng and didn't say anything. Although there is still 1 bed and 2 blankets, after the lights are turned off, the atmosphere feels even more ambiguous than last night. Founder Zi Yao, is the little tiger taking a vacation or calling it quits today? It's not going to retire straight away. Is it? Chiang Zi Yao lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Should be retired. That's how we'll sleep from now on. We don't need that little tiger. Bring the arm over here. Fang Zheng recalled the misery of his arm this morning, especially after glancing at the quilt that separated the two of them, and appeared to be very reluctant to do so. We're not even in the same nest anymore. Why are you still resting on my arm? Why don't we just go to bed and stop fussing about this? It's already late, Yui. Zhang Ziyao turned her head and stared at Fang Zheng with a threatening look on her face. Even in the darkness of the room, the man could still feel the murderous aura in the other's eyes, so he just had to delegate and give his arm again. However, not being under the same blanket, it was really awkward, and Zhang Ziyao also felt uncomfortable resting on Fang Zheng's arm. After wrangling for a while, he rolled over and turned his back to the founder. Zhang Ziyao said, "Forget it. Not difficult for you. Sleep. Just don't forget what I told you during the day today." The founder felt the woman move her head away from his arm. "During the day, you still jealous." Silence. It was followed by a soft hymn, and she didn't want to lie. "But after a day's observation, I realized that you really don't have that kind of intention towards Yong Ziyoksu. It should be my problem. I haven't talked about love before. Plus, I'm not feeling well in the past 2 days. I'm a little bit sensitive emotionally. Don't mind." Fang Zheng did not immediately draw his arm back. Just looked at the back of the woman. Long hair scattered on the bedsheet, with the fragrance of shampoo and jasmine. "RZI, I was so reasonable. If this were any other woman, I think we'd have a fight on our hands." Zhang Ziyao's voice was very soft. "Too much of a stretch. I'm not that kind of person. Plus, I can't keep an eye on you even if I'm your girlfriend. If I don't trust you, this relationship is definitely not going to work out." After she said that, she added, "I hope you won't let me down." The corners of Fang Zheng's mouth moved, and he had the feeling that the woman lying beside him was the most precious treasure in the world. After all, such a woman was really rare in the world. How about, "I'll coax you, Zhang Zi." Yao still didn't turn around and didn't say anything. She waited for a long time, and then she asked, "How?" Fang Zheng let out a long breath and rolled over, then hugged Zhang Ziyao from behind through the covers. The smell and warmth of the man's body made Zhang Ziyao's entire body tremble slightly. Fang Zheng held Zhang Ziyao's hand and closed his eyes. "Does that make you feel better?" There was a touch of shyness in Jiang Zio's eyes that was hard to detect. But she had her back to Fang Zheng and was used to controlling her emotions, so she couldn't easily notice it. It's simple, but it seems to be working. It's better. Chiang Zi. Yao felt Founder's palm and couldn't see the expression on her face. Fang Zheng softly said, "What's more, I promise you, in the future, if not necessary, I will deliberately stay away from other women, so that you will be less jealous, but I kinda like the way you look when you are jealous. It's a bit more cute than usual." Jiang Zi, Yao frowned. "What you mean by that is that you never deliberately stayed away from other women before." The founder also admitted that he had not thought of this kind of thing before. He opened his eyes. "At that time, you were not my real girlfriend. Why should I stay away from other women, in case we break up? Do you still want me to keep you for 3 years? Don't be so cruel." Chiang Zai Yao shattered. "Fang Zheng, you're really scummy." Mr. Fong retorted, "I think it's okay." Scum. Her whole body was like a small rabbit being held in Fang Zheng's arms from behind, and the man even used force to hold her tight again. Jiang Zi, Yao closed her eyes and breathed slowly. "Go to sleep. Don't eat anything from the fridge in the morning. I'll make you some breakfast." "What breakfast?" "Tomato and egg soup." "Mr. Chiang's food is quite plain." "Is it good?" "I don't know. No man has ever tasted anything I've made. You're the first and should be the last." The night was silent, and a little moonlight shone through the window until it was replaced by the white light of the sun. It was only when he waited until the next morning that he realized that Jiang Zi, Yao's so-called tomato and egg soup. It's a quartered tomato, an egg, and a pot of water. There is no salt, and the amount is shockingly small, which according to her is healthier and reduces weight. So when Jiang Zai Yao asks Fang Zheng if his own cooking is good, the man has to say that he's serving the soup and honestly replies, "It's good, but it doesn't have much flavor." Zio Long and my Jiang Zi, Yao sat on the dining table. Listening to his poor mouth, he took the bowl in front of Fang Zheng's face, pretending to take it back, pursed his lips and said, "After it's tasteless, you don't drink it. I'll drink it myself. No, no, no. I'm just kidding. It's good and flavorful." Jiang Zi, Yao laughed out. "Okay. I have something to do at the company today, so I won't be going to your school. I might even come back later in the evening. So don't forget to buy yourself something to eat." Founder HMM'd and said he knew. After dinner, the young couple drove their own cars, one riding a small electric donkey to school, the other driving an Audi to the company. After getting drunk at the barbecue stand yesterday, Zio Long came to work early this morning, washed his face in the security room, changed into his security uniform, and diligently stood guard at the entrance. He was still drunk, and his face was red. He was so serious that he scared the other brothers in the security room. They were curious and asked, "What's wrong with Brother Lung today? What's wrong with Lung today? Yeah. And who did Lung drink with last night? He drank so much. I also want to ask, isn't Lung a good drinker? What happened today?" Zai Olong didn't take the initiative to answer, but only looked at the brothers who were on guard duty together, smiling and selling the medicine in the gourd. "Just watch and see. I didn't drink for nothing last night. I'll tell you later, when Mr. Jiang arrives. All of us will salute and say hello to Mr. Jiang. You must stand in a proper posture. The salute must be beautiful. Go on like this in less than 2 days. Everyone in the security department will get a raise." The others were a little half-hearted at first. They're all saying, "Really? Can I get a raise just by giving a gift? If it's so easy to get a raise, let's honor one leader after another in the future. Brother Lung, don't lie to us." Zio Long laughed with a red face due to the after-effects of the wine. "You guys are too small. You are too small. In the past, saluting was useless, but from today onwards, saluting will be useful, and let me tell you, from now on, not only in the security department, but in the entire logistics department." Zio Long stuck out his thumb with a bragging nature. "I'm all about this. Our managers will have to respect me in the future. True or false, Lung, you're blowing your cover a bit. Aren't you? Don't believe me. Time will tell." Zai Olong was confident. He was still half awake from his dream. But one of the guards suddenly saw Jiang Zi, Yao's Audi, driving towards him, and quickly gave all the security guards a hand signal. "It's coming. Mr. Chiang is here." Zio Long's body immediately stood upright, and the others followed suit and stood there as stiff as a pole. "The car pole is raised." Jiang Zi, Yao drives her Audi into the company slowly. Zio Long salutes and shouts with the crowd. Good morning, Mr. Chiang, good morning. Mr. Chiang, Jiangzi. Yao saw this scene and found it very interesting. She stopped the car at the entrance of the company and lowered the window to look at Zio Long, who was still a bit red-faced at the post. Captain Long, you're in good spirits today. Zio Long had a smile on his face. He used to be afraid of this woman. But when he thought that Zheng had picked up Mr. Jiang, then what was there to be afraid of? Then what is there to be afraid of? This is my sister-in-law. That's why he spoke with special spirit, yes. Mr. Jiang, I'll stick to my post every day. I'll do what I told you last night. I'm determined to finish the job. Jiang Ziyao said, good. Then I'll keep my promise as well. If Captain Long can continue to maintain this enthusiasm for a week, I'll talk to the finance department and have them raise all of your security guards' wages by a small notch. An extra $300 a month. When the others stood by and heard that Mr. Jiang had really increased their wages, they were all very excited. Zio Long smiled brightly and saluted. Thank you. Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured. I'll do what I say, Jiang Zi. Yao left a final message. Do a good job. The company won't lose out on its own employees. She then drove into the parking lot and didn't stay any longer. As soon as Jiang Ziyao left, the other security guards all blew up and gathered around Zio Long again. You're good, Lung. You've only made one salute. Mr. Chiang really said he'd give us more money, yeah. And from what I heard, Lung met up with Mr. Chiang last night. Lung, don't tell us you're a relative of Mr. Chiang. Zio Long bent his back and put one finger to his mouth in a shushing gesture, and dejectedly said, Secret, secret, don't make a sound. There are some things you just have to understand, and anyway, like I just said, I'm in the back office from now on. Again he stuck out his thumb. It's this. The other security guards look at each other, and with the validation that Chiang has just given to Zio Long, they change their attitude. We believe in Lung's words this time. Yes, believe it, in fact. The security team of the Chiang's group is not too busy every day. It is only during office hours and off-duty hours that there are more vehicles coming and going. So it is necessary for someone to constantly put up and down the poles and register the outsiders, and so on. Occasionally, there may be some leaders or employees who need to move something and are short of manpower, and the security team will have to help out today, as usual. Some miscellaneous matters have made this group of people busy with their own business in the morning after a little tug of war. Soon only 4 security guards, including Zio Long, were left at the entrance. I don't know how long it took for Jiang Ziyao to enter the office, but it was probably already past her working hours when a woman wearing small flat shoes rushed in from outside the office. A cute-looking woman with a yellow, slightly curled ponytail is none other than Mai, Jiang Ziyao's secretary. She ran to Zio Long and others and said anxiously, Do any of you know how to fix cars? Mr. Jiang's BMW won't start. Who can help fix it? The other security guards were also a bit anxious when they heard this. Mr. Jiang's car won't start. Is this car in a hurry? Ah, we're going to use this car to pick up our clients later. Missy, this is a big deal. Call the maintenance department immediately. Mai frowned and complained. It's not the maintenance department, not the maintenance department. Don't you have anyone who can repair cars? One of the security guards looked at Mai's reaction with some understanding. Secretary Mai, it's not you who broke down Mr. Chiang's car, is it? The car broke down on the way to work. Mai was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, I do not know. Anyway, is to the company of that big intersection. My car driving suddenly stalled, so I didn't rush over here to look for you. If you don't know how to do it, I'd better call the maintenance department. But Mr. Chiang will definitely teach me a lesson if he finds out. She took out her cell phone and was about to make a phone call. In fact, usually encountered a small trouble. We as colleagues or try to help, as much as possible to help. But repairing the car in the end with other things are not quite the same. One is not professional people to go to no avail. The second is that the company does have a specialized maintenance department to deal with this kind of messy things. But once you use the maintenance department, it is bound to open a list of written reasons. Write the reason. Millet know that he is certainly to be trained, after all. These 2 days she because of the loss of love. The mood is not good. Jiang always originally out of good intentions to let himself open the company car for a ride. In the end, she even damaged the car, and now she is in two different situations, not only ruining Mr. Chiang's goodwill, but also taking up the time of the maintenance department. When Zhao Long saw that Mai was like this, he thought for a moment and said with slight hesitation, "Why don't I go with you, and I'll see if I can fix it." When Xiaomi saw Zhao Long, it was as if she had seen a savior. Okay, thank you, Captain Long, but the intersection is far away. I'm afraid it will take you some time. You don't want to be gossiped by the logistics leaders. Why don't you talk to your manager first?" Zhao Long said hi, seeing the anxious look of Millet, old face red, thinking that this little secretary is also too cute. Scratching his head, "It's okay, even if Mr. Chiang finds out. He won't say anything about me. Just take me there." Xiaomi laughed out loud and nodded her head with a peck of rice. "Okay, then I will take Captain Long there. If it's fixed, I'll treat Captain Long to a meal at noon. Let's go." Zhao Long followed Mai. "It's okay to watch a movie instead of eating." No, I'm just kidding. But you're already at work and you're so late. Mr. Chiang won't say anything about you." "Right." Xiaomi and Zhao Long ran hurriedly along the roadside, one behind the other. "It's okay to be late. I'm afraid of delaying the customer's car. That would be a big problem. You will see if it can be repaired later. If not, I can only call the maintenance department." "Good, I'll take care of it." Classroom Quiz Tulip Middle School, 3rd grade 4. Fang Zheng stood on the podium and read from the book, and the classroom followed as Fang Zheng also recited word by word in a casual manner. "Though the tortoise may live, there is still time," the students also said. "Even though the tortoise lives, there is still time for it to live. It's not much fun to watch, but it's a lot more student-like than it was before." The class bell rings and closes and rings again, and comes and goes in a hurry for another morning. And at noon, according to what Founder said yesterday, Yu Jing sacrificed half of her break time to go to the art room to create. Even though the Founder doesn't know much about art, even a layman can tell the difference in color and the quality of the artwork. Yu Jing's painting is of a little girl standing outside a wedding dress store, holding an empty wallet, standing alone through a large mirror in the shopping center, staring at the white wedding dress inside. Fang Zheng only felt that the painting was very emotional, but he had no idea of the specific meaning. The paintings are slow, but time passes quickly. 1 day passes, 2 days pass. I still remember when Zhang Ziao was making tomato and egg soup for Fang Zheng. She said she may be very busy lately. She won't be able to go to school for a few days. Originally, Fang Zheng thought that this busy is not too busy. Who knows, 3 days passed, 5 days passed, 7 days passed, 10 days passed. Zhang Ziao came to the school 3 or 4 times, each time staying for an hour or so at most. Half an hour to help the students in the art competition with their suggestions. Half an hour to have lunch with Founder, and then go to the office after lunch. Soon half a month had flown by in the blink of an eye. At noon on this day, the students in the art room once again went to their classrooms or dormitories to take a break after spending the required amount of time in the room. Zhang Ziao also had a little break and sat down with Fang Zheng in the art room to have lunch. The woman chucked some vegetables into the Founder's bowl. "The company's been a bit busy lately, so it's been hard on you." Fang Zheng was sitting opposite Zhang Ziao. He was eating his meal while writing and drawing in a notebook with a pen, when he heard the other party talking. He lifted his head to look at her and smiled. "What's wrong with that? Originally, you just came to our school to join in the fun. Besides, the art competition is not a tiring thing. I just sit here every day and watch them paint. Nothing hard or not hard." Zhang Ziao looked at him, curious as he was not eating well and even staring at the notebook in his hand while talking. "What have you been up to?" Fang Zheng lowered his head and said, "Calculate a sum of money. By the way, Ziao asked you a question. Do you know the actress Liu Yu? Zhang Ziao's eyes lit up for a moment, as the name was actually very familiar to her. "A voice understand a little. These 2 years Liu Yu is quite hot. Not only singing good sound, but also shot some TV dramas." "Why do you ask her what to do?" Fang Zheng laughed awkwardly. "It's like this. I promised the students that if they could get good grades on their midterm exams, I'd treat them to a concert and a trip. A trip is good. It's a concert. I thought it was just a matter of money. But when I was going to buy the tickets today, I realized they were not available, Jiangzi. Eo felt justified as she ate her food. Of course you can't buy it. How many fans does Liu Yu have? You'd have to go scrambling if you want one or two. Let alone a whole class with over 40 tickets. Fang Zheng stared at the lunchbox in front of his face and muttered to himself. What should I do then? Why don't I talk to them about changing to another concert? The woman looked at Fang Zheng, face difficult. Long out of breath. Well, this matter to me. Eat first. The concert I give you to solve. Really? Can you buy Yubari? Jiangzi. Yao gave Fang Zheng a blank look and said, Who do you think I am? Just a few tickets. Let's eat first. Fang Zheng's face was full of gratitude. Thank you, Zi. Yo, I'll pay you back when the time comes. The woman then said, As you wish, but I may not be able to come to school for the next half-month, so I won't be able to eat with you. So call me if you need anything. Company busy again. Jiangzi. Yao also looks a bit sad. The market has been in the doldrums for the past 2 years. And it just so happens that this period of time is in time for the promotional season to finally pull through. So I can't help but work overtime. Okay? Then take care of yourself, and I'll wait for you to come home for dinner tonight. Jiangzi. Yao smiled and said yes with a hymn. After the meal, the woman left the school in a hurry. In fact, according to Jiangzi, Yao's recent work schedule, her time is quite tight, and eating at the company is only the best way to deal with it. However, the woman is still willing to spend an extra half hour to drive to sit together with Fang Zheng and chat. Although this will make her night off work delayed for a while, but in her heart, she feels more comfortable with Fang Zheng. So a little bit of hard work is just a little bit of hard work. After finishing the meal and sending off Jiangzio, Fang Zheng had a tea break in the office. When the bell rang in the afternoon, Fang Zheng straightened his chest and took his old prepared papers out of the paper box under the table. He took a big stack of papers and went straight to the classroom of 3rd grade 4. The students of the 3rd grade class 4 treated Fang Zheng with respect at the moment. And one by one, they sat up straight when they saw him coming. The founder said from the podium, holding the roll, Students, half a month has passed. We promised a classroom quiz. If you can get an average of 60 on today's language test, teacher will invite all of you to have dinner at the hotel near the school. On the day the grades are released. Although it's a simulated battle, you have to treat it seriously, or else you won't have your meal. He divided the paper into 4, and ostentatiously threw it down one by one to his classmates in the first row. The students in the front passed their papers back. It's 2 sessions long. Take the test without any unnecessary nonsense. Fang Zheng saw that everyone had gotten their papers and stood on the podium, opening the eyes of the eagle and staring at the people in the classroom. It must be said that although this group of students is mischievous, they are not entirely unteachable. As in the case of the examination period, Fang Zheng found that, except for a certain student named Ding Peng, whose desk had been glowing with a faint white light, everyone else was still taking the exam seriously and did not look like they were cheating. The founder grinned and hummed. He waited until Ding Peng was almost finished copying at the bottom. It was only then that he stood up and walked over to Ding Peng, looking at him in a sinister manner. Fellow student Ding Peng, I see you answered the questionnaire quite quickly. Didn't you? Did you cheat? Ding Peng lifted his head and glanced at Fang Zheng. Smiling but not laughing, what are you thinking? Teacher, how could I possibly cheat? Fang Zheng widened his eyes. Oh yeah? It's best if you don't cheat. But the teacher is still bothering you. Can you give the teacher the piece of white paper you patted on your paper? Ding Peng frowned, looking a bit nervous. What? As soon as Fang Zheng took Ding Peng's paper, he also picked up the white paper that he had been pressing under the paper. Observe with the eagle's eye. This white paper is always emitting a weak white light. That is to say, this white paper looks like a piece of white paper. In fact, there must be some kind of mechanism in the above. Founder blindly guessed that it should be the use of invisible pen, and so on. I'll take no more rolls. And I'll take no more white paper. Ding Peng was a bit anxious, because the attention of the class was unconsciously placed on him, especially the class president Yang Yibiao, who had been staring at Ding Peng since Fang Zheng said the word cheating. Ding Peng, what's the point? There's nothing on this white paper, and I'm almost done with it. At least give me back my paper. Fang Zheng laughed. What's your hurry, if you really know how to do it? I'll give you another blank paper, and you can write it again. Real gold is not afraid of fire. He went to the podium and took another blank paper and put it on Ding Peng's desk. The teacher also believes that you didn't cheat. Come on, do it again, to compensate you for doing it twice. I'll give you double points for each question. I wish you a good pass. Good luck. Seeing that Fang Zheng had left and continued to patrol the classroom, Ding Peng cursed in anger. Then he removed his cheating contact lenses with a wipe of 2 fingers and threw them to the ground. With these contact lenses, you can see the answers written on the white paper. I'm really convinced. Do you think I can't pass without cheating? Fang Zheng took Yang Yibiao's paper and strolled around the classroom again, and finally came to Lai Yukun's side, and found that he had never written a word on the paper from the beginning to the end. It's just a big turtle on it, or a turtle with wings, God forbid. When Lai Yukun saw Fang Zheng coming, he smiled just like Ding Peng teacher. I didn't cheat, you didn't cheat, but Lai Yukun. The whole class studied hard for the exam. It's not good for you to hand in blank papers and drag the whole class down. Right, Lai Yukun laughed. Teacher, you care so much. I am willing, after that. He continued to stare out of the window and ignored Founder. Fang Zheng nodded, not angry. This kind of students, after all, cannot be rushed very good. But as a teacher or thank you. Because of you, teachers can save a meal money. Thank you, ah. Lai Yukun students really think about the teacher. Just so the whole class may have a grudge against you. Good man. After he had said this, he even patted Lai Yukun's shoulder on purpose. The entire 3rd grade class of 4 students are all together to look at Lai Yukun. Of course, the eyes of nature is not a good. Lai Yukun's face can be seen to become ugly up. At that moment, no one noticed that Yu Jing was carefully answering the test questions in the window seat of the classroom. No matter what happened in the classroom, but her face was pale. When the last question was finished, Yu Jing's eyes went black, and suddenly, as if she had no strength left, her body swayed and she fell heavily to the ground. Unconscious Yu Jing, Mr. Fang. Look at Yu Qing. Ah, she fainted, with a series of screams coming from the classroom. The entire class stood up, and all looked at the girl who had fainted on the floor. As Yu Jing's classmate, Yang Yibiao even came directly to the classroom aisle to help him. Mr. Fang Zheng was right behind him. And then there was the anxious Ding Peng, who had just been caught cheating by Fang Zheng. The people came to Yu Jing in a hurry. Yang Yibiao slowly called out to her a few times. Yu Jing, however. He did not respond and lost consciousness with his eyes closed. What's wrong with Mr. Fang? He seems to have fainted completely. Yang Yibiao asked Fang Zheng. I'll carry her to the infirmary. Yang Yibiao, you continue to watch over the class. Don't make a mess, yes. I don't know what happened to the props. But after the two said this, Ding Peng was very anxious, not caring about Fang Zheng and Yang Yibiao. Directly from the pile of people crowded in, wanting to snatch from their hands, Yu Jing hurriedly carried to the medical office. Seeing how rude he was, Fang Zheng yelled, What are you doing? Ding Peng, you have nothing to do here. Continue to answer the questions. Ding Peng frowned. Yu Jing has fainted. Found her sit back down. The teacher carried her to the hospital room. You continue to do what you should do. All go back and sit down, carrying Yu Jing as gently as possible. The crowd hurriedly made way for Fang Zheng, and the two of them left the classroom in an orderly fashion. After Fang Zheng left, Ding Peng wanted to follow him to take a look, but Yang Yibiao grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Mr. Fang told us to continue with the exam. Ding Peng stared at Yang Yibiao in impatience and anger. Yu Jing has fainted. Can't I just go over and see what's going on? What if Fang Zheng can't do it alone? Yan Qingya interjected. Ding Peng, don't be so agitated. Yu Jing will be fine. You'll only cause trouble for Mr. Fang if you go. Sit back. Don't cause trouble now. Yang Yibiao see Ding Peng that do not rest assured like. And he himself is also a little worried about the case of a party teacher, needs help, and so on. Then to Yan Qingya, said Qingya want you to follow the party teacher to see it. There are results back to tell us. Yon Qingya looked at Ding Peng. HMM'd, said yes, and hurriedly followed him out. Ding Peng stared at Yan Qingya's back, and violently shook off Yang Yibiao's hand that was grabbing his own. His footsteps stopped, but his eyes were still anxiously looking towards the classroom door. After leaving the classroom, Fang Zheng called out Yu Jing's name softly as he walked away. but the other party still didn't respond. Jogged all the way to the medical office outside the academic building. Yon Seong-ah was right behind him. Not long after, with the female teacher in the medical office, hearing the door being pushed open anxiously. Fang Zheng rushed in a hurry. When the female doctor saw this situation, she hurriedly vacated the bed in the inner room. What's going on here? Fang Zheng went to the inner room and put Yu Jing on the bed. Teacher, please take a look. This child just suddenly fainted in class and couldn't be woken up no matter how hard he screamed. The female teacher HMMed and hurriedly found the corresponding equipment to start observing, and just let her simply check Yu Jing's body all over again. At the same time, Yon Qing'e also quickly rushed over, and Fang Zheng turned back to see the other side. What brings you here? Yan Qing'e classmates, do not rest assured, let me come over to see. Rest assured, teacher paper I have finished. Yu Jing situation how ah? The teacher's nervous face relaxed considerably after the examination, and she took off her stethoscope and told the two men it should be fine. It's probably hypoglycemia. I'll give her a bottle of glucose and observe. Don't worry too much. Fang Zheng and Yon Seong-ah both breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the result, with the latter patting his chest. It's okay, it's okay, it scared me. The founder asks, low blood sugar. What specifically caused it? The female teacher replied, it should be excessive fatigue. This child should not have eaten breakfast this morning. And last night, it is estimated that she did not eat. You first go to the supermarket to buy her some food to pad her stomach. It should soon wake up. Fang Zheng took out a band note from his pocket and handed it to Yon Qing. You go to the supermarket and buy 2 bottles of water and a few buns. And if you have fruits, buy some fruits along the way. Yon Qing'e nodded after receiving the money and hurriedly ran out again. 10 minutes or so later, Yan Qing'e finished buying things back. Hit the glucose after not a moment, Yu Jing will also wake up. But although there is consciousness, but the girl's face still looks a little pale, looked confused. The founder came to the bedside of Yu Jing and asked, Ms. Yu Jing, are you feeling better? Yu Jing opened her eyes, and at first she wondered where she was. But when she opened her eyes and saw that Fang Zheng was beside her, she let go of her heart. Mr. Fong, what's wrong with me? You just passed out in class. How are you feeling physically? Yu Jing tried to sit up slowly, and Fang Zheng smoothly supported her. Fainted? Did Mr. Fang bring me here? I'm fine. I'm much better. Fang Zheng smiled and let Yan Qing'e take a bottle of water, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Yu Jing. Come, drink some water first, eat something, and rest before you talk. Yu Jing smiled with a hem, and after receiving the water, he hurriedly took a sip, and his dry throat was instantly quite comfortable. The female doctor saw Yu Jing woke up and quickly asked her if she had any other discomfort. After making sure it was correct, she smiled and told the audience it's okay. It's okay. It's just a coma caused by hypoglycemia. But it's fortunate that it was in a crowded place like a classroom when I passed out. It would have been dangerous if I had passed out outdoors, so I'll try to pay attention to it from now on. And at least I must eat my breakfast. Yu Jing leaned on the bed, still holding the mineral water that Fang Zheng handed to her. I know, teacher. I will pay attention. Next, still hanging stethoscope, female teacher, stood up then Mr. Fang, you will rest in the inner room. I will be outside to guard. There is something at any time to call me. Thank you. Please. Founder smiled at her. It should. Fang Zheng looked at Yan Qing'e. You also go back. Tell the students in the class that Yu Jing is fine now, so that they can have a good class. Yan Qing'e smiled and nodded. Good. Then I'll go back first. Teacher Fang. Yu Jing, I'll go back. Yu Young also waved his hand towards Yon Seong-ah. After the female teacher and Yon Qing'e left, only Fang Zheng and Yu Jing were left in the inner room of the clinic. The air became quiet. The girl lowered her head. A little guilty, Fang Zheng subconsciously pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. But just after holding it in his mouth, he felt that he should not smoke in this situation. So he put the cigarette back. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang, for giving you trouble. Fang Zheng looked at Yu Jing. This girl was just a little bit younger. After all, she was only in her early 16th year of junior high school. However, no matter the tone of her voice or her behavior in the classroom, she looked like a younger version of Zhang Ziyo. It's okay, as long as you're okay. But that teacher just said that you're in a fatigue-induced coma. What's the situation, and why didn't you eat breakfast? I didn't make it to breakfast. And as for the fatigue, it was probably because I didn't sleep last night. Which is why I passed out in class today. Didn't sleep last night. Why? For the art contest, no. Fang Zheng saw her hesitation. And to see her in this state of not sleeping for a day does not seem to be the case. So he came up with an idea. You haven't slept in days. Yu Jing's eyes lifted up, a little guilty. 3 days, what? She hurriedly explained. But it's not a total lack of sleep. I get an hour or two every night. Just an hour or two. What do you do at night? I have to do the problems, and there are a dozen tutorials with after-school problems, plus the ones assigned by the teachers in the classes. The founder was surprised. A dozen tutoring classes. Why are there so many tutorials? My parents enrolled me in a tutorial class, in fact. The original tutorials more is not a problem, because in the past I can noon in the classroom to make up some sleep. But recently not the lunch break are used to draw. So just do you like Yu Jing. Fang Zheng saw how she was tangled up, and carefully asked about the specific reasons. And only after a few minutes did he temporarily understand a little bit of the cause and effect. It turned out that the tired look that Shizuku always showed in the class was not just a rumor. Even if she didn't participate in the art competition, she had to attend a dozen or so tutorials after school. Musical instruments, dance, science and arts, and so on. When I get home, I still have to do a dozen sets of practice problems, and often, after all this mess, I have to go to bed at 3:00 or 4:00 in the morning. And this month Fang Zheng again in the case of not knowing the premise, but also let her help Yang Yibiao tutorials, and gave her enrollment in the art competition, which became the last straw that crushed the camel. The body completely strike. Yu Jing took a sip of water. My parents have high expectations of me. They want me to be well-rounded. But I feel a bit tired. Fang Zheng laughs. Thought this is not only tired if put on their own body. It is estimated that early could not hold out. It is difficult to think that this child can be so persistent to hold out until now. So your parents didn't notice your routine. Didn't they tell you to study less? Yu Jing shook her head. No, they are usually quite busy. They don't have much time to take care of me, and often go back to their bedrooms to work overtime or take a rest after work and dinner. Shit, there are still such parents. Fang Zheng spat. Looked at Yu Jing and laughed. Teachers don't mean that. Anyway, if you feel tired, you can tell them, or just stop studying. Sleep at night. Don't care about the homework. Yu Jing lowered her head and remained silent. Fang Zheng was silent for a moment, thinking that this is also true. This child is so over since childhood. It is estimated that they have developed a habit, if she knows that the strike, which will still appear today this situation. Bang Yung sighed and smoothly stuffed the bread that Yon Cheng-ga had just bought into his mouth. Murmuring, I said, this can't go on like this. This is the body's first warning today, and I'm afraid if something goes wrong again. It won't be hypoglycemia, by the way. Do you know your parents' phone number? The man was in such a hurry that the bread suddenly choked on his neck. And Yu Jing saw this and hurriedly handed over the mineral water in her hand. Mr. Fang, just speak slowly. Founder took it and took a big sip of it. There was no one in the room to see it, but after staring at the mouth of the bottle that Founder drank from, Yu Jing remembered that she had just touched it with her mouth. Her face turned a little red. The head is bowed a little more. After Fang Zheng finished the water, he wanted to give the water to Yu Jing again, but he felt that he had drunk it, and it was not right. So he opened a bottle for her again and laughed. Do you know your parents' phone number? Teacher, talk to them about this situation and see if we can work it out. Yu Jing shook his head. Fang Zheng let out a long breath and thought about it, and simply said, I'll go back to the office and look for your parents' phone number. I will go back to the office to find your parents' phone. Art competition, although important, but after all, your body cannot hold out. These 2 days do not go to the studio. To Yangye, B. Our tutorials teacher to someone else can also. And don't go to any tutorials. Rest for the next 2 days. Don't worry about anything. Your body is important. Hearing this, Yu Jing hurriedly lifted her head. Teacher, I want to participate in the art competition without taking a break. And it's not tiring to tutor the head of the class. I'll tutor him while I'm in class. As for the tutorial class, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to take a leave of absence if I don't go to it. No need to take a vacation. Don't take any vacation. Just don't go. And if your tutoring teacher calls your parents, just tell them to come straight to me. Just tell them I didn't let you go. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Class should be over by this time. Are you physically okay now? Well, much better. Fang Zheng stood up. That's it then. You take a good rest here first. I'll write you a leave of absence note in the afternoon. As for what tutorial class or not, from tonight onwards. It doesn't matter. Nourish your body and then talk about it. Teacher first go back to the classroom to check the situation in the class. Yu Jing looked at Fang Zheng, and although she felt it was a bit inappropriate to just not go, she still nodded her head. All right, then I'll see you again. Mr. Fang, good. Bye. The teacher will see you again this afternoon. After Fang Zheng left, Yu Jing leaned on the bed and stared at the closed door of the room with an empty feeling in her heart. Her legs were bent and her two arms were hugging her calves. Then the girl's eyes suddenly shifted to the bottle of mineral water that Fang had just finished drinking. Head slowly buried in his lap. Silent, teaching building. 3rd grade 4 classroom. Although the atmosphere is quiet. The answer to the question of the question of the examination of the examination. But still, because of the incident, just in the quiet matter to make everyone feel uncomfortable. It's all about her. It wasn't until Yon Qin-ga returned to the classroom that the students lifted their heads up one after another. Ding Peng asked, Qingya, how is Yu Jing? Yongye, Bi, oh, is she awake? Where's Mr. Fang? Yan Qingya laughed. She's awake. The teacher in the hospital said it's just low blood sugar. It'll be fine after resting. Don't worry. Mr. Fang is with her in the hospital. Really? Great. The people were relieved. And one by one they smiled and laughed, all saying that they were lucky to be okay. The big stone in Ding Peng's heart also fell down, and he sat on the stool with his butt. Yang Yibiao stood up. All right, since Yu Jing is fine. Let's stop talking and continue with the exam. There are still 10 minutes left for class to end. The students directly after class will pass their papers forward. Throwing down the sentence, Yang Yibiao sat down, only that his eyes suddenly and unintentionally glanced at the examination paper Yu Jing did before she passed out. Unconsciously, he frowned, because Yu Jing had written her answers all over the paper. She didn't miss a single question even when she was unconscious. 10 minutes passed quickly. The bell rang, and the sound of papers being collected came from the classroom. Ding Peng wanted to run to Yan Qingya's side as soon as he got out of the classroom, and asked what happened in the hospital room. But he didn't go there yet, and Fang Zheng came back from the hospital room. The students in the class all turned their eyes toward Founder. Fang Zheng walked to the podium and said, All sit back first. Take up 2 minutes of everyone's time. Let me say something. The whole class is in order. Fang Zheng said with a serious face this period of time, the atmosphere of learning is very good. As a teacher, I hope that you can learn more. But if you feel tired, there is no need to carry hard. If you really want to take a break, you can ask your teacher for a leave of absence, and I will grant it if there are no special circumstances. Health and fitness always come first. That's all I have to say. Collect the papers and send them to the office, and Mr. Ding Peng, come out with the teacher. I have something to tell you. When Ding Peng heard Fang Zheng call out to him, the boy was quick to get up and follow the other party out. This time, Fang Zheng didn't choose the corridor as the place to talk, but went all the way down the stairs to the rooftop of the teaching building. Fang Zheng stopped his steps. The wind on the rooftop blew both of their hair in one movement. He looked back at Yongyu, B.O. Ding Peng. Do you like Yu Jing in our class, me? Fang Zheng lifted up his hand. Good. You don't have to tell me. I know you like it. Even a blind man can see it. The teacher isn't worried about early love, after all. Yu Jing can't see you at all, after all. Yu Jing doesn't even like you. You're a poor student, and she's a rich white girl. You two don't get along at all, unless you do well in class. I might be able to put in a good word for you in front of Yu Jing's classmates. But that's for later. Now I just ask you to like what you like. But don't bother Yu Jing anymore. I'm tired of dealing with you after school. Think about it over lunch. I'm going to lunch. After Fang Zheng finished speaking to himself, he did not give Ding Peng a chance to refute and interrupt. He could only look back at Fang Zheng strangely and smiled helplessly at the corner of his mouth. What the hell is this guy talking about? After lunch, Ding Peng, Yongyu, Bio, and Yan Qingya didn't go to the cafeteria, but went directly to the medical office with the intention of visiting Yu Jing. Unfortunately, when the door of the medical center was pushed open by the three of them, Yu Jing's originally somewhat expectant gaze fell a lot. He only smiled and said something to the three of them. What are you doing here? Parents Yang Yi Biao and Yan Qingye Ding Peng went to the supermarket to buy some food before they came. Yu Jing, how are you doing? Yon Qing'e ran to Yu Jing's side and looked at her curiously. After putting the stuff aside, Yang Yi Biao also said, let's take a look at you. How do you feel? Still feeling dizzy? Yu Jing shook her head. Thank you. I'm much better after such a long rest. I should be able to go to class this afternoon. Ding Peng was stunned going to class in the afternoon. How can you go to class in this condition? He frowned with an annoyed look on his face. Did that founder guy send you there? I knew he was only thinking about test scores. Quiet. Don't listen to him. The people heard this. Face coincidentally reveal a different look. Especially Yang Yi Biao. Just came on the way, he was a little bit accustomed to Ding Peng. Hurried and fidgety. He kept saying something like whether Yu Yung was better or not. As if he cared about Yu Yung the most in the whole world. Ding Peng, what did you say? What does this have to do with Mr. Fang? Ding Peng looked at Yang Yi B. Oh, why is it not relevant? What time is it? Yu Jing is like this, and that Fang guy still lets her go to class. Yi Biao. Since when have you been so favorable to the teacher? In the middle of his sentence, Yu Jing's hand squeezed the quilt tightly and suddenly interjected. It has nothing to do with Teacher Fang. It was me who wanted to go to class, and Mr. Fang wanted me to take a break just as much as you did. It's me who doesn't want to stay here. She looked to Ding Peng. The revulsion expressed in her gaze even sharper than her words at the moment. Ding Peng, can you stop being so self-righteous all the time? The two boys froze, especially Ding Peng, whose face was so embarrassed after being reprimanded by Yu Jing, that he angrily pulled a stool and sat on it without saying a word. Yan Qingye sat on Yu Jing's bed and opened a bag of snacks for her, whispering to the two Yu Jing is like this. You guys should stop arguing. We are here to see her, not to give her a hard time. She looked toward Yu Jing, ignore them. I went to the grocery store to get you some tomato chips. Taste it. Yu Jing took the chips and ate a little bit, then blurted out, It's quite tasty. Thank you, Qingye. Yan Qingye smiled and said, Right, you're welcome. We're all in the same class. Yang Yu, B. I let out a long breath and said, I'm sorry, Yu Jing. It's my tone that's not very good. Let's eat first. Ding Peng also said in a low voice that he was sorry. Probably out of the 40 or so people in the class, he would only say these 3 words to Jing. After all, they were classmates, and the little argument they had just had obviously didn't affect their relationship. And they had lunched together in the infirmary. As we chatted, we all wanted Yu Jing to rest a little longer, but she insisted that she had to go to class in the afternoon. So Yang Yi Biao and the others could do nothing about it. Lunch break flashes by in the 3rd grade teacher's office. Fang Zheng was sitting at his workstation, correcting the examination papers that Yang Yi Biao had sent in the morning. It must be said that something good has happened today, for the examination results of this group of students are not just a little bit higher than the average score of the last time. After reviewing more than a dozen of them in a row, the grades were surprisingly around 60 or 70 points, and some of them even scored more than 80 points. Although the essay party has deliberately given high marks to these guys. Apart from the essay, the error rate of the other multiple choice fills in the paper is also acceptable. Fang Zheng's tongue can awe these guys. According to this way, the midterm exam at the end of the month is not completely impossible. It quickly graded a few more papers, and then inadvertently flipped to Yu Jing's paper. Fang Zheng's eyes lingered on the surface of the paper. The front side was written in regular script. Not a single answer was left out. The paper was flipped over. The other side was the same. The composition was even filled with writing. He picked up the red pen and carefully scrutinized the answers. And a few minutes later, with the red 100 points written down, Fang Zheng was greatly surprised. Full score, not a single question was wrong. If it were usual, Fang Zheng might just exclaim, What a schoolgirl! But today Yu Jing is so weak. However, even in such a state, she insisted on answering all the questions on the paper. And she got full marks, turning the red pen with his right hand. He thought carefully and then lifted his head to find Yu Jing's information from the student information in the folder, and then saw her father's phone number and dialed it. The beeping ringtone rang for a long time until it hung up, and the mechanical female voice told Founder the man frowned. No answer. He recalled again, and again it beeped for a long time. And just when Fang was thinking that Yu Jing's father might have some kind of emergency over there, the phone suddenly connected. "How are you?" Fang Zheng wore a smile, and his tone was as calm as possible. "Hello, my name is Fang Zheng. I'm Yu Jing's homeroom teacher. You're her father, right?" The other side hesitated for a moment. "Yes, I am, Mr. Fang. How are you? Why are you calling me? Is there something wrong with Yu Jing at school? Or is there a problem with the test scores? It's not about grades." Fang Zheng gave the other party a statement of what happened this morning, only that the other side heard the news of his daughter's coma. The direction of concern is a bit surprising. The doctor said it was caused by not eating breakfast. I put her breakfast in the fridge. She must have forgotten to eat it. I don't know what's wrong with her lately. She's so fidgety. I'm sorry for your trouble. Oh, Mr. Fang. By this phone call, I'd like to ask you, how is my family's Yu Jing's recent exam result? Fang Zheng laughed very good. Yu Jing students also took a full test this morning. The results are quite good. But I give you a call not to say this. I want to say, before the words left his mouth, a shout came from the phone, as if someone was yelling at Yu Jing's father to hurry up and go somewhere. So soon Fang Zheng heard the other party say to himself, "Mr. Fang, I'm very busy here. Thank you for telling me about Yu Jing's examination results. I hope that you will supervise her study more often. Then I have something to do here. So I'll hang up first." "Don't hang up yet. I haven't finished yet." The beep 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 sound again. Fang Zheng threw his cell phone onto the table and cursed. Hanging up so fast, he sat down on the chair and stared at the full marks paper in front of him, and sighed deeply. "Never mind, it's not urgent now. There's a time for you to be anxious. As long as Yu Jing from today, in accordance with their own words at night, do not go to what bullshit tutorial classes. I do not believe you do not come to me," with the idea set in her mind. She continued to correct the papers with her red pen. Almost at the same time, in the big office of Jiang's group, Jiang Ziyo had just finished a general meeting for the responsible persons of various departments. One of the department leaders had just been reprimanded by Jiang Ziyo for not doing her job well, and when she walked out of the office with her notebook, she saw one of her employees talking to someone on the phone at work. The other party was saying something like "Mr. Fang" or something like that. He said in a bad mood that Zioyu, "Don't forget to send me the documents before work. And I let you do the publicity documents. You handed over to the publicity department yet?" The man on the phone heard his manager's voice. A hand over the phone, hurried back manager. "I'm done with the documents. I'll send it to the publicity department right now." "Then hurry up. Don't worry about other things during working hours. Don't worry about anything else during working hours. You can deal with anything after work." The man nodded awkwardly. "Okay, manager. I'll finish typing now." After the leader left, the man named Yu picked up the phone again and said to the person on the other side, "Mr. Fang, I'm very busy here. Thank you for telling me Yu Jing's test results. I hope you will supervise her study more often. Then I have something to do here, so I hang up first." After saying that, the man wanted to pack up the documents on the desktop, but his cell phone suddenly popped up a message urging him to pay the mortgage. He frowned deeply, exhausted long breath, and then looked at a table of documents, in which turned to find just get good publicity department documents, rushed to take, and ran to the propaganda department.